Chapter 162 Becoming a Saint. While Yashio was unconscious, a powerful vortex of holy source swirled rapidly in the deepest part of the Holy See and Dragon Palace. The vortex is like a bottomless pit, constantly attracting the surrounding holy source. These holy sources seem to be pulled by an invisible force and poured into the center of the vortex, merging with Ao Yuan and becoming part of his power. As time went by, the aura emanating from Ao Yuan became stronger and stronger, and his body was constantly changing. The originally transparent body gradually became clear, with distinct contours and full of power. The holy source absorbed into his body circulated in Ao Yuan's body, nourishing his body and soul. The water in the Holy See also began to roll and surge, creating huge waves. These huge waves collided with each other, making a deafening sound, as if celebrating the increase in Ao Yuan's power. At this moment, something strange happened. A dazzling golden light beam shot up into the sky from the depths of the Holy See, like a giant golden dragon, piercing the sky. At the same time, the sky above the Dragon Palace suddenly became dark, and black clouds gathered rapidly at an astonishing speed, completely covering the entire Dragon Palace in the blink of an eye. This calamity cloud was tens of millions of miles wide, covering the sky and the sun, as if the end of the world had come. Such a spectacular scene not only shocked everyone in the Dragon Palace, but also attracted the attention of countless powerful people in the entire eastern wilderness. They all looked towards the direction of Dragon Palace with expressions of astonishment and awe on their faces. What's going on? Could it be that another quasi-emperor has been born in the Dragon Clan? Someone couldn't help but exclaimed no. It shouldn't be the quasi-emperor, but another person guessed Dragon Prince. How is this possible? This is true. In history, there was an invincible genius who overcame a calamity, and it was also like this. A great saint of the human race side. Is this the era of the dominant races? A saint king was extremely sad. The great saints of all races fell silent. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace was extremely solemn. All the dragons were staring at the calamity cloud, looking forward to the final outcome. Suddenly, a bright moon appeared in the dark sky, and the bright moon rose over the sea. This is a catastrophe caused by strange phenomena. I didn't expect that Yuana's first tribulation would be the bright moon rising over the sea. Enyu's eyes were fixed on the sea of entry into sainthood. Aogu gently held Enyu's jade hand and comforted her softly. Yuana is extremely talented, so it must be difficult for him to bear this disaster. Pa! Enyu slapped Ao Gulon's claws away in displeasure. Who told you that I was worried? Our son is so outstanding, it's a natural thing for him to survive the heavenly tribulation. As for you, have you ever reflected on the fact that your cultivation level has not improved over the years? You were in the early stage of the great emperor 1,000,000 years ago, and now 1,000,000 years have passed and you haven't even reached the threshold of the middle stage of the great emperor. I'd feel ashamed if I told anyone about this. Enyu criticized without any politeness. Aogu smiled awkwardly and retorted in a low voice, Yeah, I'm just handling clan affairs. You don't have to be the leader if you don't want to. There are so many great saints and quasi-emperors in the clan who have enough experience. If you really find it troublesome, just kick him out of the position of clan leader. Enyu replied fatally. Ao Yuan smiled awkwardly and said nothing. As the bright moon shatters, the next catastrophe of strange phenomena follows. The immortal king governs the 9 heavens. After the second strange phenomenon calamity, the third strange phenomenon calamity, the fourth strange phenomenon calamity, the fifth strange phenomenon calamity, a total of 9 strange disasters came one after another. Finally, with an earth-shaking roar, the dragon vision disappeared. The calamity clouds slowly dissipated, and a figure appeared in the air. He exuded a powerful aura, like an invincible god of war. Seeing the figure of the emperor, cheers suddenly rang out in the Dragon Palace. Congratulations to the emperor for breaking through. The emperor's son is mighty. The cheers were deafening. The early stage of sainthood. After 10 years of seclusion, Ao Yuan successfully entered the Holy Realm and officially became a saint. Ao Yuan also polished his body to the extreme, and he was confident that he could kill the Saint King with one punch. Congratulations, husband, for reaching the saint level. Ying Chang congratulated with a cheerful face. For 10 years, she waited day and night, and finally her husband came out of confinement. Ao Yuan took Ying Chang's hand and said with a smile, Let's go celebrate. Yeah. Ying Shang nodded gently. Then the 2 dragons disappeared from the sight of the other dragons. I didn't expect that Ao Yuan has already entered the realm of saint. The princess of the Ice Spirit tribe looked at the information in her hands and fell into a daze for a moment, her eyes revealing disbelief and shock. Alas!
In this era, I am still not as good as Ao Yuan.
The holy son of Tianyan Sect shook his head helplessly, his heart full of loss and frustration.
Ao Yuan, the saint's son will never lose to you.
Oh?
Saint level? It looks like this saint finally has an opponent.
Ao Yuan's entry into the Holy Realm made countless geniuses of the same age feel tremendous pressure, but in this vast world, not all geniuses will be crushed by Ao Yuan. On the contrary, there are many peerless geniuses who are ready to try and eager to compete with the strongest genius of the Dragon Clan. The 5 realms and 4 seas are vast in area, and there are many peerless geniuses who have entered the realm of saints. These peerless geniuses have practiced for longer years than Ao Yuan. But they do not look down on Ao Yuan because of this. There are too many examples in history that prove that even those unknown geniuses may eventually become shining stars. The key to whether you can have the last laugh lies in whether you can seize the opportunities of the times. All the fights below the emperor are nothing but minor skirmishes. There was once an emperor who was inconspicuous at the beginning,
and even suffered defeats all the way.
Until the battle of the times came, he defeated thousands of powerful enemies overnight and successfully became an emperor. A truly strong person needs to go through the test and sedimentation of time. Ao Yuan stands out among the geniuses of his age, but in the same era, there are many who have entered the realm of saints. Entering the realm of saints is just joining another track. On the other side, Yi Xiu also woke up again.
Asshole, how dare you plot against me?
You'd better not be found by me, otherwise, Yi Xiu swore secretly in his heart. After reversing yin and yang, Yi Xiu became completely furious. She was a great emperor, but she was actually teased like this. This was simply a great shame and humiliation. As for this miraculous elixir, it would be best not to let her find out who made it, otherwise, she would definitely let the person who developed it know what true cruelty is. Yi Xiu took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. She knew that the most important thing now was to recover her strength as quickly as possible and then find the mastermind behind the incident.
Revenge.
Chapter 163. Entering the upper realm. After leaving the secret wilderness, Yi Xiu found himself in the far north. A chill came over him and he couldn't help but tremble.
Damn it, what bad luck!
I didn't expect the teleportation array would lead to this damn place.
It's freezing. Yi Xiu was furious. Originally, Yi Xiu wanted to use the teleportation array to destroy the descendants of the old coin to vent his anger, but he didn't expect that the secret realm teleportation array was so remote that it sent Yi Xiu directly to the northernmost end of the Tianyuan realm. Seeing the snow-white ground, Yi Xiu was speechless. In anger, Yi Xiu became even angrier. Okay, let's play it this way.
Old man, you'd better make other arrangements, otherwise the day I become a saint will be the day your bloodline will be cut off. Yi Xiu swore silently. The land of the far north is located at the northernmost end of the Tianyuan realm, one of the myriad lower realms. It is covered with snow all year round and is sparsely populated. Except for some ice and snow monsters, it is difficult to find living things. There is a vast ocean between the northwestern continent where Yi Xiu originally was and it is quite far away. Why Yi Xiu was wearing animal skins. When he looked down, he saw a vast expanse of white snow. Seeing the scene, Yi Xiu's face instantly became even gloomier. When a woman lowers her head and her feet are not visible, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. This sentence was regarded as truth by countless cultivators in the monastic world, but now that it was applied to himself, Yi Xiu couldn't feel happy. In terms of face and figure, Yi Xiu was no less beautiful than those peerless female cultivators, but in his heart, Yi Xiu was a mess. Although several days have passed, Yi Xiu still hasn't gotten over this incident. Originally, although her second brother was killed, in the 5 regions and 4 seas, a mere matter of 3 or 5 inches was not a big deal. As the emperor, she has hundreds of ways to restore it, but now, the yin and yang of his body have reversed, all hope is gone, and Yi Xiu feels so miserable that he has no tears to cry. Of course, the physical transformation is not completely without any benefits, because the yin and yang are completely reversed, and Yi Xiu's body and soul are now more in harmony. All the hatred of her original body has disappeared. It can be said that her current body is no different from the one she had in her reincarnation. The only thing that made Yi Xiu unhappy was that this body was that of a female cultivator, and he was restricted in every way, making it extremely inconvenient to practice. The ancient holy body is of course still there, but given her current condition, it is certain that she will be restricted in combat. It's all that old bastard's fault. He researched some crappy elixir for no reason and didn't even leave the recipe. What should I do now? Yi Xiu became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Without the recipe and having lost the only sample, even if Yi Xiu had been a quasi-emperor level alchemist in her previous life,
she would still be powerless without the necessary ingredients. Finding a solution is harder than climbing to the sky, forget it. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Yi Xiu gave a bitter smile. Her cultivation is now at the middle stage of the Venerable, and she is still a long way from igniting the divine fire. Although the far north is located in a remote area, it has rich spiritual energy and is perfectly suitable for her current practice. When her cultivation is complete, she will return to the northwest continent to inquire about the situation of the Yi family. She will not break the promise she made to the original owner. After checking his body again, Yi Xiu began to practice hard. There are few living creatures in the far north, but those ice and snow monsters are enough to make Yi Xiu excited. The icebergs rising from the ground everywhere became Yi Xiu's best sandbags. With every punch, kick, and move, Yi Xiu fought with all his might. The power of the ancient holy body was fully reproduced by Yi Xiu at this moment. The devastated ice field was only the beginning of Yi Xiu's cultivation. 3 months later, Yi Xiu broke through 2 realms and successfully advanced to the peak of the Venerable. Under the ice and snow, Yi Xiu slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed. At the peak of the Venerable, it's time to go back. The time has finally come to fulfill what was promised to the original body 16 years ago. Help Yi Xiu, original body, get rid of the reputation of being a waste, restore the Yi family to its former glory, and make Ouyang Na apologize to the Yi family. After settling the cause and effect of the Yi family, it's time to return to the upper realm. Yi Xiu's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Ao Yuan. Feng Xiaoyu. Shang Wan Qingyi. Are you guys ready? Yi Xiu clenched his fists. Yi Xiu, will definitely take revenge for the murder in her previous life and the abandonment in this life. Zhongzhou. And the Dragon Clan. Get ready to face the wrath of the 10,000 Fire Emperor, Upper Realm, Dragon Palace. Ao Yuan, I will tear you into pieces. The 9 Nether Queen threatened with shame and anger. However, it was useless. Jodio had no power to resist now. He could only watch Ao Yuan use him as a cauldron and intercept his great Emperor fruit. Although Ao Yuan's current speed is very slow, Jodio knows that once Ao Yuan's cultivation level improves, this speed will increase exponentially until she dies. This is Jodio's ending. She is not willing to give in, there's no escape. When choosing to reincarnate, Jodio knew there was this risk. In order to avoid this from happening, she chose to reincarnate into the lower world. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes, and she actually met the Dragon Prince who had come to the lower world. Because of the family he was born into, he was dragged into it and was taken to the Dragon Clan by the evil dragon. Then he was seen through by the powerful Dragon Clan. Ended up like this, in the lower realm. After some inquiries, Yi Xiu learned that Ao Yuan had actually left the lower realm 10 years ago. Jin Padian and Pan Feng ascended to the upper realm just 5 years ago, and the Dacian dynasty returned to the management of the Dacian royal family. Because of the incident at the Yun Palace Holy Land, the Dacian dynasty annexed dozens of surrounding dynasties, changed its name to the Shenkuan dynasty, and developed rapidly. The palace master of Yun Palace is Ouyang Na, who went to the Yi family to break off the engagement. Because Ao Yuan gave some elixirs to Yun Palace before leaving, Yun Palace currently has 5 elders who have broken through to the venerable level. These people will no longer have the possibility of igniting the divine fire and ascending to the upper realm, but they will have no problem acting arrogantly in the lower realm. After all, because of that relationship, other holy places did not dare to take action against Yun Palace. In addition, Yun Palace was in the northwest continent, far away from them, so there was no need for them to be enemies with Yun Palace. The only one who resents the Yun Palace is the Zifu Holy Land. The news that the daughter of the Lord of Zifu Holy Land was the top star in Yun Palace was widely spread throughout the Tianyuan realm, and many people from the Holy Lands went to take care of Luo Wanqing's business. The Lord of Purple Mansion was so angry when he heard this reputation, but he had no choice but to negotiate. After several rounds of negotiations, Zifu spent a huge amount of resources to redeem Luo Wanqing 3 years ago. Half a year after Luo Wanqing returned to Zifu, Ouyang Na ordered the pardon of the rest of the Yi family, allowing them to return to Wulong Town to live again. Yi Xiu's father, Yi Huangsu, looked at the sad place with loneliness. Perhaps because he knew that he had let down the Yi family, Yi Huangsu finally chose to leave alone, and no one knew where he was going. Upon hearing this news, Yi Xiu's face turned puzzled. She couldn't say she felt sad about what happened to the Yi family. In the entire Yi family, the only people Yi Xiu recognized were his father Yi Huangsu and his sister Yi Xiner. Now the whereabouts of the only 2 people she cared about were unknown, so she had nothing to worry about. As for the original mother, Luo Wanqing, she has already been redeemed by Zifu, and Yi Xiu does not intend to interfere too much. Yi's father's whereabouts were unknown. Even if she took Luo Wanqing out of Zifu, she didn't know what to do with him. It was impossible for her to stay in the lower world, and Luo Wanqing was not her mother, so the best way was not to interfere. No matter what Luo Wanqing is like, she is still the daughter of the Lord of Zifu Mansion. Even if her life is difficult, her food and clothing will not be too bad. Now that this is over, it's time for me to return to the upper realm. Yi Xiu sighed and quietly left the northwest continent. There was no one in the Yi family that Yi Xiu cared about, so he stopped caring about it. As for Ouyang Na, Yi Xiu couldn't say that he hated her. Before leaving, he secretly went to Yin Palace to see Ouyang Na, and then left. As for the Yin Palace, old dog Yin Padian and the great elder Pan Feng had already ascended to heaven, and Yi Xiu did not do anything to the Yin Palace. After 10 years of changes, the Yin Palace is now the #1 righteous force in the northwest continent. Everything within the Yun Palace's jurisdiction is managed according to dynasty laws. Yi Xiu has found no reason to destroy the Yun Palace. Of course, the most important thing was that Yi Xiu was worried that his identity would be exposed after destroying Yin Palace, and that his cultivation would be destroyed again by the evil dragon Ao Yuan. It would be fine if her cultivation was just destroyed, but if she was captured alive by Ao Yuan, with her current appearance, she couldn't imagine what that evil dragon would do. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xiu decided to temporarily pardon Yun Gong's crime of disrespect, hide his identity, and choose to endure. A month later, Yi Xiu returned to the far north and began to retreat. Another month later, Yi Xiu ignited the divine fire and ascended to heaven. No one in the Tianyuan realm knew about this. The entire Tianyuan realm was peaceful, and no one knew that Yi Xiu, one of the protagonists of the Yunshan sect, had actually left the lower realm. Yi Xiu couldn't help but moan softly. Upper realm, long time no see. Hey! That woman over there, come over here and register. An impatient female voice came. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu turned her head and saw a square-shaped female cultivator looking at her with dissatisfaction and resentment. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu gave a helpless smile and walked slowly to the registration female cultivator with confident steps. Name? Asked the female monk Bagong unhappily. Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu thought about it and cautiously gave a fake name. When she is out, she has to give herself an identity. Moreover, she was targeted by Ao Yuan of the Dragon Clan when she was in the lower world, so it is better to be careful. The female cultivator Bo Gang wrote down Yi Xiu's name and continued to ask in embarrassment, gender? Hearing this, Yi Xiu's temper flared up, and she angrily said, you can't read it. Someone, take off this person's clothes for me. I want to check her body and see whether she is a man or a woman. The female cultivator Bo Gang reacted quickly. He. Several burly men walked towards Yi Xiu with lewd looks on their faces. Chapter 164. A hero saves the beauty? Stop it. Just as Bo Gang and the others were about to continue attacking Yi Xiu, an angry voice suddenly rang out, interrupting their actions. This voice was like a stream of clear spring, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw a young man in a white robe appearing not far away, his eyes revealing a hint of majesty and anger. Who? It's that blind man who dared to cause trouble on the ascension platform. Monk Bogang's face darkened, and he shouted at the man in white without thinking. Ascension platform. Ha ha. The man in white chuckled. Since when has the ascension platform become a tool for you to embarrass others? His eyes swept over Brother Bogang and others, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. It turns out to be the prince. I didn't expect that the prince would come to the ascension platform in person. This woman is really blessed with good fortune. Someone exclaimed. The prince is a kind person, and he often helps poor monks. It is a blessing for our Tianshu city. Although the prince comes from a first-rate family, he never bullies ordinary cultivators. If he encounters a cultivator in trouble and explains the reason, the prince will help him. The prince is the pride of our Tianshu city. His kindness has given ordinary cultivators like us warmth and hope. Yes, if it weren't for the prince, many people might have given up the path of cultivation long ago. People around praised through the words of these cultivators in different attires. Yi Xiu gained a preliminary understanding of this young male cultivator whom everyone called the prince. This guy, who was called Prince, was quite famous in this place. Not only was he extremely talented and powerful, but he was also very upright and enthusiastic, and was deeply respected by the local monks. However, Yi Xiu remained cautious and did not easily believe people's comments on the prince. Yi Xiu is well aware of the complexity of human nature and that one cannot easily judge a person based on superficial appearances. As a former emperor,
Yi Xiu has experienced countless ups and downs, met all kinds of people, and has a deep understanding of the wickedness of human nature. I am the monastic world. There are many people who appear to be gentlemen on the surface. Some people even present themselves as modest gentlemen for thousands of years in order to demonstrate their noble character, but in fact they have ulterior motives. This type of people are often good at disguising themselves, making it difficult for others to detect their true colors. Many victims discovered the truth and made it public, only to be questioned and attacked. Yi Xiu had seen many similar things when he was training. Looking back, she and Shangguan Qingyi were once the most enviable couple in Zhongzhou. Feng Xiaoyu was her most loyal brother, and the three of them were considered the next generation of rulers of Zhongzhou. As a result, Yi Xiu was attacked by an unknown ferocious beast in the Forbidden Land of God. These two people actually attacked her together, putting her in a desperate situation. Even though Yi Xiu was hailed as the best rising star in Zhongzhou at that time, he was attacked from all sides and eventually died in hatred after entering the Emperor realm not long ago. This tragic experience taught Yi Xiu a lesson. Human nature is unpredictable and one should not trust anyone easily. The prince walked up to Yi Xiu with a smile on his face and grace. His smile was like the warm sunshine in spring, giving people a warm and friendly feeling. "Fairy, are you not frightened?" the prince asked with concern, his tone full of tenderness and care. Yi Xiu pondered for a moment and replied coldly, "Nothing." After hearing Yi Xiu's answer, the prince was not angry. He smiled slightly and said, "It's good that everything is fine. It's good that everything is fine. Fairy, I see that you have come from the lower world, and you probably don't have a suitable place to stay. If you don't mind, I can arrange a quiet residence for you." Yi Xiu glanced at the prince coldly and refused without hesitation. "No need." Yi Xiu knew clearly that she was not a woman, and she really did not want to have too many entanglements with this prince. Although everyone around him was praising the prince, Yi Xiu was not misled by them. The prince had a good reputation and was willing to help others, but the female cultivator who was guiding people on the ascension platform was extremely arrogant, which was obviously abnormal. If this prince is really as hateful of evil and kind to others as the rumors say, then something like this should not have happened, at least not in a place like the ascension platform. On the contrary, the fact that the fat female cultivator was acting arrogantly here showed that there were some problems with the management here, and this prince didn't come earlier or later, but appeared just when she was in trouble. Yi Xiu simply didn't believe such a coincidence. If this prince had been here before, then this female cultivator should have been dealt with long ago. If this prince had not been here before, then it meant that he did not take the ascension platform seriously, and there was definitely something wrong with his coming here. Therefore, it can be inferred that these princes are not kind people. Seeing that he was rejected by a bitch from the lower world, the prince couldn't help but feel angry. How dare a country bitch from a remote corner reject me in public? Aloof. I hope you can still maintain this aloofness when you get into my bed. Since the fairy wants to be alone, I will take my leave." The prince suppressed his inner impulse and said goodbye calmly. "Please do as you please." Yi Xiu was still very frugal with his words. Yi Xiu did not take the incident on the ascension platform seriously. He could easily kill a few ants in the middle stage of the divine fire realm. As long as the strong people in the saint realm do not take action, no one can stop her. If it weren't for the intervention of this prince, these people would have long been killed by her fists. "You will have 2 months' salary deducted. If you do it again, you will be fired." The prince glanced at the female monk Bo Gang and casually said something polite. "Thank you, Your Highness." "Thank you, Your Highness." The female cultivator thanked him repeatedly. "Your Highness is truly merciful. This man committed such a serious crime, but I didn't expect that Your Highness would give him a chance to mend his ways. No one is perfect. Your Highness is teaching us that it is a great virtue to know one's mistakes and correct them. With the prince here, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of Tianshu City." The monks around him began to praise him with their sincere feelings. "Miss, I was just possessed by my inner demons and committed such an impolite act. Here is your identity token, please take it." The female cultivator Bo Gang handed over a city entry permit with a fake smile. Yi Xiu nodded, took the token engraved with the words Tianshu, and then left the ascension platform. After checking, he found nothing unusual about the token and put it into his sleeve. If Yi Xiu guessed correctly, this token should be the entry pass to enter the city. With the entry pass, entering the city can save a lot of trouble. Not bad, Wang Lin, find some people to follow that bitch. After leaving the crowd, the prince immediately revealed his true intentions. If soft tactics don't work, then he'll use both soft and hard tactics. He doesn't believe that a bitch who has just ignited the divine fire can still turn the world upside down.
Yes, young master.
Wang Lin smiled obscurely. The previous incident on the Ascension platform was indeed deliberately arranged by the prince, and most of the spectators on the Ascension platform were professional actors arranged by him. The purpose is also very simple, which is to hunt down beautiful female cultivators from the lower world, especially those cold empresses and proud saints who were pampered in the lower world.
These talented beauties, that feeling.
Chapter 165. Heading to southern Xinjiang. Father, I heard that a great holy secret realm has emerged in southern Xinjiang, and I want to go out and gain some experience.
Ao Yuan reported to Ao Gu calmly. Go!
Dragon Emperor Ao Gu nodded slightly, agreeing to his son Ao Yuan's request. Even though the Dragon Clan had many great sage-level secret realms and had the guidance of the great Emperor Zhuing, Ao Yuan still lacked some training due to staying in the clan all the time. These trainings are not about combat skills or combat experience, but about strategies and calculations, unexpected accidents and alliances. In the training at home, the elders will hold back, and peers will stop when they have
learned enough.
This kind of training cannot be compared with the cruelty of the outside world. If you want to become an emperor, you must fight with the geniuses of various races, and you must compete with the quasi-emperors from ancient times to the present. Only outside can you truly be tempered. After reporting to his father Ao Gu, Ao Yuan left the dragon territory alone, stepped into the long-distance teleportation array, and soon arrived in the southern border where Yishio was. Ao Yuan was well prepared this time. He only brought 3 imperial weapons and no one else. Through the real-time holographic map, Ao Yuan knew that Yishio ascended to southern Xinjiang 3 months ago. As the child of destiny, Ao Yuan will encounter opportunities wherever he goes.
He will not miss these things.
System, check Yishio's dashboard. Yishio template name, Yishio, the Great Emperor Reborn. Gender, female. Current, age, 38. Actually 4461, Constitution, Ancient Extreme in Holy Body Combat Power, Late Divine Fire Realm, can fight at the peak of Slashing Dao, Power, Nun Main Heart Method, 10,000 Saints Emperor Scripture, created in the previous life, Physical Training Techniques, 10,000 Ways of Physical Training and Moon Shadow Concentration. Record Luck Value, 1657, 3000, 1600 and 500. And 73,000, luck level, pale gold. Current coordinates, Izumo Empire in the southern border of the eastern wasteland, fold. He is in the late stage of the divine fire realm.
He is indeed the son of destiny.
Even after being abandoned twice, his cultivation has improved so quickly. Ao Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Ao Yuan is no longer surprised by unreasonable creatures like the child of destiny. Why Yishio achieved a level of cultivation that others would find difficult to achieve in decades or even hundreds of years in just 10 years, and at an astonishingly fast speed. If there is no real-time monitoring system, this kind of enemy is simply impossible to defend against. If you slack off for a moment, his strength will be beyond your expectations. Thinking of this, Ao Yuan's attention to Yishio went up a level. This time when he came to southern Xinjiang, he would definitely make Yishio bleed heavily several times. It would be best if she could be crippled a few more times so that she could experience the rebuilding process. Once the loan is paid off, Yishio will be killed with lightning speed to completely resolve the hidden danger. Brother Taoist, you cannot stay in the teleportation array for a long time. Please leave. The cultivator in charge of maintaining order saw that Ao Yuan had been standing still, so he hurried forward to remind him. Ao Yuan came back to his senses and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist, I was distracted just now and forgot that I was in the teleportation array."
"I'm sorry."
He quickly clasped his fists to apologize to the other party. The monk nodded and said, "In that case, Brother Dao should go out as soon as possible." Ao Yuan responded, "Okay," and then quickly walked out of the last transfer array. After leaving the teleportation array, Ao Yuan walked leisurely on the streets of Tianshu City. This time, Ao Yuan looked like a human being. Even if the great sage passed by, he would not be able to recognize Ao Yuan's identity. The monks walking on the streets are of all shapes and sizes, with all kinds of clothing and styles, but without exception they are all human monks. These people either hurried past or stopped to chat, bringing vitality and vigor to the entire city. The shops on both sides of the street were quietly open,
with 1 or 2 monks coming in and out occasionally.
The shops were filled with a dazzling array of magical weapons, elixirs and other items. In the distance, the human race's skyscrapers tower into the clouds, majestic and breathtaking. These buildings are not only tall and majestic, but also emit powerful spiritual fluctuations. They are obviously carefully designed and built in order to better deal with Yi Xiu. Ao Yuan also changed his appearance. Using the transformation technique in the 8-9 profound art, Ao Yuan transformed into a strange man and named him Shen Gongbao. At the same time, in the Tianshu City Lord's mansion, the prince was smashing things angrily. Waste. All of you are waste. You can't even catch a bitch from the lower world. Get out. Get out now. The prince's hysterical howl 3 months, a full 3 months. Not only did the prince fail to capture Yi Xiu, he also lost dozens of his men not long ago. Yi Xiu destroyed some of the industries under the prince's command and even left some mocking words. This resulted in the crown prince being severely ridiculed by several other families. On the other side, Yi Xiu just came out of an auction. As an emperor, Yi Xiu has countless disguise techniques at his disposal. He can easily take out any one of them and enter a city. Prince, you didn't expect me to enter the city openly. Yi Xiu's mouth curled up slightly. 3 months ago, she encountered a slight accident when she ascended, and then ascended to the southern border. As soon as she arrived at the ascension platform, she was picked on by a woman who was jealous of her beauty, and then that prince appeared. Then she left. However, the story does not end there. Not long after Yi Xiu left the ascension platform, he discovered that someone was following him. Having just arrived in the upper realm, Yi Xiu was also short of money. Seeing that someone came to her door on their own initiative, Yi Xiu naturally accepted it all, solved all the problems of following her one by one, and took away their storage bags. That night, several more people sneaked into the inn where Yi Xiu was staying, but Yi Xiu was already prepared and captured them one by one. However, Yi Xiu did not get any useful information, but when he first arrived in the upper realm, Yi Xiu offended only a handful of people. Apart from Bo Gang, who started looking for trouble as soon as he arrived, the only other person was the prince for whom he had saved face in public. A female cultivator. Bo Gang was only in the middle stage of the divine fire realm, so it was impossible for her to find so many killers to kill her. The answer is obvious. That hypocrite, the prince, was attracted by her beauty and, when he failed to flirt with her, he wanted to force her. The first time Yi Xiu faced such a thing, her face turned green. She was a straight man, but she never expected that one day she would be targeted by a playboy. What is this? Yi Xiu was extremely speechless, but he had no choice but to face it. There's nothing we can do about it. Who made her have such an extremely beautiful appearance? Now that you are here, make yourself comfortable. Afterwards, Yi Xiu began to inquire about the news about the prince, and then waited for an opportunity to take revenge by refining medicinal herbs he had robbed. Yi Xiu also successfully settled down in Tianshu City, waiting for the secret realm of the void to open. Chapter 166, Void City. Half a month later, geniuses from all over the country arrived in Tianshu City one after another. Brother Shen, this trip to the secret realm is settled now. But Shen is not good at killing.
If it were just you and me, this trip to the secret realm might be difficult. Ao Yuan sighed.
Brother Shen, don't worry. I have also gathered some trustworthy brothers for this trip to the secret realm.
You just need to concentrate on breaking the ban.
Qin Shou, the human prodigy who teamed up with Ao Yuan, patted his chest and promised.
That's great. Ao Yuan looked relieved and sincere. Ha ha ha. Qin Shou laughed heroically. Brother Shen, we will meet here in 3 days.
Okay. Ao Yuan nodded quickly, agreeing with the words of this second-level genius. After they parted, Ao Yuan returned to the guest room he had rented in advance, quietly waiting for the secret realm of the void to open. The city of the void was originally named the City in the Sky.
It was an ancient human city standing in the air.
However, something unexpected happened 60 million years ago and the entire city disappeared overnight. At that time, the human emperor also investigated the truth behind the disappearance of the Sky City, but in the end he found no clues and the matter was left unresolved. 300,000 years ago, this city that had disappeared for 60 million years unexpectedly reappeared. The human race immediately sent a team led by a great sage to explore, but no one survived. In the end, it was the great emperor who intervened and successfully resolved the matter. Soon after, this mysterious city was named the City of the Void, and became a secret realm that was open to the public once every 10,000 years, allowing geniuses of all races to enter, kill the void creatures inside, and obtain the essence of the void to temper their bodies. Whenever the Void City opens, the geniuses from the 4 regions will participate enthusiastically, so this secret realm has Another name, the Little Wanzai Pride Battle. As a natural battlefield, the geniuses of all races will naturally come here to compete with each other. In the original trajectory, Yishou also became famous in a battle among the geniuses of the Little 10,000 Years here, and became the most promising dark horse among the younger generation of independent cultivators. In the original trajectory, Yishou's cultivation level was at the peak of the way of slashing when he entered the Void City, and he also brought some younger brothers with him, but now, Yishou's cultivation was stuck at the late stage of Divine Fire, and he was alone, so the only area he could explore was the outermost part of the Void City. But as the Child of Destiny, his opportunities are definitely not bad. Although Yishou is now one realm lower than his original trajectory, if he is not stopped, Yishou may still successfully become a saint through the secret realm and make a real comeback. For this purpose, Ao Yuan deliberately changed his identity and blended in as an ordinary human cultivator. Point 1 is to hide in the dark to avoid alerting the enemy. The other is to facilitate hunting down villains so as to pay off the debt as soon as possible. What does the person killed by the human race Shen Dongbao have to do with Ao Yuan, the prince of the dragon race? 3 days later, Ao Yuan arrived at the meeting place at the agreed time. When Ao Yuan arrived, there were already several people waiting there. In addition to Qin Shou, there were 5 men and 2 women, including himself, a total of 9 people. Seeing Ao Yuan, one of the men immediately came up to him with a warm smile on his face.
My name is One Ear. I'm good at hiding and reconnaissance. Nice to meet you, Brother Shen.
The man introduced himself.
My name is Shen Gongbao, nice to meet you, fellow Taoist Air.
Ao Yuan bowed slightly in response. This person looks quite clever, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. He is most likely a talent then. A tall, stern-looking man who looked like a scholar stood up and clasped his fists towards Ao Yuan. My name is Wang Fugear, you can call me a scholar, I don't mind.
Long Outyin, the Spear Master. The Divine Divination. Dan Daozi.
The other 3 simply gave their names. Then, a tall young woman in a white gauze dress walked lightly in front of Ao Yuan. With a gentle smile on her face, she said softly, My little girl Chu Yuer is nice to meet, fellow Taoist Shen. Her voice was as melodious as a yellow oriole singing out of a valley. Ao Yuan smiled slightly and replied, It turns out to be Fairy Chu.
I have heard of you for a long time.
Chu Yuer lowered her head shyly and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Shen, you are too kind.
I am just a weak woman.
After saying that, she stepped aside and stopped talking. The last cold and beautiful woman looked at Ao Yuan expressionlessly, then spat out 2 words indifferently, NIU. At this time, Qin Shou stood up and shouted to everyone, Okay, everyone, now that everyone is here, let's go. As he said that, he took the lead to walk out of the room, and others followed him. Ao Yuan took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then followed Qin Shou to the destination. The secret realm of the void was opened as early as yesterday. Qin Shou and others had low cultivation levels and had no intention of competing with those top geniuses. The city of the void is open for 10 years. The flow of time inside and outside is different, so one day earlier or later will not have much impact. Qin Shou's goal is a secret relic on the outskirts, which was discovered by his ancestors 10,000 years ago. The location is very hidden and no one knows it. Unfortunately, only a map and a few scattered messages were sent back home, without much information. Since the ruins are protected by formations and prohibitions, Qin Shou does not know how to use them, so he has to look for help on his own. The helper cannot be too strong, otherwise he may kill people and steal treasures. Of course, he cannot be too weak, otherwise he will not be able to enter. In the end, Qin Shou found Niu, a talented girl in formation. Niu's additional condition was to bring one person, and so she brought her good friend Chu Yuer. In order to prevent the dangers inside the ruins, Qin Shou called in his good friend Dan Daozi and the body cultivator Wang Fugear. Long Outyin is Wang Fugear's elder brother, so he was introduced by Wang Fugear. There was still a lack of someone to break the ban, so Qin Shou found Bu Shinswan, who was well versed in bans. Bu Shinswan was worried about being tricked, so he recommended a good partner, Yizier, to Qin Shou. As for Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, he is Qin Shou's new friend. During the conversation, Qin Shou learned that Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, is also proficient in the way of prohibition. Fortunately, he invited Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, in to prevent others from defecting. After some operations, Qin Shou expanded the team of 3 or 4 people to 9 people, which was twice as many as expected. This is also the only solution. The City of Void does not prohibit killing, and there are no rules once you enter. If you encounter a great opportunity, it is very easy to kill each other. In order to ensure their own safety, team members often bring 1 or 2 trusted friends. It is basically difficult to meet a lone foreign cultivator like Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, not as the leader. Qinshu has the largest share of the distribution and is most likely to be targeted. That's why Qinshu made up his mind to temporarily recruit Ao Yuan to join the group and conceal the existence of the other people, in order to make Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, stand on his side and form an overwhelming clamp on the others. Ao Yuan saw through Qinshu's purpose from the beginning, but since someone invited him, Ao Yuan was naturally willing to go with the flow and follow this group of idiots into the secret realm. Chapter 167 Compromise. Arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, Bu Shensuan looked at Qinshu with a serious face and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, let me make it clear in advance that you will be bringing someone in temporarily. This person's share must be deducted from your share, and the shares of the rest of us must not be changed." Qinshu nodded repeatedly and quickly responded, Of course, this was all agreed upon before, the rules must not be changed." He also understood in his heart that if this kind of thing was not handled properly, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Originally they had agreed on the profit-sharing ratio. NIU's side took 20%, Bu Shensuan's side also took 20%, Wang Fugier's side also took 20%, Dan Daozi took 10%, and Qinshu alone took 30%. Qinshu, NIU, and Bu Shensuan can pick one of the treasures in advance, and the rest can be distributed among the people according to their cultivation needs. The distribution method is relatively fair, everyone can get a certain share, and conflicts caused by uneven benefits are avoided. Now that Qinshu has temporarily added Shingongbao in, Qinshu has to allocate some resources to Shingongbao. As for how much is allocated, no one else will interfere. Fellow Taoist Shin, all of them get a 10% share, and your share is also 10%. What do you think? Qinshu spoke to Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, through voice transmission. Fellow Taoist Qin, you have hidden so much information from me. This 10% share is too little. Ao Yuan replied. Fellow Taoist Shin, this secret realm was discovered by my ancestors. I am sharing this information with you, so naturally I will get the biggest share. Besides, you are not the only one who can break the ban, so a 10% share is already a lot. Qinshu said. Fellow Taoist Qin, I don't know the location of the ruins, but you will have to come out of this secret realm of the void eventually. If I make this news public, are you sure you can keep the opportunity? Ao Yuan said with a sneer. Fellow Taoist Qin, you don't want the news of the ruins to be exposed. Qinshu's face darkened. Now they haven't entered the secret realm yet. If Ao Yuan wants to leave or reveal the news directly, Qinshu will have no way to deal with Shingongbao. To take a step back, even if they entered the secret realm, as long as Shingongbao didn't go crazy and threaten others and arouse public anger, those people would not stand up to help Qinshu, unless Qinshu chooses to bleed heavily and promises to increase the share to others, but in this case, Qinshu's loss will be even greater. Alas! Qinshu sighed helplessly and compromised. Fellow Taoist Shin, I can privately compensate you with a sum of top-grade spirit stones as a supplement. What do you think? How about 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus priority in picking 3 treasures? Ao Yuan asked directly. Fellow Taoist Shin, the profits have already been divided, and I don't have the right to make them agree to your request now. Qinshu's face was gloomy, and he was obviously unhappy with Ao Yuan's request. Everyone watched all this with great interest and did not disturb him. They knew that Qinshu was negotiating terms with Shingongbao. Okay, since fellow Taoist Qin can't make the decision, then I will take a step back and give you 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus any 3 of fellow Taoist Qin's treasures. Fellow Taoist Qin, if you still don't agree to this request, then I will have no choice but to send out the news of the ruins. I think there will be people out there who are interested in this and will bet on you. Qinshu's face turned pale, his hands clenched into fists, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness, but considering that the current situation was unfavorable to him, Qinshu finally gritted his teeth and agreed to Shingongbao's request. Shingongbao nodded with satisfaction and laughed. Fellow Taoist Qin is really straightforward. In that case, let's set off. Qinshu took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger, and then said coldly, okay. Then he turned around and shouted to everyone, it's getting late, let's go in quickly. His face looked very ugly and he was obviously in a very bad mood. Seeing that the two had reached an agreement, the other 7 people didn't say anything. Qinshu had found someone himself, so he could only say that it was his own fault. Several people looked at each other, used special techniques to pull each other, and then entered the secret realm together. Call out, the sky spun and a feeling of weightlessness came over them, and they appeared on a desolate hill.
Is this the secret realm of the void?
Shu Yuer asked excitedly. Shu Yuer looked around, her heart filled with curiosity and anticipation. The other people were also curious about this place, but they were more cautious. No one knew what would happen next, so everyone was observing their surroundings carefully, and not far away, some scattered black dots were crawling around. Upon closer inspection, I realized that they were actually a group of low-level void creatures. They have different shapes, some crawling, some flying, some running, and each exudes a unique aura. If you look closely, you can tell that there are void ants, void rats, void birds, void children, and even void fish flying in the sky. These creatures are all derivative species unique to the void secret realm. They survive and reproduce in this mysterious environment, forming a unique ecosystem.
Qin Shou, lead the way.
Anayu's cold voice rang out, interrupting everyone's curiosity about these void creatures.
Oh. Okay, Fairy and I.
Qin Shou reacted as if waking up from a dream and responded quickly. Then, Qin Shou took out a map of the secret realm of the void from his arms and studied it carefully. He had obviously looked through this map countless times, but at this moment he was still staring intently at the lines, symbols, and red circles on it, trying to find the correct route. The map information left by the Qin family's ancestors was deeply engraved in Qin Shou's sea of consciousness. Now there are various marking symbols drawn on the secret map in Qin Shou's hand, and the marks made in advance are hidden in it. It can be said that except Qin Shou, no one can find the true location of the ruins. On the other side, Yi Xiu stumbled around in the void secret realm, searching everywhere for the void creatures that had condensed the essence of the void, and Yi Xiu's location was actually not far from the secret realm that Qin Shou mentioned. In the original trajectory, Yi Xiu, who came to Tianshu City to practice, accidentally overheard the conversation between Qin Shou and others. Then after they parted, Yi Xiu appeared in front of Qin Shou. After some threats, Yi Xiu joined Qin Shou's team. Under the influence of the aura of luck, the few of them encountered dangers along the way, experienced many twists and turns, and finally came to the lost secret realm. After some efforts, Yi Xiu also opened the lost secret realm with the experience of his previous life. Therefore, Yi Xiu also attracted the attention of Niu, a talented girl in formation. Now Yi Xiu's life has been disrupted by Ao Yuan. Yi Xiu, who has become a woman, barely arrives in the upper realm 3 months before the opening of the void secret realm. Because of her low cultivation level and having offended the prince, Yi Xiu did not join Qin Shou's team as originally planned, but in the dark, the influence of luck still exists. For such a great opportunity, if Ao Yuan did not interfere, it would most likely fall into Yi Xiu's hands. The only difference is the process. Now Ao Yuan is hiding in Qin Shou's team, and with Niu, a woman who has a close relationship with Yi Xiu, it is destined that he will meet Yi Xiu. Chapter 168 Big Bug Kog'Maw, the Essence of the Void. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical place in the eastern wasteland. Yi Xiu stared at the bottle of emerald green crystal liquid in his hand that was emitting a faint light, and a sense of joy surged in his heart. The essence of the void is a precious essence that contains unique spatial power. A common use of the essence of the void is to temper the body, making it stronger and tougher. Moreover, the essence of void does not have any side effects. As long as the purity is sufficient, even a great sage-level strongman can gain huge benefits from it. With the essence of the void, I will definitely be able to enter the Saint Realm within 3 years. Yi Xiu made a bold statement in his heart. For Yi Xiu, there is no better news than this, as it can solve the biggest disadvantage of the ancient holy body. The ancient holy body is also called the ancient waste body in today's cultivation world. In addition to the fact that the Taoism has been cut off due to the change of times, the most important thing is that it requires countless resources for cultivation. It would be fine in the lower realm. After all, the realm was low at that time. The true power of the ancient holy body could not be manifested, and the resources required were not many, so it could be obtained with some effort. Now that the divine fire has been ignited and we have entered the upper realm, the disadvantages of the bottomless pit of the ancient holy body have begun to emerge. Without sufficient resources, we will fall into the quagmire of cultivation and find it difficult to make any progress. Countless holy bodies lack sufficient resource support and guidance from predecessors. Practitioners constantly run into obstacles on the road of cultivation alone, and their realm cannot be effectively improved. In the end, they pass away regretfully due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. Yi Xiu did have the cultivation method of the ancient saint body, but the resources required had always been a headache for Yi Xiu. Until the appearance of the essence of the void, it was like the long dry earth ushering in the nourishing rainy season. which completely solved the problem of insufficient resources for Yi Xiu's ancient holy body cultivation. It is no exaggeration to say that with the essence of the void, Yi Xiu has every chance of cultivating his holy body to perfection. Squeak! Suddenly, a terrifying scream broke Yi Xiu's fantasy. Yi Xiu looked over and saw a huge insect with bared fangs and claws stepping on the ground with its legs. Several of its terrifying and ferocious claws were waving in the air. Its dark purple eyes were wide open, staring fiercely at the essence of void in his hand. Kogath! Yi Xiu's expression suddenly became serious. Kog'Math is the most common void creature in the void secret realm, ranging from low level to high level. The one in front of him was 10 meters tall and was obviously not a creature that should be in this area. Kog'Ghast, which are 10 to 50 meters tall, are usually about as strong as the Daoslaying realm, but their special living environment makes the bodies of void creatures stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. Were you attracted by the void essence? Yi Xiu smiled bitterly as he looked at the void crystal liquid in his hand. I was just expressing my feelings, but I accidentally attracted a stronger void creature. What an unexpected discovery! Well, I'll just accept this beast of yours for now. Yi Xiu took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. As Yi Xiu finished his words, the void creature seemed to sense his provocation and let out a low roar, pouncing towards him. Yi Xiu dodged the opponent's attack in a flash and took the opportunity to unleash a sharp sword energy, slashing towards the void creature. Yi Xiu was well prepared to deal with the void creatures. The top-grade spiritual weapon in her hand was the handy weapon she bought from an auction house. Cut! Yi Xiu snorted coldly, and a sword energy suddenly rose from the ground, carrying a terrifying force, and slashed towards Kog'Ghast at high speed. Oh no, there's a fight ahead! Bu Shensuan shouted in shock. When everyone heard this, they suddenly became nervous and looked forward. Sure enough, not far ahead, there was surging sword energy, and it was obvious that a fierce battle was going on. Qin Shou's face turned very ugly because he saw that the location of those cultivators was less than 1,000 meters away from the lost secret realm. If they crack the ruins, they will definitely be noticed by the other party. Fuck! Qin Shou secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't expect that someone would come to the ruins discovered by his ancestors 10,000 years later. How unlucky! Seeing Qin Shou's bitter face, Yi asked worriedly, fellow Taoist Qin, are the ruins nearby? Qin Shou nodded with a serious face and said in a heavy tone, that's right. What should we do then? Xu Yu'er asked anxiously. Don't worry, there is only one person on the other side, and he is fighting a Kog'Gath. At this time, the one-eared man who could identify the location by sound said to everyone, one person is not as good as us. Wang Fugier made a gesture of wiping his neck. The enemy only has one person, and we have 9 of us. Plus Fairy Niu is very good at formations, so we don't have to worry about him escaping. I agree with Fu Guiyer's proposal. Long Outyen immediately agreed. But the other party is just hunting void creatures here. It's not a good idea for us to kill him like this. Xu Yu'er said with a heart of compassion. Everyone looked at Xu Yu'er. Miss Chu, this is a secret place, not the outside world. If we let this person leave, the secret of the ruins will be exposed. Then, we may return home with blood. The god of divination warned unhappily. But Xu Yu'er still couldn't bear it. There is no but. If we don't kill him, it will be disadvantageous to us. Yizier also stood up to support Long Outyen. In my opinion, we should go over and take a look at the situation first. If the opponent is weak, we can capture him directly. If he is strong, it is not impossible to use him to explore the ruins. Aoyuan said in a conciliatory voice, fellow Daoistchen, if you want to take this person in, I won't pay any more of the share. Qin Shou reminded in a low voice. Aoyuan smiled and continued, fellow Daoist, my suggestion is that if this person is strong, then bring him in. If fellow Taoist Qin insists on killing him, I don't think you would want to let him get hurt outside the ruins. This, everyone fell silent just like Shingongbao said. They gathered here for the opportunity of the ruins, but if they were injured before even entering the ruins, it would have a great impact on their future opportunities. Furthermore, the situation inside the ruins is unknown. If he is unable to contribute due to injury, when the opportunities are distributed, his share will definitely be less. If you encounter danger, you may even perish in the ruins. At this time, Dan Daozi, who had been silent all this time, stood up and said, fellow Daoistchen, what you said makes sense. I, Dan, have recently developed a strange poison that is colorless and tasteless and can kill people without being seen. In my opinion, we can recruit this person, secretly poison him, and then slowly take action.
How do you think? Since fellow Dan Daoist is confident, then let's follow his method.
Xinshu immediately supported Dan Daoist. Everyone nodded in agreement. Using poison to deal with the enemy can not only reduce the risks of direct conflict, but also achieve the goal more covertly. However, everyone became secretly alert. Although everyone agreed with Dan Daozi's plan, they were still wary of this mysterious alchemist. After all, no one knows whether Dan Daozi will give them a heavy blow at the critical moment.
Since Dan Daozi is sure, let's go.
Wang Fugier said. He swept his eyes over the crowd and glanced at the leader Xinshu.
Chapter 169, The Gun Picks Up the Girl. Night Show. Not good.
Yisho suddenly felt a sense of danger. Without any hesitation, she quickly dodged to the side. Just as he dodged, a black shadow struck like lightning, with fierce momentum and powerful force.
Boom! With a loud bang, the black shadow instantly pierced into the abdomen of the big insect Coggas. Kog'Maw let out a painful and angry roar. Ayo!
Its huge body twisted, venting its extreme dissatisfaction with the sudden attack by the two-legged beast. Kog'Maw's huge eyes were filled with rage, staring at Yisho intently, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. Seeing the spear stuck in Coggas's abdomen, Yisho's pretty face couldn't help but become solemn.
Not bad, you can actually dodge my overlord spear.
As this clear voice came, a figure slowly fell from midair and stood steadily on the ground. Yisho looked in the direction of the voice and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He didn't know this person. The man was wearing a white robe, looking extremely majestic, with a domineering look between his brows. The corners of Long Outyen's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. He waved his right hand lightly,
and the spear that was originally inserted into Coggas's abdomen suddenly flew
back into his hand. This scene made Yisho startled. Apparently, this mysterious man's control over the spear had reached the level where the spear moved as he wished.
Who are you?
Yisho stared at the spear master, who appeared inexplicably in front of him with a vigilant look. His aura instantly reached its peak and he was ready to fight at any time.
I'm Long Outyen, the one who's going to take your life.
Long Outyen's mouth twisted, and the Tongtian spear's intention suddenly appeared, as if to tear the void apart. It was extremely terrifying. Yisho gripped the sword tightly in his hand, and the long sword intent burst out instantly, like a bright light, illuminating the entire space.
Fight! Long Outyen laughed wildly, his voice exploding in the air like thunder, shocking everyone. For a moment, the spear intent and the sword intent collided with each other and entangled with each other, forming a powerful power fluctuation. The gun shot out like a dragon, with great momentum. Every shot carried endless power, which was frightening. The sword is unconventional, flexible, and changeable, and each sword contains exquisite sword techniques, making it difficult to defend against. In this fierce confrontation, the two men demonstrated amazing strength and skills. Their movements were swift and precise, and the transitions between their moves were smooth and natural, dazzling the eyes. In just a few breaths, the two had already performed dozens of sword and spear moves each. Attack was so sharp and fierce that the air around them became heavy. Their figures intertwined in midair. Sometimes the tips of their guns intersected, making crisp collision sounds. Sometimes the swords collided, emitting dazzling sparks. This fierce battle makes people's blood boil and their hearts beat faster. The people hiding not far away had solemn expressions on their faces, staring intently at the two people on the field, afraid of missing any wonderful moments. Wow, that female swordsman is so cool.
Chu Yuer couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone looked at this idiot saint, as if to say, "Which side are you from?" Seeing this scene, Chu Yuer immediately shut her mouth and dared not say another word.
Everyone, get ready. If fellow Daoist Long can't take down this sword cultivator, we will attack immediately to prevent fellow Daoist Long from getting hurt.
Xinshu said solemnly.
Brother Qin, don't worry. We are not people who don't understand the overall situation.
Yizir replied seriously.
The formation can be deployed at any time. Anayu held the formation plate in his hand, still looking aloof. As long as fellow Daoist Qin gives the order, I will definitely do my best.
The diviner Bu also gave a clear answer. On the side, Dan Daozi held a pill in one hand and a talisman in the other, as if he was about to use his ultimate move. Friend Wang, let's go around to the other side and block her escape route.
Ao Yuan suggested seriously. Wang Fugier nodded, and he and Ao Yuan went around to Kogaz's location from the left and right sides respectively. At this time, Kogaz, who was far away, had purple blood flowing from his abdomen and was breathing weakly. The battle between Long Outyan and Yishio was extremely fierce. The spears and swords in their hands kept colliding, making harsh sounds. The gun intent and sword intent collided with each other, generating strong energy fluctuations and forming waves of powerful shock waves that spread in all directions. In the center of the battle, Long Outyan's white robe fluttered in the wind, looking elegant and graceful. His movements were vigorous and powerful, and every attack was filled with murderous intent. Viewed from a distance, Long Outyan looked like an invincible general in a white robe, inspiring AWE. Yishio was wearing plain white clothes, and his figure was light and agile. Her swordsmanship is flexible and varied, and every move and every style contains endless changes, making it difficult to predict. Although Yishio's cultivation was 2 realms lower than Long Outyan's, her aura was in no way inferior to his. System, check Yishio's luck. Ding, Yishio's remaining luck value, 1658, 5000, 1685,000. Seeing Yishio's remaining luck, Ao Yuan discovered that Yishio's total luck had actually increased by 12,000. He is indeed the son of destiny. He is not easy to deal with. Ao Yuan sighed in his heart. After just a few months of absence, Yishio's luck had adjusted himself and increased by more than 10,000. This is still a situation where there is no room for pretense. If Yishio could capture the heart of the heroine, or defeat other geniuses by fighting at a disadvantage, his luck value would probably rise again. Of course, there is no need to worry about the former now. It is nonsense, and those who understand will understand. As for the latter, no matter how Yishio changes, he will eventually face off against the geniuses of all races, and he can only try his best to interrupt their spells. While Yishio was fighting fiercely, Ao Yuan appeared behind Kogaz openly, and with a click of his knife, he killed an enemy for Yexiu. Ao Yuan reluctantly accepted this void essence of Kog'Maw for Yishio, just as a payment. Asshole! How dare you trick me! Yishio cursed upon discovering that his house had been robbed. Yishio quickly swung out his sword, turned around, and rushed towards Ao Yuan. In a flash, everyone was stunned. Shingongbao took action without saying a word, which was beyond the expectations of Qinshou and others. Didn't Shingongbao say that he was not good at killing? How could he be so brave if he was not good at killing? You're just waiting there to get killed. It's simply outrageous. Ao Yuan dodged Yishio's sword light with a sly movement and quickly ran to where Wang Fugyur was. As he ran, he shouted, "Fellow Taoist Wang, help me!" Hearing Shingongbao's shout, Wang Fugyur reacted immediately. He pushed his legs hard, jumped over Ao Yuan at an extremely fast speed, and quickly threw a few punches to block Yishio's subsequent sword light. At the same time, Long Outyan arrived with a gun in hand in an instant. His eyes were sharp and his movements were agile. He lightly raised the white spear in his hand and aimed it straight at Yishio's throat. Yishio felt threatened, and she quickly bent her body backwards to avoid Long Outyan's spear. However, the white gun grazed Yishio's snow-white chin, leaving a shallow mark. All this happened in just a breath. After seeing this scene, the other few people no longer hid and started to use their own life-saving skills. Formation. The area within a radius of 10 miles was instantly completely enveloped by the formation. Talismans were swirling around Dan Daozi, lightning was swirling in Qinshou's hands, and Chu Yuer was holding a long whip tightly coupled with the fierce gun intention of Long Outyan. Yishio was immediately in danger. There were 9 people in total on the other side: a spear cultivator in the middle stage of the way of killing, a body cultivator in the early stage of the way of killing, a thunder cultivator in the early stage of the way of killing, a talisman cultivator at the peak of the way of divine fire, a whip-playing woman at the peak of the way of divine fire, a formation cultivator in the middle stage of the way of killing, and the 6th one in the early stage of the way of killing. Any ordinary cultivator would be doomed to fail in this situation. Yishio's expression remained calm as he activated the secret technique in his body. At this moment, Yishio began to have the idea of a strategic retreat. "My fellow Taoist, how about we stop fighting and have a talk?" Qinshou suggested with a smile. Chapter 170 Yishio joins. Hearing Qinshou's words, Yishio laughed, an angry laugh. "Let's talk?" Yishio sneered, his tone full of ridicule and dissatisfaction. "You attacked me without any reason, and now you want to solve the problem with just a word, let's talk. You think it's too simple." Yishio stared at Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, Qinshou, and others, his eyes full of vigilance, and he was ready to retreat at any time. "Fairy, we were wrong just now. We are willing to make some reasonable supplements." Bu Shensuan stepped forward to persuade. "Yes, fellow Taoist, I was indeed too concerned just now and attacked too hard, hurting the girl's face. If you don't mind, please accept this beauty pill. As he spoke, Long Outyin took out a beautiful little bottle, and a pure white pill appeared in front of everyone. The fragrance of the elixir fills the air, and there are 6 cloud-like patterns on the elixir, which means it is a top-grade elixir. Seeing Long Outyin take out the top-grade beauty pill, NIU's eyes flashed with strange colors. Although the beauty pill is not a high-level elixir, due to its powerful effect, it has always been in short supply on the market. Once it appears, it will attract countless female cultivators to scramble for it. This pill is indeed a compensation that is hard to refuse for female cultivators who value their appearance. Yi Xiu remained unmoved. As a quasi-emperor alchemist, she could naturally refine a mere beauty pill, and it would be of top quality. The reason why I chose to stay and chat with these people was mainly to see why they came here. A group of monks of the Tao of Killing appeared here, and this place was obviously not simple. If she guessed correctly, these people must know what opportunity there is here. My fellow Taoist, to be honest, we came here for a relic. If you are interested, you may go with us to explore it. Qin Shou went straight to the point and directly invited the other party. Seeing Qin Shou take the initiative to invite, Dan Daozi on the side quickly echoed, "Fairy, if you agree to join us, then we will be family, but if you don't agree..." He didn't finish his words, but the threat was self-evident. At this time, Xu Yuer also stood up, looked at the other party expectantly, and said in a tender voice, "Sister, please join us." "Ha!" Yi Xiu chuckled, his expression cold and mocking. "You all really have such good faces. If I don't join you, will you kill me on the spot?" Hearing the word saint, everyone present was shocked. You must know that in the upper realm, the only people who can be called saints are those who are descendants of saint-level forces, and this mysterious woman in front of them actually called herself a saint, which made everyone feel fearful. After all, for someone who can become a saint, the power behind her must be extremely powerful. At this moment, everyone was in a dilemma. If we really want to attack her, it would be difficult to kill her. If this matter is discovered by the forces behind it, the consequences will be disastrous. For a moment, the atmosphere became extremely subtle, and everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Shou, waiting for him to make the final decision. They can't be killed or harmed, so they can only redistribute the spoils to the other side, and of course, these resources are borne by Qin Shou, the organizer of the team. Oh! Feeling everyone's gazes, Qin Shou sighed deeply, his heart full of helplessness and bitterness. My fellow Taoist, the ruins here are extremely mysterious, and the opportunities inside are immeasurable. If you are willing to join us, I will give you 10% of the proceeds. How about it? Qin Shou said the profit distribution plan with heartache. The other party is a saint of a religion with a high status and powerful strength. If you take tough measures against her, it will not only cause an uproar, but may also bring you endless troubles. In order to ensure the secrecy of the operation, Qin Shou had to give in and try to win over the other party by giving up some of his interests. In this way, the share that originally belonged to him was reduced by another 10%. Okay. Yi Xiu agreed without hesitation. Hearing the other party's agreement, everyone stopped their attacking postures and Niu also withdrew the formation plate. Xu Yuer ran over with admiration on her face, excitement flashing in her eyes. "Sister, my name is Xu Yuer, what's your name?" She blinked her bright big eyes, looking expectantly at the mysterious and powerful woman in front of her. Yi Xiu pondered for a moment, a cunning thought came to his mind, and then he slowly said, "Yi Du Xiu." "Yi Du Xiu." Everyone exclaimed in unison. With expressions of surprise on their faces, they quickly searched their minds for memories of the name, but came up empty-handed. The name was completely unfamiliar to them, as if they had never heard of it before, but no one was suspicious. The Eastern Wilderness is a vast area with countless unknown forces and figures. If Yi Du Xiu came from outside the area, it is normal that they don't know his Taoism. After all, it costs money to obtain intelligence, and for ordinary cultivators like them, understanding foreign forces is of little use. Anyway, don't fight those you can't beat, don't get involved in crowded places, and don't go to dangerous places. It's basically difficult to meet those people. Yi Xiu nodded slightly, then walked lightly to Shen Gongbao. Ao Yuan stretched out his crystal clear hands, and said coldly, "Give it to me." "What do you want?" Ao Yuan had a confused and innocent expression on his face, as if he really didn't know what Yi Xiu wanted. "You just stole the essence of void." Yi Xiu raised his eyebrows and reminded with a somewhat annoyed tone. For some reason, Yi Xiu always felt inexplicably uncomfortable with the strange-looking man in front of him. "Oh. So you are talking about the essence of the void. I thought it was some big deal. Since you want it, I'll give it to you."
Aoyuan pretended to be suddenly enlightened, and then gently waved his right hand, and a ball of emerald green crystal liquid appeared in front of everyone without warning. This ball of crystal liquid exudes rich energy fluctuations, which makes people marvel. Just through perception, you can feel the powerful force contained therein.
Humph. Yishio snorted coldly and took in a ball of tampered void essence with a cold face. After Yishio got the essence of void back, Shinsho immediately announced his departure. There is no time to lose in finding the remains. With the addition of Yishio, the original team of 9 instantly became a team of 10. The crowd continued on their journey to the secret realm. Soon, Shinsho shouted excitedly, "We're here."
Secret realm? There isn't one. There are only hills here. How can there be any secret realm?
Shinsho, did you see it wrong?
Yizir asked doubtfully. That's right, the lost secret place our ancestors talked about is here. Shinsho said with a serious expression. But there's nothing here. The god of fortune calculated for a long time but couldn't see any difference in this place. The map is clearly marked here. Look carefully. After all, after 10,000 years, the appearance of the ruins may have changed. Shinsho explained solemnly. 10,000 years have passed, the world has changed, and it is normal for the specific location to shift, but the approximate direction will definitely not be wrong. According to the records of the Qin family's ancestors, the protective formation of the ruins is very powerful, and there are restrictions on the formation, which makes it extremely difficult to detect. The ancestor of the Qin family also accidentally came across the formation and discovered the ruins. However, since the Void Secret Realm was about to close at that time, the Qin family ancestor had no time to study the formation, so he had to note down the specific location of the secret realm and left reluctantly.
Chapter 171 Yenxing by Luo Formation. Found it, finally found it.
Suddenly, a surprised voice came from a distance. When everyone heard this, they were immediately cheered up and looked in the direction of the voice. Shinsho trotted to Wang Fugyear and asked excitedly, "Fugyear, are you sure you found it?" The others also gathered around, their eyes sparkling with excitement. What does it mean to find the ruins? That would be a huge fortune. This relic has existed for tens of thousands of years, and the formations contained within it alone are extremely precious treasures. The items hidden inside the ruins are incalculable and beyond imagination. Everyone was secretly happy. We really made a lot of money this time. It's sent. They seemed to see countless rare treasures and precious skills waving at them. Let me see. Yishio, who had been slacking off, squeezed over. When everyone saw that the person coming was the Night Saint, they politely made way for her. Yishio looked carefully and saw a 2-meter wide hole in front of him. It was dark in the hole, but not deep. He could not make out anything with ordinary eyes. Then, Yishio released his spiritual sense to explore the cave, and then the spiritual sense suddenly disappeared. The other people also used their spiritual sense to investigate, and they all got the same result. Their spiritual sense disappeared inexplicably. It was obvious that it had encountered a restriction on the formation and was cut off and absorbed by the restriction. So it's here. No wonder we couldn't find it. Shinsho sighed. It is worthy of being a lost relic. Its location is actually in a pit. The location is really unexpected. This place is originally remote, but I didn't expect the ruins to be hidden in an even more remote pit. From this location, it is impossible to find it unless you fall down. After discovering the location of the ruins, everyone quickly entered the pit. It was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with an ancient gate standing diagonally above the inner wall of the pit. "Is this the entrance to the ruins?" asked the god of fortune. "Yes, this is what my ancestors recorded about the ruins." "This is it." Shinsho was filled with excitement. Strange, why did the ruins fall into such a small pit? Shinsho was puzzled. According to the records of Qin's ancestors, the ruins were located at the bottom of a lake. There were no living creatures in the lake. Noticing something unusual, Qin's ancestors ventured into the lake and discovered the lost ruins. Even if 10,000 years have passed and the lake has dried up and collapsed, the ruins should not be on the sloping wall. Shinsho was puzzled, but he chose to keep it secret and not tell anyone. Niu walked forward, pulled out a few chess pieces, and began to carefully study this strange gate. But before the flag touched the door, it turned into ashes and fell to the ground. Niu, destroy. The restriction. The diviner's face was filled with disbelief. Annihilation restriction? What is this? Wang Fugyear asked without understanding. Bu Shinshuan looked at Wang Fugyear speechlessly and explained calmly, "The annihilation restriction is just what it says.
It can annihilate all energy and is extremely difficult to break. It turns out that our spiritual consciousness was annihilated by this thing. Shu Yuer complained with a frustrated face. Friend Bu Dao, can this restriction be broken? Xin Shou looked at the diviner Bu anxiously. The fortune teller shook his head and sighed. There is no solution. At least for us, there is no solution. Annihilation restriction, let alone them, even if a saint-level restriction master came, he would have to return on the spot. What can I do? Xin Shou sighed with his head raised. After more than 10 years of planning, I finally found a group of people and reduced my profit to 10%. But in the end, it was all in vain. Well, everyone sighed having encountered the annihilation ban. It seems that this trip to the ruins has failed. Everyone was disappointed. They had spent a lot of time and energy to get here, only to be faced with this insurmountable obstacle. Everyone's faces showed expressions of pain and helplessness, as if all hope had been shattered. However, at this moment, a clear and firm voice suddenly sounded, "No." Everyone turned their heads and saw the proud Yi Duxiu standing there with a strange light flashing in her eyes. Saint Lady Yi, what's wrong? Xin Shou raised his head in confusion and looked at the Saint Lady. This is not a ban. Yi Duxiu said concisely and clearly. Her tone was calm and firm, which made people feel awe. Saint Lady Yi, although you are a saint of a religion, I will not be wrong about this restriction. The god of calculation Bu looked at Yi Duxiu unhappily. He was confident in his judgment and thought that Yi Duxiu might be deliberately challenging his authority. Yi Duxiu smiled slightly, with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She didn't care about other people's doubts, because she was absolutely sure in her heart. Saint Knight, since you said this is not a ban, then what is it? Niu asked unexpectedly. Unlike Bu Xuanzi, the destined stepping stone for Yi Xiu, Niu, as the lucky female protagonist on Yi Xiu's road to rise, has a natural trust in Yi Xiu. Under the influence of some mysterious destiny, Niu and Yi Xiu chose to hide their identities just like the original trajectory. Sister Yi, please stop keeping us in suspense and tell us right away. Shu Yuer opened her big cute eyes and cried out. Shu Yuer is a top-notch face control person. She likes all beautiful creatures with perfect looks. You see, this power of annihilation is indeed composed of powerful magic power, but it is not a pure restriction, Yi Duxiu explained. This formation is called the Yanqing Biluo formation. It is a super complex formation that can evolve the power of annihilation. It can absorb the power of those who break the formation invisibly, strengthen its own power with external forces, and overcome the hard with the soft. After hearing Yi Duxiu's explanation, Niu stepped forward and observed carefully, and indeed discovered the subtlety of the power of annihilation. This power was indeed not a restriction, but a formation, an ancient formation that she had never seen before. But even if it was an ancient formation, she had never seen it before and could not think of a way to break it. Using formations to simulate the power of a ban, this kind of ingenious design requires extremely high attainments in formations to set up. Yi Xiu praised without reservation. After hearing this, everyone was amazed. They originally thought that this was just a simple annihilation ban, but they didn't expect it to be so complicated. But at the same time, some people also raised questions. So what if it's a formation? We still can't crack it. Yi Duxiu had a confident smile on his face and shook his head gently. This Yanqing Biluo formation has continued to this day, and it has already weakened countless times. As long as we can find the weak point of the formation, breaking it will be a piece of cake. Humph. Bu Shensuan snorted coldly, his face full of anger and ridicule. Even if you figure out what the Yanqing Biluo formation is, what does it matter? Isn't there still no way to crack it? I can find the weak point of the formation. If I can find the weak point of the formation, I can do it too. Yi Xiu ignored Bu Shensuan's words. She quietly watched Niu break the formation. She had at least dozens of ways to break the already weakened Yanqing Biluo formation. When Niu returns after swearing an oath of blood and everyone is at a loss as to what to do, she will step forward to break the formation. In this way, she will be able to invisibly enhance her voice in the team. Okay, don't delay, let me do it. At this time, Shen Gongbao, Aoyuan, who had been standing at the end of the team, came out. Amidst everyone's confusion. A ball of light blue flame rose up in Aoyuan's hand. Dry blue ice flame. Yi Xiu's pupils shrank. Heavenly fire. I didn't expect that this old man had heavenly fire on him, but soon, Yi Xiu discovered the difference in Shen Gongbao's flame. No. This is not pure dry blue ice flame, but dry blue ice flame subfire.
Although the Qianlan Ice Flame Subfire is not as powerful as the real Qianlan Ice Flame, it is also powerful enough to shock people.
Qianlan Ice Flame. Fellow Daoist Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a flame in your hand.
Long Outyan, who was standing aside, subconsciously exclaimed as Qianlan Bingyan, who is well known in the Skyfire list. Any cultivator with a little background in his family must have heard of him. Ao Yuan shook his head and said modestly, "Fellow Daoist Long, you are too kind.
How can a cultivator like me possess the dry blue ice flame?
This flame is actually just a seed fire. Fortunately, my elders in the family love me so much that they spent a lot of money to buy one from an old senior and gave it to me to use." Hearing this, Long Outyan nodded in sudden realization and said with a smile, "So it's Ziwa, it's me who is short-sighted, huh?" Indeed, if it was the real Qianlan Ice Flame, it would be impossible for Ao Yuan to refine it with his current level of cultivation. After all, the Qianlan Ice Flame is an existence that can burn the holy energy. Even a young man of Zhandao, even if he has a wealthy family, will find it difficult to control such a powerful flame. However, this dry blue ice flame is relatively mild and more suitable for a cultivator at this stage.
Fairy and I, please step back and let me break this formation.
Ao Yuan reminded, and Yu nodded and quickly stepped aside, not daring to get closer. Yi Shou was a little angry, but he also followed Yu to the side. The Qianlan Ice Flame possesses the powerful ability to burn holy energy. Its subfire can easily burn formations. With the Qianlan Ice Flame, the Yanqing Biluo formation is nothing more than that.
Chapter 172, The Quick-Witted Knight Saint. Under the terrifying high-temperature burning of the Qianlan Ice Flame, the Yanqing Biluo formation could no longer be maintained and collapsed instantly. Ding, the host successfully interrupted the Son of Destiny Yi Shou's pretense, and changed Yi Shou's first impression of the lucky heroine Niu. Yi Shou's luck value was reduced by 2,000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. It's broken. Seeing this scene, everyone's face showed joy and excitement.
It is worthy of being the Qianlan Bingyan fire, it really has endless uses. Dan Daozi on the side couldn't help but sigh. Ao Yuan retracted the Qianlan Ice Flame into his body, turned to everyone and said, "The formation has been broken, let's go in." After that, he took the lead and walked into the formation. Upon hearing this, everyone followed Ao Yuan into the formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the crowd came to a vast plain.
At first glance, the grassland was vast and boundless, with green grass and a vibrant scene, but there is still grass.
"Isn't it a little too quiet here?" someone muttered. The others were all stunned when they heard this, but they quickly reacted and nodded solemnly in agreement. Yes, something is wrong. Ao Yuan frowned slightly, and a feeling of uneasiness immediately surged in his heart. He took advantage of the situation to protect everyone tightly around him and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful, there may be something strange here." Everyone showed their spiritual weapons one after another and looked around nervously, not daring to relax at all. The grass on the grassland was not too tall, only reaching the chest level of everyone. However, after thousands of years of baptism, even these ordinary green grasses, as long as they survive, can cultivate spiritual intelligence. At this moment, a cold and emotionless female voice suddenly sounded, "Intruder, die." In an instant, the originally peaceful grassland became restless, and the surrounding grass seemed to come alive, growing rapidly and intertwining with each other, forming green ropes that swept towards everyone from all directions.
The grass is tangled.
Seeing the incoming attack, everyone instantly used various spells and spiritual skills. Sword intent, spear intent, fire, ice, all kinds of attack methods broke out at this moment. The smoke and dust cleared, and the originally lush grassland was instantly cleared out by everyone.
Found it.
Yi Shou raised the corner of his mouth slightly and revealed a smile. Her eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as she scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto a patch of grass on her left.
"That's it."
Yi Shou swung his sword without hesitation. The sharp sword energy whizzed out, carrying unparalleled power, and slashed towards the bush's invincible golden body. Just when the sword light was about to reach the soft bone rabbit, the soft bone rabbit instantly activated its life-saving magic power. The invincible golden body, a layer of golden light enveloped its body, making it look like a little golden rabbit. The sword light slashed down on Wudi Jin's body, making a crisp impact sound. The soft bone rabbit flew backwards dozens of meters in an instant, smashing countless green grasses along the way. Yi Shou's attack had not yet ended. The next second, dozens of terrifying auras rushed towards the soft bone rabbit from all directions.
Not good.
The soft bone rabbit's heart sank and it quickly wanted to escape from this place, but it was too late. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, completely covering the area where the soft-bone rabbit was. Each sword light contained powerful force, enough to easily kill an ordinary Divine Fire Realm cultivator.
I caught you. Yisho walked to the sword cage with a smug look on his face. Everyone followed closely behind, watching each other carefully as they walked towards Yidusho. Yisho, wow. What a cute rabbit. Shu Yuer's cute big eyes lit up instantly. Soft-bone rabbit, isn't it extinct? The god of fortune looked at the pink rabbit in the sword prisoner dragon with surprise. I never thought that species from tens of millions of years ago could survive in this secret void. Wang Fugier sighed. The soft-bone rabbit is a social monster with delicious meat. Its milk has the effect of nourishing the muscles and skin. The fortune teller explained to everyone. If we catch some and raise them, they will be a rare treasure. Shinsho immediately thought of the soft-bone rabbit breeding plan. According to historical records, the soft-bone rabbit has strong vitality and a strong reproductive ability. Most importantly, it tastes very delicious. However, the soft-bone rabbit population in the outside world has become extinct. If the breeding is successful, he will become the largest rabbit boss in Tianshu City. Even if other people also engage in breeding, the trade routes are extensive and the supply cannot meet the demand. Brother Daoist Qin is right. This rabbit will definitely be the best to make spicy rabbit heads. Wang Fugier looked at the spicy rabbit heads in Yidusho's hand with shining eyes. Spicy rabbit head. Shu Yuer also began to fantasize. No. That's not right. Rabbits are so disgusting, how can I eat them? Shu Yuer suddenly felt a piety in her heart. The two little men quarreled wildly. The white little man thought that the weak creature should be let go, while the black little man thought that he should try the spicy rabbit head that Wang Fugier mentioned. In the end, the black villain in Shu Yuer's mind defeated the white villain, and appetite defeated the Virgin Mary's heart. Night Fairy, why don't we kill this rabbit and taste it? Wang Fugier was so greedy that he quickly suggested, yes, it's not easy to come across a soft-bone rabbit, how about trying it first? Dan Daozi quickly agreed. Whether you want to catch it or not, you must first taste it to see how it tastes before making a judgment. Hearing these strange creatures discussing eating themselves, the soft-boned rabbit in the cage was scared and burst into tears. Woo-woo, don't eat me, I'm not tasty, I haven't taken a shower. Oh, it's a royal soft-bone rabbit. What luck! Ear's eyes immediately became hot. Rumor has it that the royal soft-bone rabbit is not only more intelligent than ordinary soft-bone rabbits, but also has more delicious meat, making it a rare nutritious food in the world. Yisho was also surprised to hear the soft-bone rabbit in her hand speak. She had heard of the soft-bone rabbit clan, but this rare species had long been extinct and she had never seen one. Yisho untied the sword-imprisoned dragon, picked up the royal soft-bone rabbit's ears, and said seriously, Demon, if you lead us out of the grassland, I will let you go, how about it? Ah, let me go. The royal soft-bone rabbit's ears hurt from being pulled so hard that it struggled to escape, but was held tightly by Yisho and could not move. The eyes of the royal soft-bone rabbit were filled with anger and fear, and it seemed to be very dissatisfied with Yisho's proposal. Let you go? You heard what they said just now. If you don't lead us, I will just hand you over to them. Yisho said fiercely, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Hearing Yisho's devilish whisper, the royal soft-bone rabbit Xiao's body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of fear. Okay, I'll lead the way for you, but you have to promise me that you'll let me go after you get out. Xiao, the soft-bone rabbit, agreed with a crying voice. Don't worry, Yidusho, will keep my word. Yisho righteously agreed. Seeing that his plan was successful, Yisho took out a low-grade spiritual weapon-level beast-binding rope from his storage bag, chanted a spell, and suppressed the venerable realm royal soft-bone rabbit in his hand. After taking care of everything, Yisho looked up at everyone and said, Let's go. Sister Yi has a really good idea. Shu Yuer praised with a bright smile. You are worthy of being the saint of night. From the very beginning, you came up with an idea that we have never thought of. Shinsho praised with a smile. Since the night saint has found a way out, let's go. Niu suggested coldly. Okay. Yisho responded with a normal expression. Chapter 173. What does Xiao's promise have to do with me? Shingongbao. Soon, after walking straight for a while, the group finally walked out of the Sunset Prairie and arrived at the Grey Mist Forest. Not far behind the crowd, there was a dense army of soft-bone rabbits gathered. All of these soft-bone rabbits opened their eyes wide and stared at the aliens in front of them, ready to launch an attack at any time. The reason why he didn't launch an attack immediately was because Princess Xiao Wu was firmly controlled by Yi Xiu. Foreign monks, you have now walked out of the sunset grassland, quickly release my daughter. A huge soft-bone rabbit royal family with strength reaching the initial stage of the way of slashing shouted loudly. Its voice was full of anger and majesty, causing the air around it to tremble slightly. Did you hear that, two-legged beasts? Now, immediately, let this princess go. Otherwise, my army will trample you to pieces. Xiao Wu threatened arrogantly. Yi Xiu stared at the army of soft-bone rabbits in the distance with a sharp gaze, ignoring the threat to the spoils in her hands. She muttered something, and with the sound of a spell, the ropes that bound the beasts loosened their restraints instantly. Just go. As an emperor, Yi Xiu has his own pride and dignity. Since he promised to release Xiao Wu, Yi Xiu will naturally not go back on his word. Humph, you two-legged fellow, have you finally realized your mistake? How dare you kidnap this princess? Before Xiao Wu could finish her words, suddenly, a huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the army of soft-bone rabbits directly. In an instant, tens of thousands of soft-bone rabbits were reduced to ashes. You, how can you not keep your word? Xiao Wu was so angry that she cursed. Yi Xiu was confused, and so were the others. Ao Yuan stretched out a hand expressionlessly, and the huge spiritual power instantly transformed into a ferocious beast, grabbing Xiao Wu tightly. How dare you, a foreign race, break your promise in front of me? Today, I, Xiao Hao, will make sure you pay for what you have done. The king of the soft-bone rabbit clan roared with red eyes. Fellow Taoist Shen, what do you mean by this? Yi Xiu asked unhappily. Ao Yuan didn't even look at Yi Xiu, and said arrogantly, what Xiu promised has nothing to do with me, Shen Gongbao. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Xiu Air. Hearing this unpleasant name, Yi Xiu's face suddenly turned gloomy. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up. What Shen Gongbao said made a lot of sense. Yi Duxiu promised to let the monster go, but they didn't agree, so it was reasonable for them to take action. Qin Shou was also shocked by Shen Gongbao's operation, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was nothing wrong with what Shen Gongbao said. Yi Duxiu had promised to release the rabbit, but he did not agree. Even if we take a step back, Yi Duxiu agreed to let the rabbit go, but he did not say that others could not try to catch it again. There are so many soft-boned rabbits gathered together. If we don't catch them now, when will we catch them? Besides, what does Shen Gongbao's leadership have to do with Qin Shou? He was just forced to stand on the side of his fellow human beings, putting people first, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Long Outyan stood in front of him, holding a spear, with a vigilant light flashing in his eyes, ready to face any possible battle at any time. Bu Shinswan and Dan Daozi on the side also showed a posture of being ready to go. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles, and they seemed to be waiting for a certain opportunity. Once they made a move, it would be earth-shattering. At this moment, Anayu sighed secretly in her heart, and the formation plate in her hand began to emit a faint light. She took a deep breath, concentrated all her energy on the formation plate, and prepared to activate the formation. Fairy and I, trap these rabbits, and then we can share the spoils equally. Ao Yuan suddenly shouted. After hearing Ao Yuan's words, Anayu immediately understood his intention. As Ao Yuan's voice fell, the formation plate in Anayu's hand suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, and the entire space was enveloped in it. Set up the trap. Anayu whispered softly. She flicked her fingers lightly, and the runes on the array disk began to flash, continuously releasing powerful energy. A powerful force emerged from the array, forming a huge light shield that trapped the delicious pink rabbits inside. The legion of soft-bone rabbits trapped in the light shield sensed the danger and began to disperse. Countless soft-bone rabbits fled in panic, trying to find a way out. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through the golden barrier. Feeling the tremendous spiritual pressure from Shen Gongbao, Ao Yuan, and others, the soft-bone rabbit king Xiao Hao was fully aware of the situation. The soft-bone rabbit clan has been defeated. After just a few moves, the soft-bone rabbit king Xiao Hao, who was of average strength, was defeated by Long Outyan. The soft-bone rabbit legion in the formation instantly fell apart and fled everywhere, and were captured one by Ao Yuan, Qin Shou, Bu Shinswan, Wang Fuguir, Dan Daozi, and Iu, and later Long Outyan. With so many soft-bone rabbits, I'd made a lot of money. Dan Daozi sighed with satisfaction. Dan Daozi looked at the dense group of soft-bone rabbits in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement. There are a large number of these soft-bone rabbits, numbering over 1 million.
If calculated based on each person's share, even if it is divided equally, each person can get hundreds of thousands of them. With such a huge quantity, once taken out, you can definitely make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Dan Daozi couldn't help but smile. However, the fortune teller shook his head and sighed, alas. There are so many rabbits, but only a few female rabbits. It's such a pity. He frowned, looking helpless and regretful. Female rabbits are the most precious resource, which can be used to breed more soft-bone rabbits. Now that female rabbits are so scarce, they are undoubtedly very disappointed. Hearing what Bu Shinswan said, Long Out-yin patted him on the shoulder and consoled him, Brother Bu, there is nothing to regret. We don't have any storage devices that can hold living creatures, so even if we catch enough female rabbits, we won't be able to take them out. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. We can only make these rabbits into semi-finished products, and then leave some alive and take them out to see if they can be artificially bred. Wang Fugier sighed helplessly. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but they also knew that this was the best solution at the moment. This time, Ao Yuan suddenly said, "Don't worry, everyone. I happen to have a space bracelet that can hold living things. If you trust me, you can give all the rabbits to me for safekeeping, and we will redistribute them after we leave here." Fellow Daoist-Chen, I never thought that you actually possessed such a precious treasure. How enviable. The god of divination couldn't help but exclaimed. However, because Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, had taken out the Qianlan ice flame before, everyone was not too surprised at the magical skills he displayed again. Although they became more curious about Shingongbao's background, they still chose to trust him and handed over the rabbits they caught to him for safekeeping. Unconsciously, the focus of the entire team's conversation began to shift towards Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, although Ao Yuan never revealed his identity. Judging from the treasures he took out, his background was definitely not simple. It could be a holy place, an immortal sect, or even an everlasting emperor's family. Moreover, the status is definitely not low. How could the young master be greedy for their little bit of money when he is out gaining experience? Therefore, everyone is willing to believe Shingongbao, Ao Yuan. Of course, Ao Yuan never thought about dividing when he came out. What does the promise of killing the Taoist monk Shingongbao have to do with Ao Yuan, the prince of the Dragon Clan? After all, these people don't know Ao Yuan, so how could they possibly hand over the things to the Dragon Emperor's son for safekeeping in the next few days? Knowing that Shingongbao had a space bracelet that could hold living things, everyone conducted a carpet search of the sunset grassland, and no grass grew wherever they passed. The entire tribe of softbone rabbits was trampled to death by everyone. After Ao Yuan's series of operations, Yishio personally participated in the genocide of the softbone rabbits, and Yishio's luck value dropped by another 51,000. Chapter 174 Crisis in the Grey Mist. After resting for a while, everyone decided to move on and entered the grey and dilapidated forest in front of them. When I first stepped into the forest, I didn't feel anything special, but as I went deeper, the surrounding scenery gradually became blurred, as if shrouded by a layer of grey mist. They began to feel dizzy and their steps became unsteady. Suddenly, there was a dizziness and everyone felt as if they had lost their balance. The scenery in front of them was spinning rapidly, making people feel nauseous and dizzy. When everyone regained their footing, they found themselves scattered in different places. Oh no, this is a maze. Yishio secretly groaned in his heart. Others also reacted, with panic expressions on their faces. Don't panic, everyone. Shinsho shouted loudly, trying to calm everyone down. However, there was no response. Everyone tried various means of communication, but still did not get any response. The sound seemed to be distorted and dissipated, unable to reach far away. Ao Yuan watched all this indifferently. He knew Yishio's original future trajectory. He naturally knew that the Grey Mist Forest was a maze of heaven and earth formations. Yes, on a dark and windy night when it is time to kill someone, a place like the Grey Fog Forest is naturally the most suitable place. Thinking of this, Ao Yuan opened the real-time holographic positioning map, and Yishio's location instantly appeared clearly in Ao Yuan's sea of consciousness. A mere grey fog maze has no effect on the real-time holographic positioning map, a maze of heaven and earth. I didn't expect that this ruins has such a large formation. It seems that the owner of the ruins is not a simple person. Yishio commented to himself, to build a large formation with the help of the ruins of heaven and earth, such a formation can only be accomplished by a Saint Array master at the very least. This formation has stood for millions of years, and its power remains as strong as it did in the past, which shows how profound the mastery of the formation by the person who set up the formation was. Fortunately, this formation is just a maze, otherwise with my current level of cultivation, I would have died in blood. Yi Xiu exhaled and said with lingering fear. Why Yi Xiu was thankful that what she encountered was not a killing array or a complex array. If that were the case, even if she was an emperor, it would be difficult for her to leave. Why Yi Xiu did not dare to be careless and immediately released his spiritual sense to check the situation around him, but he soon discovered something unusual. Why Yi Xiu was surprised to find that his spiritual sense could only detect a distance of less than 1 meter, which was even smaller than the visual range of the eyes. Sure enough, this gray fog can block spiritual consciousness. I guess the sound can't be transmitted either. God is really helping me. Yi Xiu secretly rejoiced in his heart. Why Yi Xiu was originally worried about being caught up by Qin Xiu and the others, but now it seems that it will be difficult for them to find her. With this formation, Qin Xiu and his men will most likely be trapped to death here. The only ones who can pose a threat to me are the formation cultivating woman and Shingongbao, who has a mysterious origin. But it will take these two people a lot of time to figure out this maze, and it will be difficult for them to catch up with my speed. It takes a lot of time to get out of such a complex and huge formation. As long as they were trapped for a while, she would be able to distance herself from them and obtain more of the hidden treasures. Thinking of this, Yi Xiu immediately became serious and began to look for a way to operate this formation. It's a maze of heaven and earth. Fortunately, I brought the life-seeking array. Anayu was delighted when she found out that this array was a maze. After agreeing to join Qin Xiu in exploring this ancient ruins, Anayu made a lot of preparations and even brought out the Tianluo formation plate from home. With the guidance of the Tianluo array, it is only a matter of time to get out of the gray fog maze. But the Tianluo array cannot search and rescue. What should Yu do? Thinking of Chu Yu, Anayu's expression struggled. On one side is an amazing opportunity, on the other side is your best friend. This is an extremely difficult choice. If you choose to look for Chu Yu, it will definitely take a long time, and it is uncertain whether you can find her. But if I give up Chu Yu to look for opportunities, I will probably miss the best time to find Chu Yu. Well, let's explore the ruins first and see if there is any way to crack or close this secret realm. After a long time, Anayu finally had the answer in his mind. It is simply unrealistic to find Chu Yu in this huge maze. Instead of wasting time in the maze, it is better to look for other methods inside the ruins. While Qin Xiu, Chu Yu, Long Outyan, Wang Fugear, and Bu Xinswan were still circling around, Ao Yuan quietly came to a place not far behind Yi Xiu. It's worthy of being a saint-level maze. Even the rules of how the formation works are traps. If I follow the rules, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Yi Xiu shook his head. Fortunately, she is also quite proficient in battle formations, otherwise she would have really fallen into the trap of this old coin. This formation was filled with fog, so Yi Xiu called it the Grey Fog Maze. The Grey Fog Maze formation is very special. It can block spiritual consciousness and sound waves, greatly limiting the means of those who break into the formation, but it also leaves a chance for them to survive. As long as the breakers cannot see the threshold of the formation, they will keep going around in circles, and then walk back to the entrance when they are exhausted. But it is quite unfriendly to half-baked formation masters, especially those who tamper with the formation's operating rules. Once they secretly fall into the regular trap set by the formation, they will walk to the center of the maze and be trapped inside. Anyone who can pass through this formation must either have a superb attainment in formations, or have excellent luck, or possess a treasure that is not affected by the formation. Otherwise, you will be led into a maze of death and turned into dry bones. You're still too young to try to harm me. Yi Xiu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Seeing Yi Xiu falling into narcissism again, Ao Yuan casually broke off a branch from the side, which was of moderate length and thickness. Ao Yuan quietly approached Yi Xiu, a sly smile flashing in his eyes. Ah! Yi Xiu let out a sharp scream. Lying on the ground, tears of humiliation and pain flowed from the corners of his eyes. Ding! The host sneak attacks the Son of Destiny. Yi Xiu defeats the enemy, breaks through Yi Xiu's back defense. Yi Xiu's mentality explodes, and he is extremely angry. Yi Xiu's luck value drops by 30,000, and the host gains a villain value of 30,000. Ding! The Son of Destiny, Yi Xiu, had his anus broken, and he felt infinite humiliation in his heart. The dignity of the emperor was shattered, his mind was broken, and he was furious. Yi Xiu's luck value dropped by 20,000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Damn it! Yi Xiu clenched his fists. Asshole! I will kill you, kill you! Yi Xiu barked wildly with bloodshot eyes. Thinking about her, Yi Xiu, the dignified emperor of 10,000 fires, it would have been fine for her to be turned into a woman, but she didn't expect that after becoming a woman, she would be attacked by someone, and in such a humiliating way that if this man doesn't die, she would be unworthy of being the great emperor of the human race. Ding, the son of destiny, Yi Xiu, was raped, and he was extremely angry. He gnashed his teeth and barked in anger. Yi Xiu's luck value was reduced by 10000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of destiny, Yi Xiu, was raped, and the dignity of the emperor was shattered. Yi Xiu was extremely angry, but he looked around but couldn't find the murderer. He had no place to vent his anger. Yi Xiu's luck value was reduced by 20000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Damn, the son of destiny, Yi Xiu, feels extremely humiliated. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Yi Xiu's luck value is reduced by 30,000, and the host gains a villain value of 30,000. Yi Xiu covered his buttocks, looking around with a red face, but found nothing. Chapter 175, Teaming Up with the Lucky Lady Bastard. Yi Xiu roared angrily, her voice echoing in the air. Get out here! Yi Xiu's eyes were filled with anger, staring at the fog in front of him, as if he wanted to penetrate it and see the enemy hidden in it. Come out and fight me if you dare! Yi Xiu roared. However, there was still silence in the fog. Without any movement, it was as if the mysterious creature had disappeared without a trace, leaving Yi Xiu alone there roaring angrily. Yi Xiu clenched her fists, and she felt an irresistible urge surge in her heart. She wanted to rush in and find that guy, and give him a good beating for the thing that attacked her. But the pain from the wounds seriously affected her movements. As long as she moved, the law of spiciness on the wound would take the opportunity to penetrate. The most important thing right now is to suppress and eliminate the spiciness on the wound and recover from the injury. Yi Xiu took a deep breath and tried hard to control his emotions, although his heart was still filled with rage. Yi Xiu temporarily suppressed his rage for revenge. It is really inhumane to smear the blasting hot pepper on a branch full of barbs. Yi Xiu's face was flushed. She was the emperor of 10,000 fires, an eternal evildoer who dominated Zhongzhou. She never expected that she would suffer such an insult now. If she, Yi Xiu, did not take revenge, she would not be a human being. Swish! Several sharp sonic booms were heard, as fast as lightning. Yi Xiu's heart sank and his face instantly turned gloomy. The body reacted instinctively and quickly dodged to the side. Although he didn't know what kind of attack the opponent had launched, Yi Xiu didn't dare to take it lightly at this moment, for fear that it was another insidious and cunning thing. After all, he had just suffered a loss and had a trauma in his heart. As Yi Xiu moved, he heard a slight explosion behind him. When I looked back, I saw green mist floating where I was standing, which looked extremely strange. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiu's eyes became more vigilant. He held the branch in his hand tightly, ready to deal with any crisis that might arise next. Seeing the mist floating towards him, Yi Xiu did not dare to touch it. Out of caution, Yi Xiu chose to step back. One step back will open up a new world. In a place like this, it's better to be cautious. Yi Xiu consoled himself. This series of attacks does not look like they are from indigenous creatures of the secret realm, but it was impossible for Qin Shou's group to move freely in the maze, so these people were directly excluded by Yi Xiu. What could it be? Yi Xiu said seriously. There was too little information for her to guess what was going on. Beep! A crisp sound rang out. Not good. Yi Xiu's heart suddenly sank. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, and even the surrounding gray fog was shaken away for a moment. Ding, the child of destiny, Yi Xiu, stepped on the trap set by the host and was blown away 100 meters by the mine array. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Yi Xiu's luck value decreased by 20000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. When the smoke and dust cleared, Aoyuan walked up to Yi Xiu, whose clothes were disheveled due to the explosion. He skillfully took off Yi Xiu's subordinate space ring, searched him carefully, and found several talismans hidden by Yi Xiu. As expected of you, you are the son of destiny. The things in your hands are good. I will gladly accept them. Aoyuan happily accepted Yi Xiu's equipment. While Yi Xiu was unconscious, Aoyuan stripped Yi Xiu naked, and then used the magic pen on Yi Xiu's body to draw a few big turtles on Yi Xiu's body. Feeling that something was missing, he wrote down a confusing sentence: Lady Donor, this item is destined to be with me in the West. I am grateful for it.
3 hours later, a shrill scream suddenly echoed in Yishio's mind. Ah! The voice was harsh and sharp, carrying endless anger. Yishio's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and roared, "Asshole, I'm going to kill you! Kill you!" Yishio's gaze fell on the two-dimensional turtles that were slowly crawling on her body. The appearance of these turtles made her feel endless humiliation and anger. Yishio's body was shaking with anger, and every muscle was tense as if it would explode at any time. Yishio's eyes turned blood red, with a fierce light flashing in them, as if he wanted to burn everything around him to ashes. Yishio clenched her hands into fists, her nails dug deep into her palms, blood flowed out from between her fingers, but she was completely unaware. At this moment, Yishio had only one thought in his mind, which was to find the culprit who turned her into this and make him pay the price. Yishio swore that she would torture the other party with the most cruel means and make the culprit who attacked her suffer all the tortures in the world. At this moment, Yishio had completely lost his mind, blinded by anger, and only thought about revenge. The immobile turtle on his body, the shameful XXO patterns, and the sentence, "Lady Donor, this thing is destined to be with me in the West, I accept it with pleasure." All these deeply pierced Yishio's incomparably tenacious heart. "Yishio, the defense is broken. Yishio, swear here, no matter who you are, you'd better not let me catch you, otherwise, I will make sure you can neither live nor die." Yishio uttered every word in blood. Boom! A flash of blue thunder passed through the sky, indicating that the oath was established. In the distance, Ao Yuan glanced at the thunder of oath with interest, but did not take it seriously. "Yishio, it seems that you like the gift I prepared very much." Ao Yuan smiled faintly. "When Yishio wakes up, he will probably stay in the maze for a long time looking for the murderer and, by the way, looking for materials to make clothes. During this period, Ao Yuan would not stay in the maze to play with her." Calculating the time, the lucky heroine Niu, a genius in formation, should have completed half of the maze. Niu had the Tianluo formation disc in her hand, and it was also Yishio's greatest opportunity here according to the original trajectory. So the Grey Fog Maze could not trap Niu at all. Of the ruins were eventually passed down as an array formation, so Ao Yuan naturally would not let it go. The inheritance of the Yin-Yang formation, the extreme Yin and the extreme Yang. Yishio has no conditions now, so Ao Yuan decides to accept it with tears. Ao Yuan, the future #1 holy formation master in the East Wilderness, certainly cannot be left to Yishio. 7 days later, Ao Yuan walked out of the Grey Fog Maze very leisurely. Hearing the noise, Niu turned around quickly. "Fellow Daoist-chan?" Niu was filled with shock. She was able to walk out of the Grey Fog Maze so quickly, all thanks to the Tianluo formation plate in her hand. Shingongbao was only 10 minutes later than her. This fact forced Niu to re-examine the person in front of her. She thought to herself, "This person is not simple." Ao Yuan smiled slightly, bowed to Niu, and said, "It turns out to be Fairy Ni. Fairy Ni has profound attainments in formations. I admire you. Thank you for the compliment, fellow Daoist-chan." Niu also responded politely. "Fairy and I, since only the two of us have come out of this maze, why don't we act together next time?" Ao Yuan invited with a smile, looking at the strange face of Shingongbao. "Ao Yuan," Niu smiled and said, "Since Daoist-chan sincerely invites you, I will respectfully obey your invitation. The ruins are dangerous, and one more person means one more person to take care of them. Shingongbao has a mysterious origin and is now in the ruins. Niu does not want to make enemies with Shingongbao. At the same time, Niu also wanted to see where these geniuses from the ancient Taoist tradition were so strong. With this, Ao Yuan and the lucky female protagonist Niu successfully formed a team. As for Yishio, he is still running naked in the maze in frustration. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals. Chapter 176, Improper Senior. Half a month later, Ao Yuan and Niu overcame all obstacles and finally reached the deepest part of the ruins. An ancient and magnificent hall stands there, as if carrying the endless vicissitudes of time and mysterious power. This hall exudes an ancient and solemn atmosphere that makes people feel awe. Faced with such a mysterious hall, the two did not act rashly. The two carefully observed their surroundings, alert to possible dangers. Ao Yuan took a deep breath, turned to look at Niu, and said, "Fairy Ni, this should be the last chance to obtain the ruins. We should not miss it. Let's act as soon as possible." His voice was low and firm, with an irresistible force. Niu nodded slightly, with a hint of determination in her eyes. She held the weapon tightly in her hand, and the weapon flashed with cold light, as if telling the world how sharp and powerful it was. Her body was tense, as if she could burst out with powerful strength at any time.
ready to meet the upcoming challenge. Seeing that Niu was ready, Ao Yuan no longer hesitated and decisively pressed the door mechanism. Click! A sound of gears starting up that seemed to come from ancient times suddenly rang out, like a giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years awakening. As the two men watched nervously, the ancient door began to move slowly, with a faint light visible through the crack in the door. Over time, the gap in the door widened until it became a wide entrance. The scene inside the door gradually appeared in front of the two people. Ao Yuan stepped into the door first without any hesitation, and Niu followed closely behind. The layout of the Yin Yang Formation Hall is very monotonous. At first glance, it is empty. There are no ancient sarcophagi, nor any strange altars. There are only two solemn statues in the center. These two statues are only the size of normal people, but they are lifelike, as if they were cast using real-life templates. If you look closely, you can see that the two statues are of a man and a woman. The man is holding a sword with a stern face, while the woman is holding a jade plate with a kind smile. Fellow Daoist Shun, don't act rashly. This hall is a formation. Niu reminded hurriedly. A solemn look appeared on her face, and she was obviously afraid of this formation. Formation? Ao Yuan looked at Niu in confusion. Niu nodded gently, with a gleam of confidence in her eyes. She explained softly, Fellow Daoist Shin, look at those pillars placed in the corners. They are not randomly placed decorations, but part of an ancient and powerful formation. This formation is called the Nine Heavens Soul Locking Formation. It has the power to imprison and seal, and can trap the soul of anyone who enters. Ao Yuan looked at the formation and smiled deliberately. Fairy and I, this formation has gone through countless years. Even if it is an ancient formation, it should fall apart under the ravages of time. After finishing speaking, Ao Yuan paused, his eyes fell on Niu, and continued to analyze. There is not a trace of spiritual energy in this hall, which shows that the formation method is no longer effective. How can you get the opportunity if you are timid? This. Niu's face changed slightly. She could not refute Ao Yuan's words. Although the Nine Heavens Soul Locking Formation remained intact, there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy in the entire hall. Shin Gongbao's judgment that the formation was ineffective was indeed somewhat reasonable, but as they went along, they encountered various formations one after another. If she had not been proficient in formations, the two of them would probably have suffered more. And now that they have arrived at the deepest part of the ruins, Niu always feels that something is wrong. Fellow Daoist Shin, I have been practicing formations since I was young. Please allow me to check the formations here again. Niu looked at Shin Gongbao. Ao Yuan, seriously, there was no way. She had never come across this ancient formation before, and she was not sure whether it was still useful. If the formation is ineffective, it would be fine. But if the formation is still effective, it would be dangerous to break in recklessly. Okay. Ao Yuan spread his hands and stepped aside, leaving the space for the young man in the formation. It's still early and Ao Yuan doesn't mind a little more time. Since Niu wants to see it, let her study it carefully. My husband, I think this girl is quite good. When she encounters an opportunity, she can suppress her desires and treats it with caution. She is really a good seedling. The remnant consciousness of the female stone statue said with a smile. Well, this little girl is really good. She has an innate holy formation body. If she is trained well, she will definitely be able to take that last step. The remnant consciousness of the male stone statue commented. That male cultivator is much worse. There is no trace of formation on his body at all. It is obvious at first glance that he is not practicing formation. The remaining consciousness of the male stone statue continued to comment. You were not a formation cultivator back then, so why do you feel superior? The female stone statue complained dissatisfiedly. No, ma'am, don't be angry. I didn't say anything. It's just that the boy really doesn't seem to be suitable for the Jiyang formation. The remnant consciousness of the male stone statue quickly explained, not suitable? No one has come to this hall for tens of millions of years. If I don't pass it on, my inheritance will be extinct. The female stone statue said dissatisfiedly. Ha ha. Madam, don't be angry. It's extremely yin and yang. At worst, we can find a matchmaker for them, just like we did in the beginning. The male stone statue suddenly thought of a good idea. This is a good idea. They seem to be a good match for each other. The female stone statue's eyes lit up and she nodded in agreement.
It's decided. We'll use the elixir later,
the male statue said with a smile. After the two residual consciousnesses finished talking, they attacked at the same time, injected their own strength into the formation, and urged it to move with all their strength.
Not good.
Anayu was shocked the next second. The power of the formation suddenly erupted, and the two of them instantly disappeared from the spot and were teleported to the inheritance space.
The innate holy formation body, not bad.
At this moment, a majestic and ancient voice suddenly sounded, as if it came from a god in ancient times. Anayu suddenly raised her head and saw two huge figures, a man and a woman, sitting on a high position, exuding an incomparable majesty and sacred aura.
Junior Anayu, nice to meet you two seniors. Anayu bowed respectfully.
Junior Shingongbao, greetings to the two seniors.
Ao Yuan bowed to the two of them.
You two are the first pair of people to enter the realm of the formation in thousands of years.
Are you willing to accept my inheritance?
The male saint's residual consciousness said with a dignified face.
Junior is willing.
Anayu bowed quickly. Her voice was clear and pleasant, but at this moment it was a little nervous and excited. The male saint waved his sleeves, and two pills appeared in front of Ao Yuan and Anayu respectively.
This pill is for you two to take. It will help you receive the inheritance,
the male saint said with a serious face.
Junior Anayu, thank you for the pill.
Anayu bowed again, then carefully took the pill. Looking at the pill that was full of extremely yin energy, Anayu swallowed it into her stomach without any hesitation. While Anayu swallowed the pill, Ao Yuan stood quietly by the side without moving. He couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Anayu taking the yin dan and the ji yin extreme yang dan without thinking. This woman is still the same as before, too reckless.
Young man, why are you not convinced?
The remaining consciousness of the female saint looked at Ao Yuan with some surprise, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Ao Yuan raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of the remnant consciousness of the female saint, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Senior, this elixir is the Yang Dan of the extreme yin yang dan.
Don't you feel it's beneath your dignity to use this elixir to deceive a junior?
Seeing that Ao Yuan knew what he was talking about, the male saint was shocked and said, Young man, my inheritance is passed down to me and my wife, not just one person. Your companion has already taken the extreme yin pill. If he does not have sex with a cultivator who has taken the extreme yang pill, he will explode and die. The remaining consciousness of the male saint directly explained the truth to Ao Yuan without any beating around the bush.
Just let him do whatever he wants. Shun, fellow Daoist Shun.
Anayu looked at Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, with tender eyes. The remaining consciousness of the female saint waved her sleeves, and a formation was formed instantly. The two were teleported to another formation space. Chapter 177 Obtaining two inheritances. No words for 9 days, 100,000 words omitted here.
Anayu opened her charming eyes tiredly and looked at Shingongbao beside her.
She felt complicated. 9 days of crazy competition made her a little afraid to face Shingongbao.
Fairy and I, you're awake. Ao Yuan looked at Anayu with a teasing look on his face.
Yeah. Anayu responded with a mosquito-like sound. Before Anayu could organize her words, Ao Yuan continued, Miss Ni, I saved your life. You need to repay me for saving your life.
Anayu?
Hearing such shameless words, Anayu was completely stunned. He called her Fairy Ni beforehand, and afterwards not only called her Miss Ni, but also asked her to repay him for saving his life. Is this guy a man after all? She was clearly the one who suffered the loss. How could he do this? Miss Ni, you were careless and implicated me in this matter, wasting 9 days of my precious training time. The fees for delayed training, mental damage, labor training, and taking care of you totaled 130,000 high-grade spirit crystals. We are friends, so I won't bully you. How about this? After you get the inheritance, you will share a portion of the extreme yin formation with me. Ao Yuan held down Anayu's hands, and his enchanting eyes stared at her eyes intently. Anayu was in a state of panic, her pretty face flushed. She turned her head away. Got it.
Damn it. What a damn bastard.
Anayu cursed in her heart. It was the first time she met such a shameless person, and she was really angry. Not only did he lose his Yuan Yin and not get his Yuan Yang back, he also had to pay compensation for mental damage.
It was the first time that Anayu was speechless. Since Miss Ni has no objection, let's go out. Ao Yuan looked at Niu with a smile on his face.
I want to change my clothes, turn around. Ao Yuan was unmoved. We all know each other well, there is no need to be on guard against gentlemen.
Niu's eyes widened. Niu got angry. It's out.
The female saint had a smile on her face. She looked back and forth at the two of them, with excitement flashing in her eyes. Niu stared coldly at the two disrespectful old guys in front of her, her heart filled with dissatisfaction and anger. If it weren't for these two disrespectful old guys, how could she be so passive now?
Can you give me the inheritance?
Niu said in a cold tone, with a hint of impatience in her eyes. The male saint's residual consciousness hurriedly explained, "Little girl, don't be angry. The inheritance of my husband and I can only exert the greatest power if we are close and intimate Taoist couples who understand each other."
Niu looked at the two old guys in front of her with suspicion, and was half believing and half doubting their words. After all, these two people had been hiding the conditions of inheritance from her, putting her in a difficult situation. I didn't tell her this at the beginning.
What's the point of telling her now? Is this going to make up for my broken little heart? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. If she had known from the beginning that the inheritance required such conditions, she would never choose to accept this inheritance.
Little kid, do you want to inherit the legacy or not? The disabled woman suddenly spoke, interrupting Niu's thoughts.
Yes, of course. Niu said while gritting her teeth. Now that we have done what we should do, if we don't take the inheritance, wouldn't it be a waste? What's more, she still owed Shingongbao 130,000 high-grade spirit crystals from Chaos. If she didn't want the inheritance, where would she get these 130,000 high-grade spirit crystals for Shingongbao? If her grandfather knew that not only did she lose her virginity, but she also had to pay compensation to the other party, she would be scolded to death. The remaining consciousness of the female saint smiled awkwardly, and her body turned into starlight, and a ball of green light flew into Niu's brows. Little girl, I am the holy master of extreme Yin.
You must not kill innocent people indiscriminately according to my teachings. Remember.
The remaining consciousness of the female saint dissipated, and the remaining consciousness of the male saint next to her side, and then disintegrated into a ball of red light. Young man, my name is Ji Young Sword Saint. You have learned my method. That's all.
Do whatever you want. Don't be restrained.
The remaining consciousness of the male saint left behind a few insignificant words, and all traces of him completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Niu and Ao Yuan watched all this with expressionless faces, without any regret or other emotions, because Niu was cheated. She lost all respect for these two unreliable old seniors. Ao Yuan was simply disdainful and did not think highly of the inheritance of these two people, the Saint Master of Extreme Yin and the Sword Master of Extreme Yang, a pair of top saints with great reputation in the eastern wilderness more than 60 million years ago, died in the Sky City incident 60 million years ago. Now that the legacy has been carried on, Ji Yin and Ji Yang can finally rest in peace after a long time. Niu angrily handed over the written inheritance of the Ji Yin formation to Shingongbao. Ao Yuan. Here, your stuff. Ao Yuan took the inheritance jade slip and put it away, all in one go. Seeing Ao Yuan's self-righteous look, Niu became even angrier. After all, the two of them were close friends, but he didn't even want to talk to her. So annoying. On the other side, Xinsho and his companions wandered around and returned to the sunset grassland when they were almost starving to death. What kind of secret place is this? I'm starving. Wang Fugier ate the grass with a painful look on his face. The soft-bone rabbits on the sunset grassland had been killed by them before. There were still other monsters, but very few. The starving people had to eat grass to fill their stomachs. Stop complaining. That forest is too weird. It's fucked up that people can regain their hunger in it. Bu Shunshuan's face was full of speechlessness. What do you mean, should we continue to go in? Dan Daozi pointed to the gray forest ahead and asked. Go. Why not? This ruins is so big, I don't want to get stuck in the ghost forest. Xinsho said angrily. That's right. If we can't get through here, we can try other routes. Long Outyen agreed. Then I'll stay here. If Sister and I, Brother Shen, and Saint Knight come out, I'll explain the situation to them. Shu Yuer suggested. That's good, so they don't have to look for anyone when they get out. Xinsho nodded. No matter whether these three people pass through this ghost forest or just happen to come out to rest and miss them perfectly, if we leave one person behind,
we will meet them sooner or later. I think we should split into two groups, one group goes to the left, and the other group goes to the right.
We can explore freely and take our chances based on our abilities.
How do you think?
Long Outyen said in a deep voice. After Long Outyen said this, everyone fell silent. After a long silence, Shinsho spoke helplessly, just do as fellow Taoist Long said.
After a month of no results, different voices began to emerge in the team. Shinsho's cultivation was not the strongest, and he could no longer control the overall situation. Then I will be a pair with Brother Qin.
Dan Daozi directly chose Qin. Shobu Shinswan and Yizir looked at each other and said in unison, let's team up with fellow Taoist Qin.
Welcome.
Shinsho's face showed a hint of joy. Long Outyen and Wang Fugyir, one is a spear cultivator and the other is a physical cultivator.
They are the most powerful in the team.
Bu Shinswan and Yizir chose Shinsho's side, also because they were worried that they would encounter an opportunity and be killed by Long Outyen. Shinsho was also quite wary of Long Outyen. As the leader of this trip to the ruins, he would naturally not reject the two fortune tellers who were similar in strength to him.
Okay, that's settled.
Dan Daozi, Bu Shinswan Taoist, Yizir Taoist, and I will explore the left side. Fairy Chu will stay here. As for the remaining right side, I'll trouble Taoist Long and Taoist Wang.
Shinsho arranged the division of labor. Brother Qin, take care. Wang Fugyir clasped his fists towards Shinsho and said take care.
Shinsho returned the greeting. After the deal was reached, the two teams went their separate ways, one on the left and one on the right, leaving Chu Yor alone behind. At the same time, Yisho kept changing directions based on his uneasy intuition, and finally walked out of the gray fog forest and came to a quiet boulder valley.
I'm out. I'm finally out.
Yi Xiu was overjoyed.
Chapter 178. My bunny, another month has passed, Brother Shin.
Chu Yuer's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of surprise and excitement in her tone. Her eyes were fixed firmly on the front, with a bright light flashing in them. After being bored for a whole month, she finally waited for one of the three people who had not returned.
It's not just me.
Ao Yuan smiled gently. As soon as he finished speaking, Niu behind Ao Yuan also came out, but she looked a little unnatural.
Sister Niu, I didn't expect you to meet Brother Shin.
Chu Yuer was surprised. I still remember how difficult the maze was.
It was not easy to come back alive.
I didn't expect that Brother Shin Gongbao and Sister Niu would meet in the maze.
What a good luck. By the way, Brother Shin, did you manage to pass through this maze?
Chu Yuer asked anxiously. Brother Shin has the entire Sunset Prairie's softbone rabbit race on him, so he will definitely not be short of food.
Sister Niu is the descendant of the Tianjin lineage.
When the two of them come together, they are definitely the strongest combination in the team in terms of formation. The cooperation between these two people is undoubtedly the most likely to get through this barrier. Chu Yuer stared at Shin Gongbao intently, her eyes full of expectation and hope. If even Shin Gongbao and Niu can't get through this maze, then it would be difficult for others to do so. At this moment, she was extremely nervous, as if her heart was hanging in mid-air, waiting for Shin Gongbao to give an answer. Ao Yuan nodded and explained calmly, yes, we have passed it.
Passed.
When Chu Yuer heard this, her originally dim eyes suddenly became bright, and her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Sister Niu came through, so she must have come out to lead them. At this time, Niu also adjusted her mood and asked, by the way, where are the others?
Why are you the only one here?
After hearing what Niu said, Chu Yuer finally reacted and quickly explained, it's like this. We were forced to come out of the maze to look for food a month ago because of hunger, but everyone had different opinions at the time, and finally decided to split into three groups to continue exploring the maze. Among them, Shinsho, Dan Daozi, Bu Shinswan and Yizir chose to explore along the maze to the left. Long Outyen and Wang Fugyir explored to the right in another direction. I stayed here and waited for news, but until now, the Night Saint has not come out. When she said this, her tone was full of worry. Since Niu and Yi Duxiu were not there, Chu Yuer did not dare to team up with others alone, so she volunteered to stay and wait until everyone entered the position. Niu nodded, I see.
Let's go then.
After saying that, Niu walked towards Chu Yuer.
Where are you going?
Chu Yuer looked at Niu, who was walking towards her in confusion. Niu smiled slightly and explained to Chu Yuer, we have already obtained the inheritance.
This relic is no longer useful to us, so of course we will leave.
You got the inheritance?
Shu Yuer widened her eyes in shock. Well, we are lucky. We successfully found the place of inheritance and obtained the inheritance. Anayu said with a smile, a hint of pride in her eyes. Then, congratulations to you. Shu Yuer congratulated sincerely, but still felt a little disappointed in her heart. If I wasn't so stupid and unlucky, perhaps I would have been the one exploring with Sister Anayu. Anayu saw what Shu Yuer was thinking and comforted her. Yuer, don't be discouraged. There will definitely be other opportunities in the future. Okay, I understand. Shu Yuer nodded, trying to cheer herself up. By the way, Sister Anayu, you and Brother Shen. Shu Yuer looked at the two of them with a look of delight. She noticed Anayu's abnormality early on. The two of them came out one after the other, and the ending. Hearing this, Anayu's perfect face instantly flushed. He and I had an accident. Accident? Was it intentional or deliberate? Shu Yuer suddenly became excited. Various plots of the story kept appearing in my mind. Chinese medicine, forced promotion, reverse promotion. Okay, let's hurry up and get out. Ao Yuan stepped forward to change the subject. Okay. Anayu quickly followed Ao Yuan's footsteps and walked back one after the other. Shu Yuer shook her head helplessly and hurriedly followed. Compared to Qin Shou and the others, she and Anayu are together. If Anayu chooses to leave, there is no point for her to stay here. As for Yi Duxiu, he is a monk from another place and I am not familiar with him. Seeing her best friend with a little more charm, Shu Yuer was very curious about the story of their meeting. If you have the chance, you must interrogate him thoroughly. Damn it, how come there is nothing in this broken stone valley? Yi Xiu was speechless. After finally getting out of a maze full of dangers, I unexpectedly entered a deserted and ghostly place with nothing but stones. She was so hungry that she ate most of her grass skirt. Fortunately, this ghost stone valley will not make people feel too hungry, and they can practice fasting just like in the outside world. Otherwise, she would have become the first emperor in history to die of starvation in such a remote place. Yi Xiu looked around, seeing the endless valley, and continued to move forward. Brother Qin, when will this end? It's been a month. Why is this ghost forest still not over? Dan Daozi complained absent-mindedly. Qin Shou's face frowned slightly. After a month's progress, to be honest, he was also feeling annoyed. The grassland was like this in the beginning, and this broken forest is like this now. Why make a relic space so big? He was really speechless, but for the sake of opportunity, they can only continue to persevere. Brother Dan, the space here is so vast, the treasures must be extraordinary. Let's hold on a little longer. Maybe after a few more days, we will reach the end of this ghost forest. Qin Shou hurriedly encouraged everyone, but there was obviously a hint of uncertainty and helplessness in his tone. After a few days and a few more days, I still can't fly. I don't want to take this opportunity anymore. Bu Shensuan stopped decisively. He was exhausted by this endless progress. He knew that continuing like this would only waste his energy and time, and in the end he might get nothing. Seeing the fortune teller stop, Ear also stopped, and his eyes revealed a hint of hesitation and retreat. He looked at Qin Shou and said dejectedly, "Fellow Taoist Qin, you guys should work hard. I don't want this opportunity anymore." Obviously, Bu Shensuan and Yizier had already discussed it and decided to give up the opportunity. Brother Bu, Brother Yizier, are you really going to give up? Qin Shou looked at Yizier and Bu Shensuan with a complicated expression. Diviner shook his head and said bluntly, "I have been in this ruins for more than 2 months, and I haven't seen any other treasures except the softbone rabbit. Rather than continue like this, it is better to cut the loss in time and leave this place with the softbone rabbit." Seeing that Bu Shensuan was about to give up, Qin Shou nodded and did not try to persuade him to stay. Afterwards, the four of them separated. Qin Shou and Dan Daozi continued on their way, while Bu Shensuan and Yizier returned the same way. It turns out that this grassland is also a large formation. Anayu exclaimed, "A large formation?" Shu Yuer was confused. This place has long been full of vitality, and even originally had a tribe of soft-bone rabbits living here. Now Sister Anayu told her that this was also a formation, which truly shocked her understanding. Yes, this grassland is indeed a large space formation, which expands the grassland space to an unimaginable vastness. Ao Yuan added, "This means that there is no end to this grassland no matter what?" Shu Yu reacted immediately. Anayu nodded, "In a sense, it is true. That's not Brother Qin, they are just wasting their time." Ao Yuan and Anayu nodded in tacit understanding. "Let's go." And Ayu suggested, what about fellow Taoist Qin and the others?
Chu Yuer asked back if they can't get to the end, they will naturally find this problem. I have left a hint at the entrance to the Grey Mist Forest.
If they see the hint, they will naturally be able to return here.
Then, Ayu on the side also played a few chess formations and left a way out.
Okay, Yuer, let's go out and look for other opportunities. Ayu urged softly. Seeing Ayu's actions, Chu Yuer did not refuse anymore. With a flash of golden light, the three disappeared on the grassland. When Chu Yuer opened her eyes again, Shen Gongbao had disappeared, and her rabbit was gone too. Ayu looked into the distance silently. She also didn't know where Shen Gongbao had gone. My rabbit. Chu Yuer lowered her head in disappointment. Shen Gongbao's sudden departure obviously hurt Chu Yuer's young heart. Ayu looked into the distance with a complicated expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of sadness in her heart. Chapter 179 Murder and Arson. After leaving the Lost Ruins, Ao Yuan skillfully put on a bullhead mask. After more than 10 years of borrowing, the interest accumulated over the years totaled more than 60 million villain points. Although Ao Yuan also went out to hunt villain points during this period, the villain points owed were still a huge sum. Now that one of Yi Shou's great opportunities has been taken away, it's time to pay him back for his villain value. City of the Void, here I come. Hee, don't kill me. Crack.
Hands up and knife down. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third level Tianjiao Shuwei and obtaining a villain value of 2000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ordinary Tianjiao Su Kuang and obtaining a villain value of 250. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianjiao Reader and obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a level 1 Tianjiao Fan and obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Second, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianjiao Henan and obtaining a villain value of 20,000.
The emotionless system automatic playback sound kept ringing. Yi Duxiu, even if I become a ghost, I will never let you, a demon, go.
Yi Duxiu, you have killed thousands of monks, you will definitely be punished.
Yi Duxiu, you are an inhuman butcher.
Your end will be even more miserable than ours. Ha. Ao Yuan ignored all this without any emotion. It wasn't long before the monks heard about Yi Duxiu's bad reputation.
What is the night show that kills everyone it sees?
What's wrong with Yi Duxiu's brain? What is Yi Duxiu being possessed by a void creature? What Yi Duxiu likes corpses? Countless rumors about Yi Duxiu quietly dissipated,
becoming a topic that terrified countless practitioners in the void secret realm. What a bullshit Yi Duxiu, and human butcher.
In my opinion, this guy is just an incompetent rat who dares to bully the weak. A bald tiger demon shouted in a voice like a bell. The tiger demon's voice echoed in the void, as if it was going to shatter the entire world.
Saint Sunshin is right.
Those human cultivators are a bunch of cowards. A little Yi Duxiu scared them to death.
They are really a bunch of useless trash, another tiger demon echoed.
Humph, Yi Duxiu is just relying on his strength to pick on the weak.
If I meet him, I will make sure he never comes back. A gorgeously dressed demon woman sneered.
Ha, you are worthy of being the young master of the night demon.
You are indeed very courageous.
The monsters nearby flattered him one after another.
Oh? Really?
As a low voice sounded, Ao Yuan's figure appeared in front of the monsters like a ghost.
You human kid, you dare to challenge me, Yao Ba Tian? Today is the day you die. Yao Ba Tian said with disdain.
Emperor Fist.
Ao Yuan let out an angry roar and then slowly threw a punch. This punch may seem ordinary, but it contains endless power and pressure, as if the whole world is shaking. The power of boxing shocked the world. The next second, Yao Ba Tian was instantly hit by the punch, and his body flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the mountain wall in the distance hard.
The whole monster was embedded in the mountain wall, and his life or death was unknown. Ao Yuan slowly retracted his fist and looked at the other monsters with cold eyes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the second level Tianjia Yao Ba Tian and obtaining a villain value of 3000. The system prompt sounded at the right time, and Ao Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smug smile. As his words fell, everyone around him was filled with astonishment. They could never have imagined that Yi Duxiu was so powerful and could kill a second-level genius so easily, and in such a domineering way.
Boy, if you dare to kill my subordinates, you will die. Boom, boom, boom.
In just a few breaths, all the monsters died together. Ding. The host successfully killed the first level Tianjiao Bear army and obtained the villain value of 15,000. Ding. The host successfully killed the second level Tianjiao Wan Lin and obtained the villain value of 5,000. Ding. The host successfully killed the world-class genius and obtained the villain value of 300,000. As the system announcements sounded, another demon stronghold disappeared.
Only 20 million has been paid back? Looks like we have to hurry up.
Aoyuan muttered to himself. Then, Aoyuan set out on the road of killing the geniuses of various races. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the second-rate genius Huang Sangue and obtaining a villain value of 2.5. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the level 3 Tianjia White Kitten and obtaining a villain value of 1,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianjiao Ren Ramon and obtaining a villain value of 150,000. For a moment, the entire Void Secret Realm fell into endless panic, especially those with weaker cultivation, who were frightened by Yi Duxiu and decided to give up this trip to the Void Secret Realm. Even those saints and saintesses from other regions couldn't help but gasp when they heard the name Manslayer Yi Duxiu. Yi Duxiu killed people like crazy, whether they were ordinary cultivators or descendants of major sects. They were all his targets. The most important thing is that Yi Duxiu's whereabouts are untraceable and there is absolutely no pattern at all. As long as he meets someone, he will start killing immediately. After killing someone, Yi Duxiu even leaves a self-portrait.
Such behavior is extremely arrogant. What do you think about this matter?
The Prince of the Snow Temple said to everyone present with a gloomy face. This Yi Duxiu is too rampant.
He acts recklessly and is insane. As righteous human beings, we should eradicate him.
One of the semi-sane geniuses shouted indignantly. Yi Duxiu caused the blood disaster and killed monks without any distinction between good and evil.
We monks will definitely uphold justice and bring fairness to the cultivation world.
He Menglin, the saint of Xiantian Tower, said firmly. As the leaders of the righteous path and a prestigious sect, we have the responsibility to eliminate evil in the cultivation world and restore peace and prosperity to all living beings in the world.
Saint Sun Lei Yu echoed angrily. This prince agrees to strangle the evil cultivator Yi Duxiu. This saint also agrees. Count me in. My White Tiger clan is also willing to join.
My Suzaku clan is also willing to contribute to all the spirits in the world. While Yixiu was still struggling with the lost ruins, the Anti-Yi Duxiu alliance was quietly established in the outside world. Although these geniuses are not the top ones, they are also the backbone of the younger generation of various forces. In order to deal with Manslayer, Blood Troublemaker, Evil Lord, Yi Duxiu, these geniuses reached a rare cooperation for the first time. Ding. The host successfully killed the first level Tianjiao Scratch Off and obtained the villain value of 11,000. Ding. The host successfully killed the world-class Tianjiao True Love Fan and obtained the villain value of 600,000. Ding. The host successfully killed the first level genius Wu Liwu and obtained the villain value of 20,000. As the system broadcast sounds rang out, Aoyuan's huge debt quickly approached zero.
Chapter 180. Fellow Taoists, please stay. TNN, this Yi Duxiu must be the reincarnation of a loach spirit, so slippery.
A man with fiery red hair couldn't help but complain loudly. His face was full of impatience and annoyance, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with Yi Duxiu's whereabouts. Yeah, we haven't seen a single person in the past 7 days. Another person echoed, his tone full of helplessness and confusion. Humph, I think she must have used some special means to avoid our tracking. Otherwise, with our strength and experience, how could we not find her trace, said the third man angrily, with a hint of anger in his eyes.
Okay, stop complaining. Let's search for another 2 days. If we still can't find it, we will continue hunting void creatures.
The captain of the team frowned and said in a deep voice with an irritable look on his face. The team leader knew that everyone had tried their best and there was nothing they could do if they couldn't find it. I tried my best. Everyone nodded, indicating their agreement with the captain's decision. Their team came from a sect that specialized in the art of fire, and their strength was considered to be among the best in the same realm. After receiving the call from the holy son of the main sect, they all joined the search for Yi Duxiu without hesitation. Since accepting this mission, they have been searching for 7 consecutive days. but have not found any clues about Yi Duxiu, not even a single hair of Yi Duxiu. That night Duxiu was quite capable. He managed to evade the search of so many of us, a team member sighed. That guy might have already fled to some other place. How could he stay here and wait for us to find him? Another team member also expressed his opinion.
Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's continue looking forward, maybe we can find some clues. The captain interrupted the conversation between the two impatiently and continued to move forward with everyone along the way. Everyone was silent, each thinking about their own things. They all understood that this operation would most likely end in failure, but they were unwilling to return empty-handed. After all, this is a rare opportunity. If you can successfully capture Yi Duxiu, you can not only get the sex reward, but also be able to show off in front of your fellow disciples. As time went by, their hopes became slimmer and their hearts became heavier. In the end, 2 days passed and they still hadn't found Yi Duxiu's whereabouts. With no other choice, they had to follow the captain's instructions and continue to head towards the area where void creatures were hunted. I tried my best. No way, on the other side. After discovering that a large group of people were chasing Yi Duxiu, Ao Yuan also changed back to another alias, Shingongbao, infiltrate the pursuit team. Fish in troubled waters, not far away, a female cultivator in green suddenly asked, "Do you know where this Yi Duxiu came from? Why is he so powerful?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. According to the intelligence gathered by various religions, Yi Duxiu was simply an evil female cultivator who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, killing people everywhere. After killing people, she liked to leave her name and arrogantly attached a self-portrait. Apart from this, there is no other relevant information. No cultivator knew where Yi Duxiu came from? Why did he have such a high level of cultivation? And why did he kill anyone he saw? Have you heard? The Holy Son of the Heavenly God sect was killed by Yi Duxiu yesterday. Suddenly, a disciple broke the silence of the team. Upon hearing this, the rest of the team went wild. What? Even the Son of Heaven has fallen? This Yi Duxiu is too scary. Yeah, this is simply a nightmare. Then, someone else added, not only that, in addition to Tian Shenzi, Xia Yaozi of Xiaoyao Tianzone, Lu Xingzi of Wanshou Holy Land, and the copy scholar of Biko Pavilion, many other world-level geniuses also died tragically at the hands of Yi Duxiu. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire team fell into silence, and everyone's face was filled with fear. Oh my God, so many world-class geniuses have fallen, someone exclaimed. If we keep searching everywhere like this, aren't we just sending ourselves to die in vain? One of them said in a trembling voice. After hearing this, the others couldn't help but reveal expressions of despair and fear on their faces. Even a genius of the first level could not escape the bad luck. How could they, who were not even candidates for the Holy Sun, protect themselves? Everyone was silent among those present. There is not even one half-saint. If they meet Yi Duxiu, they will be wiped out. Fellow Taoists, please stay. Suddenly, a voice that could not be distinguished between male and female sounded in the ears of many monks. Who? Come out if you have the guts. Hiding is nothing. If you have the guts to hide your head and show your tail, come out and fight me. Hearing this strange sound, everyone panicked and started asking questions. The formation begins. The next second, the space within a radius of 10 miles was covered by a transparent barrier, trapping all the monks who entered the place and completely isolating them from the outside world. Sir, this is an emergency, please don't make such unfunny jokes. A woman stood up and shouted, my friend, I am the young master of the Yushin sect. If it offends you, we will leave now. Please remove the formation. Fellow Taoist, my father is Zhang Er, please give me some face for my father's sake. Zhang Er? Could he be the head of the Zhang family in southern Xinjiang? I heard that the head of the Zhang family entered the quasi-emperor level a year ago, and the next day he killed a quasi-emperor level demon king. The entire Zhang family is at its peak. I've heard about this, too, me too. Listening to the discussions and exclamations of compliments from those around him, Zhang San's face was filled with pride, as if he was confident that he could lead everyone to resolve this difficulty. Zhang Er is just a mere figure. This emperor doesn't deserve my respect. After he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of everyone. This person was wearing a black mask that completely covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The man was wearing a black robe that fluttered in the wind, as if blending into the darkness. Yi Duxiu.
A Zhandao monk looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him with horror and couldn't help but shout out. His voice was full of fear and surprise, as if he had seen some terrifying creature. The other monks were also shocked. They never expected that this mysterious monk would be the monk butcher Yi Duxiu.
Didn't you want to see me? Now that I'm here, why are you all so scared? Ao Yuan glanced at everyone with disdain, a scornful smile on his lips.
Yi Duxiu, stop being so arrogant. A Zhandao monk shouted with trembling legs, his voice full of fear and anxiety. Yet he tried to hide his inner panic with a strong tone, but his body couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Yi Duxiu, even if you can kill the geniuses of all races, we are not afraid of you,
a female cultivator said angrily. However, deep in her eyes there was a hint of fear that could not be concealed.
Don't be afraid, there are more than 1,000 of us and she is only one person.
I don't believe she can kill all of us, someone shouted, trying to boost morale.
That's right.
With so many of us fleeing together, she may not be able to kill us all, another person echoed. His eyes flickered and it was obvious that he did not have much confidence in his words. As long as the saints come, they will definitely collect our bodies.
Someone else shouted loudly.
All the cultivators looked towards the corpse collector at the same time, as if saying, "Look at what you are talking about, run."
Suddenly, a quick-witted monk shouted. The entire team fell apart in an instant.
Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the level 2 Tianjiao Gui buying and obtaining a villain value of 2,000.
Ding,
congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianjiao Wang Padian and obtaining a villain value of 70,000.
Ding,
congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level genius Lu Xior and obtaining a villain value of 80,000.
Ding,
congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ordinary monk Ai Kuan and obtaining a villain value of 2.5.
Ding,
congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third level genius Du Zhu and obtaining a villain value of 2,000.
Ding,
congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianjiao Prince and obtaining a villain value of 50,000.
Chapter 181. Yi Xiu has enemies all over the world.
Ahem, a violent cough was heard, and a disheveled figure suddenly appeared in a remote place on the outskirts of the Void City. This man was covered in dust, his clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled, as if he had experienced some inhuman disaster.
Damn it!
I didn't expect that someone would get to the ruins first.
It's such a wasted trip.
Yi Xiu thought unwillingly. She had finally made it through the boring stone valley and the lava ravine, but she didn't expect that there was not even a single hair in the Yin Yang Array Palace. She is suffering. After finally passing all the tests, I didn't even get a piece of clothing. When I returned to Sunset Grassland, all the guys led by Qin Shou had run away, and her rabbit too. What a disgusting group of ants. Not only was he unable to help her at all, but he also stole hundreds of thousands of her soft-bone rabbits.
What a lack of moral ethics, Shingongbao. You'd better not let me find you, otherwise.
Yi Xiu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. For now, the best plan is to get some clothes and a storage ring, and then fight our way into the inner city.
After 3 months of gaining nothing, I can't fall behind any further.
I must collect the void crystals as soon as possible. Only in this way can I seize the heavenly heart seal at the beginning of the era and become an emperor again. Thinking of this, Yi Xiu became more motivated again. One day later, Yi Duxiu, give me back my son's life. An old man roared angrily, his eyes full of anger and hatred. Yi Duxiu, a month ago you took advantage of my misfortune and defiled me, causing me to lose my virginity.
Today I will tear you into pieces.
A female cultivator gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with anger and shame. Yi Duxiu, you have committed treason and attacked my Shadow Sect disciples.
Today, this saint's son will kill you.
Yi Duxiu, hand over our sect's treasure.
Otherwise, we will tear you into pieces.
Kill that bastard. Yi Xiu covered her chest with her hands, her face full of black lines. She totally couldn't understand why these people were so crazy. That didn't she just steal some clothes from that female monk? Is it necessary for so many people to come and hunt him down? What sect treasure? What revenge for killing a son? What sneak attack? She just doesn't understand at all. Damn.
Yi Duxiu, you have committed many evil deeds, and today I will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Secret. Crows take a plane.
With a roar, the Tiger King increased its speed dramatically and flew above Yi Xiu in an instant. Not good.
Yi Xiu's face changed drastically. Boom. Smoke and dust are everywhere. Ah, Lord Tiger King succeeded. Lord Tiger King is from the royal family of our black tiger lineage.
It's easy for him to capture a mere human woman.
Nonsense, the Tiger King is clearly a descendant of our royal family, the Black Tiger clan. Please don't be so shameless. Nonsense, the Tiger King is obviously from our black tiger lineage. You're talking nonsense.
Lord Tiger King has been raised in our royal tiger lineage since he was a child.
How could he be a tiger from your black tiger lineage?
The crows on the plain heard that this is a magical power that only our black tiger lineage can comprehend.
You, the royal tiger lineage, can only spit blood and curse.
The young geniuses from the royal tiger and black tiger lines of the Skywing Holy Demon Tiger clan started arguing again. Did it work?
It should be successful. The Tiger King is a semi-saint level warrior and a member of the Demon Clan.
Yi Duxiu was seriously injured.
There should be no suspense this time. This Tiger King is really powerful.
He was able to force Yi Duxiu into a desperate situation. Of course, the Tiger King is a semi-saint level warrior, and he is also a powerful Skywing Holy Demon Tiger.
His strength is not to be underestimated. So, isn't Yi Duxiu doomed? Well, it's basically confirmed. Great, it's finally over.
Everyone was talking about it, and they had no sympathy for Yi Duxiu's death. The smoke cleared, the tall figure of the Tiger King walked out. It's Lord Tiger King.
Lord Tiger King wins.
I said that Lord Tiger King could kill that bitch. Now you see, as soon as Lord Tiger King was born, all those manslayer, blood troublemaker, and evil lord died obediently. A tiger tribe genius raised his head proudly.
Everyone says Yi Duxiu can kill a half-saint. Look at Lord Tiger King. He killed him in one move. This is a true half-saint. That's right.
The son of the human race, the son of the saint, boasted so much, but in the end he was killed by an unknown person.
It's really a disgrace to a semi-saint. Master Tiger King is really amazing.
With just one move, he displayed the power of a semi-saint. That Yi Duxiu didn't even leave a trace, which shows how powerful the Tiger King is. Unlike the human race, who was led by a semi-saint but was wiped out without even sending out a distress signal,
ha 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 ha, the demons laughed wantonly. That's enough, the Tiger King laughed.
Master Tiger King, you don't have to give face to the human race.
This is because they are weak, and they deserve it.
The Tiger King had a gloomy face and shouted in a deep voice, that bitch Yi Duxiu ran away.
He ran away.
The monks were shocked. That's right. The kid used a mysterious escape technique at the last moment and ran away. The Tiger King looked a little unhappy. As a semi-saint, it is a shame that I failed to keep Yi Duxiu.
Ha ha ha. This is your demon race's Lord Tiger King. It seems he is just SOSO.
He brags so much, so awesome, but I didn't expect that he didn't even meet him.
He is really amazing.
Yin Yang, a genius of the human race with the appearance of a scholar.
What Tiger King?
I think he's more like a paper Tiger King.
Ha 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 ha. The human race's genius also laughed wildly. Why, do you want to practice?
The Tiger King's cold and ruthless eyes were like two sharp swords, slowly sweeping over the crowd. As the Tiger King's gaze swept over, the atmosphere around him seemed to be frozen and became extremely quiet. No one dared to speak easily, for fear of becoming the target of this semi-saint tiger. At this moment, a clear voice broke the silence. Tiger King, bullying a little kid is nothing. If you have the guts, fight me.
The scholaring won, for a few moves. Everyone turned to look, and saw a human semi-saint who looked like a scholar, wearing a green shirt and holding a folding fan, walking out with a smile on his face. His appearance eased the originally tense atmosphere a lot. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed across the eyes of the Tiger King, but he still responded coldly, "Come. That's enough. What time is it now, you two? You still have the energy to fight among yourselves here. If you have the time, why not go chop off Yi Duxiu's head to serve as a warning to others?" A terrifying dragon half-saint roared. "Humph.
For the sake of the Dragon King, I won't argue with you."
The Tiger King snorted coldly, then chose a direction and led the tiger away. Ingluan the scholar bowed to the Dragon King, then turned around and led his men in another direction. Ahem.
Yi Duxiu leaned against a rock, looking extremely embarrassed.
Who is framing me? I'd better not let you find out, otherwise, friend Yi, a familiar voice came. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Carat Omega Carat equals. Chapter 182 Don't Panic, Taoist Friend Yi. I have a plan that can help you find a way out of the dark clouds. Shun Gong Bao. Yi Xiu stared at Ao Yuan with his eyes fixed on him, suppressing endless anger. Friend Yi, why are you here? Ao Yuan pretended to be surprised and looked at Yi Duxiu. Friend Yi, let me tell you, there are people out there looking for you these past 2 days, so you'd better be careful when you go out. Ao Yuan walked up to them in a familiar manner. Seeing that Shen Gongbao did not attack him like those people, Yi Xiu's expression relaxed a little, but he still remained vigilant. Shen Gongbao, why are you here? Yi Xiu asked with a vigilant look on his face, secretly guessing Shen Gongbao's purpose. Ao Yuan looked at Yi Xiu as if he were a fool, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful smile. Of course I came here to obtain the Void Crystal, aren't you? Yi Xiu nodded and believed Shen Gongbao's words for the time being. The Crystal of Void is a special cultivation resource unique to the Eastland, Eastern Wilderness. It possesses special spatial power and is very effective in tempering the body, attracting countless geniuses. It does make sense that Shen Gongbao came here to look for resources. By the way, fellow Taoist Yi, how did you get here? I remember there was no one here when I searched before. Ao Yuan looked at Yi Xiu with suspicion, as if he wanted to see some clues from his face. Yi Xiu's heart tightened, but he remained calm on the surface and replied, don't mention it. I just teleported out of the ruins, and was inexplicably chased by a large group of cultivators. I had no choice but to activate my secret method, and I didn't expect to come here and meet you, fellow Taoist Chen. Yi Xiu half-truthfully recounted what had happened. However, she selectively omitted things like her modification of the teleportation array and robbing the female monks of their clothes. Ao Yuan deliberately put on a surprised expression and asked in shock, what? You met those people? Alas! Yi Xiu smiled bitterly and shook his head, sighing, yeah, I'm so unlucky. I had just been teleported out of the ruins and accidentally offended a female cultivator, which resulted in a large group of humans and monsters chasing me, including quite a few semi-saint warriors. I don't know how I offended them. They didn't listen to my explanation at all and just used all kinds of treasures and magic to attack me. I didn't want to hurt their lives, so I had no choice but to dodge. Friend Yi, at this moment, don't you want to tell me the truth? Ao Yuan deliberately put on an extremely unhappy look. Hearing this, Yi Xiu couldn't help but feel panicked. Could it be that Shen Gongbao also knew that I stripped the clothes of the female cultivators in Piaomiao Fairy Palace, or has Shen Gongbao already known that I modified the ruins teleportation array? That shouldn't be the case. I was the last one to come out of the ruins. Shen Gongbao couldn't possibly know that I modified the teleportation array. As for the stripping of clothes, there is nothing I can do about it. That despicable villain is so elusive in the Grey Fog Maze that I can't find any trace of him at all. Since the storage ring cannot be found, this is the only option left. Friend Shen, to be honest, I accidentally offended a powerful female cultivator yesterday, and she holds a grudge against me. Yi Xiu still chose to answer evasively. After all, Yi Xiu was still a little embarrassed to talk about stripping off someone's bra and panties. Is that all? Ao Yuan frowned deliberately, obviously not satisfied with this explanation. Ao Yuan deliberately stared at Yi Xiu with a sharp look, as if he really wanted to try to find clues from the other party's expression. Yi Xiu always maintained an innocent look, making him hard to understand. Alas! Ao Yuan sighed and shook his head in disappointment, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Dao Yuyi, I thought you were an upright, honest and magnanimous person, but I didn't expect that you are the same as those despicable and vulgar villains. When speaking, Ao Yuan also deliberately emphasized the two words despicable and vulgar. Hearing this, Yi Xiu's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. He pretended to be calm and asked, fellow Taoist Chen, what do you mean by this? Ao Yuan snorted coldly, casually threw a jade slip in front of Yi Xiu, and said impatiently, look for yourself. Yi Xiu took the jade slip thrown to him by Shen Gongbao. Ao Yuan, suspiciously, his heart full of doubts. He injected a ray of spiritual consciousness into it and began to check the contents. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiu's face instantly became extremely gloomy, and even a few black lines appeared on his forehead, as if water could drip out. False accusation. This is simply a false accusation. Yi Xiu shouted angrily. Friend Shen, please believe me. I have never done such bad things. Yi Xiu clenched his fists tightly and said with gritted teeth, as if he had been greatly wronged. Ao Yuan nodded and said very seriously, Dao Yi, I believe you. After all, you are only at the peak of the divine fire realm. No matter how talented you are, it is impossible for you to kill those descendants of the immortal sect one after another. Yi Xiu, brother, actually, I do have the ability to do so. Being looked down upon by a junior like that, Yi Xiu was speechless to the extreme, but she couldn't reveal a single word about the secret of her rebirth to anyone else. She could only choose to endure it. Seeing Yi Xiu remain silent, Ao Yuan spoke again, Don't panic, Daoist Yi. I have a plan that can help Daoist Yi find a way out of this difficult situation. Oh? You have a plan? Hearing this, Yi Xiu suddenly became very interested. Betrayed by her brother and lover, she never thought she would meet a true friend. I didn't expect that this person whom I had known for less than half a month would want to help me. A friend in need is a friend indeed. If Shen Gongbao is really willing to be loyal to her, she will not hesitate to accept him as her follower and lead him to conquer the world. That's right. I have a plan that can help Daoist Yi resolve the current situation. Ao Yuan patted his chest and promised, Brother Shen, please speak. Yi Xiu suddenly became interested. She also wanted to hear what Shen Gongbao thought about this. If his suggestion was useful, she would reluctantly accept his pledge of allegiance. Fellow Daoist Yi, let's do this, then that, and finally this. Ao Yuan quickly told Yi Xiu a move to surround the corpses and attack the reinforcements. Are you sure? Yi Xiu looked at Shen Gongbao, Ao Yuan, with a skeptical look on his face. When introducing himself before, Shen Gongbao said that he had a good understanding of prohibitions, but was not good at killing, and hoped that everyone would help him in the ruins. Now this person actually wanted to lead her to kill the cultivators of all races and make them terrified. Don't worry, Daoist Yi. I accidentally inherited the art of the Jiang formation in the ruins. I can set up a formation to kill people, but it's nothing special. Ao Yuan deliberately put on a proud attitude. Yi Xiu shook her head. She understood clearly that Shen Gongbao was completely blinded by lust and was showing off in front of her. He wants to tease me, this guy is so bold. Okay, let's do it. First, we'll set up the absolute killing formation, and then release the information to catch all those people in one fell swoop. A sharp light flashed in Yi Xiu's eyes. Chapter 183, The Nine Heavens Final Killing Formation. Your Excellency the Holy Sun, this is the man who said he knew the whereabouts of Yi Duxiu. A genius from the human clan introduced Shen Gongbao to the Holy Son of Lihua. The Holy Son of Lihua raised his eyebrows slightly, looked up and down at the strange cultivator in front of him. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Oh? Do you really know where Yi Duxiu is hiding? His voice was a little majestic, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. Shen Gongbao smiled slightly, with a confident look on his face, and said, Sir, I do know where Yi Duxiu is. His tone was calm, and he was not afraid of the power of the Fire God sect. The Holy Son of Lihua looked at Shen Gongbao with a sharp light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to find some flaws in his expression and behavior. However, Shen Gongbao remained calm and composed, and the Holy Son of Lihua did not see anything useful. Lead the way. In the end, the Holy Son of Lihua chose to believe this strange cultivator named Shen Gongbao. The Holy Son Lihua was not worried about being deceived, because he was not just going to the Fire God sect, but the entire alliance of geniuses of all races. If Shen Gongbao dares to tell lies, he'd better have the ability to escape like Yi Duxiu. Soon, Ao Yuan led tens of thousands of geniuses from the alliance of pride of all races and marched in full force, surrounding the Juetian killing formation. With great momentum. Fellow Daoist Shen, are you really sure that Yi Duxiu is hiding in the valley ahead? Sei Luohan stared at Shen Gongbao with cold eyes, a hint of doubt in her tone. Shen Gongbao nodded quickly and said, Your Highness, a few days ago, I witnessed with my own eyes that evil woman escaping into this valley, and she has never appeared since then. After confirming that it was correct, I immediately reported the matter to the Holy Son of Lihua. His expression was very certain, as if he was confident in his discovery. Sei Luohan frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, she suggested, Everyone, if that's the case, let's surround this place first. The other saints and saints' sons looked at each other and agreed with Saint Luohan's suggestion. As the orders from the semi-saint level geniuses were issued, tens of thousands of geniuses quickly dispersed and formed an encirclement, tightly surrounding the entire valley. They looked solemn, holding various magical weapons in their hands, ready to deal with any possible situations at any time. My Lord Tiger King, the terrain here is dangerous. I'm sure that the evil woman must be hiding in it. Why don't you let us lead the charge first?
A young tiger genius asked doubtfully. His eyes were bright and his posture was upright, and he was obviously confident in his own abilities.
This place is extremely dangerous.
I sense a natural murderous aura. If you rush in rashly, you might be ambushed. The Tiger King explains solemnly. As the king of the clan, the Tiger King naturally has keen insight and judgment.
Ha ha ha, ambush? With so many of us, are we still afraid of a mere little woman?
Another proud bear laughed, his tone filled with disdain and arrogance. He was tall and muscular, holding a huge battle axe in his hand, looking very majestic. Other bear tribe geniuses also echoed this, saying that they were not afraid of any ambush or danger.
Bears, let's charge in. Xiong Chomo roared, okay, okay.
Hundreds of bear tribe geniuses raised their arms in response. Looking at the mindless earth-splitting wild bear, the Tiger King shook his head, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. My fellow tigers, don't underestimate the enemy. That which is cunning and ruthless, and the terrain here is complicated, we need to act with caution.
After saying that, the Tiger King turned around and issued an order to the monsters behind him. Everyone listen up, form a formation and move forward.
Following the order from the Tiger King, many tiger geniuses quickly took action, formed a Sky Tiger battle formation, and advanced forward cautiously. They walked steadily, watching their surroundings vigilantly, ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. Yuhua Divine Dynasty, Sir Saint, those barbarians have taken action.
Should we? The holy son of Yuhua shook his head. No hurry, let those reckless men test the demon girl's strength first.
Sir, you are wise. On the side of the Sun Emperor sect, you guys, sneak over quietly, don't use your spiritual power.
Understand? The young master of the great Sun Emperor sect ordered solemnly. Oh. Set off.
For the great Sun Emperor sect. Hundreds of great Sun Emperor sect disciples shouted slogans and took action.
Baka. Don't even talk. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Pa.
One of the undercover agents slapped him in the face. You are just a Zhan Dao idiot, but you talk too much.
Bang.
The young leader of the great Sun Emperor's sect received another slap on the face.
You little bastard, I won't serve you anymore, bah. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Dozens of slaps were heard, and nearly 80% of the undercover agents of the great Sun Emperor sect could not hold back and were exposed. The young master of the great Sun Emperor sect turned into a big pig head. On the top of a mountain in the distance, a woman in a black flowing dress was standing quietly on a huge rock, looking coldly at the thousands of monks who were gradually approaching. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and there was a faint crooked sneer on the corner of her mouth, as if she had already seen through the other person's thoughts. This woman is none other than the witch that the Tiger King mentioned, Yi Duxiu, Yi Xiu.
Hunting me? Are you worthy enough? Yi Xiu raised his lips in a disdainful sneer, his eyes flashing with contempt and ridicule. The next moment, Yi Xiu activated the Nine Heavens killing formation without hesitation. As Yi Xiu moved, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted by a mysterious and powerful force.
With a flash of light, the formation was instantly activated. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, with howling winds, lightning, and thunder. Brilliant rays of light gathered from all directions, interweaving into a huge light net that enveloped the entire area. This light net contains endless murderous intent and destructive power, which makes people shudder. The area of 10,000 miles around Tianshajweki Valley was instantly covered with killing, and the monks of all races who came to round up the prisoners had their identities reversed instantly, becoming lambs to be slaughtered. Not good.
Retreat quickly, this is a saint-level killing array. Retreat quickly, not good. Defend quickly. Fuck, I fell into a trap. Several panicked voices rang out, ha 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 ha.
A creepy and terrifying laugh suddenly sounded, as if it came from the abyss of hell, carrying endless chillness and evil. This laughter made people shudder and feel fear.
Witch, what's the point of pretending to be a ghost?
If you have the guts, come out and fight with this saint. A woman stepped forward. She was heroic, with a firm look in her eyes. She shouted fearlessly at the darkness. She held a sharp sword tightly in her hand, emitting a sharp sword energy, like a shining star, illuminating the surrounding darkness.
Oh! Challenge me?
A cold voice echoed in the air, seeming to come from all directions at the same time. The voice was full of sarcasm and disdain, which made people feel a surge of nameless anger in their hearts. Yi Xiu's figure gradually emerged. She stood in a shadow, emitting a strange murderous aura.
Chapter 184 Shingongbao, where did Shingongbao go?
The face of the holy son of Lihua was frighteningly gloomy, full of anger, veins popping out on his forehead, and his eyes widened, as if he wanted to eat someone. Sir, it seems that Shingongbao went to the holy maiden of Xiantian Tower, a disciple said cautiously, with beads of sweat on his forehead.
Why don't you go find it quickly?
Lihua Saint slammed the table, stood up and shouted loudly as the voice of the holy son of Lihua exploded in the air like thunder, shocking the people around him.
Yes, the disciple responded quickly, turned around and prepared to go out to look for Shingongbao's whereabouts. The other disciples stood there trembling with fear, even their breathing became cautious, for fear of accidentally angering the holy son who was already angry. As time passed, the face of the holy son of Lihua became more and more ugly, and the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Finally, a disciple trembled and ran to the holy son of Lihua, stammering and reporting.
Sir, holy son, that kid is missing. After saying this, the disciple lowered his head, not daring to look at the holy son of Lihua. His body was trembling slightly, and he was obviously very scared. Upon hearing this, Lihua Saint was furious. He glared at the disciple fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Useless.
You can't even keep an eye on one person. Keep looking. Even if you have to turn the whole mountain upside down, you must find him."
Yes. The fire god sect disciples responded in unison.
Hurry up and go. The holy son of Lihua became angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. His face became extremely gloomy and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Being fooled by an unknown person, the holy son of Lihua's face almost turned green. Hearing the roar of the holy son of Lihua, the disciples of the fire god sect did not dare to delay in the slightest and they took quick action. I didn't expect that Master Shin is so proficient in this formation. With Master Shin here, we will definitely be able to successfully kill that evil villain this time.
He Menglin smiled. Her smile is like a spring breeze, warm and gentle. It is also like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful, making people unable to help but be intoxicated by it. With every frown and smile, the whole world seemed to become a little darker.
Brother Shin, take action.
Yi Xiu sent a voice message. Alas.
Ao Yuan sighed helplessly. Why is Mr. Shin sighing?
He Menglin looked at Shingongbao, Ao Yuan, who was shaking his head and sighing. Puzzled. Ao Yuan shook his head and said, He Shangzi, you and I hit it off right away, but you're leaving now.
We're about to part, so my good friend asked me to see you off. He Menglin was full of doubts?
They were clearly having a pleasant conversation, so why did Mr. Shin say such incomprehensible words? There's nothing wrong with her. Before He Menglin could ask a question, a gust of wind blew over, and He Menglin instantly turned into ashes, his body dead and his soul gone, forever in silence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first-level genius He Menglin and obtaining a villain value of 6,000. Golden Legend. Ao Yuan was overjoyed, as expected of the heir of Xiantian Tower, the dominant force in Middle-earth. His quality is high and he was given 60 million right away. Not in vain, he took out the top-level magical power of the law of cause and effect collected by the Dragon Clan, Sanjiafeng. At the same time, a soul tablet of the Xiantian Tower in the Central Earth, far away in the center of the eastern wilderness, was shattered in an instant. The saint has fallen. These 4 words were like a bolt from the blue, spreading throughout the Xiantian Tower in an instant. Who did this? An angry roar resounded through the heaven and earth, and the voice was filled with endless murderous intent. Whoever it is, I must fight and kill him. Another roar came. You dare to snipe and kill the saint of my sect? My Xiantian Tower will take on the battle of immortality. Send troops to southern Xinjiang. Trampling Tianshu. A series of terrifying auras awakened from the depths of Xiantian Tower. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the third-level Tianjiao Fugue and obtaining a villain value of 3,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the second-level Tianjiao Bu Shangwan and obtaining a villain value of 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first-level genius Lu Ruyan and obtaining a villain value of 88,000. A series of automatic system broadcasts set by Qinzhou sounded, and Ao Yuan's villain value, which had been stagnant for many days, began to approach 0 again. Ao Yuan laughed in a very realistic way. Shingongbao, you bastard. Shingongbao, I'm going to kill you. Shingongbao, you will not die well.
The geniuses who reacted had bloodshot eyes and their hearts were filled with anger and hatred. Now they don't know that they have been fooled by Shingongbao. Kill, 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 kill. Countless geniuses roared and used their strongest magical powers, trying to tear Ao Yuan into pieces. The Qianlan Binjianzi fire reappeared, and countless geniuses were frozen into ice without even a scream, and then disintegrated in an instant. Their bodies disappeared, and their souls returned to their hometowns. For a moment, there was dead silence between heaven and earth, with only Ao Yuan's arrogant laughter echoing in the air. On the other side, Yi Xiu also successfully killed the provocative girl, and she finally showed a smug smile on her face. Yi Xiu held a long sword in his hand, with long flowing hair, as if he was the master of the battlefield. Ha ha ha, so cool. Yi Xiu couldn't help but laugh wildly. She felt unprecedented pleasure and power. At this moment, Yi Xiu was completely immersed in the battle, releasing all the unhappiness he had felt since his rebirth. Seeing this scene, countless geniuses couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. In their eyes, Yi Duxiu was like a demon from hell, cold-blooded, cruel and bloodthirsty. Yi Xiu's figure was like a ghost, shuttling among the crowd, leaving blood and gore wherever he went. Her swordsmanship is mysterious and hard to grasp, and every attack can accurately hit the enemy's vital points. Faced with such an opponent, ordinary geniuses had no power to fight back at all and could only keep retreating and dodging. Yi Xiu did not give them a chance to breathe. She chased them relentlessly and continued to launch a fierce attack. Crows on a plane. 9 Heavens Thunder Method. 5-color Divine Light. The years have flown by. Please turn around, baby. Deafening voices resounded throughout the entire battlefield. These were the top geniuses from each race, and they all displayed their most powerful magical powers and magic weapons. Each kind of magical power contains endless power, as if it can tear the world apart, and those magic weapons exuded a heart-pounding aura that made people dare not look directly at them. This time, the sky was covered by various lights, and the colorful lights were intertwined together to form a gorgeous picture. Heaven smiting gods and demons slash. Yi Xiu slashed out with a shocking sword energy. The collision between supernatural powers and magic weapons triggered a series of earth-shaking noises, as if the whole world was shaking. Spiders eat flies. Destroy the Red Lotus. Ancient brilliance. The innate sun is setting. Ancient war god king, congeal. White tiger roars to the sky. Countless magical powers and secret techniques were used. The murderous aura of the 9 heavens is only used by me. The way of heaven is vast and all living things will be buried. As this spell was recited, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to fluctuate violently, and a powerful aura emanated from Yi Xiu's body. Yi Xiu clasped her hands together, and streams of bloody evil energy condensed in her hands, finally forming a huge blood wheel. Puff! Yi Xiu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, then she looked down and saw a sharp sword had pierced through her chest. Yi Xiu widened his eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. Shingongbao, you. Chapter 185. What? Yi Duxiu is the great emperor's renovation. Before Yi Xiu could finish his words, countless magical powers and Taoist techniques instantly bombarded Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu was instantly submerged in the light, and the powerful force impacted every inch of her skin. The space around Yi Xiu was shattered, and various laws kept eroding Yi Xiu's body, including the law of blazing flames, the law of ice, the power of sky water, the law of space, the law of destruction, the law of thunder and lightning, the law of fierce wind, the power of skyfire, the will of guns, the will of swords, the will of knives, the will of fists. At the beginning, the heaven and earth were eclipsed, and the geniuses of various races could not detect Yi Xiu's condition for a while. Great, I hit it. Is Yi Duxiu dead? Is it over? Inquiries from ordinary geniuses came one after another. Yi Duxiu seemed to have been ambushed just now. Liyue Saints sent a message to the other semi-saints. Nonsense, everyone has seen it, you don't need to say anything. A powerful half-saint from the demon clan did not give the holy son of Liyue any face. Don't argue yet, don't underestimate the enemy. The half-saint woman of the one clan stared at the center of the attack and warned Yi Mayer, stop caring about me. When I was cultivating, you were not even in your mother's womb, what do you think you are? The demon clan half-saint continued to mock He. You damn fat cat, you were born so many years earlier, but your cultivation level has been surpassed by this saint girl. You really have an amazing talent? Yi Mayer did not indulge Hu Shifeng, the half-saint prodigy of the demon clan. She emphasized the words amazing talent. Do you want to have a fight? Come if you want, who's afraid of who? That's enough. The Dragon King sneered. Yi Meier and Hu Shifeng, the man and the demon, finally stopped arguing. The other geniuses just glanced at the two guys silently, and their attention returned to where Yi Duxiu was just now. The laws around Yi Xiu were in disarray, and his spiritual sense still couldn't detect Yi Duxiu's condition clearly. In the storm of laws, Yi Xiu's clothes were torn to pieces, a light blue sword was stuck in his chest, his face was pale, his breath was disordered and weak, as if he would fall down at the next moment. Shin Gong Bao, Shin Gong Bao. Yi Xiu roared in his heart. She didn't expect that Shin Gongbao would stab her in the back at this moment, and so quickly. Why Yi Xiu felt weak all over, her body began to shake, and her eyelids became heavier. Am I going to die again? I was backstabbed again, Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, you really don't learn your lesson. No, I can't fall down yet. I still have a great revenge to take. Shangguan Qingyi and Feng Tianyu are still alive, and Ao Yuan is still alive. How can I just fall down like this? I can still fight. I can still fight. Yi Xiu roared in his heart. Under Yi Xiu's strong will, her aura began to soar, the peak of divine fire, the initial stage of the path of killing, the middle stage of the path of killing, the late stage of the way of killing, the pinnacle of the way of killing. In just 2.5 seconds, Yi Xiu's realm soared to a higher level, approaching the level of a semi-saint. Ding! The Son of Destiny Yi Xiu was attacked by the host and is in critical condition. Yi Xiu's luck value dropped by 250,000, and the host gained a villain value of 2,500,000. Ding! The Child of Destiny Yi Xiu fell into memories, breaking through the limit and exploding. Yi Xiu's luck permanently lost 500,000, and the host gained a villain value of 5,000,000. Ding! With the help of the host, the Son of Destiny Yi Xiu fell into a desperate situation, with the whole world as his enemy, and no reason to explain himself. Yi Xiu's luck value dropped by 250,000, and the host gained a villain value of 2,500,000. Yi Xiu's remaining luck value, 849,000. In an instant, Yi Xiu lost 10 million in luck, and Ao Yuan gained 100 million in villain value. Increase and decrease. It seems that we can't let Yi Xiu grab the kills. Ao Yuan sighed in his heart. He can gain villain points by killing Tianjiao, and Yi Xiu can also gain a certain amount of luck by killing Tianjiao. Adding and subtracting, it is indeed a trouble. Thinking of this, Shin Gongbao, Ao Yuan, became extremely angry. Boom! Shin Gongbao, Ao Yuan, smashed a corner of the formation with all his strength. Under the powerful force of Qianlan Bingyan, a huge gap should have appeared in the formation. Hurry up! Yi Duxiu is the Emperor's repairman. Ao Yuan shouted with all his strength. I can't hold on for much longer. Let's go! Ao Yuan held his right hand tightly with his left hand, pretending to be unable to control himself. What? Yi Duxiu is actually the Emperor. The geniuses of all races were immediately in a state of panic. Emperor, this is a synonym for being invincible in all 5 regions and 4 seas. Every great emperor is an invincible one who has risen to prominence all the way in the world. Even if some emperors have found other ways to steal achievements, they are not comparable to them. The emperor rebuilt it. What the hell is this? Escape. The farther you run, the better. Countless geniuses wanted to retreat completely. Go! Go! Shin Gongbao's face turned pale and he let out a last hysterical cry. His right hand was swirling with blue flames, as if it was about to rush towards the monks. In the next second, hearing Shin Gongbao's shout, the geniuses of various races on the ground instantly woke up from their shock and began to run towards the cave entrance. The geniuses at this time no longer had their previous calmness and composure. They were like dogs that had lost their homes, scrambling to run towards the last chance of survival. In the crowd, Ao Yuan also found 2 familiar figures. One of the women was Fairy Niu, who had been friends with Ao Yuan for 9 days. The other person is Niu's good friend Chu Yuer, but she is not very familiar with him. Niu looked at Ao Yuan with moist eyes. Chu Yuer held Niu's hand and seemed to be saying something. Although they were far away, Ao Yuan was still able to hear clearly what Chu Yuer said when she was persuading Niu to escape. Sister Niu, hurry up, Sister Niu, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Brother Shin definitely wouldn't want anything to happen to you. After Chu Yuer's persuasion, Niu finally entered the exit reluctantly. Of course, there are still some top geniuses who think they are very powerful and have not left. They are Li Was Saint, Wuchi Mayor, Hu Shifeng, Tiger King, Xiong Chomo, Xiaoyao Swordsman, Ingluan Scholar, Tianqing Swordsman, Emperor Eagle King, Nisheng Saint, Luangu Emperor's Son, Swordmaster Taoist, Jialong King, Demon Monkey King, Bright Moon Saint, Fallen Mark Saint, Shadow Sect Son, Purple Mountain True Lord, Wendian Saint, Shinkuan Kuanping King, Demon Koen Galio, Angel Kale, Undead Sword Demon. There are more than 30 semi-saints, a powerful lineup. Just then, the storm of laws shattered in an instant, and a naked woman stepped into the air. She has long flowing hair, scarlet eyes, her hands placed on her chest, and a light blue flame slowly draws out, a sword with a milky scent? Shun Gong Bao. Yishio rushed towards Ao Yuan with bloodshot eyes. Ao Yuan stopped his movements and threw a punch, knocking Yishio, who was holding the Qianlan Liwa sword, away. The other 30 or so semi-saints all looked at Ao Yuan. Well, they have been deceived again. Ao Yuan was not in a hurry. He took out a strange formation plate and threw it upwards. A new mysterious formation instantly blocked everything. A formation within a formation. Everyone, since you are here, make the best of it. Since you are not leaving, then stay here forever. Ao Yuan smiled gently. It's you. The holy son of Lihua stared at Ao Yuan. As evil grows, I grow stronger. Be prepared for judgment. Kyle raised the holy sword of light. Shengong Bao, prepare to die. Yishio flew up from the pit again. Chapter 186. Yishio was killed again. Boom. With a loud bang, Yishio's body was once again deeply embedded in the soil. The holy son of fire stood not far away, staring at Shengongbao, Ao Yuan, with anger and confusion flashing in his eyes. Shengongbao. Lihua Saint looked at Shengongbao in the center of the formation with a gloomy face. I didn't expect that the mastermind behind all this is you. Ao Yuan did not answer, neither confirming nor denying. There was no need to explain so much to a group of dead people. Ao Yuan fully released his cultivation, and an extremely powerful spiritual pressure swept across the entire place in an instant. Saint. The hearts of all the geniuses of the myriad races suddenly sank. Saint. No one would have thought that the ordinary Shengongbao in front of them would actually be a saint. They didn't even manage to gather any intelligence about such a young saint. For a moment, the geniuses of all races had puzzled expressions and kept thinking about how to deal with the enemy. At this moment, Ao Yuan's voice was heard again. Everyone, since you are here, let's bury you here. His tone was frivolous, as if he did not take these geniuses from all races seriously. These words made everyone present feel a chill running down their spine. Humph. Shengongbao, don't think that you can defeat me just because you are a saint. It's not like I haven't killed saints before. The Dragon King roared angrily, emitting a powerful aura that caused the surrounding space to slightly distort. The Jialong King is the pride of the Jialong clan. His experience and character are impeccable. Although he seems a bit arrogant, he does have the capital to be arrogant. Dragon King, stop talking nonsense with this kid, let's attack him together. Seeing this, the Tiger King on the side shouted hurriedly. Get out of here, he's mine. The Dragon King shouted angrily, with disdain flashing in his eyes. He wanted to defeat Shengongbao alone and become the focus of everyone's attention. To defy the will of heaven and defeat the saint is a great honor for any cultivator. The Dragon King flashed and instantly appeared in front of Shengongbao. A black spear appeared in his hand and he stabbed towards Shengongbao. This shot contained endless power, as if it could tear the entire world apart. Ao Yuan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a faint smile on his face. Then he stretched out his right hand, and with his two slender fingers lightly pinched, he firmly grasped the spear that the Dragon King was stabbing at him. The Dragon King was shocked when he saw this, but he still gritted his teeth and gathered all his strength into his arms, trying to pull the spear out of Ao Yuan's hand. However, no matter how hard he tried, the spear did not move at all, as if it was firmly locked by an invisible force. Ao Yuan looked at the futile struggle of the Jialong King, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and said coldly, "Break it for me." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura burst out from him, instantly covering the entire battlefield. When the Dragon King felt this powerful breath, his face suddenly turned extremely pale. Before the Dragon King could react, there was a crisp bang sound, and the black spear in the Dragon King's hand turned into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. The Dragon King widened his eyes and looked at his empty hands in disbelief, his heart filled with shock and fear. This is a top-level quasi-holy weapon. No matter how bad it is not a piece of junk that can be destroyed at will. But the fact is that the other party only used 2 fingers to easily destroy a top-level quasi-holy weapon. At this moment, the Dragon King finally realized how big the gap was between himself and Ao Yuan,
and a feeling of despair surged in his heart. The holy body of the human race. All the geniuses thought of the same word at the same time. The human race has no emperor. The 9 holy bodies fight in the sky. Countless opportunities ago, when the human race was first born, monsters were rampant and humans were weak, so they could only become food for all other races. Without the emperor, the human race's resistance would be a ridiculous joke in the eyes of all races. After countless years of hard work, after repeated genetic screening, they finally succeeded in creating a super physique unique to the human race, the human holy body. 9 of them struggled to break through the vastness of heaven and earth and the sniping of all races, perfected their holy bodies, and created a place for the human race, which led to the later human emperors. After the emergence of the great emperor, the human race's extraordinary physique also ushered in an epic punishment from heaven. They were unable to achieve enlightenment and gradually fell into desolation and became useless. The holy body is perfect and can rival the emperor. This path is too buggy and has been blocked, breaking the blockade of heaven and earth or a brand new holy body. Saint Luohan pondered heaven-severing gods and demons. A shocking sword intent suddenly appeared on the ground. The sword intent was so sharp that it seemed as if it could cut the entire world in half. The it soared into the air like a giant dragon, rushing straight into the sky with endless power and strength. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. Ao Yuan threw a punch in an instant. This punch was extremely powerful and contained endless strength. It was as heavy as a mountain and as surging as a vast ocean. Wherever the fist passed, the space was distorted, making bursts of rumbling sounds. Crack! With a sound, the shocking sword that Yi Xiu had swung out shattered in an instant. The force of the fist was not affected, and it hit Yi Xiu, who had climbed up again with a bang. The entire valley shook violently, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading like a spider web. In the center of the spider web, Yi Xiu was in an extremely miserable state. Her bones were shattered and her internal organs exploded. She was completely a bloody person, and there was not a single intact part of her body. Ding! The host defeated the Son of Destiny, Yi Xiu, head-on. Yi Xiu's bones were shattered all over his body. Yi Xiu was on the verge of death. His mentality exploded, his heart of Tao was shattered, and the Emperor's invincible heart was shattered on the spot. Yi Xiu's luck value plummeted by 500,000, and the host gained a villain value of 5,000,000. Upon hearing the news that Yi Xiu was on the verge of death, Ao Yuan immediately rushed towards the geniuses of all races who were watching the show on the sidelines. Not good. If we all work together, Shen Gongbao won't be able to kill us all. Hold on until he's exhausted. Everyone responded without holding back, and each used their most powerful magic weapon. In an instant, all kinds of lights flashed, and holy weapons and quasi-imperial weapons flew out one after another, rushing towards Shen Gongbao with a sharp aura. Holy artifacts and quasi-imperial weapons were flying in the air, emitting a powerful pressure that seemed to tear the entire space apart. They interweave in the air to form a colorful light web that is dazzling. Imperial weapon, Dragon God. Imperial armor. Ao Yuan instantly activated the ultimate imperial weapon. In an instant, Ao Yuan was covered with a layer of black armor. The appearance of the armor was extremely similar to the defensive armor of the human race, but the imperial aura of the Dragon God Emperor armor was restrained, and its specific level could not be seen at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Tiger King. The host has obtained a villain value of 1200,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Lihua Shengzi. The host has obtained a villain value of 1500,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Jialong King. The host has obtained a villain value of 2000,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Luo Hensaintus. The host has obtained the villain value of 1600,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Genius Kyle. The host has obtained a villain value of 1900,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Immortal Sword Demon. The host has obtained a villain value of 2000,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Genius Ing Luan Scholar. The host has obtained a villain value of 1700,000. Damn, congratulations! A series of automatic system announcements sounded, and AO Yuan's villain value rose rapidly, continuing to approach zero. Chapter 187 Void Riot. Void Queen, looking at Shingongbao killing everyone, Yi Xiu, who was welded to the ground, tried his best to repair his meridians, preparing to escape with the last resort Emperor Soul. The remaining soul of the Emperor that she had preserved could still be used, and she still had a chance, although using the Emperor's residual soul would bring huge risks. She had no choice. Faced with this mysterious genius in front of him, Yi Xiu had no other way to deal with it except to avoid him. There is no way. The gap between the way of killing and the way of saint is like a chasm. The gap is too big. If it was an ordinary great sage, Yi Xiu could still fight against him or two, but facing this peerless genius with unknown origins, Yi Xiu did not have the confidence to defeat him alone. Her enemies are still alive. She can't die. Master Shin, please show mercy. I am willing to follow you and serve you. Yi Mei quickly took off her long skirt, revealing her holy body devil figure. Unfortunately, what greeted her was AO Yuan's unwavering heavenly emperor fist. Boom! Yi Mei turned into a blood mist and was refined by Qin Zhou in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level genius Yi Mei. The host has obtained a villain value of 1300,000. As the last system broadcast ended, this game against the geniuses of all races finally came to an end. There are still 2/3 left, and there is still a long way to go. AO Yuan sighed in his heart. It is not so easy to repay a loan of hundreds of billions. While expressing his emotion, AO Yuan waved his hand casually, and a ray of spiritual light flew out from his hand and landed on the Divine Forbidden Isolation Formation. The next moment, the Divine Isolation Formation began to tremble violently, and rays of light flashed, and then gradually dissipated. Although the Divine Forbidden Isolation Array disappeared, the space was still blocked by the 9 heavens. Killing Return Array. Seeing the 9 heavens absolute killing return formation functioning as usual, AO Yuan teleported in front of Yi Xiu fiercely and said deliberately, "Sure, you are not dead yet." Not good. Yi Xiu's heart trembled, and he was panicking, but the surface of the body remained motionless, as if it was really dead. Yi Xiu burned the Emperor's soul with all his might and used the 10,000 fire weapons technique with all his might. No. I shouldn't call you Yi Du Xiu, right, Yi Xiu? AO Yuan looked at Yi Xiu with a half-dash smile. Yi Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and he decided not to play dead anymore, staring at Shingongbao intently. Who are you? Trying to delay time. Who am I? Of course I'm the one who killed you. The holy dragon flame of destruction in AO Yuan's hand instantly rose high and was fired out in an instant. At this moment, something strange happened. Suddenly, the 9 heavens killing return formation was broken in an instant, and the formation collapsed and disintegrated in an instant. Countless rays of light shone in all directions, and the entire formation made a deafening noise, as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. A powerful wave of force spread out in all directions, and wherever it passed, cracks were torn into the void. Humans, bugs, die. A sharp roar came. Feeling the terrifying force of space, AO Yuan immediately retreated several miles, while Yi Xiu was swept into the turbulence of space by the force of the void and was not knocked down. Quasi-Emperor. As expected, a Quasi-Emperor level void creature was born, and the Son of Destiny was indeed difficult to kill. An extremely huge figure appeared in front of AO Yuan, and its arms alone were more than 20 meters long. AO Yuan recognized the identity of this void creature at a glance, the Queen of the Void Alps. Human, destroy the void ley line, die. The Void Queen slapped. AO Yuan looked normal in an instant. 3 supreme imperial weapons revived: the ultimate imperial soldier, Dragon God imperial armor, the ultimate imperial weapon, Void Treasure halberd, the ultimate imperial weapon, Divine Forbidden Wheel revival, ultimate sublimation. A huge phantom appeared. He was wearing a 9-colored armor, holding a void halberd in his right hand and a Divine Forbidden Wheel in his left hand. He stepped on the void veins, with void clouds above his head. His aura was like that of a god, suppressing the Queen of the Void so that she could not move, die. As soon as the Shadow Emperor spoke, the embryonic form of the imperial rhyme and rules around the Queen of the Void collapsed. No, the Void Queen let out a final, unwilling roar. However, the imperial power was inviolable. The Queen of the Void, Alps, had no power to resist and turned into starlight, disappearing into nothingness. Her origin turned into a huge purple crystal, floating in the air. Quasi-Emperor level void essence. Good stuff. The Dragon God Emperors will grasp the void, and 2 relatively small groups of void essence appeared on both sides of the Void Queen's void essence. Drop. The host used the extreme imperial soldiers to wipe out one of the strongest subordinates of Yi Xiu, the Son of Destiny.
and the lucky heroine Kaisa. Yi Xiu completely lost the support of the Void Clan. Yi Xiu's luck value plummeted by 250,000, and the host gained a villain value of 2,500,000. Yi Xiu's remaining luck value, 100,000 ding. The Destiny Child Yi Xiu's luck value has fallen below 1/10 of the total luck value, reaching the perfect kill line, and can be perfectly killed. Damn, congratulations to the host for using the Extreme Emperor Soldier to kill the first level Tianjiao Kaisa, and obtain the villain value of 7,000. Ding, congratulations to the host for using the Extreme Imperial Soldiers to kill the Destined Emperor of the Void Clan, the realm level Tianjiao Alps. The host has obtained a villain value of 100,000,000, 100 million. The Dragon God Emperor Armorswell took a quick look at the essence of the void in front of him, and seeing nothing unusual, he fell asleep again. All of this was sealed by the Supreme Emperor's divine forbidden wheel, and no one knew about it. The countless geniuses in the secret realm of the void only felt that the secret realm of the void was shaken violently, and after exploring it to no avail, they did not care about it anymore. The Imperial Soldier fell asleep. Ao Yuan quickly collected the essence of the void and quickly left the first crime scene. Of course, before leaving, Ao Yuan imitated Yi Xiu's Taoism and left some fragmentary clues at the first crime scene. After finishing everything, Ao Yuan opened the real-time holographic positioning map and took a closer look, and found that Yi Xiu had actually been safely teleported to the western regions, and the location was very close to Zhongzhou. It can be seen that this time, the luck plummeted, and the aura of destiny tried its best to send Yi Xiu back to her most familiar hometown, Zhongzhou Tianyu. It's so far, so I'll let you live a few more years. Ao Yuan secretly planned in his heart. There is still nearly 2/3 of the loan, and Yi Xiu cannot kill for the time being, at least not before the loan is repaid. With the presence of the senior from the Destiny villain system, Ao Yuan can keep an eye on Yi Xiu's situation at all times and doesn't have to worry about not being able to find him. When the villain value is almost enough, he will take the Emperor to attack Zhongzhou, ask Zhongzhou to hand over Yi Xiu, and extort some mental damages from him. 3 days later, Emperor Zuanshanlu rushed to the crime scene and only vaguely found some traces of the embryonic forms of the Void Emperor's laws, as well as some traces similar to those of a fight between physical cultivators. After sending people to make inquiries in many places, they learned that a blood disaster broke out in the Void secret realm. The geniuses of all races joined forces to encircle and suppress it, but they fell into a trap and were killed by the evil lord of blood disaster Yi Duxiu, and that Yi Duxiu was actually a great emperor in restoration. All the geniuses were no match for him. Fortunately, they were able to escape with the help of a mysterious genius, Shen Gongbao. He Manglin and other outstanding geniuses from various races stayed behind to cover the rear, hoping to defy the will of heaven and defeat the emperor, but in the end no one survived. However, judging from the clues at the scene, Emperor Zuanshanlu discovered that another battle had broken out here. One of the parties was a quasi-emperor level void creature, and the other party, Emperor Zuanshanlu judged to be the mysterious Emperor Yi Duxiu who had been rebuilt. The mysterious Emperor Yi Duxiu used some secret method to kill the void creature that was extremely close to the emperor on the spot. Fearing that his identity would be exposed, the mysterious Emperor Changshu went into hiding again. Yi Duxiu. This name must be fake, and his appearance is most likely not real. The sky is vast, and there are still not enough clues. Emperor Zuanshanlu sighed in his heart. However, Xiantian Tower will never let go of this mysterious emperor who goes by the alias Yi Duxiu. He Hanshine spread the truth to other forces. Emperor Xiantian Tower issued an indifferent order. Yes. The current owner of Xiantian Tower respectfully accepted the order. Chapter 188, Wanted. The next day, countless sects simultaneously issued the highest wanted order. Anyone who provides information about Yi Duxiu will receive corresponding rewards as long as the information is confirmed to be true. The more useful the information provided, the higher the corresponding reward will be. The lowest reward you can get is a quasi-holy weapon, and the highest reward you can get is a quasi-imperial weapon. In addition to weapons, many other rewards such as heaven-defying elixirs, super skills, world-shaking magical powers, places in secret realms, etc. are also included in the reward range for monks who provide useful information to choose from. As soon as the bounty was announced, the whole region was in turmoil. Countless small and medium-sized forces and independent cultivators joined the action, showing an attitude that they would not give up until they saw Yi Duxiu. Even many cultivators from the other three realms close to the Eastern Wasteland came to the Eastern Wasteland to join in the fun. Some independent cultivators who had been in seclusion for a long time,
as well as ancestors of small and medium-sized forces, all revived as quickly as possible and joined in the search for Yi Duxiu's whereabouts. You have no shortage of natal magic weapons. You can always find what you want, such as skills, elixirs, opportunities, magical powers, etc. Especially the special secret realm places held by giant forces such as the Immortal Taoist sect, the Longevity sect, and the Eternal Evergreen family. Even forces of the same level are very envious of these things. In an instant, waves of bounty hunters swept across the eastern wilderness immortal realm. TNND, this Yi Duxiu is a piece of crap, a big man said indignantly. He designed to kill the geniuses of all races and harmed his own people. This kind of person is really unworthy of being an emperor and a disgrace to our human race. An old man next to him stroked his beard and said with great sorrow, "It's really unfair that such a person can become an emperor," someone echoed. "Who says it's not true? People like this should be cut into pieces and their bones pulverized and scattered into ashes." In front of the bounty order, monks in different costumes gathered together, talking and expressing their opinions. Some of them were so angry that their faces turned red, while others had looks of disgust. They all gathered here to discuss after seeing the bounty order. Yi Duxiu, the person on the wanted list, was the focus of their heated discussion. Yi Duxiu set a trap in the secret realm of the void, indiscriminately killing countless geniuses from all races, including many geniuses from the human race. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar, and people were angry and disgusted with Yi Duxiu's behavior. "No, I want to join the search team and fight for a bright future for the East Desert." Suddenly, a sly-looking cultivator stood up indignantly. "This woman is completely inhumane and has no bottom line or principles. All cultivators in the world should fight her together." Another casual cultivator also spoke out angrily. "As long as Yi Duxiu is not eliminated, we monks will never have peace. Count me in." Another monk stood up. Cultivators from all over the eastern wilderness realm responded by gathering together, spontaneously organizing teams, and beginning to search in their respective areas, eastern wilderness and western regions. In the depths of the boundless desert, a bloody figure slowly crawled up. "Damn it." Yi Duxiu smiled bitterly and struggled to get up. Yi Duxiu looked down at his wounded body and couldn't help but let a bitter smile appear on his lips. At this moment, all the bones in her body were broken and her meridians were almost completely shattered. Every time she moved, it felt as if countless steel needles were piercing her body at the same time, causing her unbearable pain. But even so, Yi Duxiu still gritted his teeth and persisted, moving forward step by step. Looking at the endless golden sea of sand in front of him, Yi Duxiu couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. The sea of sand seemed to have no end, but Yi Duxiu did not give up. Instead, he took a deep breath and continued to move forward. "I still have a great revenge to take. I cannot fall here. Xaner is still in the hands of that lewd dragon Aoyuan. I still have to rescue her. I want to return to being the emperor. I want to challenge the 5 realms. I want to take a peek and see if there are any immortals in this world." Yi Duxiu tried to move himself, trying to get himself out of the desert through psychological suggestion. However, the next second, Yi Duxiu, who was extremely weak, fell to the ground and fainted. The bones and muscles in Yi Duxiu's body were still emitting a faint light, and his ancient and extremely unholy body was working overtime to repair itself. No one knew whether it was because he was too badly injured, or because of his low luck, or both, but Yi Duxiu recovered very slowly. I don't know how. Much time had passed before a small caravan slowly approached from a distance. This caravan had only 3 carriages, each of which was fully loaded with goods. It was not a large caravan and it was obvious that it was an individual business. Suddenly, the carriage in front stopped, and then the carriages behind it also stopped. A young woman sitting in the first carriage stuck her head out and shouted to the carriage behind her, "Father, there seems to be someone in front." Her voice was clear and pleasant, which made people feel comfortable. Hearing his daughter's cry, a middle-aged man walked out of the carriage behind her. He was tall and strong, with a resolute and serious face. He was wearing a black robe and had a long sword hanging from his waist. The girl's father walked up to the girl and looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, he saw a figure lying on the ground not far ahead, motionless. "Let's go and take a look," said the girl's father. After saying this, he stepped forward with his daughter. The girl's brother and mother heard the noise and walked over curiously. Several people came to Yi Duxiu one after another. Yi Duxiu's external injuries had all disappeared, but he had not yet woken up. Seeing that it was a naked girl, the girl's brother turned away consciously. The girl's father was worried about affecting the harmony of the family, so he tactfully made the same choice as his son. "Mom, she won't die," the girl said in shock. "Don't worry, let me see." The girl's mother patted her daughter's shoulder lovingly, then squatted down. After some examination, the girl's mother finally figured out the condition of this strange girl. This mysterious naked woman is not dead, but her condition is not good either. Her soul has been severely damaged and she is on the verge of collapse. She may die at any time. Linger, this person is not dead, but there is something wrong with his soul, causing him to be in a coma. Then let's save her. The girl looked at her mother beggingly. The girl's mother nodded and said, "Take her to the car first. Whether she can wake up depends on her luck." "Great. Thank you, mother." The girl jumped up happily. The girl's mother shook her head. She didn't want to interfere in the matter, but her daughter looked at her longingly, and the other party was a woman. The girl's mother couldn't bear it, so she agreed for some reason. However, elixirs that nourish the soul are very expensive, and the girl's mother would not use the money earned by the family through hard work on the business road to save a woman of unknown origin. They had done the most they could by taking this naked woman with them on the journey to look after her. Whether this woman can wake up depends entirely on her heart. Soon, the mother and daughter carried Yi Xiu to the car, washed his body, gave him water, and transferred his spiritual energy. The self-employed caravan is on the road again. Chapter 189. The secret of Yi Xiu's rebirth revealed. A month later, Ao Yuan, whose cultivation had improved again, ended his retreat. System: check Yi Xiu's dashboard. Yi Xiu panel. Name: Yi Xiu, the Great Emperor reborn. Gender: female. Currently, age: 38. Actually 4461. Constitution: ancient extreme mean holy body combat power, peak of the way of slashing, low health, power, none main heart method, 10,000 saints emperor scripture, created in the previous life, luck value, 100,000, 1 million. Luck level, virtual gold current coordinates, Central Plains Far East continent ***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
Ming Halo was indeed working hard. When it found that Yi Xiu was being defeated everywhere in the eastern wilderness realm, it sent Yi Xiu back to Zhongzhou. Unfortunately, Ao Yuan had a cheat and was able to find out Yi Xiu's exact location in real time. Although Yi Xiu was very familiar with Zhongzhou, Zhongzhou also had her two biggest enemies from her previous life. If Ao Yuan goes to Zhongzhou to show off his power, he will be stopped by Zhongzhou, but this is the case when Yi Xiu's identity is not exposed. If Yi Xiu's true identity were to be revealed, then Yi Xiu would be facing more than 90% of the emperors in Zhongzhou. Although Yi Xiu has several close friends in Zhongzhou, the two most powerful forces in Zhongzhou right now are the Tianwu Immortal Palace of Yi Xiu's ex-girlfriend Shangguan Qingyi, and the Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty of Feng Tianyu, Yi Xiu's close friend in his previous life. It must be said that after Yi Xiu's death, these two people's cultivation was like a cheat. In just 3,000 years, Emperor Shenyuan Feng Tianyu's cultivation reached the late stage of emperor, and Shangguan Qingyi was even more amazing. Not long ago, his cultivation reached the peak of emperor, become one of the truly top emperors in Zhongzhou. With these two people around, it would be really fun if Yi Xiu's identity was exposed. Emperor Shenyuan is lustful. If he knew that Yi Xiu had become a woman and a completely new alienated holy body, then he did what he said. After finalizing the plan, Ao Yuan left the Void Secret Realm, changed his identity several times, and spread the rumor that Yi Duxiu's real name was Yi Xiu and that he was the reincarnation of the Wanhua Emperor of Zhongzhou. As for whether there is any evidence, the shocking battle in the Void Secret Realm can prove that one can kill quasi-emperor level void creatures. If this isn't the Great Emperor, then what else could he be? Apart from the Emperor rebuilding it, who else could kill the Emperor silently? After the rumor about Yi Xiu's true identity spread, countless sects were shocked. They didn't know whether the rumor was true, but they didn't come out to explain. As time went by, the truth about Yi Xiu's rebirth spread everywhere. For a while, shocked. The Emperor of Zhongzhou is actually a pervert. The Emperor of the dog cult of Zhongzhou is destroying the eastern wasteland cultivation world. The Zhongzhou human race is invading the 4 regions. The emperors of Zhongzhou are all perverts. Countless rumors spread in the eastern wasteland realm, and soon, the other 4 regions also spread rumors like Zhongzhou has evil intentions towards the eastern wasteland and the other 4 regions. When the news spread to Zhongzhou, countless emperors' sects were shaken, and the Tianji sect was even more lively. Many emperors who had grudges or favors against Yi Xiu found old man Tianji and asked him to explore the secrets. Not long after, the rumor that Yi Duxiu was the 10,000 Fire Emperor Yi Xiu was confirmed. Hundreds of great emperors and Taoist sects in Zhongzhou immediately issued a reward. Whoever finds the whereabouts of the 10,000 Fire Emperor will be rewarded with a sacred weapon.
Anyone who cuts off the dog head of the 10,000 Fire Emperor will be rewarded with an imperial weapon. If you capture the 10,000 Fire Emperor alive, you will not only get an imperial weapon, but also receive guidance from any emperor of the Zhuyi Alliance. As the bounty news came out, the whole 5 regions and 4 seas were shaken, and countless cultivators allocated huge sums of money to come to the eastern wilderness to engage in bounty hunting activities. The number of monks from outside Tianshu city increased several times in an instant, and the Void Secret Realm was full of the Zhuyi Alliance. At the same time as the Zhuyi Alliance issued a bounty order, the Tianwu Immortal Palace and the Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty issued declarations at the same time. Tianwu Immortal Palace, the Emperor of 10,000 Fires, is someone that Tianwu Immortal Palace cannot give up. Even if they fight to the last drop of blood, Tianwu Immortal Palace will keep the Emperor of 10,000 Fires safe. Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty, Emperor Wanhua is this emperor's best friend, and Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty has always stood behind Emperor Wanhua. As soon as the 2 great sects made their announcement, Yishio, the 10,000 Fire Emperor, instantly became the most discussed person in all 5 regions and 4 seas. Of course, Tianwu Immortal Palace and Shenyuan Dynasty also issued similar reward announcements. Tianwu Immortal Palace, those who report Yishio's whereabouts and help Tianwu Immortal Palace to protect Emperor Wanhua back home can obtain an imperial weapon and receive personal guidance from Empress Qingxian. Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty, those who report Yishio's whereabouts and make contributions can obtain a Shenyuan sacred weapon. If you protect Emperor Wanhua back home, you can not only get an imperial weapon, but also marry a woman from the royal family of Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty and receive personal guidance from Emperor Xianyuan. As soon as the 3 parties made the announcement, countless monks rejoiced. No matter who Yishio is handed over to, he can get the emperor's weapon and the emperor's guidance. This is the first time I have seen this opportunity, seeing how ruthless Zhengzhou was. The East Wilderness 10,000 Races Alliance to kill you did not need to back down and directly updated the bounty reward. Whoever takes the dog head from Yishio's neck can get an imperial weapon and 3 entries to the secret realm of the 10,000 races. Whoever keeps Yishio alive can not only get the imperial weapon, but also get 5 entries to the secret realm of the 10,000 races, plus personal guidance from the emperors of each race. As soon as the announcement was made, countless monks celebrated. This was the closest the imperial soldiers had ever been to them, and it was also the closest they had ever been to Emperor Chang. As soon as the announcement was made from all 4 sides, countless great saints and quasi-emperors appeared in the world to participate in Yishio's hunting operation. Even those everlasting clans, supreme Taoist sects, and immortal dynasties have seen countless peerless geniuses join them. They are not fighting for the imperial soldiers, but to achieve the feat of defeating the emperor against the will of heaven, and to gain the strongest advantage before the battle for the emperor. In a remote town in the far east of Zhengzhou, Yishio was wearing a black robe, her face so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. She stared at the wanted poster posted in her hand. Fuck. Old Ghost Tianji, you, for no reason, exposed me. I am your entire family of 18 generations. And that idiot who's been spreading the word that I've taken over someone else's body, you better not be found by me, or I'll kill your entire family and sever all of your bloodline inheritance. Shangguan Xingyi, Feng Tianyu, you two are a pair of traitors. You are still pretending to be affectionate until now. When I come back to rule the world, I will destroy your reputation. Yishio kept barking in frustration. Faced with such a crisis, she, a great emperor, did not expect that she could only hide in the deepest darkness like a rat in the gutter. Luckily, I took precautions before coming to Zhengzhou. After waking up in the desert, I deliberately asked the young girl about the direction of the East China Sea. I used a tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and escaped by sneaking back to Zhengzhou without the family. I also changed my appearance again. Now those guys probably still think I'm in East Desert, haha. Yishio raised the corners of his mouth, feeling happy about his own wit. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Just go and have fun by yourselves. A hint of pride flashed in Yishio's eyes. What if the old man Tianji revealed her identity? What if that couple knew she was alive? What if those great emperors and Taoist sects wanted her? You've just been fooling around like a headless fly, running around in circles. At the same time, Aoyuan went back to his old job and pretended to be Yishio, attracting fire for Yishio while also gaining some villain points. With so many people holding him back, Yishio didn't dare to step forward. The situation in the eastern wasteland was chaotic, and it was a good opportunity to quickly hunt down the villains. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first-level genius Lin Jing. The host obtains a villain value of 300,000, 3 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Henan. The host has obtained the villain value of 5,000, 50 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Hashimotoki. The host has obtained the villain value of 2,000, 20 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the second level Tianzhou Wuyong. The host obtains a villain value of 2,000. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level prodigy Yu Qianshui. The host has obtained a villain value of 700,000, 7 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the first level Tianzhou Wulinglong. The host obtains the villain value of 300,000, 3 million. As the system's automatic broadcast sounded, AO Yuan's villain value slowly rose towards 0. Sometimes it stops and sometimes it rises, sometimes it speeds up and sometimes it slows down, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Chapter 190. Who is stronger is the master. 3 years later. Stop, this is the Shenyuan Palace, outsiders are not allowed to approach.
As soon as Chen Zhou approached, the half-saint palace guards immediately issued a warning. My fellow Daoist, I have important news to report to Emperor Xian Yuan.
Please let him know. Chen Zhou looked calmly at the golden armored guard in front of him with a calm tone.
Wait a moment.
After saying that, the guard immediately turned around and went to the commander's office to report the matter. After a while, a heroic woman in golden armor walked out. When she saw Chen Zhou, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She found that she couldn't see through the cultivation level of the man in front of her. You have to know that she is a powerful great sage and one of the favored concubines of Emperor Xian Yuan.
She has even met many emperors.
There are only two possibilities for people she cannot see through. Either this person is a great emperor, or he has some special means of hiding his cultivation. No matter which one it is, it means that the other person is not simple and deserves serious hospitality. The woman stopped and adjusted herself. She looked at Chen Zhou and said calmly, His Majesty is currently in the palace discussing matters and cannot see guests for the time being. Please come with me to the Jingxin Palace and wait for a while. Unable to see through the visitor's cultivation level and background, and without the influence of the aura that lowers his intelligence, the woman treated him with courtesy. Chen Zhou nodded slightly, his expression still calm, and followed the woman inside. Along the way, the woman asked Chen Zhou several questions in a roundabout way, and Chen Zhou also selectively talked to the woman for a few words. The woman learned that Chen Zhou was escorting Emperor Xuanyuan's good brother Yi Xiu to the Shenyuan Immortal Dynasty, and Chen Zhou also learned that this woman was one of Emperor Xuanyuan's favorite concubines, concubina. Soon, the two arrived at the Jingxin Hall at the outermost part of the palace, which was where Emperor Xian Yuan received distinguished guests. Rather than calling it a palace, it is more like a high-rise building. The Jingxin Hall rises into the sky, overlooking the entire imperial city. It is magnificent and independent, giving a feeling of looking down on all the mountains.
Fellow Daoist, please take a seat. I have already sent someone to report this to the emperor. I believe the emperor will be here soon.
Ye Fei quickly poured tea for Chen Zhou. The tea has a clear and far-reaching fragrance, and the spiritual energy it emits alone is equivalent to a year of hard practice for an ordinary saint. Of course, concubine Ye treated Chen Zhou like this because Chen Zhou saved the Wanhua emperor, the brother of her husband Emperor Xian Yuan. Otherwise, even if the emperor came in person, concubine Ye would not make tea herself.
The brotherhood between Emperor Xian Yuan Fengtianyu and Emperor Wanhua is a
beautiful story praised by countless cultivators in Zhongzhou. Back then, in order to help his beloved Empress Qin Xian and his good brother Emperor Xian Yuan to become emperors, Emperor Wanhua single-handedly killed all the quasi-emperors in Zhongzhou, and then ventured into the forbidden land of the gods with Emperor Xian Yuan and Empress Qin Xian. The friendship between the three of them is still praised by all cultivators in Zhongzhou even today, 3,000 years later. Especially the incident in which the 10,000 Fire Emperor chose to stay behind for the sake of his beloved and brothers, and died in the forbidden land of the gods. Whenever the incident was mentioned, the cultivators could not help but cry out. If a great emperor had abandoned his beloved and brothers, he could definitely escape unscathed, but Emperor Wanhua was willing to be the last one to leave, and ultimately died, a regrettable demise. Of course, not all cultivators in Zhongzhou thought so. Those who had grudges against Yishou held banquets on the day they learned of Yishou's death. After Emperor Shen Yuan and Empress Qing Shan became emperors, these forces were liquidated one by one. Almost every cultivator in Zhengzhou knows these things. As the favorite concubine of Emperor Shen Yuan, concubine Yan knew Emperor Xuanyuan's past very well. Only when she learned that Chen Zhou had safely escorted Emperor Wanhua here did she personally make tea for Chen Zhou. When Emperor Shen Yuan reunites with his good brother, he will definitely love her even more in the future. After a while, the majestic and magnificent door of the Jingxin Hall slowly opened, and Emperor Shen Yuan Fengtianyu, dressed in a luxurious dragon robe, appeared in front of everyone like a god descending. His originally stern face was now filled with anxiety, as if he truly had a strong longing and desire for his good brother Yishou in his heart, and that anxious expression almost overflowed from his eyes. Seeing this, Ye Fei, who was standing by, was delighted and quickly stood up to greet him. "Your Majesty." Chen Zhou symbolically bowed his hands and said in a clear voice, "I am Chen Zhou, and I am honored to meet Senior Emperor Shen Yuan." Emperor Xuanyuan's eyes were fixed on Chen Zhou, and the anxiety on his face became more and more obvious, as if he was confirming something important. He said in a low and slightly hoarse voice, "My friend, you are the one who escorted my good friend Wanhua back home?" Chen Zhou's face was calm, but a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. He nodded solemnly and answered firmly, "That's right." After saying that, Chen Zhou stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. A strange light suddenly shone up. Then, a young girl with a beautiful face, like a fairy, appeared leisurely in front of Emperor Shen Yuan. She has a graceful figure and lively eyes, as if all the beauty in the world is concentrated in her. When Emperor Shen Yuan saw this, an indescribable emotion surged in his heart, and he extended his divine sense without hesitation and looked towards the girl. When his mind touched the familiar 10,000 Saints Emperor scripture, his heart was suddenly shocked, and the excitement almost made him lose his composure. Then, he carefully examined the girl's soul. After a moment, a look of joy appeared on his face. This girl was truly his best friend, Yishou. Although it is unclear why Yishou's soul also reversed yin and yang, Emperor Shen Yuan will never forget that familiar breath even if he turns to ashes. Senior Shen Yuan, I was worried that something might happen during the journey, so I gave Senior Wanhua a drug that made him ecstasy. I hope you won't blame me. Chen Zhou hurriedly explained cunningly. Emperor Shen Yuan smiled and nodded, "My friend, don't be nervous. Wanhua's identity has been exposed, and he will definitely not trust outsiders easily. My friend drugged me out of helplessness." "I understand." Emperor Shen Yuan also wanted to kill Yishou, so naturally he wouldn't really worry about how Yishou was caught by this person. As long as Yishou falls into his hands, what happened back then will forever remain a secret. Emperor Shen Yuan would naturally not keep the guy who sent Yishou back. Of course, as Emperor Shen Yuan, Fengtianyu would never do such a foolish thing as breaking his promise and killing people in public. The emperor will give him soldiers, and his daughter will be introduced to Chen Zhou, but whether Chen Zhou can refine the imperial weapon is none of Fengtianyu's business. As for marrying off my daughter, I can just let the imperial soldiers control the other party to refuse. Even though the other party refused, Emperor Shen Yuan did not object. He then promised huge benefits and let the imperial soldiers control the other party to join the Shen Yuan immortal dynasty. What a perfect operation! Thinking of this, Emperor Shen Yuan quickly took out a high-level imperial weapon and said, "My friend, this imperial weapon is the Lihua Divine Wheel. I obtained it from a great emperor's lineage 1,000 years ago. It has been sealed by me. You can refine it without worry." "Thank you, Senior." Chen Zhou quickly pretended to be eager. Emperor Shen Yuan smiled in a friendly manner. "Huh? My dear friend, this is what you deserve. Don't be restrained. When you refine the imperial weapon, you can contact me through this jade slip." As he spoke, Emperor Shen Yuan took out a white jade slip with the word Shen Yuan engraved on it. "My friend, now that my friend has returned, he is still unconscious. I will go and settle him down first. If you need anything, please let me know through the jade slip. Ye Fei, I'll leave young friend Chen Zhou to you to entertain. I will obey your Majesty's order." Ye Fei hurriedly bowed respectfully. Emperor Shen Yuan nodded, and disappeared with a whoosh. After Emperor Shen Yuan left, Chen Zhou also hurriedly asked for his resignation from concubine. Concubine understood that Chen Zhou was anxious to refine the imperial weapon, so she did not think much about it and personally escorted Chen Zhou out of the palace. Walking into the crowd and passing through the alley, Chen Zhou's figure disappeared in an instant. As for the imperial weapon, the fire wheel,
it was naturally refined by Qin Zhou in an instant. Whoever is stronger is the master.
Emperor Xianyuan miscalculated when he wanted to use the imperial army to trap others. This time, Chen Zhou not only earned 10 million villain points from Ao Yuan, but also obtained an imperial weapon souvenir.
It was a pretty good harvest.
Chapter 191. Yishou completely collapses. On the other side, Ao Yuan was eating melon seeds and watching the whole process of Yishou being captured with great interest. Half a year ago, after 2.5 years of killing, Ao Yuan finally paid off his villain value debt and saved up a considerable amount of villain value, so he simply retired and returned to the Dragon Palace. It's not that Ao Yuan doesn't want to continue, but the geniuses from the 5 domains who came to the eastern wilderness
have almost been slaughtered by Ao Yuan. The rest either carried imperial weapons or followed the protectors secretly. Moreover, these people were on guard and did not reveal their identities, so Ao Yuan was unable to kill them. As for ordinary geniuses or other people, their villain value is too low. Ao Yuan has no pressure now, so naturally he has no interest. Instead of taking action against these people, it is better to challenge the geniuses of major families and powerful independent cultivators in an open and above-board manner to hone yourself. Fortunately, defeating her does not earn you any villain points, so after challenging her a few times, Ao Yuan went home to finding Shang. A short separation is better than a new marriage. After the 2 dragons had been together for a few days, Ao Yuan thought of Yishou, who had gone to Zhongzhou. After checking, Ao Yuan discovered that Yishou had also successfully entered the realm of a saint, and his luck had skyrocketed by 150,000, 1,500,000, to 250,000, 2,500,000. However, it is still below the perfect kill line, and can be perfectly killed at any time to obtain the final villain value. After thinking about it, Ao Yuan directly asked the system if there was any way for Feng Tianyu to capture Yishou, and got the answer, 1,000, 10 million, villain value. Ao Yuan did not hesitate and directly paid 10 million villain points, using Feng Tianyu to deal the final blow to Yishou to facilitate his subsequent plans. It must be said that the system is awesome. Not long after paying the villain value, Ao Yuan saw the scene in the holographic perspective where Yishou was attacked as soon as he left the secret realm. An unfamiliar great sage from Zhongzhou knocked down the seriously injured Yishou with a club. Just when the old 6th great sage was about to destroy the body, Yishou's spiritual power failed and his true face was revealed. The old 6th great sage was overjoyed and quickly took out a bottle of pills and fed them to Yixiu. Ao Yuan recognized at a glance that this medicine was the holy medicine Nishandan. Then, Yishou was collected into the sleeve of this person using a magical power, and the view was frozen. With darkness everywhere, the screen lit up again, and it was 2.5 days later. Yishou also appeared in front of Emperor Xianyuan. He traveled across half of Zhongzhou in 2.5 days, which shows how anxious and cautious the 6th great sage was. Deep inside the imperial palace of the Xianyuan immortal dynasty in Zhongzhou, Yishou was deliberately tied up by Emperor Xianyuan into an extremely wonderful posture. Yishou instinctively hummed. Yishou showed signs of waking up, but her consciousness was still in chaos, as if she was shrouded in a layer of fog, and she was temporarily unable to perceive the situation outside. Although his consciousness was gradually returning, his brain still felt as if it was being weighed down by a heavy block of lead. He was so drowsy that he was completely unable to detect any abnormalities in his body. Time passed minute by minute, and after a few seconds that seemed like an eternity, Yishou's hazy consciousness finally came to his senses, as if the clouds had cleared and the sky was blue, and he was completely awake. When she truly felt that her body was imprisoned by some mysterious force, the sudden feeling of restraint made her face change drastically and a hint of fear flashed in her eyes. "You're awake." Just then, a familiar voice came into her ears, like a thunder exploding in her mind. Yishou subconsciously raised her head, and as soon as her eyes met the figure of the person who came, her world seemed to collapse in an instant. Like a bolt from the blue, Yishou's pupils shrank sharply, and an indescribable sense of horror spread throughout his body. The person who came was Feng Tianyu. This name was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yishou's heart hard. At this moment, her mind was blank. All thoughts were disrupted by this sudden change, leaving only endless shock and confusion. Yi Du Xiu. No, I should call you Yi Xiu, right, Brother Yi, the 10,000 Fire Emperor. Emperor Xianyuan looked at Yi Xiu with disdain, as if he was looking at a toy in his hand. Feng.Tian.Yu. Yi Xiu stared at Feng Tianyu with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, Feng Tianyu would have died countless times. Brother Yi, don't be so angry. It's just touching Qing Yi once. It's no big deal. We are brothers. Feng Tianyu frivolously pinched Yi Xiu's white jade chin. By the way, Brother Yi, you probably don't know how good Qingyi's foundation is.
Feng Tianyu looked at Yi Xiu with mocking eyes.
Alas!
Feng Tianyu sighed, and then said, but unfortunately, I am no match for that woman now.
I might as well bring her here for Brother Yi to observe. Feng Tian.yu.
Yi Xiu struggled angrily, but it was useless. Apart from barking helplessly with bloodshot eyes, Yi Xiu had no other way to deal with Feng Tianyu. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they become particularly jealous of each other. After falling into the hands of his former enemy, Yi Xiu's veins were exposed with anger and his face was hideous.
Don't get excited, Brother Yi. It's not good to be angry. Feng Tianyu hurriedly comforted Yi Xiu, but, Brother Yi, how did you completely turn into a woman? I'm a little curious. Get out. Take your dirty hands off me.
Yi Xiu roared. Feng Tianyu smiled frivolously. Brother Yi, we are brothers. It's not easy for us to meet each other.
It won't look good if it turns out like this. Bah!
Yi Xiu spat at Feng Tianyu, but unfortunately Feng Tianyu had already been prepared, and the spit containing holy power could not touch Feng Tianyu at all.
Feng Tianyu, you are such a villain. You are such a hypocrite.
You still have the nerve to say the word brother. Back then, I treated you with all my heart and soul, and I cared deeply about you. I regarded you as my closest friend and was so kind to you, but you were so cruel and ruthless that you teamed up with that shameless bitch to kill me.
Brother Yi, don't say that. I was very kind to you back then. If it weren't for me, how could you have such a beautiful body that is unrivaled in the world?
Hearing Feng Tianyu's shameless words, Yi Xiu's face turned red with anger. His mammary ducts were blocked and it was painful. Brother Yi, since God has brought us together again, let the past be the past.
I will make it up to you. Feng Tianyu approached Yi Xiu with a wicked smile. You, what do you want to do?
Yi Xiu struggled in fear. Although Yi Xiu's cultivation was not sealed, the rope Feng Tianyu used to tie her up was a mid-grade imperial weapon. No matter how hard Yi Xiu stabbed her, it was all in vain. 100,000 words omitted here. Ding, the son of destiny, Yi Xiu, was humiliated by his former enemy, his mentality exploded, his spirit collapsed, his heart of Tao was shattered, Yi Xiu's luck value dropped by 100,000, and the host gained a villain value of 1,000, 10 million. Ding, the son of destiny, Yi Xiu, was tortured because the host fell into the hands of the enemy of the previous life, and his heart of Taoism was shattered. He was living a life worse than death. Yi Xiu's luck value dropped by 150,000, and the host gained a villain value of 1,500, 15 million. Ding, the destiny child Yi Xiu's luck has been cleared, and his destiny aura has been broken. Please kill him as soon as possible to avoid losing the killing reward.
What?
There's a reward for killing. Upon hearing that there was a reward for killing, Ao Yuan stood up immediately. Did you ask? Ao Yuan sat down speechlessly. Fortunately, he gave Yi Xiu to Feng Tianyu and not Shangguan Qingyi, otherwise the reward for the kill would be gone. Given Feng Tianyu's abnormality, Yi Xiu would not be in any danger for a long time, but he would probably not be able to move around freely. Well, let Yi Xiu experience her last moments of happiness. Ao Yuan turned off the real-time holographic audio and video, and teleported to Yingshang's boudoir. Chapter 192. The five domains are shaken, and the clouds in all directions are moving. 3 months later, a mighty dragon might rushed out from the East China Sea in Dongguan, Eastern Land, and instantly descended on the Shen Yuan immortal dynasty in Zhengzhou. Endless imperial power surged down like a tide, as if it would completely shatter the entire Zhengzhou. The overwhelming pressure permeated between heaven and earth, waking countless emperors suddenly from their slumber. A strong sense of uneasiness and fear surged in their hearts, as if some terrible disaster was about to befall. In an instant, the five domains were shaken. Zhengzhou, in the Tianji pavilion, an old man with white hair looked increasingly solemn, his deep eyes flashed with worry, and he muttered to himself, a sign of great misfortune. The white-haired old man frowned tightly, and the whisk in his hand trembled slightly. It seemed that while he felt the imperial power, he also had a premonition of the drastic changes that were about to happen. In the distant Tianwu immortal palace, a dark light emerged in Shangguan Qingyi's bright and pure eyes. A gloomy and sinister voice suddenly sounded in the depths of Shangguan Qingyi's consciousness, as creepy as a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue.
He, what a lively scene, they're fighting again. The creatures in your world are really short-sighted.
The voice carried a strange smile, As if it could see through the secrets in Shang Guanxingyi's heart, Shang Guanxingyi's expression changed slightly, and she shouted coldly, "Shut up!" The voice showed no sign of stopping, and continued to laugh sinisterly. Hee, Shang Guanxingyi, don't forget where you got your cultivation done. If it weren't for my clan's careful cultivation of you, how could you have achieved such success now? Hearing this, a complex look flashed across Shang Guanxingyi's eyes. Shut up. I, Shang Guanxingyi, will definitely do what I promised you. You don't need to say anything more. Shang Guanxingyi said in a cold voice. He. Shang Guanxingyi, don't forget how servile you were in front of our clan back then. Now you dare to disobey our orders. Do you think you can get away? The voice continued to irritate Shang Guanxingyi's nerves, making her mood more and more irritable. Shang Guanxingyi suppressed her anger. She had already found a way to deal with the strange will. In order to gain immortality, she temporarily suppressed her anger. He, Shang Guanxingyi, hide your tail well and don't show your true colors. When my clan arrives, I will definitely let you rule the 5 regions and 4 seas and become the supreme ruler of the human race. The voice said, I hope your clan can fulfill its promise. Shang Guanxingyi responded coldly. The Weird Clan was an evil race that attempted to invade the 5 realms and 4 seas. Who could have thought that the first empress of Zhengzhou, Empress Qing Xian, would actually degenerate herself and choose to collude with strange creatures? As Qinglang disappeared, Emperor Xian Yuan ended his attack and appeared in front of the dragon emperors. My fellow Taoists have come from afar. I wonder what you want to talk to me about. Emperor Xian Yuan Feng Tianyu said with a smile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a moment, dozens of Zhengzhou emperors rushed to the sky above the Xian Yuan immortal dynasty, stood beside Emperor Xian Yuan, and confronted the Dragon Palace. Although they each had many grudges, facing the aggressive emperors of the Dragon Palace, these emperors still united in a rare move. The Donghuan, Eastern Land, what's going on? Why would the dragons suddenly attack Zhengzhou? A great emperor wondered. I don't know. I just felt the dragons descend on Zhengzhou in a flash. Another emperor shook his head in confusion. Why did the Dragon Clan suddenly attack the Xian Yuan immortal dynasty when the immortal war is not about to start yet? Do we need to help the Dragon Palace? One of the emperors asked the key question. Hearing this, several of the emperors shook their heads to express their refusal, but the other emperors did not object and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. No matter why the Dragon Clan took action, we are all part of the East Baron. As the Emperor of the East Baron, we should take action and stand together with the Dragon Palace. The Emperor of the Ji family was the first to stand up and express his position. The righteous words of the Ji family emperor seemed to have a magical power, constantly bewitching the hearts of everyone present. That's right. The people of Zhengzhou are really going too far, another emperor roared angrily, with burning rage flashing in his eyes. The Emperor of Zhengzhou sect possessed the bodies of my Eastern Wasteland juniors and killed so many of my Eastern Wasteland's geniuses. This behavior is simply intolerable. We can't just sit there and watch. We must teach Zhengzhou a hard lesson and let them know how powerful we, the Eastern Desolate Emperor, are. The hot-tempered Tiger Demon Emperor roared. As the Tiger Emperor roared, the entire venue fell into silence. A strong feeling of indignation surged in the hearts of the emperors. They felt extremely sad and angry about the actions of the people of Zhengzhou. After a moment, an elderly emperor slowly stood up, his eyes revealing deep wisdom and endless vicissitudes. Everyone, the situation is critical now. We must unite as one and gather all the strength of the Eastern Wasteland to let Zhengzhou give us an explanation for the Eastern Wasteland cultivation world. Although his voice was low, it was full of power, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. The Dragon Clan may have other hidden reasons for their actions, but no matter what, we must not forget our responsibilities as the Emperor of the East Desert. We must put the overall situation first, put aside past grudges, and work hand in hand with Dragon Palace to jointly defend the dignity and glory of the East Wasteland. As soon as these words were spoken, all the emperors nodded in agreement. They know very well that this is a critical moment and only by unity can they overcome the difficulties. Then fight. Count me in as one. No matter who beats the Zhengzhou dogs, I, Xiantian, will definitely help. Emperor Xiantian roared proudly. Seeing Emperor Xiantian, all the emperors were shocked. We are honored to meet Senior Xiantian. The emperors immediately bowed in greeting. Emperor Xiantian is the first owner of Xiantian Tower. He was the peak emperor tens of millions of years ago, and 1,000,000 years ago he killed 3 peak emperors in a row. I thought he was seriously injured and died, but unexpectedly, this old guy is not dead yet.
My fellow Taoists, there is no need to be restrained.
Since you have decided to go to Zhengzhou to seek justice, how about I lead you?
Ah, Qiantian, I haven't seen you for 600,000 years.
I didn't expect you're still alive. Another heroic voice sounded. When the emperors saw, they saw that Shadow Emperor, the 3rd generation leader of Shadow Sect, was also a pinnacle emperor. Shadow, it is rumored that you died together with 2 emperor-level peaks 500,000 years ago. I didn't expect that you were killed by an explosion.
You are quite a villain.
Emperor Xiantian laughed. Ha, you are the same. You killed 3 emperor-level peak monsters in a row and then pretended to be dead and went into seclusion.
The Shadow Emperor did not give face to the Xiantian Emperor at all.
Okay, stop arguing and don't delay the important matter. At this moment, 2 more peak emperors appeared in front of the emperors, the emperor of the Phoenix clan. Everyone was shocked again. The Phoenix clan is worthy of being one of the super dominant races that has existed since the ancient times, and it has produced 2 peak emperors. Nanling Nanming in the Suzaku Ancestral God Mountain. Is the Dragon clan going to attack Zhengzhou?
Want to participate? Certainly. Then let's go.
Okay. Upon learning that the Dragon clan was attacking Zhengzhou, the giant forces in all regions were extremely shocked. Some of the overlord races from ancient times that had long-standing friendships with the Dragon clan also sent their emperors to Zhengzhou to shock the enemy.
Chapter 193. At worst, sink Zhengzhou.
Shen Yuan, hand over the 10,000 Fire Emperor, otherwise my clan will destroy the Shen Yuan immortal dynasty today.
Zhuing threatened with disdain on his face. Upon hearing this request, Emperor Shen Yuan was stunned. Yi Xiu had offended the Dragon clan? When did it happen?
How come he didn't know anything about it? The emperors of Zhengzhou behind Emperor Shen Yuan were also stunned. No wonder the Dragon emperors came to visit. It turned out that the 10,000 Fire Emperor had offended the Dragon Palace. Judging from the situation, the feud between Emperor Wanhua and the Dragon clan seems to be very deep. The 10,000 Fire Emperor returned to Zhengzhou 3 months ago, but before returning to Zhengzhou, he hunted down countless top geniuses in the eastern wilderness. It can be said that the 10,000 Fire Emperor and Donghuang are in a situation where they will fight to the death. Now, they feel under tremendous pressure just because of the Dragon Palace coming. If the other emperors from the eastern wilderness come, they will have no chance of winning. The eastern wilderness has a legitimate reason for their actions, and they in Zhengzhou are in the wrong. In addition, Emperor Wanhua has a very bad reputation in Zhengzhou, so there will definitely be very few emperors willing to take action later. At least they won't take action. They came to scare Emperor Shen Yuan. Apart from the fact that Emperor Shen Yuan was a late emperor, more importantly, he was a member of Zhengzhou. Faced with the attack from the eastern wilderness, the major forces in Zhengzhou will naturally not sit idly by now, knowing that the Dragon clan came to Zhengzhou not to cause trouble, but to punish Emperor Wanhua, the most unpopular scum in Zhengzhou. The emperors of Zhengzhou instantly lost their will to fight.
The emperors of Zhengzhou were very reluctant to fight against the Dragon
clan, the dominant race in the world. The physical bodies of ordinary monsters are stronger than those of ordinary human cultivators of the same level, and the physical bodies of dragons are far stronger than those of super monsters of the same level. Asking them to fight against the Dragon Emperor is a joke. Now that the emperors knew that the Dragon clan only wanted someone, and the person they wanted was Yi Xiu, the 10,000 Fire Emperor, whom the emperors hated the most, the emperors were naturally very happy. They still remember clearly the time when Yi Xiu slaughtered the descendants of Emperor Shen Yuan and Empress Qing Xian in order to let them escort the emperor. If Emperor Shen Yuan was not in the late stage of the Great Emperor and Empress Qing Xian was not in the peak stage of the Great Emperor, they would have turned that little beast Wanhua into ashes long ago. Asking them to protect the Emperor of 10,000 Fires now is just dreaming. The emperors of Zhengzhou looked at each other and saw the gloating in each other's eyes. Then the emperors stepped back tacitly and excluded the emperor who supported Yi Xiu, the 10,000 Fire Emperor. This retreat made the scene extremely awkward, as if the air had frozen there. Emperor Xuanyuan's originally majestic face now looked as if it was splashed with a layer of ink. It was so black that it seemed as if ink could drip out. The gloomy expression made people shudder. Old man Tianji looked at the bastards behind him who seemed to be quite harmonious on weekdays with a confused look on his face. He never expected that at this critical moment, these old guys who were usually amiable would become so cowardly just facing a small dragon palace. They were so scared that they were scared out of their wits and immediately became cowardly.
You are a bunch of useless people. Old man Tianji was extremely angry. He pointed his trembling hand at the cowardly young men behind him, his eyes full of disappointment and anger. Although he was not good at killing in the early days of his reign as emperor, he still had the courage to confront them head-on. However, these bastards chose to keep quiet. This behavior made him feel extremely sad and ashamed, and now it seems that these so-called immortal sects, indestructible Taoist traditions and everlasting clans are nothing but incompetent rats who bully the good and fear the evil. They usually put on an attitude of superiority, but when real problems arise, they become like cowards, completely irresponsible. At this moment, a Zhengzhou emperor whose blood and energy were obviously exhausted finally arrived. He looked at the anxious old man Tianji and quickly said to comfort him, "Don't panic, Tianji, I'm here to help you." Hearing this, Elder Tianji felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He looked at the late Zhengzhou Emperor Tianqing Dan Emperor with gratitude and said, "Dan Pavilion Master, it's great that you came. These people from the Dragon Palace actually asked us to hand over the 10,000 fires. This is really too much, we must not agree to their unreasonable demands." Emperor Tianqing nodded, his awe-inspiring expression on his face. "That's right. Wanhua saved my life, and he is the hope of Zhengzhou. We must not hand him over." "Well said, Wanhua is still from Zhengzhou no matter what. If anyone dares to betray Zhengzhou, I will be merciless." At this moment, a great emperor riding his sword descended on Xianyuan Immortal Dynasty. The terrifying sword intent surged like a bolt of lightning that cut through the sky. Sometimes it struck like a thunderbolt, as if to split the sky and earth into a huge crack. Sometimes it stabbed as quickly as a poisonous snake out of a hole, with endless sharpness directly pressing on the enemy's vital points. Sometimes it chopped like a violent hurricane, and each blow contained enough power to destroy everything. Sometimes it slashed like a furious thunder, and wherever the sword intent passed, the space seemed to be cut apart. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor, it's actually the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor. I never thought he was actually a good friend of the 10,000 Fire Emperor. A Saint King in the Imperial City exclaimed, "That's great, Lord Emperor Xianyuan is saved. With the help of strong men like Emperor Lai Tiandao, we can definitely turn the tide." There was a gleam of hope in the eyes of everyone in the Imperial City, and an inexplicable excitement surged in their hearts. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor is a super-powerful being who is only half a step away from becoming a great emperor. With the Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor here, we will definitely be able to town. A powerful imperial voice sounded, and the sword intent in his head disappeared instantly. The Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor even spat out a mouthful of sword blood, and his breath plummeted. Just half a step to the peak, rubbish. A figure stepped out from among the dragon emperors. When they saw this dragon, Old Man Tianji and Emperor Tianqing were shocked. The Shadow Emperor, a descendant of the Dark Holy Dragon of the Dragon Clan, was born with a blood mutation. He was a terrifying existence half a step away from the pinnacle of the realm, and the emperor who loved bloodshed the most among the Dragon Clan. There is a saying in the Eastern Wilderness, "No one can reach the peak without an emperor, and no one can reach the peak of the Shadow Emperor." Just one sentence summarizes the power of the Shadow Emperor. "Shadow Emperor, I didn't expect you to come." Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and he looked at Shadow Emperor eagerly. The Shadow Emperor ignored him and looked at Emperor Xianyuan. "Xianyuan boy, what do you think?" Emperor Xuanyuan's heart trembled, and he quickly saluted to Shadow Emperor. "Senior Shadow Emperor, Yi Xiu is my most beloved friend." "Senior, you want me to betray my brothers with just one sentence? I'm sorry that I can't agree to this request." Emperor Xianyuan looked at the Shadow Emperor with righteous words, but he was complaining in his heart. It's not that Emperor Xianyuan didn't want to hand over people, but he had just been in a passionate PK with his good brother Yi Xiu, and the Dragon Emperor suddenly arrived, and he was caught off guard. He had no choice but to hurriedly end the meeting, but it turned out that the Dragon Clan's target was Yi Xiu. He simply couldn't make it. If the world were to see Yi Xiu at this moment, then Emperor Xuanyuan's reputation in this life would be completely ruined. "Ah, Xianyuan boy, you are right. How can I, the Emperor of Zhengzhou, bow to the Dongyi barbarians?" As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Emperor Xianyuan, the Supreme Emperor, the only second Supreme Emperor among the human race in Zhengzhou, the ancient Emperor of Stars. "Juidian, let me meet you." An imperial voice that was as calming as a huge bell echoed in the air like rolling thunder, as if it could penetrate the endless void and reach beyond the sky. Among the emperors of the Dragon Clan, one emperor slowly walked out, and he was also the supreme emperor. His figure was as tall as a mountain, his eyes were like bright stars shining with mysterious light, and he emanated an unparalleled pressure from his body, as if he could suppress everything in the world. Top dragon, if you take your clan away from here quickly now, this emperor can show mercy and pretend that this incident has never happened. The ancient Star Emperor had a domineering look on his face, with a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. His domineering words were like a sharp sword that pierced the top emperor opposite him. Ha! The top dragon clan raised his head slightly and snorted with disdain. His cold gaze swept across the ancient Star Emperor like ice. Just you? Why should I leave? How can my dragon clan be afraid of you? The firmness and fearlessness in his words fully revealed the soul of the dragon clan. Do you really want to insist on your own way and start a war between the two domains? The deep starry pupils of the ancient Star Emperor shrank slightly, with a hint of shock and worry in them. He didn't seem to expect that the top dragon clan would be so determined. Once the war between the two domains breaks out, countless lives will be lost. This is an outcome he does not want to see, but as the ancient emperor of the stars, he will never back down. Ha ha ha. Longxing, why are you wasting time talking to this kid? The worst that can happen is that Zhengzhou will be sunk. At this time, an equally invincible imperial voice resounded through Zhengzhou, the supreme emperor of the Phoenix clan, Huang Jiutian. Ha ha ha. Well said. At worst, we can sink Zhengzhou. Longxing laughed proudly at all the people in Zhengzhou, a battle in the void. Ancient Star Emperor solemnly invited a fight. Huang Jiutian, Longxing, leave this blood food to me. Another invincible imperial voice sounded. The supreme emperor of the White Tiger Holy Clan, Kill, Lu rushed straight to the sky, not giving Longxing and Huang Jiutian any chance to refuse. Longxing and Huang Jiutian smiled at each other. They had no way to deal with this guy Lu. The White Tiger Holy Clan was one of the four spirits of heaven and earth. Their main focus was killing, and as the name suggests, the tiger liked killing. Is there anyone else in Zhengzhou? Shadow Emperor Zun looked at the emperors of Zhengzhou. A light laugh came. Chapter 194. Emperor Shen Yuan bows his head. You are so reckless, but do you think there is no one in my central plains? An imperial voice seemed to pour down from the sky, and it seemed to be close at hand. It contains endless majesty and majestic power, as if it can make all things in the world tremble in fear. The kingly aura revealed in that voice was like a sharp sword, ready to be unsheathed at any time to cut off all the evil and arrogance that dared to offend Zhengzhou. It seemed that at this moment, the whole world became solemn because of this imperial voice, and people could not help but feel awe, as if they saw the emperor high above overlooking this land, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, ready to give the most severe punishment to those who were ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yuancher, stop playing tricks and quickly come out from your hiding place. The roar exploded in the void like thunder, shaking the surrounding space and time and causing ripples. Immediately afterwards, a handsome young man walked out from among the dragon emperors. He exuded an unparalleled aura of oppression, as if he could crush the entire universe. There was a violent shaking in the void, and then a figure slowly emerged. He was a white-haired old man, holding a whisk, looking leisurely yet faintly majestic. This old man is the ancient Emperor Yuancher, a creature of heaven and earth who has experienced a long period of time. The outside world still does not know which tribe he belongs to, and his true strength is like a mystery, making it difficult to grasp. But the only thing that everyone knows is that the ancient Emperor Yuancher once killed a supreme emperor with his own hands, which shows how powerful and terrifying he is. The ancient Emperor Yuancher just stood quietly in front of all living beings, as if nothing in the world could cause him the slightest ripple, but that invisible aura made no one dare to underestimate him. Zhu Jiuyin, I never thought that you would choose to revive. Yuancher ancient emperor raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Zhu Jiuyin with a kind smile. With an old fellow like you who likes to meddle in other people's affairs around, this emperor naturally has to come out and stretch his muscles. A faint smile appeared on Zhu Jiuyin's lips, as if he didn't care about Yuancher ancient emperor's evaluation at all. The ancient emperor Yuancher nodded slightly. His eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing through the endless space, and he glanced at Ao Yuan casually. After a moment, Yuancher ancient emperor slowly said, "This boy is extremely talented and will become a great man." Zhu Jiuyin nodded gently. The action seemed casual, but it contained a kind of silent approval. The man and the dragon looked at each other, but they did not fight like the two supreme emperors in the void. The emperors of the Dragon Clan and other superancient overlord races did not choose to interrupt and say more. The reason is simple: because the two people in front of them are not the supreme emperors, but mortal immortals. Although these super ancient overlord races all have the red dust. Immortal ancestor, they would not have the urge to provoke such beings. Such a being might not kill me for the sake of my ancestor, but he would definitely beat me up for a great emperor. Being beaten up in public would be a complete loss of face. After a long time, Yuanzhi ancient emperor sighed and said, "Forget it, I will not interfere in this matter." The ancient emperor Yuanzhi sighed softly and slowly disappeared in front of everyone. Yi Xiu's heart was broken, and his destiny as an immortal was also shattered. It was no longer worth it to offend the Dragon Clan for him. Watching the ancient emperor Yuanzhi leave, Ao Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the original future trajectory, the reason why Yi Xiu could continue to wander around and not die was because the old thing Yuanzhi ancient emperor secretly attacked him. Now Yi Xiu's destiny halo is shattered, and his Tao heart is shattered into dust by Feng Tianyu, and Yuanzhi ancient emperor also wisely chooses to give up. What the hell is this old man? How can he be so cowardly that he was scared away by a casual glance from the Dragon Emperor? How lame! An ignorant great sage complained speechlessly. I thought he was some peerless old monster who could not be hidden from the world, but I didn't expect him to be such an incompetent rat. Another ordinary Saint King monk echoed. I think it's just to show off and increase his popularity. A saint monk from Xianyuan immortal dynasty expressed his opinion. A very small number of cultivators who did not know the name of Yuanzhi ancient emperor all spoke out in mockery, not knowing that their luck and fate were plummeting at an incredible speed. It's over. It's over. Our Xianyuan immortal dynasty is really finished this time. I think we should hand over the 10,000 Fire Emperor in exchange for the peace of the Xianyuan immortal dynasty. Yes, Lord Emperor Xianyuan has done enough. The Wanhua Emperor has made enemies with the Dragon Clan, so let the Wanhua Emperor bear the responsibility alone. Lord Emperor Xianyuan, you don't have to hold on. We understand you and we won't blame you. Lord Emperor Xianyuan, if it really doesn't work, forget it. We need you, the Xianyuan immortal dynasty needs you. Don't hesitate. I believe that Lord Emperor Wanhua will understand you. Lord Emperor Xianyuan, everyone in the world has seen what you did to Lord Emperor Wanhua. You don't have to blame yourself. This is not your fault. Lord Emperor Xianyuan, please let go. Don't face an opponent you can't defeat alone. Yes, Lord Xianyuan, your friendship with Lord Wanhua is known to all. I believe that Lord Wanhua will not see you die in vain for her. On the ground, countless cultivators of the Xianyuan immortal dynasty shouted to the Xianyuan emperor in the sky, urging him not to make futile resistance. Hearing these nonsense words, Emperor Xianyuan was deeply moved, but at the same time he was unable to cry. It's not that Emperor Xianyuan didn't want to hand over Yi Xiu, but Yi Xiu's current appearance couldn't be shown in public, let alone let any third living being know about it, otherwise, he would really be dead. Tianyu, let's hand over Yi Xiu. At this time, the Qingxian Empress Shangguanqingi, dressed in gorgeous clothes, rushed to the scene like a fairy. Her cold eyes revealed a deep complexity, with affection, surprise, helplessness, regret, unwillingness, reluctance, and pain. It was as if it was a difficult decision to make. Emperor Xianyuan turned his head slightly, an imperceptible emotion flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Shangguanqingi, who was deliberately late beside him, thinking about something in his heart, but remained silent on the surface. Xianyuan bastards, quickly hand over the 10,000 fires, otherwise we will destroy the Xianyuan dynasty today. Emperor Xiantian led the emperors of the eastern wasteland to rush to all. The emperors were wearing armor and holding imperial weapons, with blazing light flashing in their eyes, as if they wanted to burn everything in front of them to ashes. Emperor Xianyuan, the Wanhua thief is trying to commit a crime against my daughter. Hand over the Wanhua, or I will sink your broken palace today. The Ji family emperor was filled with rage, and he looked like he would not stop until he killed Yi Xiu. Emperor Xianyuan, the Wanhua villains have murdered our heir. Hand over the Wanhua, or we will fight to the death. Xianyuan, the Wanhua thief killed my successor and took away my sex's imperial weapon. If you don't hand over the Wanhua and return the imperial weapon today, I will make your Xianyuan immortal dynasty flow like a river of blood. Hearing this, Ao Yuan immediately looked at the system. System, did you take the imperial weapon? Ding, host, those things have a subtle causal relationship with the host and have been automatically erased by the system. Ao Yuan, Xian Yuan, you don't want to provoke a war between the two regions and face the entire eastern wilderness region alone.
Emperor Xuanyuan's face turned dark, and he suddenly felt an urge to rush up and kill the other person.
Xian Yuan, hand over the 10,000 fires, and we will retreat immediately. The Shadow Emperor glanced coldly at the Zhengzhou Emperor. Xian Yuan boy, have you thought it over?
Shadow Emperor stared coldly at Emperor Xian Yuan. Emperor Xian Yuan felt a chill in his heart, knowing that he was no match for the Dragon Emperor. He could only sigh in compromise. I can hand over Wanhua, but Wanhua is my beloved relative after all.
Please give me a quarter of an hour to see my good brother off. Yes. Longxing nodded and agreed to Emperor Xuanyuan's final request.
Chapter 195 Yishou's death. A quarter of an hour later, as promised, Emperor Xian Yuan appeared in front of everyone again, carrying Yishou, who was tied up.
Everyone, Wanhua is here, please check it.
Emperor Xian Yuan looked distressed. His voice was low and powerful, echoing in the air, as if it carried a kind of magic that could make everyone present feel his inner pain and helplessness. He gently swung the rope in his hand, signaling everyone to come forward and check. Yishou was tied up tightly. She looked decadent and her eyes were dull, as if she had suffered some inhuman torture. The crowd around suddenly became agitated. They gathered around and stretched their necks to get a clear look at the guy who was making all the proud people in the East Wilderness feel insecure. Some people looked puzzled, while others showed expressions of gloating. They whispered and discussed the ins and outs of the matter. Everyone, I already know what Wanhua did in the East Wasteland.
Although I have deep feelings for Wanhua, Wanhua disregards the bottom line of righteousness. As a great emperor, he kills the younger generation for fun.
His crimes are simply too numerous to list. Although I, Shangguan Xingyi, am a woman, I am more of a righteous person. Today, in front of the billions of people in the 5 regions and 4 seas, I hereby announce, I, Shangguan Xingyi, have severed all ties with Yishou. From now on, I, Empress Qing Xian, will no longer have any connection with Yishou. Shangguan Xingyi announced loudly. Mobilize the anger of the emperors of Eastern Wasteland and guide them to immediately execute Yishou as a warning to others and hide the secret of that year.
Good.
A loud and passionate shout suddenly came from the imperial city on the ground, as if it was a shout bursting out from the depths of the soul, echoing between this ancient heaven and earth. She is worthy of being the Queen Qing Xian. She dares to love and hate. It is a blessing for the righteous people in Zhengzhou to have the Queen Qing Xian. The person who spoke had a gleam of reverence in his eyes and his tone was full of praise for the Queen Qing Xian. The next moment, the words suddenly changed, with deep regret and grief. Poor Queen Qing Xian, for Yishou, she endured 3,000 years of loneliness. During these 3,000 years, Empress Qing Xian refused to have any contact with any male emperor, and even cut off all ties with Emperor Xian Yuan to avoid suspicion. In the end, what I got was such a disgusting SB thing. As he said this, the man couldn't help but burst into tears, with tears rolling in his eyes, as if he wanted to pour out the pain in his heart. Wow, wow, wow. Queen Qing Xian is so pitiful. How could this bastard Yishou be so vicious, putting Queen Qing Xian in such a dilemma and making it so difficult for her? Doesn't he know how much Empress Qing Xian has paid for him? He is simply a heartless and ungrateful devil. His voice was full of anger and accusation, as if he wanted to cut Yishou into pieces. This Yishou is a complete scum. Not only did he kill the cultivators of all races and commit such unforgivable crimes, he also cruelly betrayed Queen Qing Xian. This is really unforgivable. Kill Yishou. Kill this bastard. Kill this beast. There was rage burning in everyone's eyes. Their hatred for Yishou had penetrated deep into their bones, and they wished they could tear him into pieces. Listening to the indignant shouts of the people below, a smile flashed in Shangguan Xingyi's eyes. Emperor Xian Yuan was shocked, and at this moment, he was even more wary of Shangguan Xingyi. The creatures on the ground were shouting in excitement, but the emperors in the sky remained unmoved. They all looked towards the dragon emperors, quietly waiting for the dragon clan to judge Yishou. Seeing that the time was almost right, Ao Yuan hurried forward and respectfully requested, "First ancestor, please let this man be killed by me."
"Ha, since you want to do it, I'll leave it to you." Zhu Jiuyin laughed loudly and directly declared Yishou's fate. "Thank you, first ancestor." Ao Yuan bowed and thanked. After getting the affirmation from Zhu Jiuyin of the Hanshan Immortal First Clan, Ao Yuan stepped forward. Emperor Xian Yuan was also tactful enough to throw Yishou, who had been beaten to pieces by him, to Ao Yuan. Ao Yuan took Yishou over and asked the system to check.
Sure enough, Emperor Xianyuan had tampered with Yi Xiu's body. His five senses were sealed and he could not feel anything in the outside world at all. Are you afraid that Yi Xiu will tell the truth? Ao Yuan smiled inwardly, then he turned to look at the first ancestor Zhu Jiuyin. First ancestor, please remove the restriction in this person's body. I have something to ask you. Zhu Jiuyin smiled faintly and released a stream of immortal power. The 9,000 restrictions set by Emperor Xianyuan disappeared in an instant. Hiss. Yi Xiu couldn't help but groan. Where am I? Yi Xiu raised his head dizzily. You don't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. In her lifetime, she actually met Ao Yuan, the prince of the dragon clan, again bang. Ao Yuan gave her a big slap. An obvious slap mark instantly appeared on Yi Xiu's face, and at the same time Yi Xiu woke up. Only then did Yi Xiu realize that she was surrounded by the emperor and fell into Ao Yuan's hands, but fortunately, she was no longer in Feng Tianyu's perverted secret room. Thinking of Feng Tianyu, Yi Xiu subconsciously tightened his legs and his body trembled. Physical pain, mental torture. At this moment, Yi Xiu left 2 lines of coldness in his eyes. Why Yi Xiu no longer had the motivation to live. Compared to living a life worse than death at Feng Tianyu's hands, she would rather be slapped to death by Ao Yuan. Bang. Ao Yuan used his spiritual energy palm to force the opponent to. Why are you crying? You are an emperor, don't be so nagging at me. Ao Yuan said sarcastically with disdain. After a sigh, Yi Xiu slowly regained consciousness after hearing Ao Yuan's words. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Qingyi and Feng Tianyu suddenly felt a chill on their backs, and a bad premonition sounded silently. Oh no! They both panicked. Ao Yuan showed a playful smile. Yi Xiu, before you die, do you have anything else to say? Looking at Ao Yuan's threatening eyes, Yi Xiu swallowed and instantly understood what Ao Yuan meant. To choose between dying quickly or living a life worse than death, Yi Xiu wisely chose the former this time. Although Ao Yuan had indeed played tricks on her several times in the lower world, playing tricks on people from the lower world was never a big deal for the upper world. Not to mention that Ao Yuan had a lot of reasons for it. For the matter of the geniuses of various tribes in the Eastern Wilderness, since these emperors were unable to find Ao Yuan, it would be useless for her to speak out as she had no evidence. Even if she said it, it would not have any impact on Ao Yuan, but it would definitely put her in another terrible situation. Within a few seconds, Yi Xiu figured it out. It is impossible for her to survive in her current state. Even if she survives, she will just be a cauldron on a leash. Rather than living a life worse than death, it is better to die now. I do have something else to say. Yi Xiu looked at Shangguan Qingyi and Feng Tianyu with a ferocious face. Ao Yuan nodded. Go ahead. Yi Xiu nodded and shouted, Feng Tianyu, you are a scumbag, you are a beast without any conscience. Not only did you kill me 3,000 years ago, but you also brutally raped me in the past 3 months, and Shangguan Qingyi, you bitch, I asked myself if I had done anything wrong to you, but I didn't expect that you would hook up with Feng Tianyu and kill me in the forbidden land of the gods, and even had sex with Feng Tianyu in front of me. Yi Xiu angrily cursed Shangguan Qingyi and Feng Tianyu, even becoming so excited that he spoke incoherently. It took him several times for everyone to understand the truth of the matter. Is this true? The Shadow Emperor looked back and forth between Shangguan Qingyi and Feng Tianyu without any hesitation. It doesn't look like acting. Emperor Xiantian nodded seriously. No wonder Yi Xiu became like that. It turns out that he was stimulated by this kind of stimulation. The emperor of the Ji family nodded thoughtfully. Old man Tianji was so shocked that his eyes burst out of their sockets, and he looked at his former good brother Yi Xiu with a dull expression. The whole audience was in an uproar. At this time, silence is better than words. After a long while, Yi Xiu looked at Ao Yuan calmly. Ao Yuan, do it, I don't want to live anymore, kill me. Yi Xiu looked ready to die, and for the first time ever, there was a hint of a smile on his face. It can be seen that Yi Xiu really wants to be freed. Ao Yuan nodded, let go of Yi Xiu, and watched Yi Xiu fall down. Ao Yuan decisively shot out a pure white pillar of fire, the holy flame of the heart of heaven. This is what Ao Yuan asked for from Ming Chang. Looking at the flames getting closer and closer, Yi Xiu's eyes were full of smiles. Great, I am finally free. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Destiny. Yi Xiu. Mission completed. You have obtained 1 Destiny Killing gift pack. It has been distributed to the system space. Please check it yourself. The system enters the task settlement. Host item, Destiny Kill Gift Pack X1.
Host villain value 9999 9999 99,999,999. System remaining unbinding time 2 days. Chapter 196 Everything is back on track, extra to the fantasy volume, a brief follow-up to the Ao Yuan volume. As soon as Yishio died, Ao Yuan could not wait to shout silently, "System, open the Destiny Kill gift pack." Ding, the Destiny Killing gift pack was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Extreme Belly Band X1, top-level defensive Imperial weapon, can change its appearance at will. Void Spear X1, a top-level space-attacking Imperial soldier that is hard to defend against. 1 Primordial Dragon Origin Fruit, which contains the breath of the Primordial Dragon and can restore the bloodline to its original form and lead to evolution. 1 Hunyuan Yin Yang Formation, a Xuanxian-level trapping formation that integrates amplification, weakening, imprisonment, defense, killing and other functions, and has a series of secondary abilities such as time acceleration, slowing down, and stripping. The 10,000 Saints Emperor's Scripture X1, complete version, originally named the 10,000 Daos Holy Bible, a celestial level technique. Yishio, the son of Destiny, obtained a fragment of it in his previous life and renamed it the 10,000 Saints Emperor's Scripture, claiming to be his own creation. When Ao Yuan saw the final reward, he suddenly realized that Yishio's golden finger was actually a martial art. No wonder he hadn't seen it from the beginning to the end. Ao Yuan casually glanced at the disposable jade slip of martial arts technique, but did not use it. The 10,000 Dao Bible was completely incomparable with the 8-9 Profound Art. After practicing the 8-9 Profound Art, Ao Yuan had no interest in the complete version of the art that Yishio had never found until his death. After dealing with the jade slips of the cultivation method, Ao Yuan began to turn his attention to the system Maul Heavenly Tyrant Body, 500, 0000 villain value, Ancient Holy Body, 700, 0000 villain value, 10,000 Fire Holy Body, 600, 0000 villain value, Skystruck Combat Body, 300, 0000 villain value, Poisonous Body, 400, 0000 villain value, Supreme Bone, Random 900, 0000 villain value, Fire Golden Eyes, 800, 0000 villain value, Ancient Double Pupil, 1000, 0000 villain value, Three-Eyed Blue Eyes, 300, 0000 villain value, Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, 2000, 0000 villain value, Golden Eyes of Delusion Breaking, 8000, 0000 villain value, Demon Pot, Extreme Emperor Soldier 6000, 0000 villain value, Extreme Belly Band, Extreme Emperor Soldier 8000, 0000 villain value, Divine Magnetic Treasure Mirror, Extreme Imperial Soldier 7000, 0000 villain value, Pure Lotus Demonic Fire, 6000, 0000 villain value, Red Lotus Karma, 100000 villain value, Nanming Liwa, 10000 villain value, Void Devouring Flame, 7000 villain value, Six Ding Sacred Fire, 100 000 villain value. Ao Yuan looked at it carefully for a few days, and finally exchanged it for a special magical power, and exchanged the remaining villain points for some special pills. 2 days later, ding, the Destiny villain system has been successfully untied. A cold voice sounded, and the Destiny villain system Chenzhou completely left the 5 realms and 4 seas. Ao Yuan looked at the sky inexplicably, and said silently in his heart, "System, goodbye." The next moment, ding, the Destiny villain system invites you to join the 10,000 Worlds chat group. Ao Yuan looked at the special scene deep in his sea of consciousness with a confused look on his face. A person is crying, He Chuanxiu Hei. Newcomer, welcome. War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan. Finally someone has arrived. All the flowers we have waited for have withered. War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan. If nothing happens, I will die of old age. Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue at Shitian Zhan Huan, Wang Haonan. Aren't you only 70 years old? According to your state of mind, you have only lived 1/3 of your life. Did you get beaten? I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times. Zhao Zilong, think about whether you have worked hard. You are already 70 years old. If you can't break through on your own, why don't you try on other planets? Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Shosi Widow, you can build a spaceship now? Disdainful JPG, I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times. Zhao Zilong wife, haven't I learned these things? Awkward smile JPG, Emperor Chu Loli, Shu Yanxie. His face gradually becomes ugly. JPG, Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, Li Feiyu ha. Loli, you are jealous. JPG of Wild Laughter, Emperor Chu Loli, Shu Yanqi, believe it or not, I will come over and beat you up now. Bang Bang 2 punches JPG, War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan. I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, Zhao Zilong? Crying alone, He Chuanqiu? Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, Li Feiyu, you can come over. Shocked JPG, quick transmigration system Xiaoqi, I can do it, he JPG, Emperor Chu Loli, Shu Yanqi, I can go to your world, but I cannot take you away, nor can I bring you things beyond the boundaries. Shu Yanqi leaned back in her chair and explained carefully to those guys, she can indeed go to other worlds, but it requires a large amount of points, and she cannot interfere with the trajectory of the world. For example, taking spirit stones to a place where there are no spirit stones is not allowed. Shu Yanqi. The teacher called out the name sternly in the classroom. You are not paying attention in class, go stand at the back. The teacher angrily criticized. Shu Yanqi nodded and walked to the back of the classroom empty-handed, while her classmates beside her suppressed their smiles of gloating. Shu Yanqi, you dare to be in a daze even in Li Yanlua's class, you are this. As he said that, the classmate gave Chu Yanqi a thumbs up. Chu Yanqi didn't answer, walked to the corner and stood there, continuing to fish. Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Shu Ci Widow IC. War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan. Oh, what a pity, disappointed. Emperor Chu Loli, Shu Yanqi, you can only figure it out on your own. I will come to see you when I have time. Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, Li Feiyu, beautiful ladies, please help me. JPG with a deliberate smirk, Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Shu Ci Widow Cici, please tell me before you come so I can arrange my time. Crying alone, He Chuanqiu, I have time. Confidence JPG, War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan, I am just an idle person. Before you come, tell me not to scare me. Emperor Chu Loli, Shu Yanqi, okay, I'll tell you before you come. Looking at the people in the group chatting among themselves, Ao Yuan introduced himself after some hesitation. Fellow Daiwist, please stay. Ao Yuan, hello everyone, my name is Ao Yuan. Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, hello. I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, Zhao Zilong, we are all brothers, there is no need to be restrained. War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan, yes, we are all family, don't worry about the red tape, just chat. The Wanjie chat group became lively again. Chen Zhou took a quick look and turned around to submit the task for settlement. Extra follow-up. After Chen Zhou left, Ao Yuan's life returned to peace. He practiced cultivation, dual cultivation, and experienced secret realms. Occasionally, he took Ying Cheng out to travel, combining work and rest. Peace gradually returned to the 5 realms and 4 seas. The geniuses of each race were practicing steadily and orderly at their own pace, preparing for the battle of geniuses of all races and the great struggle in the future. This is the calm before the storm, and there is struggle even in the peace. This is the fantasy world where the strong prey on the weak. It is worth mentioning that shortly after the Shen Yuan incident, Zhongzhou discovered that Shangwan Qingyi was colluding with something stranger. Then, countless sects joined forces to kill the Qingxian Empress Shangwan Qingyi with thundering means, and the Tianwu Immortal Palace was destroyed. Of course, Emperor Shen Yuan was also affected because of Shangwan Qingyi's strange collusion, and the Shen Yuan Immortal Dynasty was turned over by the Zhongzhou Righteous Alliance. However, Emperor Shen Yuan stopped the loss in time and did not come into contact with the strange creatures, so he was not killed on the spot. However, after being embroiled in one turmoil after another, the Shen Yuan Immortal Dynasty was unable to recover. Especially after it was discovered that Emperor Shen Yuan knew about the incident but did not report it, many talented people joined other sects, and some forces even directly moved out of the Shen Yuan Immortal Dynasty. Emperor Shen Yuan could only sigh and watch. Not long after, Emperor Shen Yuan announced his abdication and handed over the Shen Yuan dynasty to his eldest son. Niyu's cultivation path was relatively stable because she didn't like fighting, and with the death of Yishio, the son of destiny, Niyu didn't encounter any unexpected changes. The only time she was scolded was when after she returned home, Niyu's grandfather discovered that Niyu's Yuan Yin was broken. Ni refused to tell anyone who had taken her Yuan Yin away, and as expected, she was put in solitary confinement for 5 years, but this was exactly what Niyu wanted. With the 5 years of quiet practice, Ni mastered the Ji-in formation and made it her own. Compared with the original future trajectory, Niyu now has a clearer understanding of the formation.
After 5 years of confinement, Ni also entered the Tao through the formation and successfully became a semi-saint. The Ni family did not pursue the issue of Niu Yuanyan. After Niu came out of seclusion, several local famous families came to propose marriage, but they found out that Niu was already dead, so they didn't mention the matter and just treated it as a congratulations. Later, Niu represented the younger generation of the Ni family in the Battle of the Prodigies of All Races. During the battle, Niu met Ao Yuan again. After Ao Yuan's explanation, Niu learned that Ao Yuan was Shen Gongbao. However, because not all the people who entered the lost ruins that year died, Niu did not openly stay with Ao Yuan. Instead, he accompanied Ao Yuan as a follower. The ending of Joyo Supreme was not unexpected. After taking away Joyo's Emperor Daofruit, Ao Yuan directly killed Joyo and trained his corpse into a puppet. Then he used secret methods to find the corpse of the Joyo Emperor from the first life of the Joyo Supreme, refined it into a new puppet, and secretly took over the Joyo land. Ji Ruoshi was better than Joyo Supreme, but not much better. Because of Ji Ruoshi's escape from marriage and betrayal, Ji Ruoshi lost her status as empress, and her status in the Dragon Clan became extremely low. She was unable to leave Ao Yuan's bedroom in her entire life. The Ji family pretended not to see anything about this matter, as if Ji Ruoshi did not exist at all. In the future, she would be taken care of by the Dragon Clan. The emperor of the Ji family even sent 2 young women with good talents to the Ji family. However, these 2 people had nothing to do with Ao Yuan. Although the Dragon Clan has difficulty in reproduction, they have developed for countless years and still have quite a few young generations. Of course, matters of marriage cannot all be arranged for Ao Yuan. The emperor of the Ji family was willing to admit defeat, so the Dragon Clan naturally did not refuse. 2 more human women and a large dowry would naturally have no impact on the Dragon Clan. Sending a great emperor to guard the Ji family is not a big deal at all. It's just a change of place to live, and the expenses will be borne by the Ji family. It's not a big deal at all. This kind of transaction is not uncommon in the history of the Dragon Clan. The dragon race has difficulty reproducing and has little interest in the Eastern Barren Realm. They control the Endless Sea, one of the 4 seas, and occupy the East China Sea, the richest sea in the Eastern Barren Realm, as well as some secret realms of heaven and earth. They are indeed not interested in other places. If you come across the resources you need, just bring your imperial soldiers to trade. There is nothing that Ling Jing cannot do. If Ling Jing cannot do it, then just talk to the other party and convince them with virtue. Ouyang Na ascended to the upper realm 2.5 years after Yi Shou's death. During an experience outing, she encountered a tide of beasts and died. Yun Padian joined a force called the Soul Palace, and then that force fought with another force of the same level. Yun Padian was unlucky and died in this dispute. Great Elder Pan Feng was luckier, as he joined a powerful force called the Great Han Dynasty, made unprecedented military achievements during the Huangtian Rebellion, and was promoted to the rank of general. 100 years after Yi Shou's death, the strange remnants from outside the domain made a comeback, but they were quickly crushed and wiped out by the major sects, successfully guarding the 5 domains and 4 seas. Without the influence of the halo of destiny, the schemes of the strange forces were seen through by the emperors of all races and were well prepared. Although the strange forces were more vast than last time, the impact they had on the 5 domains and 4 seas was much smaller than last time. 1,300,000 years after Yi Shou's death, the Immortal Road was restored. A supreme true dragon walked on the Immortal Road and explained why the Immortal Road was sealed. It turns out that the Fairyland has also encountered a strange invasion, but the Fairyland has already won the battle and followed the source to destroy the base camp of the strange forces. Upon learning of this, all the heavenly realms were shocked. Then another 100 years passed, and the mortal immortals hidden in various domains quietly revived and embarked on the path to becoming immortals. After some progress, they finally entered the Fairyland. As a result, the mortal immortals who were left alone were captured and forced to work. The explanation is that the Fairyland has fought wars for countless years and needs to be rebuilt. Hongchen Xian is okay in the Fairyland and is just right for this job. Yuanshi ancient emperor and his entourage all had gloomy faces, but the Red Dust immortals could not defeat the immortal king, so they had no choice but to work honestly. 10 million years after Yi Shou's death, Ao Yuan, who had experienced 9 lifetimes as a mortal immortal, had become extremely powerful. After 100 years of affection with Ying Shang, who had experienced 7 lifetimes as a mortal immortal, he resolutely embarked on the path to immortality, carrying the Dragon Clan's ascension token. Unlike those people of Yuanshi ancient emperor, the Dragon Clan has dragons in the Fairyland. Ao Yuan took out the token to prove his identity, registered according to the process. and was then taken away by the Dragon Clan of the Fairyland, Volume 6, End. Chapter 197, met a fellow villager after submitting the task settlement. Chen Zhou began to select the next task. The tasks in the taskbar were generally of low level, with the highest level flashing a faint golden light. Chen Zhou quickly clicked on the task description. Task: Resurrection of Spiritual Energy. I can devour it infinitely. Grade: Pale Gold. Main quest luck value: 250,000. Mission difficulty: Not difficult. Mission target: Sunday. Mission background: This world is a world of spiritual energy revival, with no cultivation system. A college student named Zhou Tian was hit by a car while walking and was reborn as the pet snake of a goddess in the same class. At the same time, the devouring system was activated, and he began to grow in a wretched way, devouring everything, evolving, pretending to be a saint all the way, and becoming the peerless demon ancestor. After reading the mission information, Chen Zhou chuckled, a world of spiritual energy revival? Interesting. Then, Chen Zhou clicked to accept the call without hesitation. Confirm. As Chen Zhou confirmed the success, a prompt message popped up on the taskbar screen. Task accepted successfully. After accepting the mission successfully, Chen Zhou immediately opened the plane channel. The mission world has been locked successfully. The plane anchor point has been cast successfully. The space channel appeared, and in an instant, Chen Zhou arrived in the world of spiritual energy revived. I can devour infinitely. Ding. A fit person with intact vital signs is detected, meeting the system binding conditions. System binding 100%. The Destiny Villain system has been successfully bound. Host: Jun Yixian system. Jun Yixian stood up suddenly with excitement. His originally calm eyes seemed to be ignited by two burning flames, filled with irrepressible excitement. 22 years. He waited for a full 22 years, and today, his plugin is finally here. System: I'm ready. No need to introduce, just release the task directly. Jun Yixian's handsome face was filled with endless excitement, and his eyes were flashing with a firm light, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and reach the unknown other side. Jun Yixian is actually not from this world, but a time traveler, a reincarnation. No, it should be said that he is a reincarnation. Jun Yixian was crossing the road while reading a novel, and was then hit to death by someone who failed in skydiving. Death is always unexpected. I was crossing the road while reading a novel and was hit to death by someone, but Jun Yixian didn't know about this. Jun Yixian only remembered that he was reading a book called After I Was Pissed to Death, I Became the Destiny Villain system. He was reading it with great interest when he heard a bang. No more. When he wanted to open his eyes again, Jun Yixian found that he could not open his eyes at all. He thought he had become a vegetable, but he didn't know how long later he was born. Jun Yixian, the only son of the Jun family. Although his name is different from his previous life, it doesn't matter because his previous life has already ended anyway. Although his death was inexplicable and his family would be sad, there was nothing they could do about it. Who made him die inexplicably? There were no cars on that road at the time, so he was just playing with his mobile phone. Who would have thought that he could leave without any reason? It's incredible. This world is very similar to Jun Yixian's original world, but with slight differences in history and culture. But by studying seriously step by step since childhood, Jun Yixian also accepted these things. The only regret is that I have never had the cheat codes described in novels. It's all about money, and it's boring and tedious. Chen Zhou glanced at his fellow villager casually, without saying much, and directly issued the task. Ding, main mission, kill the son of Luck. Zhou Tian. What? Killing the son of Luck? I'm the villain. Jun Yixian was stunned. Jun is an extremely rare surname. It belongs to a prominent family with assets spread all over the world. The name completely reflects the integrity of the person. He is knowledgeable, well-respected, humble and polite. He is also a time traveler. Although he is a little bit lustful, he can get everything done with money. Now tell him that he is a villain. How can he accept it? Yes, you are the villain. Jun Yixian, okay. So what if I'm a villain? Jun Yixian quickly accepted this cruel fact. He also often reads novels about villains, and he doesn't mind this identity. The villain's family is united and harmonious. They will not be ridiculed by passers-by, and everything goes smoothly before they meet the protagonist. Except for the bad luck when dealing with the protagonist, these are all advantages. Now with the villain system, the last shortcoming has been eliminated, and it is simply a perfect life. System: I heard that the villain system is very generous and powerful, so my novice gift pack shouldn't be too bad. Jun Yixian came up with a bunch of praise. Chen Zhou took one look at the boy and knew that he was not a good person just like him. Ding, Congratulations to the host for obtaining Supreme Super 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 Invincible Newbie Gift Pack ×1 has been sent to the system space. Please check it yourself.
Nice.
Jun Yixian's deep eyes instantly flashed with an irrepressible light of JOYT is worthy of being called a villain system. The prefix of the novice gift pack alone is so domineering, it is truly a huge fortune. Sure enough, reading novels is still useful.
At least the novice gift package will not be hacked, hee hee.
System, open the Supreme Super 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 Invincible Novice Gift Package. Jun Yixian's voice revealed a hint of eagerness and anticipation. Jun Yixian stared straight ahead, as if he could see through the void the moment when the gift package was slowly opened, his heart filled with curiosity and desire for the unknown. Ding, the Supreme Super 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 Invincible Newbie Gift Pack was used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme gift of unparalleled good fortune and luck in the world, Pregnancy Eyes.
Stare at the pregnant fairy's eyes? Whoever you stare at will get pregnant?
Jun Yixian was frowning. If he were given this kind of talent in the ordinary world, he would be beaten to death if he went out. Even in the extraordinary world, with this talent, he would be chased and beaten if he went out. Are you sure this isn't a prank on him?
System, are you sure you're not kidding me?
Jun Yixian asked the villain system with a black face. Damn, host, this talent is indeed a unique concept level ability in this world. As long as you are not 3 levels beyond the host, you will not be immune.
Jun
Yixian was speechless. He was not questioning whether his talent was strong or not, but was worried that he would be beaten to death. He went out, got pregnant after just one look, and the child was his. How could he explain this? Will others listen, or can others resist the urge to take action? Damn, host, don't worry.
The immortal eye can choose not to implant the bloodline. For a detailed description, please see the talent introduction.
Chen Zhou began to seriously deceive his fellow villagers. Dazed immortal pupils, a special talent.
The effect is as the name suggests.
It is directly bound to the soul and is effective for life forms that are within 3 major realms of their own. The life forms can choose whether to implant the pupils in their own bloodline. It was developed by a demon lord in a world of immortal cultivation. Note, immortal level creatures have strong resistance, and are only effective against creatures 1 major realm lower than themselves, but may not be successful. After reading the description, Jun Yixian finally understood the incredible nature of this incredible talent, and at the same time he accepted this explosive talent. Based on this description, who can withstand a fight? Who dares to fight Jun Yixian?
Chapter 198 Cautious Jun Yixian. After reading the detailed description of staring at the pregnant immortal eyes, Jun Yixian took a deep breath and asked seriously, System, are there any other benefits for novices?
For example, training methods and future plots. Ding, host, the system only has the original future trajectory. Otherwise, hearing this, Jun Yixian's heart sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted his mentality.
The future trajectory is the future trajectory. Start the transmission, system, I'm ready.
Jun Yixian said, and decisively lay back on the ice silk bed behind him. Jun Yixian's body was tense, and every nerve was on high alert, like a soldier about to go to the battlefield. Having read novels before, Jun Yixian knew that ordinary people would usually have splitting headaches when receiving memory plots, and in severe cases, they might even fall into a coma. As a senior online literature enthusiast,
Jun Yixian knew the whole process very well.
Although he had never experienced it, Jun Yixian was prepared for coma. Just be patient and it will pass. Ding, host, please fuse the Dengyun Xiantong first.
What? The immortal pupils haven't merged yet? Jun Yixian sat up in bewilderment. Yes. Okay, then let's fuse the staring immortal pupil first.
Jun Yixian put on an expression of ready to die, as if he was facing some great terror that he had to fight to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Yixian felt a black screen before his eyes, and the next second, ding, the fusion of the immortal eyes is complete.
Ah? Is that the end?
Jun Yixian looked at the ceiling in confusion. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, before Jun Yixian could react what happened, his pupils were integrated, playing, Ding, host, look out the window.
It's getting late. The fusion time is now 2.5 hours. What? 2.5 hours?
Jun Yixian was startled and sat up again. Yes, host, the fusion process of the denying immortal eyes is too painful, so the system blocks all the host's perceptions. It is normal for the host to not feel the passage of time.
I see. Thanks, system. Jun Yixian thanked politely. It's okay, it's just a matter of convenience. Shen Zhou replied seriously by blocking Jun Yixian's perception just now. In addition to helping Jun Yixian save himself from pain, Shen Zhou also helped Jun Yixian seal back the cultivation level that was improved during the fusion of the denying immortal pupils. It can be used as a reward for the host's future missions or for the host to purchase it with villain points. As for the host, he needs motivation and a little sweetness occasionally, but there is no need to give too much. A little kindness is enough. System, I won't be tricked when I look in the mirror, right? Jun Yixian asked cautiously. As a qualified novel lover, Jun Yixian has seen a lot of skill rebounds. Many villains are awesome from beginning to end, but at the critical moment, the low health protagonist uses something that can reflect light, and the attack rebounds. The protagonist defeats the strong with the weak and successfully kills the villain. In short, it's always better to be cautious. Ding, host, don't worry. According to the law of conservation of energy, using magical powers will consume spiritual power, or mental power, or soul power, or life force, or. The host has not started practicing yet and is temporarily unable to activate the magical power of the fairy pupil. The host does not need to worry about the backlash of magical powers. The immortal pupils are the eyes of the host, and the eyes will not harm the host. Naturally, the magical powers cannot affect itself. In other words, my eyes are just for decoration now? Jun Yixian was speechless. He didn't know whether he should laugh or not at this moment. The good news was that the magical power would not rebound and devour the master, but the bad news was that the magical power could not be used universally. Host can also understand this. The pupils of the pregnant fairy are very beautiful. Jun Yixian, is this a question of whether it looks good or not? Jun Yixian walked in front of the mirror, and sure enough, the color of her pupils was very strange and very beautiful. After admiring his own immortal pupils, Jun Yixian returned to the bed and said seriously, System, start transmitting the future trajectory. Ding, future trajectory, start transmitting. As the system began to transmit future trajectory memories, a powerful stream of information poured into Jun Yixian's mind, and his consciousness gradually fell into chaos. A moment later, Jun Yixian learned about the life trajectory of Zhou Tian, the son of destiny, and his own tragic ending. At 2:30 p.m. on November 12, 3035 of the Shang dynasty, Zhou Tian was hit by a cart and did a perfect spin and tumble in the air. He then entered the water, fell into a septic tank, and drowned. Then he was reborn as Xiaobai, the pet snake of his class goddess Gu Qinghan, and at the same time awakened the infinite swallowing evolution system, and then he started eat flies, mosquitoes, earthworms, small fish. Anyway, as long as it is a living creature, it will become an evolution point in Zhou Tian's mouth. When the evolution bar is full, it can be upgraded or evolved. Just like in a game, Jun Yixian was a stepping stone on Zhou Tian's road, commonly known as the villain. He was ambushed and killed by Zhou Tian not long after the start of the game, and then nothing happened. Zhou Tian is a snake or a monster. After the recovery of spiritual energy, the world was shocked. The Jun family could not find the murderer at all, so they could only issue rewards nonsensically and find professionals to investigate. Until the destruction of the world, the cause of Jun Yixian's death was still not determined. I didn't expect Gu Qinghan to be the heroine. It's unexpected, yet reasonable. Jun Yixian smiled calmly. Gu Qinghan is recognized as the most beautiful girl on campus at Chaobi University. When Jun Yixian saw Gu Qinghan for the first time, he was shocked by her stunning appearance. Because of the time travel, Jun Yixian sent someone to conduct a thorough investigation of Gu Qinghan on the second day after he entered school. Gu Qinghan's parents both hold important positions in a branch of the Jun family. They are very capable and have no engagement. After receiving this news, Jun Yixian was still worried, so he sent people to Gu Qinghan's hometown to investigate, but there was no such thing as a verbal engagement. To be on the safe side, Jun Yixian sent people to investigate major events around the world in the past 30 years. There was no miracle doctor in the country, no special forces team sent overseas to be wiped out, and there was no place like the North. Jun Yixian even sent people to investigate all the wealthy families in the country. There was no such thing as a son-in-law. There was no illegitimate child of a wealthy family or any playmates who suddenly disappeared in Gu Qinghan's network of relationships. It couldn't be more normal. Similarly, Jun Yixian did not let go of the overseas areas. There was no Dragon King Palace, no War God Palace, no Retired Killer, no Shura Palace, no Yama, and no such messy things as the Wolf King. After thoroughly investigating, Jun Yixian finally felt relieved. Everything was normal and there was no protagonist. There is no problem with the city.
Zhu Nixian is unable to investigate the return of the immortal emperor, the demon emperor, or a series of protagonists who may be reborn in the future, such as the end of the world. All Zhu Nixian can do is to use the method of elimination to eliminate the characters suspected of being the protagonists and not bully them. Of course, Zhu Nixian will not flatter and lick those suspected characters, just be the eldest son of the Jun family quietly, don't publicize your identity everywhere, and don't keep silent when encountering problems. Just be yourself normally. After a series of investigations and analyses, Zhu Nixian determined that there was no hidden risk in Gu Qinghan and began his normal pursuit last month. Unexpectedly, when the system came today, Gu Qinghan turned out to be the heroine, and he became the villain as expected. It's outrageous. It turned out that all his investigations for a long time were in vain. The spiritual energy is revived and swallowed infinitely. Who could have imagined this? In particular, all the students in the class were investigated thoroughly by Zhu Nixian, and there were no problems. Zhu Nixian had never bullied any of his classmates, and even his identity was known only to a handful of people in the class. As a result, Zhou Tian became the protagonist. It's hard to jump. Chapter 199: Zhou Tian's funeral. A beautiful ringtone sounded. Zhu Nixian was suddenly awakened from his thoughts and looked at the caller ID. It turned out to be the squad leader Li Yuer. Zhu Nixian pressed the answer button, and the class monitor's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhu Nixian, something big happened in the class. What's the matter, squad leader? Zhu Nixian asked, pretending to be ignorant. The squad leader paused, seemed a little hesitant, and then continued, that Zhou Tian had a car accident this afternoon and drowned. The classmates are all very sad. We have discussed organizing a time to go together to commemorate Zhou Tian. You didn't respond to the previous notification in the class group, so I called you to tell you. Zhu Nixian listened quietly and replied softly, okay, I understand. Just let me know after you discuss the specific time. It would be best if it were a few days in advance. This will make it easier for everyone to arrange their time in case some people can't spare the time. By the way, squad leader, you said Zhou Tian had a car accident, but why did you say he drowned? Zhu Nixian asked in a deep voice. Oh, don't mention it. Zhou Tian was crossing the road playing with his phone when he was hit by a truck with a brake failure. He flew into a septic tank that was cleaned regularly and drowned. This incident has been reported in the news, and all the major short videos have explained it, so it's hard to comment on it. After all, we are classmates. I think we should all go and pay our respects. I'll tell you when the time is right. I'll go and notify other classmates. Bye. Goodbye. Zhu Nixian replied politely. It was 2:30 p.m. on November 12, 3035 of the Great Shang era, which was this afternoon. Zhu Nixian knew about Zhou Tian's car accident the moment he adapted to the memory of future trajectory. No wonder he didn't find anything unusual despite Gu Qinghan's good looks. Now he understands Zhou Tian is the son of luck, and Gu Qinghan is the lucky heroine. Influenced by the aura of luck, the lucky heroine is one of the best in the world in terms of appearance no matter what, and that is even without makeup. As the villain, Zhu Nixian is naturally stronger than the protagonist in all external conditions. With this comparison, it is more satisfying for the protagonist to show off the beautiful heroine ignored the villain's affection and instead admired the protagonist's various qualities. She rescued the damsel in distress many times and even created various scandals. The heroine always understood and tolerated it, but the protagonist is either pretending to be cool or on his way to pretending to be cool. He spends very little time with the heroines. When he finally gets to see them, all kinds of crises happen. Again, thinking of this, Zhu Nixian began to doubt the authenticity of this world system. Is this world I'm in the real world? Damn, the world the host is in is a real plane, and the plane is being upgraded. There will be many bugs, and it will also attract some sneaky people. Zhu Nixian nodded. He believed the system's explanation. Having lived in this world for 22 years, Zhu Nixian has conducted direct and indirect investigations countless times. How could Zhu Nixian not know whether this world is real or not? However, the arrival of the Son of Luck in the system made Zhu Nixian feel as if he was in another world, and it was a little difficult to accept for a while. In the future trajectory given by the system, Gu Qinghan and Zhou Tian did not end up together. Zhou Tian is a snake. Gu Qinghan becomes very resistant to Zhou Tian after knowing this. Gu Qinghan's parents also dislike Zhou Tian. Gu Qinghan is a human being, a well-educated person. It's not like she has any serious illness and she doesn't want to be a good human hero. She cuts off relations with her parents and becomes a seduce. Until the world was destroyed by the infinite devouring evolution system, Gu Qinghan was still the empress of the human race and one of the guardians of the human race. Zhou, just the old times, not familiar. What Juni Xian didn't know was, in the real world, the way of heaven does exist, but it cannot directly interfere with native creatures, which is why it allows people like Zhou Tian to take advantage of it. After noticing Zhou Tian's abnormality, the heavenly Tao indirectly strengthened the protection of local people with great luck, and Gu Qinghan was one of them. Unfortunately, the indirect influence of the heavenly Tao was subject to its own rules, and it had to concentrate on dealing with the upgrade and strengthening of the native creatures, but still failed to kill Zhou Tian. In the end, the snipe and the clam fight, but the fisherman benefits. The infinite swallowing evolution system finally wins the jackpot. The world upgrade fails, and the world is destroyed. The Time and Space Patrol allows you to see the ending of this world, freeze time and space, and generate tasks. On the other side, Gu Qinghan was grabbing Xiaobai's vital point and walking towards the glass tank. Xiaobai is not a thing, but a slender little white snake, Gu Qinghan's pet. Looking at the glass jar that was not tightly closed, Gu Qinghan opened her jade teeth and murmured to herself, "Strange, I remember the glass was closed when I left. How come it was open?" Gu Qinghan looked at another glass jar nearby. The jar was tightly closed and contained a light golden little snake. It was very cute and its name was Cici. It was a female snake. When Gu Qinghan saw this little snake with pale golden scales, he liked it very much. After asking the price, he bought it decisively. The boss said that a snake would feel lonely if it was alone, and Gu Qinghan believed it, so he bought a boyfriend for Cici, who was Yuan Xiaobai. Worried that Cici would be bullied, Gu Qinghan separated the two snakes. Cici is still a good boy, playing at home obediently. Gu Qinghan showed a charming smile. Xiaobai, you won't listen. Tonight, the number of your rats will be reduced by half. Gu Qinghan punished fiercely. Gu Qinghan? How does she raise snakes? Zhou Tianqi was confused. No, I am Gu Qinghan's snake now. Zhou Tian reacted immediately because he turned into a snake. Zhou Tian's vision also changed. Everything he saw was a thermal image, and he was unable to identify his specific identity. After rebirth, Zhou Tian found himself in a cage. As a human being, Zhou Tian certainly would not sit and wait for death, so he chose to escape. As a result, he wasted 2.5 hours and finally escaped from the cage. But before he had gone far, he was grabbed by the throat of fate, the 7 inches, by a human-shaped ball of light. Because he was a small and weak vegetable snake, Zhou Tian had no power to resist and could only play dumb. When he heard the familiar voice just now, Zhou Tian realized that the person who caught him was Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan's pet is pretty good, hee. Zhou Tian was silly and happy. Gu Qinghan is the most beautiful girl in Chaobi University. She is beautiful and kind-hearted, and has never had any scandals, and now I have the opportunity to be in the same room with Gu Qinghan. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a great fortune. Coupled with the awakening of the infinite devouring evolution system, Zhou Tian was confident that one day it would be able to transform into a human and achieve success with Gu Qinghan. Everyone has a love for beauty, and Zhou Tian is no exception. Qinghan, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Zhou Tian swore in his heart. Gu Qinghan put Xiaobai, Zhou Tian, into the glass jar, covered it with glass, and lectured him harshly. Xiaobai, stay in there obediently, do you hear me? After saying that, Gu Qinghan was worried that Xiaobai would escape again, so he picked up a vase beside him and pressed it on the glass jar to prevent Xiaobai from escaping again. Zhou Tian, it's strange to say, looking at Xiaobai who was staring at him just now, Gu Qinghan actually felt that this snake was a little different, as if it had human nature. Gu Qinghan shook his head and threw this immature idea out of his mind. It's just a snake. No matter how human-like it is, it's still a snake, a beast. It seems that he has been annoyed by Juni Xian, the young master, recently. His brain is a little abnormal and he is talking to snakes. Alas, speaking of Juni Xian, Gu Qinghan had a headache. Her parents worked in the Jun family's company, and they were senior executives of a very large branch. Juni Xian was pursuing her, and she really didn't know how to refuse. If she refused, she was worried that Juni Xian would make things difficult for her parents, but if she agreed, she was not sure she could catch Juni Xian. Do you like him? It seems like yes. He has a distinguished family background, is humble and polite, handsome, and excellent in all aspects. He can be said to be a perfect partner, but there is a huge gap between her family and the Jun family. It's okay for them to be dating, but when it comes to marriage, Gu Qinghan has no idea at all. She doesn't know those cumbersome ancient rituals, nor does she know how to appraise treasures or appreciate jade, etc. If she really goes there, she will be laughed to death. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. If I really can't refuse, I'll just consider it as a way to fulfill my youth. Gu Qinghan consoled himself in his heart. The first time she met a guy who made her heart beat fast, she was indeed a little overwhelmed. Chapter 200 Planting the Seeds of Doubt. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Zhu Nixian came to class for the first time.
Qinghan, good morning.
Zhu Nixian sat down on the right side of Gu Qinghan in a familiar manner.
Good morning. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, responding politely and elegantly. Just then, a playful and cute girl came over with 2 cups of milk tea. Qinghan, Zhu Nixian, you.
When Gu Qinghan's good friend Lu Shi saw this scene, a meaningful aunt's smile immediately appeared on her face. She kept looking back and forth between the two of them, as if trying to find some clues from their expressions and actions.
We are not what you think. Gu Qinghan noticed Lu Shi's abnormality and his heart tightened.
He quickly explained in a serious tone, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Fearing that his friend had misunderstood something, she tried to keep her expression calm, trying to prove to Lu Shi that there was no special relationship between them.
I understand. You don't want to make it public, right? I understand.
Lu Shi curled her lips, a hint of teasing flashed in her eyes. Although she said she understood, there was still a look of doubt in her eyes. Gu Qinghan is the most beautiful girl on campus at Chaobi University.
She has a perfect figure and stunning looks. It is no exaggeration to say that beauty is the root of all trouble. Even the young masters from the neighboring university often came to Chaobi University for a walk, and there were many rich young masters who expressed their love to Gu Qinghan. However, without exception, these people were ruthlessly rejected by Gu Qinghan. Over the past 2.5 years, Lu Shi has seen every single one of these happenings. Several times, she thought that Gu Qinghan was going to be taken advantage of by some rich young man, but nothing ever came of it. For this reason, Lu Shi speculated that Gu Qinghan's family background was not simple, or her identity was special, so those rich boys could only pursue her through normal means. Zhu Nixian is a humble, polite, and handsome person, but unfortunately he seldom comes to class often. When asked, he just asks for leave, and it seems that he doesn't have to worry about signing in. Therefore, Lu Shi speculated that Zhu Nixian's background was not simple, which was why he could be so unscrupulous. Now that these two people are sitting together, Gu Qinghan actually agreed for the first time.
Isn't there a story behind this? The arrogant young lady and her overbearing fiancé? The grudges and hatreds between the wealthy families? The forced love of the eldest son of the aristocratic family? Countless romance novels emerged in Lu Shi's mind. Looking at Lu Shi imagining things in her own mind, Gu Qinghan felt an enormous headache. She and Zhu Nixian really have no relationship at all. Zhu Nixian is her future boss and the heir to the powerful Jun family, so how could she dare to say anything harsh? Seeing that Lu Shi had been standing still, Zhu Nixian picked up the textbook on the table, tapped Lu Shi's head gently, and explained, "Okay, stop imagining, I haven't caught up with her yet."
Ah.
Are you still chasing?
Lu Shi looked at the two in shock and disappointment.
Lu Shi, if you're fine, just sit still. Don't be so startled. Class is about to start.
Gu Qinghan quickly changed the subject.
Okay.
Lu Shi sat down directly, 1 seat away from Zhu Nixian, and it seemed that she wanted to eat melon. Gu Qinghan glared at Lu Shi coldly but didn't say anything to drive her away. Lu Shi is one of their own, so if they saw her, they saw her.
Zhu Nixian sat over domineeringly. It was such an obvious thing that he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. Yes, milk tea. Seeing Gu Qinghan glaring at her, Lu Shi tactfully offered him milk tea. Of course, Zhu Nixian also had a share, but it was Lu Shi's share. Because she didn't know that Gu Qinghan would bring someone, she didn't buy more. If you see something you shouldn't see, you have to pay money to save your life.
Lu Shi understands this very well. No, thank you.
Zhu Nixian politely returned Lu Shi's milk tea to her. Gu Qinghan took a look and placed his portion in front of Zhu Nixian. Try it, it's delicious.
Thank you.
Zhu Nixian was a little surprised, but did not refuse. Lu Shi looked at the two of them angrily.
Even after this happened, they still said it didn't matter. Were they taking her for a fool? System, check Gu Qinghan's personal dashboard. Gu Qinghan's personal panel name, Gu Qinghan gender, female favorability, 35, favorable, but not much, combat strength, 3.9, the average for normal human males is 5, the human limit is 10, power, none height, 173 cm charisma, 9, normal average person is 5, human limit is 10, chest circumference. Hips asterisk 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 waistline asterisk 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 fold. Jun Yixian knew most of the following information, but he didn't check the particularly private ones. So for example, things like clothing sizes are all available in the shopping information, but Jun Yixian has no way of knowing things like whiteness and sensitive points. System, Gu Qinghan has a crush on me? Jun Yixian was a little surprised. Generally speaking, the lucky heroine will never have a good impression of the villain, and may even always feel disgusted with him. It is a bit surprising that Gu Qinghan now has a good impression of Jun Yixian. Damn, the host has been cautious and treading on thin ice all his life, and has never done anything that is harmful to the world. In addition, his family background, knowledge, and character are all top-notch, so it is reasonable that Gu Qinghan has a good first impression of the host. Isn't there an aura that reduces intelligence? Jun Yixian continued to ask. Yes, there are, but host, you are a time traveler after all, and you have a certain resistance to the aura of intelligence reduction. In addition, the Son of Luck has just started his Zhou Tian period, so the intelligence reduction is not serious, but rest assured, host, this system has already broken the aura of intelligence reduction of the Great Shang Kingdom except Zhou Tian. Jun Yixian nodded. It was normal for him to have a favorable impression of the character he had built up over the years without the aura of lowering his intelligence. However, this favorability is indeed a bit low. If you don't use some tricks, you'll have to wait till the end of time to eat it. Quiet, let's start the roll call, said a middle-aged professor with a square face and a serious tone. Zhang Sanfeng, arrive. Lu Bang, road. Wang Lin, road. Lu Shi, road. Chu Suner, road. Not long after, the professor finished the random roll call, and as usual, Jun Yixian was not called. He hadn't been called once in 2.5 years. Then, the professor began to talk about the history of the Shang dynasty. It was an open class, so not many students listened carefully. Most of them were just slacking off, including Gu Qinghan. Qinghan, shall I tell you a special news? Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixian in confusion. What's the matter? The Jun family is the #1 family in Dashang, and they control industries all over the world. Gu Qinghan also became interested in Jun Yixian's words. Even if he didn't believe it, Gu Qinghan didn't dare to show it too obviously. Qinghan, do you know about the abnormal changes in wild animals and plants? Jun Yixian looked at Gu Qinghan seriously. The signs of the revival of spiritual energy began quietly 3 days before Zhou Tian took over another body, but for unknown reasons, the news was blocked by all countries. Currently, very few people know about this matter. Even Jun Yixian, according to the original timeline, would only learn about this news tomorrow. Now that the system has arrived, Jun Yixian has learned the ins and outs of the revival of spiritual energy through the development of the original trajectory. Jun Yixian also knows some of the future level divisions and talent names. After the resurrection of spiritual energy, humans call evolved people evolvers. According to the difference in combat power among evolvers are divided into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Each level is divided into 5-star levels. The talent level is also divided into 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Gu Qinghan's talent is Super S level, and in the future he will grow into an existence beyond S level. The human race calls this realm the Great Emperor, and the demon race calls it the Demon Ancestor. Gu Qinghan shook his head and asked seriously, Jun Yixian, is this news reliable? Jun Yixian nodded. This news has been confirmed by my family's research institute. An unknown energy has appeared in the mutant creatures. The obvious manifestation is that their bodies have become larger and their aggressiveness has increased. I believe this news will be made public in a few days. If you see this creature, stay away from it immediately. Okay, I understand. I will be careful. Gu Qinghan nodded seriously. Gu Qinghan had no doubt about Jun Yixian's words. A family like the Jun family had more ways to get information than people of her class. Also, when she woke up this morning, she found that Xiao Bai had undergone obvious changes. Compared with Cici, Xiao Bai was a little thicker than Cici. That time, Gu Qinghan thought he was dazzled and that he didn't pay attention when he bought it.
Now that he thinks about it, Xiaobai is most likely the mutated creature that Jun Yixian mentioned, but Gu Qinghan couldn't be completely sure and needed to observe for a few more days. Chapter 201 Seeking help from Jun Yixian. After returning home at noon, Gu Qinghan hurried to Xiaobai's glass tank. As expected, Xiaobai had grown again and was twice as big as Cici. Gu Qinghan stared at Xiaobai, who was sleeping in the glass jar with a vigilant look on his face. After Jun Yixian's words, Gu Qinghan was now very afraid of Xiaobai. The mutated creature has become larger and more aggressive. Its body shape conforms to the external changes described by Jun Yixian, but Gu Qinghan does not dare to try its aggressiveness. After all, it is a snake. Although it is not poisonous, you will still be hurt if bitten. What should I do? Gu Qinghan became anxious. It has grown this big in less than a day. If left alone for a few days, I'm afraid this glass jar won't be able to hold it. Gu Qinghan was worried about being attacked in order to eliminate hidden dangers in advance. If she called the police, ordinary law enforcement officers probably wouldn't believe her. What kind of mutant snake? It's just a snake a little thicker than a thumb. I'm afraid law enforcement officers won't take it seriously. Should I tell Jun Yixian? Gu Qinghan asked himself. If she asked Jun Yixian for help, she would definitely be able to handle this matter, but Jun Yixian was pursuing her now. If she asked Jun Yixian for help, she would owe Jun Yixian a lot. After all, when the time comes, if she wants to withdraw, it will not be her choice. The Jun family's position is too high and Jun Yixian is too dangerous. Gu Qinghan is very clear about this. It is also for this reason that Gu Qinghan has been hesitating whether to agree to be with Jun Yixian. If her parents had not told her Jun Yixian's identity, Gu Qinghan might not have been so hesitant, but there is no if in reality. When Gu Qinghan entered school 2.5 years ago, his father met Jun Yixian and privately told Gu Qinghan about Jun Yixian's identity and the power of the Jun family. He also told her not to provoke Jun Yixian and never mention Jun Yixian's true identity to anyone else. The Gu family can't be provoked, nor can they be played with. Gu Qinghan was smart since childhood, and she knew the hidden meaning of her father's words as soon as she heard it. They were not a good match. She was not worthy of Jun Yixian, and their family could not afford to offend him. Also, because of her father's instructions, Gu Qinghan was secretly observing everything about Jun Yixian, the young master of the Jun family. During this period, Gu Qinghan discovered that Jun Yixian was perfect, better than anyone she had ever met. His only shortcoming is that he likes to skip classes, but Gu Qinghan, who knows Jun Yixian's identity, is not surprised at all. He is the boss, and his family will teach you what you are learning. There is no need for Jun Yixian to learn the theoretical things in school. Just like her, studying economics only requires a diploma. Her parents have already taught her the real skills step by step. After graduation, Gu Qinghan's life plan was to go to the company where his parents worked, so Gu Qinghan understood that Jun Yixian did not attend classes. If she had this background, she would do the same. After thinking for a long time, Gu Qinghan decided to ask Jun Yixian for help of the beasts. Mutated, unknown energies. This series of events made Gu Qinghan realize that the world is no longer the same as before. When the number of mutated creatures reaches a certain level, human society will inevitably suffer a serious impact. Gu Qinghan couldn't even imagine what the world would be like by then. Gu Qinghan saw the changes in Zhou Tian, the son of luck, and became afraid of him. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped by 1,000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Oh, so fast. Gu Qinghan is really resolute. If nothing unexpected happens, Gu Qinghan should call soon. Jun Yixian smiled faintly. Normal people would be at a loss when encountering mutated creatures and unknown things. Of fear and terror are human nature. What he said to Gu Qinghan this morning was both a reminder for Gu Qinghan to be careful and a hint to Gu Qinghan that he could handle this kind of thing. Gu Qinghan is very smart and he must have thought of these things. Of course, it doesn't matter if Gu Qinghan is stubborn and doesn't look for him. At most, he can take the initiative to go there in a couple of days. By then, Zhou Tian will come out and scare him anyway, just like in the original plot. If a pet attacks a person, the owner must pay compensation. What the compensation should be is something that can be manipulated. If Gu Qinghan called Jun Yixian could take Zhou Tian away with justification. Of course, birth control, slice cutting and so on are all normal research, right? No matter what, Gu Qinghan and Zhou Tian can't escape. Hee. A familiar ringtone sounded. Jun Yixian took a look and saw that nothing unexpected happened. It was a video call from Gu Qinghan. After 3 seconds, Jun Yixian tapped the call. In a moment, the screen image changed rapidly, and a stunningly beautiful face slowly appeared in front of Jun Yixian. Jun Yixian, do you have time? Gu Qinghan on the opposite side asked anxiously.
I have time. What's wrong, Xinghan? What happened?
Zhu Nixian looked at Gu Qinghan with a puzzled look. Zhu Nixian knew what Gu Qinghan wanted to ask, but pretended to know nothing.
Didn't you say you found a change in the wild animal?
I bought 2 small snakes half a month ago, and one of them is obviously bigger than the other. It was fine yesterday, but when I came back today I found that it had grown significantly in size.
Both snakes showed no signs of molting. I guess Xiao Bai is a mutant, so I would like to ask you to help me deal with it. Gu Qinghan's voice was a little anxious, and it was obvious that he was scared.
Xinghan, don't worry, share your location with me, I'll be there soon.
Zhu Nixian hurriedly comforted. Okay.
Gu Qinghan quickly split the screen and shared his location with Zhu Nixian. Faced with this situation, Gu Qinghan did not hesitate and directly told Zhu Nixian his address.
Okay, those are dead. I'll be right over. I'll talk about the mutants when I get over.
Gu Qinghan nodded. Zhu Nixian hung up the phone and called the bodyguard Captain Afu, asking Afu to arrange a laboratory. Afterwards, Zhu Nixian came to the garage, drove a supercar at random, and drove safely towards Gu Qinghan's location. As soon as Zhu Nixian left, Uncle Fu walked downstairs in confusion and asked, "Where is the young master?"
The young master has gone out in his car, the maid replied respectfully. Uncle Fu nodded. Okay, I understand, you can go down. Maid?
No more mopping the floor. Uncle Fu immediately realized that there was something wrong with what he said, and quickly changed his words. Wipe it carefully.
After saying that, Uncle Fu left in a serious manner. After a while, Zhu Nixian's luxury supercar stopped steadily in front of the door of Gu Qinghan's villa. As soon as he got off the car, Zhu Nixian saw Gu Qinghan standing at the door waiting. Seeing Zhu Nixian, Gu Qinghan showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Zhu Nixian, you are here. She didn't expect Zhu Nixian to come so quickly.
As the young master of the Jun family, he came immediately after receiving a call from her. It was impossible for her not to be moved.
How's it going, Xinghan? I arrived just in time, didn't I?
Gu Qinghan smiled sweetly and said softly with concern, pay more attention to safety on the road in the future.
Oh?
And in the future, it seems that our Qinghan is really moved. Zhu Nixian smiled gently. Jiu Qinghan seemed a little embarrassed, and quickly turned his face away, saying stubbornly, no, don't think about it. Seeing Gu Qinghan's cute and deliberately stubborn look, Zhu Nixian shook his head and did not tease Gu Qinghan.
He walked forward slowly and said with a smile, take me in to see the mutant first.
Gu Qinghan raised his eyes and looked at Zhu Nixian's dazzling eyes, which seemed to contain endless stars.
His heart inexplicably calmed down and he responded softly, yeah. Chapter 202. Zhou Tian witnessed it with his own eyes. Zhu Nixian, Xiao Bai is in the glass tank on the right.
Gu Qinghan pointed to the glass tank on the far right of the windowsill and said worriedly. Zhu Nixian followed Gu Qinghan's instructions and saw a transparent glass jar on the right side of the windowsill in the room, but there was nothing inside. As expected, Zhou Tian ran away again. After the introduction, Gu Qinghan also looked towards the glass tank where Xiao Bai was kept. Seeing that the glass tank was empty, Gu Qinghan's smile froze instantly. Xiao Bai is gone. There is a noticeable gap in the top cover of the glass jar.
This.
Gu Qinghan was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and just stared blankly at the damaged glass jar. The gap was laid bare in front of the two of them, making it impossible for Gu Qinghan to ignore the shock it brought. Jiu Qinghan frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. It was impossible for an ordinary pet snake to have such power. Xiao Bai was indeed a mutant. Zhu Nixian quickly reminded, Xinghan, be careful, the snake may be hiding somewhere in the room. Gu Qinghan nodded and bit her lip subconsciously, her voice trembling slightly. Zhu Nixian, I think we should go out first.
Xiao Bai is a mutant now, it's too dangerous.
Her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Obviously she was completely frightened by the terrifying power displayed by the mutant. Zhu Nixian nodded and said in a deep voice, okay, let's go out first, and leave Xiao Bai's matter to the professionals. After saying that, Zhu Nixian took Gu Qinghan and slowly walked towards the door. Just as I walked to the door of the room, suddenly, hiss. A white shadow with a bloody mouth suddenly fell down. Zhu Nixian, if you dare to harass Qinghan, I will scare you to death. Zhou Tian laughed wildly in his heart. It heard every word of the video conversation between Gu Qinghan and Zhu Nixian, saying it is a mutant is really vicious. Using such a lame lie to scare Qinghan, and even pretending to come over to save the beauty, they are all men, How could it not understand Jun Yixian's little thoughts? They usually pretend to be decent people, but they are more outrageous than each other in private. Zhou Tian must let Gu Qinghan see Jun Yixian's true face today. It wants to see whether Jun Yixian is afraid of the mutant he created. However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is very cruel. Jun Yixian shouted danger, pulled Gu Qinghan into his arms with his left hand, and accurately grabbed the 7-inch Zhou Tian with his right hand. Before Gu Qinghan could react to what was happening, she felt a large, restless hand moving around her waist. Qinghan, are you okay? Jun Yixian looked at the person in his arms with concern. Hiss, hiss. Zhou Tian spat out his tongue in pain after hearing the familiar sound of the snake. Gu Qinghan finally realized that she had been tricked by Jun Yixian. The key point was that she still had to say thank you to this guy Jun Yixian, which was really infuriating. With such quick reaction, he could have just caught the snake directly, but he had to catch her too. What a joke. No. It's okay. Gu Qinghan was angry. Jun Yixian was indeed as dangerous as he had guessed. Let her go, let her go. Zhou Tian was yelling helplessly as Zhou Tian was so angry when he saw his woman being embraced by another man. Moreover, it was it who created this opportunity for Jun Yixian. It was really shooting itself in the foot. Damn, the son of luck. Zhou Tian failed to show off, but instead gave the host an opportunity. Zhou Tian became frustrated. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 1,000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian witnessed the host's restless big hands moving on Gu Qinghan's soft waist. Zhou Tian was furious and wanted to kill the host but couldn't. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 1,000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian is held by the host by the throat of fate, the 7 inches. Zhou Tian is in excruciating pain and extremely angry. Zhou Tian's luck value is reduced by 2,000, and the host gains a villain value of 20,000. Ding, the host bullied Zhou Tian, the son of luck, in front of Zhou Tian, the goddess of white moonlight in Zhou Tian's mind. Zhou Tian was extremely tormented and felt extremely guilty. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 3,000, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding, the host changed the future trajectory, interrupting the first chance of the son of luck to show off and gain favor, making Zhou Tian a clown spectator. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 50,000, and the host gained a villain value of 50,000. How does it feel? Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixian with cold eyes. Jun Yixian smiled rascally. Not bad. Let go. Gu Qinghan angrily looked at Jun Yixian, who was half a head taller than him. Jun Yixian slowly released his hand from Gu Qinghan's soft body and chuckled. Qinghan, I just saved you once, give me some benefits. Jun Yixian looked at Gu Qinghan with a smile. In Zhou Tian's eyes, this action was a naked threat. Gu Qinghan turned his head away, deliberately not looking at Jun Yixian's face that looked like he had succeeded in his conspiracy. Qinghan, don't agree to him, don't agree to him. Zhou Tian cried heartbrokenly, watching the goddess being bullied by the playboy disciples. It felt hatred, pain and helplessness. However, Zhou Tian's barking had no effect. Zhou Tian could only look at Jun Yixian's handsome profile with bloodshot eyes. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian was provoked by the host, and his heart was in great pain but helpless. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 1,000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian was provoked by the host, his heart was broken. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 1,000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian was stimulated by the host, and his body and mind were tortured, and his heart was broken. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 3,000, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. In just a few minutes, Jun Yixian obtained 170,000 villain points, plus the 10,000 in the morning, a total of 180,000. System, why are there so many luck points in this week? Jun Yixian asked in confusion. Logically speaking, Zhou Tian had just been reborn after taking over another body, so even if he had a crush on Gu Qinghan, he shouldn't have so many villain points. But the fact was that Zhou Tian was very generous, and in just a few minutes, he gave Jun Yixian more than 100,000 villain points. Damn, host, you don't understand the world of a veteran bootlicker. Experienced bootlicker? Jun Yixian murmured in his heart. Jun Yixian, a veteran bootlicker, really doesn't understand. Whether in his past life or this life, Jun Yixian has never been a bootlicker. Jun Yixian knows nothing about the inner world of a bootlicker. He doesn't understand.
System, check Zhou Tian's personal panel. Ding, Zhou Tian's personal panel. Name, Zhou Tian. Gender, male. Goldfinger, infinite devouring evolution. System age, 22. Constitution, ordinary. Combat power, 0.3. After all, it is a small snake, and its strength is still pitifully small compared to that of a human. Realm, none. Power, none. Luck value, 248, 2000, originally 250, 0000, luck level, pale gold. Current coordinates, villa number 77, Chaga Villa District, Dashang State, fold, 2.5 million. Luck points? Jun Yixian sighed in his heart. Chapter 203. Favorability didn't increase at all. Knock, knock, knock. There was a crisp knock on the door. Well, I'll go check it out. Hearing the knock on the door, Gu Qinghan ran out of the room as if he had found an excuse. Jun Yixian looked at Zhou Tian in his hand, and Papa appeared. Two big pussies. Ding, the host suddenly gave two big punches to Zhou Tian, the son of luck, which stunned Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian felt greatly insulted. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 1,000, and the host gained a villain value of 10,000. Hearing the notification that the villain value had arrived, Jun Yixian's eyes lit up, and he rewarded Zhou Tian with a few big pockets. The host also put Zhou Tian into the fish tank and let him drink a few sips of water. After a series of operations, Jun Yixian earned another 50,000 villain points and was in a good mood. Hello, who are you? Gu Qinghan asked politely to Ah Fu and others, who asked, Ms. Gu, we are the people arranged by Master Jun to help you deal with the mutants. Ah Fu, wearing a black protective suit, explained his purpose to Gu Qinghan with a serious look. Gu Qinghan slightly turned sideways and showed an elegant smile. Thank you for your help, everyone. It's not a big deal. Miss Gu, please take us to see the mutant first. Ah Fu said seriously. No need, I've already caught the snake. At this time, Jun Yixian, who had just finished teaching Zhou Tian a lesson, walked out slowly. Seeing Jun Yixian, Ah Fu and the others hurried forward to salute. Master. Jun Yixian nodded, carefully placed Zhou Tian into a special glass cage, and warned, This snake has a high degree of mutation, be careful on the road, take it back and study it carefully to see if you can find the cause of the mutation. Ah Fu replied respectfully, Don't worry, young master. We will bring this mutant snake back safely and study its secrets carefully. There was a determined light in his eyes, as if he had taken on an extremely important task. Several subordinates nearby also echoed, Don't worry, young master, we will do our best and will never let you down. They looked solemn and were full of a sense of mission for this mission. Jun Yixian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction showing on his stern face. He knew the abilities of his subordinates very well and believed that they would be able to complete this difficult mission. Then, he emphasized again, we must ensure the safety of the snake. There must not be any mistakes. This is crucial for us to understand the mutation. Ah Fu and the others responded in unison, Don't worry, master. We will definitely bring the snake back to the base safely. With that, everyone left with the special glass cage containing the mutant snake. Gu Qinghan leaned against the door and watched quietly throughout the whole process. She knew Jun Yixian's background, so she was not surprised by these things. After Ah Fu and the others left, Jun Yixian smiled evilly. Qinghan, you know the current situation, right? Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, yeah. The world is undergoing an unprecedented change. How about being my girlfriend and I'll protect you? Jun Yixian looked at Gu Qinghan without giving him room for rejection. As a villain, Jun Yixian has no intention of pursuing her seriously. If he wants something, he will just take it. Okay. Gu Qinghan agreed without hesitation. Without any hesitation. Gu Qinghan is a smart person. When the world changes, human society will also undergo drastic changes. By then, people like her will be like duckweed in the rain, unable to protect themselves. As the heir of the Jun family, Jun Yixian has a powerful family background and meets Gu Qinghan's aesthetic standards in all aspects. Gu Qinghan has some affection for Jun Yixian. Facing Jun Yixian's semi-threatening tone, Gu Qinghan finally made up his mind. She was not sure what Jun Yixian thought of her, but one thing was certain, she would at least be safe if she followed Jun Yixian. Jun Yixian is a dangerous but interesting person. If you follow him, you may have a different life. Drop. The host intercepted the lucky female protagonist Gu Qinghan and obtained Shen level top grade skill Raging Waves Technique X1, yellow rank lower grade spiritual skills, Spirit Body Seal ×1, the 5th level of Qi Refining. Chen Zhou gave Jun Yixian a little symbolically as a sign of encouragement. Ding. The host intercepted the lucky heroine Gu Qinghan,
which directly led to the breakup between Gu Qinghan and the lucky son Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped sharply by 10,000, and the host gained a villain value of 100,000.
System, check your personal dashboard.
Host Pamela name, Jun Yixuan gender, male age, 21 height, 188 cm special talent, pregnant fairy pupil, not yet developed, realm, 5th level of Qi training power, Jun family status, the only heir of the Jun family charisma, 9.5, normal average person is 5, human limit is 10, skill, not practiced yet magic and spiritual skills, not yet mastered magical power. Not yet mastered items, Raging Waves and Spirit Body Seal, Fold, the 5th level of Qi refining, the orthodox system of cultivating immortals. Jun Yixuan was delighted. While others practice martial arts, he practices Taoism. When the fight comes, Jun Yixuan doesn't dare to imagine how strong he will be.
Yixuan, Yixuan.
Gu Qinghan waved her jade hand in front of Jun Yixuan. Hearing Gu Qinghan's call, Jun Yixuan came back to his senses from his thoughts and said, "Oh, it's okay, let's go into the house." After saying that, Jun Yixuan walked in by himself, as if he was returning to his own home.
Jun Yixuan planned to stay here tonight. I've been watching it for 2.5 years, and I have to try some meat tonight. Gu Qinghan secretly rolled his eyes at Jun Yixuan, gently closed the door, and followed him in. Yixuan, what do you want to eat for dinner?
Gu Qinghan opened the food delivery app and asked softly. Like you, I don't have any dietary restrictions, but don't order food with strong odors.
Jun Yixuan returned, yeah, okay.
Gu Qinghan knew exactly what Jun Yixuan meant by this. Today is destined to be a special day. Gu Qinghan had no resistance. When he called Jun Yixuan at noon, Gu Qinghan had already made up his mind. Dealing with Xiaobai is just a stepping stone. Gu Qinghan's real goal is the protection of Jun Yixuan, or the Jun family. The world is changing dramatically and no one can remain immune. Gu Qinghan has joined the game and is bound to win over Jun Yixuan. System, check Gu Qinghan's favorability.
Gu Qinghan's favorability, 35, I have a favorable impression, but it's still not much. Still no change?
Jun Yixuan frowned slightly. It seems that all the operations today were in vain, and Gu Qinghan's favorability didn't increase at all. It seems that Gu Qinghan is not a simple person.
No wonder Yuan Jue didn't end up with Zhou Tian.
It turns out that he is born heartless. Interestingly, he is now becoming more and more interested in Gu Qinghan. Host, your favorability hasn't dropped even though you've been playing like this, be content. Chen Zhou suddenly complained. Jun Yixuan knew Gu Qinghan very well, and Gu Qinghan also knew what kind of person Jun Yixuan was. Both of them were calculating against each other, and in a sense, they were a match made in heaven. Jun Yixuan wanted Gu Qinghan's beauty and future potential, while Gu Qinghan wanted Jun Yixuan's handsomeness and transcendent background. Both were betting on the other's morality. Jun Yixuan knows Gu Qinghan's character well, and Gu Qinghan believes in the family traditions of the Jun family. Both of them are confident that they can control each other.
Chapter 204, Why do you need a knife to sterilize a snake?
Just bring a toothpick. In a spacious and bright room, 9 mysterious men dressed in black and fully armed gathered in a circle, exuding a chilling aura. In the center of the circle of people, there was a huge solid wooden table, on top of which was a peculiarly shaped and eye-catching capture box. This trap box is no ordinary item. It is made of the latest special glass metal.
It is transparent throughout and its hardness far exceeds that of ordinary steel.
One can see inside from the outside, but one cannot see outside from the inside. In the trap box, a white snake as thick as a thumb was struggling frantically, trying to push, bite, and bump into the trap box, but it couldn't move the box at all. Fu, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, had a stern face and asked in a serious tone, "Are all the tools ready?" His voice was low and powerful, echoing in the quiet room, making people shudder. "Brother Hu, all the necessary things are ready."
A bodyguard in black replied seriously, "These people are Jun Yixuan's bodyguards."
Fu is the captain of the bodyguards and has a nickname among the people in the underworld, Black Tiger. Fu nodded, and under the gaze of everyone, he pressed the switch of the capture box. With a ding sound, the cover of the capture box slowly opened, and a group of people looked at the mutant in the box in a state of alert. Zhou Tian also reacted quickly. The moment the lid was opened, the angry Zhou Tian immediately took off. As a result, as soon as he showed his head, he saw a group of burly men staring at him fiercely.
"Hi."
Zhou Tian greeted awkwardly. Just one day after his rebirth, Zhou Tian ate a little mouse and stole 2 small fish fry.
Faced with a group of tall and mighty burly men, the short Zhou Tian had no strength to fight at all. It can be said that Zhou Tian is now unable to defeat any small animals. Ah Fu used a black tiger heart-ripping move to directly grab Zhou Tian's fate's throat. The 7 inches. Zhou Tian struggled angrily, but the pain in his heart made him powerless. Damn it! Zhou Tian cursed in his heart. First it was Gu Qinghan, then it was Jun Yixian, and now it's this brother who. Everyone is trying to grab its vital points. Do they really think it's made of mud? It's okay for Gu Qinghan, after all, she is a beauty, and her hands are soft and warm, so I just grabbed them. Jun Yixian and his men, these 2 rough guys actually dared to pinch its heart. This is absolutely unforgivable, Zhou Tian swore. When it grows up, it will eat these 2 guys up. Ah Fu skillfully fixed the white snake's Zhou Tian firmly, ensuring that it could not break free. Then, Ah Fu slowly stretched out his strong and powerful right hand. Seeing this, his confidant beside him immediately understood what he meant, stepped forward, and respectfully handed over a sharp fruit knife. Seeing the fruit knife in his hand, Ah Fu's face instantly turned gloomy. He widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "Knife? You idiots, why do you need a knife to sterilize a snake? Bring a toothpick." Hearing this, the man holding the fruit knife was stunned and looked confused. I thought to myself, how can I sterilize someone using a toothpick? Another little brother reacted quickly and explained, "Brother Tiger, I'm sorry, we didn't prepare any toothpicks." Ah Fu frowned, waved his hand impatiently, and said in a deep voice, "Then what are you still standing there for? Go buy it." After receiving the order, one of the younger brothers ran out as if he had been pardoned and disappeared at the door. When Zhou Tian heard that this group of people were going to give him sterilization, he was so scared that his snake face turned pale and sweat covered his tongue. Jun Yixian is a devil. He gave sterilization to snakes, although he didn't have any suitable tools. Ah Fu was not idle at all. He looked sharp and nimbly and grabbed the head of the Zhou Tian snake tightly. Ah Fu used his hands like iron pliers to firmly press the jaw joints on both sides of the snake's head, making it temporarily impossible for the white snake Zhou Tian to break free. Then he ordered loudly, "Quick! Bring me the pliers." Before the voice fell, the younger brother sitting opposite the table rushed into action, quickly found the small pliers in the toolbox, and quickly handed it to Ah Fu. Ah Fu took the pliers and looked at Zhou Tian's 2 little fangs seriously. "No. Don't." Zhou Tian struggled hard with fear in his eyes, and even instinctively wrapped his snake body around Ah Fu's strong and powerful iron arms. Others who escaped Ah Fu's persecution, however, Zhou Tian's resistance was as ridiculous as Zhou Tian himself. In the ears of Ah Fu and others, Zhou Tian's shouts were just the hissing roars of a beast, which was completely unpresentable. "No!" As Zhou Tian howled miserably, 2 short, weak, sharp fangs appeared in the trash can. Drop. The son of luck Zhou Tian lost his only attack organ, a short and sharp tooth that was not too sharp, which seriously affected Zhou Tian's early development. Zhou Tian's mentality soared and he was extremely sad. Zhou Tian's luck value plummeted by 5,000, and the host gained a villain value of 50,000. A sudden system announcement scared Jun Yixian so much that he almost interrupted his output. 500,000 is a huge reward. Thank you, Zhou Tian. Jun Yixian was in a good mood. He slapped Gu Qinghan in front of him, causing Gu Qinghan to turn around and glare at Jun Yixian in dissatisfaction. The battle continues. "Brother Hu, I bought the toothpicks." The younger brother ran in with steady breathing. Ah Fu nodded and slowly took out a toothpick from the toothpick holder. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tian, who was pretending to be dead, immediately came to life. He twisted his snake body and used all his strength to slowly escape in the opposite direction of Ah Fu. The next second, Zhou Tian was held down by 2 burly men. Without teeth, even if Zhou Tian bit frantically, he could not shake the protective suit on the bodyguard. Ah Fu opened his phone and repeatedly watched the video introducing the location of Snake's penis. Don't come over here." Zhou Tian shouted in horror, but unfortunately, people could not understand snake language and had no idea what Zhou Tian was barking like. In the eyes of the bodyguard, it was just the helpless struggle of a beast. It had no deterrent effect at all and was even a little funny to watch. However, they are all professionally trained special forces, and they will not laugh unless they really can't help it. Ah Fu read it 3 times, then put down his phone and stabbed Zhou Tian randomly. After making several mistakes, he finally successfully completed the difficult task assigned by the young master, although the task of sterilizing the snake was a bit outrageous. As Jun Yixian's most loyal subordinate, Ah Fu still completed the task perfectly. Zhou Tian looked at the ceiling with a mental breakdown. After being reborn as a snake, it regretted it,
it's just an ordinary person, usually afraid of this and that, and always swallowing its anger. It has never seen such a scene before. I was reborn as a snake and bound to the system. I thought that the good days were coming, but before even a day had passed, I was treated like this. Rather than this, he might as well die in a cesspool. Drop. The son of Luck Zhou Tian lost his second brother tragically. His mentality was shattered, his heart was extremely sad, his spirit collapsed, leaving 2 drops of sad tears. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped 20,000, and the host gained a villain value of 200,000. The system broadcast sounded again, but having learned from the previous experience, Junishin was not frightened this time. Brother Tiger, this snake is actually crying, a bodyguard exclaimed. Nonsense, if you were in my shoes and pulled out a tooth without anesthesia, you would cry too. Another bodyguard complained, but aren't snakes cold-blooded animals? The bodyguard who asked the question continued. Cold-blooded animals are not insensitive to pain. If they are in constant pain, they will cry even if you replace them with cockroaches, Ah Fu explained seriously. So that's how it is. I see. The bodyguard who asked the question nodded as if he understood. Of course he wouldn't care about a beast, he was just a little curious. Ah Fu casually threw Zhou Tian into a large glass bottle filled with transparent liquid, closed the lid, looked at the time, and said, okay, pack up, the mission is completed, we should go home. Brother Hu, are you going to take care of this mutant? A bodyguard asked. Ah Fu glanced at the glass bottle and said confidently, no, there is industrial alcohol in the bottle. This snake won't last for a few days. Let's go. Brother Hu spoke and the other bodyguards didn't say anything. The snake's fangs had been pulled out, its body had so many holes poked by toothpicks, and it was put into industrial alcohol. It would be strange if the snake could survive off work. Off work. Chapter 205. Farewell to Zhou Tian. 3 days later, Junishin and Gu Qinghan scouted the meeting place together. 4 days ago, squad leader Li Yuer set a time for collective mourning on Sunday, which is today, Sunday, and everyone has time. Seeing Gu Qinghan getting out of Junishin's car, Lu Shi ran up to him angrily and accused him. Gu Qinghan, you lied to me and said you were not with Jing Xiaoqiao. How are you going to explain it now? Lu Shi looked at Gu Qinghan with scrutiny, her eyes looking up and down at Gu Qinghan, as if she was looking for something she wanted. Shi, do you believe me when I say I didn't lie to you? Gu Qinghan looked at Lu Shi seriously. You were taken in by Jun Xiaoqiu in the past 3 days. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Lu Shi immediately became excited. The domineering school hunk forced love. My big bad wolf school hunk. The love-hate relationship between me and the school hunk that I have to talk about. After rebirth, I chose the rich second generation. Lu Shi's mind instantly flashed with several shocking novel titles, as if wealth and fame were beckoning to her. Thinking of the overwhelming wealth and fame, Lu Shi slowly approached Gu Qinghan, who hurriedly stepped back a few steps. Shi, what are you doing? Lu Shi's eyes were full of excitement. She lowered her voice and tried to speak in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Qinghan, tell me in detail. Get lost. Gu Qinghan glared at Lu Shi angrily. Qinghan, don't be so anxious. Tell me about your stories these days. You seem to have asked for 2 days off. Tell me, what happened to you these days? Lu Shi rubbed her hands excitedly, with a face that looked like she was forcing a good woman into prostitution. Lu Shi, go to hell. Gu Qinghan clenched his fist angrily. However, due to his inconvenient legs and feet, Gu Qinghan couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Shi's clothes this time. Lu Shi, however, was like a nimble little rabbit, dodging Gu Qinghan's every attack with ease. From time to time, she would turn around and make a face, deliberately angering Gu Qinghan. Just at this moment, a figure came over as lightly as the spring breeze. It was Junishin. He smiled and said gently, okay, both of you, stop messing around. Our classmates are waiting for us. Gu Qinghan was very angry at the moment and would not listen to any advice. Gu Qinghan turned his head and glared at Junishin fiercely, cursing in his heart, it's all because of you. Although he didn't say it out loud, the eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction said it all. Feeling Gu Qinghan's gaze, Junishin couldn't help but smile awkwardly, but didn't say anything. Just at this moment, squad leader Li Yuer also walked towards them with a smile. She looked at Gu Qinghan and Junishin and said softly, Gu Qinghan, Junishin, it's getting late. Don't delay any longer. Let's set off quickly. Junishin nodded, glanced at Gu Qinghan, and said, Li Yuer, Qinghan hasn't been feeling well these past 2 days. Why don't you tell me the address of the funeral home where Zhou Tian is, and we can just drive over there? Li Yuer gave the two of them a strange look and smiled politely. Okay, I'll send you the address. Gu Qinghan asked for leave these 2 days, and you can guess what he did for. By the way, remember not to be late. Li Yuer thought about it and emphasized, don't worry, Xiaoyer. I'm with Qinghan and the others. Lu Shi said excitedly. Li Yuer nodded, okay, be careful on the road. Except for Zhou Tian, the families of other students in the class are rich, and some of them even have cars, so some students choose to drive there. After sending the address to Jun Yixian, Li Yuer went to organize the remaining students to get on the bus. Although the families of the classmates all had certain assets, there were still more than 30 classmates whose families did not have cars, so these people rented a bus together. Knowing the location, Jun Yixian and the other two returned to the car. In order to facilitate activities, Jun Yixian did not drive the two-seater supercar, so Lu Shi was able to get into the car along the way. Lu Shi, who was sitting in the back seat, was very depressed. Gu Qinghan was sitting in the passenger seat. Lu Shi had no chance to talk to Gu Qinghan at all because Gu Qinghan ignored her. Half an hour later, Jun Yixian and others also arrived at the funeral home. The classmates gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to talk and discuss the topic of resurrection of spiritual energy. Jun Yixian and his companions were not the last ones to arrive, so they also waited for a while. Led by squad leader Li Yuer, 53 people marched through several forks in the road and arrived at the morgue. There was a hunched old man in front of the door. He was Zhou Tian's grandfather, but not his biological grandfather. He had managed to support Zhou Tian so that he could go to college, but he didn't expect that he would end up seeing his son die before him. Sitting next to the old man was a haggard-looking girl who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. As expected, she was Zhou Tian's sister. Grandpa Zhou, we are Zhou Tian's classmates and we are here to visit him. Li Yuer walked forward politely and greeted him. Tianer's classmates. Looking at these young and energetic children, Grandpa Zhou Tian's eyes were full of tears. Sister Li, seniors, hello. I am Zhou Mo, Zhou Tian's sister. I will take you in to see your brother. Zhou Mo said sensibly. Okay. Li Yuer nodded. It was evening, and after watching Zhou Tian, everyone said goodbye to the grandfather and granddaughter and left. System, check the villain value. Host villain value, 390,000. Because Zhou Tian was still soaking in alcohol, some villain values were sporadically revealed in the past 2 days. All in all, Jun Yixian's total villain value reached 3.9 million. System, how do I redeem my cultivation in the system mall? Ding, the system mall needs villain value to be activated. Please open the system mall first. The activation fee is 10,000 villain value. 100,000. System, you are being a bit unfair. Jun Yixian said. Ding, host, this is the price for activating the system mall. This system has always been fair and honest. Host, do you choose to activate it? System, I heard that the system mall is free, why do you charge money? Jun Yixian looked angry. Does the host choose to turn it on? System, I am a time traveler after all, can you give me some face? Damn, this is a friendly price. Jun Yixian was full of black lines on his forehead. The friendship price means the friendship price will be increased, right? Sure enough, he is the same kind of person as Chen Zhou, all a swindler, even worse than Chen Zhou. However, in order to take a shortcut and be lazy, Jun Yixian finally gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, open. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 10,000. The system mall has been activated, the host can buy any item he can afford. All items are subject to the system mall price, no discounts or discounts. Jun Yixian put aside the nonsense and began to browse the prices of cultivation in the system mall. A peak Chi training, 30,000 villain value. Peak of foundation establishment, 50,000 villain value. Peak of the golden core stage, 90,000 villain value. Peak of nascent soul stage, 300,000 villain value. Peak of the spiritualization stage, 800,000 villain value. Peak of return to void stage, 2,000 villain value. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals. Chapter 206 Zhou Tian Escape System, exchange it for me for the peak cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Ding, breaking through the Jindan stage and above requires transcending the tribulation. Host,
confirm whether to redeem it. Jun Yixian's eyes widened immediately, his face full of astonishment. What? Still need to survive the tribulation? Ding, the thunder tribulation of breaking through a great realm can be multiplied geometrically. The host may choose to redeem it. This time, Jun Yixian was completely dumbfounded. The thunder tribulation could be superimposed and doubled. Wouldn't this mean he would die? Thinking of the horrific power of thunder described in the novel, and the possible life and death crisis he might face, Jun Yixian couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, overcoming tribulation is not an easy task, and one could be reduced to ashes if one is not careful. What's more, he is just a newbie in an ordinary world who hasn't even started practicing martial arts. Asking him to be struck by lightning is really a bit too much to ask. Whether the host chooses to redeem. Chen Zhou was eating melon seeds while looking at the frightened Jun Yixian. By upgrading with villain points, you do not need to go through thunder tribulations, and you can directly skip the lower levels in one step, saving villain points. In order to maximize profits, Chen Zhou deliberately kept a trick up his sleeve and asked the host to survive a thunder tribulation, using the thunder tribulation to scare the host, thus forcing the host to purchase step by step and increase his share. Chen Zhou treats every host like this, always advocating fairness and justice. Even if Jun Yixian is a time traveler, he can't see the trick. If there is a stubborn host, then the thunder tribulation will be greatly enhanced. System, please exchange it for me at the peak of foundation building first. Jun Yixian took a deep breath and finally chose to bow his head. As for overcoming the thunder tribulation, he should wait until he is fully prepared. The protagonist of a novel once successfully fooled someone by using a lightning rod. As a time traveler, Jun Yixian naturally did not forget it. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 50,000. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of foundation building. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Yixian felt that his whole body was filled with strength, his whole body was transparent, and he could turn his previous self into a bloody mist with one punch. Wash, 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 wash. After a brief adaptation, Jun Yixian hurriedly used the shower to rinse himself. He understood what it meant to poop through your pores. In order to avoid making a fool of himself, Jun Yixian went to the bathroom to exchange his cultivation. The ending was just as he expected. His bones and marrow were washed away and his pores were shed. However, because it was his first time to cultivate immortality and he had no experience, Jun Yixian stepped on several pieces of the floor and the shower head in his hand broke into two pieces. Jun Yixian had no choice but to use the broken shower pipe to take a shower. Ding, ordinary host, the system recommends that you exchange for a practical super invincible supreme gift pack. Does the combat gift pack include various combat skills and combat experience? Jun Yixian asked cautiously. This is natural, host, please read the gift package introduction. Actual combat super invincible supreme gift pack, 350,000 villain points, a practical combat super gift pack from countless immortal cultivation worlds, countless years, and countless geniuses, including great accomplishment level danger perception, great accomplishment level power control, great accomplishment level power control skills, great accomplishment level combat instincts, great accomplishment level combat experience, great accomplishment level combat skills, great accomplishment level combat awareness. Seeing the price, Jun Yixian was so scared that he cursed, 350,000, why don't you just go grab it? Host, the mastery of great power and skills can make the host's combat effectiveness more durable, so the price is of course a little more expensive, you know. Oh, I remember now, it's a friendly price, right? I'll buy it. Jun Yixian reacted instantly. He had read a novel before, in which a guy named Zhao Zilong bought this thing, which caused the price of this thing to go up. Word spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100. He didn't expect the price to go up to this point so quickly. The predecessors cut down trees and the successors suffered losses. The system world is also advancing with the times. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 35,000. Congratulations to the host for getting the practical super invincible supreme gift pack. As the villain value was deducted, Jun Yixian's body gained a lot of muscle memory, and his brain had a huge amount of memory and experience about actual combat. It can be said that in terms of practical experience, there is no one on the entire earth who can be compared with Jun Yixian. Ding, host, the system also has a function that can monitor the protagonist's position in real time. Real-time holographic map? Jun Yixian suddenly thought of something that appeared in a novel he had read before. Could it be that this system is Chen Zhou's scumbag? Jun Yixian immediately had a bold idea in his mind. Seeing what Jun Yixian was thinking,
Shinjo took out a small copycat version of the intelligence-reducing halo that he had modified in his spare time and quietly placed it on Jun Ishien's head.
No, how is this possible?
There is no such a coincidence in the world.
I just died and then I met Shinjo.
This is too much of a coincidence. Jun Ishien shook his head and dispelled this immature and bold guess in his mind. The omnipresent Sky Eye, 50,000 villain points, can monitor the real-time location of the Son of Luck. It will break through all the fog and put the whole world in front of you.
The Sky Eye that is omnipresent is really like this? Another system?
Jun Ishien thought secretly in his heart. Although they are all called the Destiny Villain System, there are too many systems with this name in the novel world. It is normal for systems to have the same name in all the heavens and worlds. System, redeemed the ubiquitous Sky Eye. Junie did not hesitate at all. As long as Zhou Tian lives, Jun Ishien will never have peace. It is very worthwhile to exchange it for the Eye of Heaven that is always there. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 50,000. Congratulations on obtaining the ever-present Sky Eye. As the villain value was deducted, a light screen the size of a mobile phone appeared in Zhou Tian's mind. In the light screen, Zhou Tian was trying to escape. Damn it, how come this broken glass is so strong? It's been hit for so many days and nothing has happened. And the lid, it's fine if it's just tightened, but there's a brick on top, so it can't be opened.
Damn it! Zhou Tian was dejected.
5 days. For 5 whole days, Zhou Tian had been soaked in this wine for 5 days. The last trace of oxygen was about to run out, and Zhou Tian had no way to escape. The devouring system can only devour living things.
Alcohol is a dead thing and cannot provide Zhou Tian with any evolutionary points. This is the result Zhou Tian obtained after a painful experiment. Am I going to die in such a miserable way? Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness. No. I still have family.
I still have a sister. Xinghan is still waiting for me to save him.
I can't fall down yet. I can't admit defeat yet. I also want to become the peerless demon ancestor.
Thinking of the clear faces in his mind, Zhou Tian's face turned grim and his eyes turned bloodshot. Zhou Tian fought hard. He was ruthless.
Bang!
A crisp shattering sound was heard as Zhou Tian was saved. The glass bottle was knocked over by a passing big black cat and broke into pieces.
Ha, haven't you heard that there is always a way out?
Zhou Tian, I'm back again. Jun Ishien, wait for me, pa.
The big black cat slapped. Boy, what's your dog's name? Jun Ishien or not Jun Ishien? Are you sick in the brain? You even gave it a human name. Are you addicted to treating it as a pet?
You are such a waste.
The big black cat criticized angrily. You. Pa.
The big black cat made another big move. What do you mean? Come with me. I'll take you to a place. The big black cat ordered impatiently. Feeling the pain on his face, Zhou Tian remembered the appearance of the big black cat very clearly. The gap in strength is huge. How can it endure it? Ding. The Son of Luck. Zhou Tian was taught a lesson by the ordinary monster black cat sheriff.
Zhou Tian felt extremely humiliated and ashamed.
Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 50,000, and the host gained a villain value of 50,000.
Seeing this scene, Jun Ishien was not surprised at all. The protagonist of luck is even more outrageous than the indestructible cockroach.
How could he be so easy to kill? Zhou Tian's escape was part of Jun Ishien's plan from the very beginning. That bottle of industrial alcohol is mainly used to affect the development of the meridians. Bringing out a low-level cat demon was a pleasant surprise.
Chapter 207. Jun Ishien deliberately revealed his innate ability. Ishien, why does it take you so long to shower?
Gu Qinghan leaned against the doorframe board and asked casually into the bathroom. Her clear, melodious voice echoed in the air, carrying a hint of confusion and concern. Jun Ishien's lazy response came from the bathroom. Something unexpected happened and delayed me for a while, but I'll be ready soon. His tone sounded casual, and he didn't seem to want to explain more. After a while, Jun Ishien came out of the bathroom with a wicked smile on his face. He stared at Gu Qinghan with his deep eyes and said frivolously, "Why, you've missed me after not seeing me for such a short while?" As Jun Ishien spoke, he deliberately moved closer to Gu Qinghan. His warm breath gently brushed across her cheek, making her startle slightly. Gu Qinghan's pretty face instantly flushed, as gorgeous as the sunset glow. She quickly reached out and forcefully pushed away Jun Yixin, who suddenly approached her, scolding him, "You are so frivolous." With this push, Jun Yixin's strong and muscular body was exposed in the air without reservation. Jun Yixin's strong and powerful muscle lines are clearly visible, especially the 8 abdominal muscles, which look like they were carved out. Neat and clear, Jun Yixin's skin was as white as snow, and as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade. Even better than Gu Qinghan's skin. Gu Qinghan just took a quick glance and immediately noticed the huge changes that had taken place in Jun Yixin.
What are you doing?"
Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in shock, her cherry lips opened into a big O shape, her face full of disbelief. After spending so many days with Jun Yixin, Gu Qinghan is quite familiar with Jun Yixin's body. However, what she saw was beyond her expectations. Her skin was better than a baby's and her abdominal muscles were clearer and stronger than before. It was like a completely different body. No, it should be said that it is a genetic mutation. No, gene mutation is not appropriate. If I have to describe it, I should say that it is evolution caused by taking genetic drugs. But are there genetic medicines in this world? Gu Qinghan asked himself hesitantly in his heart. As far as Gu Qinghan knew, there was no genetic medicine in this world, but Gu Qinghan couldn't understand Jun Yixin's change for a moment. It should not be a genetic medicine. If this thing existed, with Jun Yixin's status, he would have used it long ago. Even if it was successfully researched in the next 2 days, the Jun family would not let Jun Yixin use it alone at home.
"Qinghan, what are you thinking about? You are so absorbed in what you are thinking about."
Jun Yixin hugged Gu Qinghan's soft waist, and his restless hands moved freely around Gu Qinghan's soft waist. Just as Gu Qinghan was immersed in deep thought, suddenly, a warm feeling came from his waist, like a flash of lightning across the night sky, pulling Gu Qinghan back to reality from his meditation. Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixin seriously with her beautiful eyes. "Yixin, what is the unexpected thing you mentioned just now?" Jun Yixin slowly raised his other free hand, and a stream of water condensed out of thin air in his palm. The water began to surge as if it had life, forming a small vortex. Then, Jun Yixin turned his gaze to the sofa placed beside him, then waved his arm and lightly pointed his finger at the sofa. All I heard was a loud bang, boom. The sofa, which was originally in good condition, was instantly blown into several pieces, with wood chips and cotton wool flying everywhere, and the whole scene was a mess. Jun Yixin turned to look at Gu Qinghan with a smug look on his face and said confidently, "How is it?
Isn't this a powerful move of mine?"
Gu Qinghan's brow was filled with frowns, because she had bought that sofa with her own money. This guy destroyed it without saying a word, and he even had the nerve to ask her if she was powerful enough to destroy a house.
"You've mutated."
Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixin, who was hugging him strangely. Compared to the sofa, Jun Yixin's changes are obviously more important. When he heard the word mutation, Jun Yixin's face darkened and the smile on his face stopped abruptly.
He explained in a deep voice, "I am awakening and becoming a cultivator?" "Pucci," Gu Qinghan smiled while covering his teeth. "Immortal cultivator, Jun Yixin, have you read too many novels? You don't even have any skills, how can you be considered an immortal cultivator? I think you are more like a mutant."
Jun Yixin, mutant, do you want to hear what I am saying? After laughing for a while, Gu Qinghan stopped his impolite laughter and asked softly, "Yixin, what are the characteristics of your ability?
Are there any restrictions on its use? How many times can it be used?"
Gu Qinghan was like a curious baby, looking at Jun Yixin with shining eyes, as if he was looking at some rare treasure.
"Qinghan, do you think my eyes are any different from those of normal people?"
Jun Yixin looked at Gu Qinghan with a sly smile. Gu Qinghan took a closer look and found the colored pupils to be very strange, which Gu Qinghan couldn't describe clearly at the moment.
"Isn't this your heterochromia lens?" Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixin in confusion. Zaoba noticed the difference in Jun Yixin's eyes a few days ago.
She thought that Jun Yixin had someone customize the lenses for her eyes, so she didn't ask much. Gu Qinghan was so exhausted these days that he didn't think much about why Jun Yixin didn't change it. He thought it was some new technology, but it turned out not to be. Jun Yixin smiled confidently. "Qinghan, this is the talent I awakened before, the pregnant immortal eyes. Whoever I glare at will become pregnant." As he spoke, Jun Yixin looked at Gu Qinghan with a sly smile. Gu Qinghan was so scared that he closed his eyes, not daring to look Jun Yixin in the eye. If this ability is real, how vicious it would be.
"Ha ha ha.
Look how scared you are.
I'm not a pervert. I won't use this ability on anyone."
Jun Yixin laughed at him with a smug look on his face. Hearing this, Gu Qinghan slowly reacted.
She was Jun Yixian's girlfriend, so why should she be afraid of this ability? They will get married and have children in the future, so there is no need for her to be afraid of Jun Yixian. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghan's heart rate slowly returned to normal. He looked at Jun Yixian without fear and asked, "Is this the only ability of this immortal pupil?" "Not really. I need to slowly discover all kinds of magical powers. My fairy pupils will give me some hints from time to time, such as how to absorb spiritual energy." Jun Yixian half-truthfully deceived Gu Qinghan. The ability of the immortalized for pregnancy is indeed only related to the pregnancy Dao, but no one else knows the true ability of the immortalized for pregnancy, and what functions it has are still made up by Jun Yixian himself. As the saying goes, when you are out in the world, your identity is something you give yourself, and this also applies when it comes to natural abilities. As for my specific abilities, it's all just bragging. If you don't want to believe it, then forget it. These are my natural abilities. Believe it or not. Gu Qinghan nodded suspiciously, as if he believed Jun Yixian's words. Talented abilities are something that cannot be verified. There is no way to prove they are real, and there is also no way to prove they are fake. Now Jun Yixian has used his extraordinary powers. Although his other abilities cannot be confirmed, we can only believe them conservatively. Some things are better to be believed than not. You will attract suspicion and doubt if you are not strong enough. Once you are invincible in the world, what you say is the truth, and all opposition will collapse and disappear into ashes. Jun Yixian didn't care what others thought. As soon as the spiritual energy revived, he reached the peak of foundation building. Once he got used to it and gained some villain value, he would be Yuanying Tianjun, or even Huashan Shenjun, the strongest creature on earth. At that time, will Jun Yixian still care about what others think? The reason why Jun Yixian told Gu Qinghan these things was mainly to see whether Gu Qinghan's favorability would increase with the help of these things. As the saying goes, love grows with time. He and Gu Qinghan have been sparring with each other for so many days, but Gu Qinghan's favorability still remains at 35 and has not increased at all. That if you want to completely conquer this woman, you'll have a long way to go. PS, please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals. Chapter 208 Global Emergency Notice. Emergency Notice. Attention, citizens. Attention, citizens. An extremely rare and unknown mutation is occurring in the world's organisms. An extremely rare and unknown mutation is occurring in the world's organisms. Please keep away from animals around you. Please keep away from animals around you. Please note that unknown mutations have occurred in the world's organisms. The scope of the mutations covers the entire world. Please do not take chances. For citizens who have pets, for everyone's safety, please take your pets to a nearby veterinary hospital for euthanasia or release them in the mountains. Thank you for your cooperation. Citizens with pets, for the sake of everyone's safety, please take the pets to the nearby veterinary hospital for euthanasia or release them in the mountains. Thanks for your cooperation. Without exception, all major television stations and radio stations, all channels capable of disseminating information, issued important notices about Dasheng entering a state of emergency. At the same time, the news of the revival of spiritual energy spread quickly to every corner like a hurricane. Whether in the city or the countryside, almost no one could escape its influence. At the same time, text messages started to ring on everyone's cell phones. With the shocking emergency alert clearly displayed on the screen, people stopped what they were doing and stared at this sudden message with wide eyes, their hearts filled with astonishment and anxiety. Damn! The spiritual energy is actually reviving. I'm doomed. I'm really torn apart. Someone couldn't help but shout loudly, and the voice revealed an unconcealable panic. What the hell? Why did you notify us only now? I don't have a grain of rice at home, damn it, another person complained angrily, his face full of anxiety. No, we can't delay any longer. We must hurry and buy daily necessities, otherwise it will be too late. More and more people realized the seriousness of the situation and took action. The streets and alleys that were originally busy with people suddenly became bustling and chaotic, and crowds of people poured into supermarkets and shops like a tide. Everyone walked hurriedly, looking nervous, fearing that they would be in desperate situation if they fell behind. The Dasheng army had already made deployments in advance and was on high alert guarding the entrances of major supermarkets and stores to maintain order. Seeing the black equality instrument for all beings, everyone remained very calm and lined up in an orderly manner to buy it. There is no influence of the halo of lowering intelligence,
all countries have taken corresponding measures, and the overall situation is still stable for the time being. The internet is also quite lively of the Lord's spokesperson. But I'm queuing. What about you, General Yuan?
Queue? I haven't bought any yet. You all should go to the back and queue up.
Doghead saves life JPG. I won't, General, I have mysophobia. I'm the first one. Never queue up. You best queue up, so I queue up. Cowardly JPG, need help?
Why queue? My neighbor stores food and I store guns. My neighbor is my granary neighbor at lack of assistance? Neighbor.
Dude, what do you mean, neighbor at lack of assistance? Ouch. Buddy, what are you doing? You guys are just idiots. Picture, all the flowers I'm lining up are withering, and there are still so many people ahead of me. I am a fish, going against the will of heaven. I am the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor. I am an idiot, and I will appoint you as the captain of the heavenly soldiers. Ordinary readers, I am still Pangu. Disdain JPG, Fukanken's WeChat, fellow Taoists, please enter my human emperor flag. It is safe inside the flag, attached with picture, the health treasure of the peerless demonic cultivator, fellow Taoist. Why is your human emperor flag surrounded by black air? Act until you cry. Hey, fellow Taoist, this is the mysterious energy of chaos, used to intimidate the enemy. Gatling, the savior. Nonsense. It was obviously a fellow Taoist in the flag who cooked the meal, and for the sake of everyone's health, the flag master had to let the smell of fireworks out. Even the nickname is snatched. This human emperor flag is still obedient. Everyone please go to my book of life and death, which is people-oriented. I am a rat snake. 6. Even nicknames are being snatched up at. The book of life and death doesn't sound good. I also have the list of the gods, which will be blocked for you.
Each person only needs 250 yuan.
250 yuan won't buy you any loss or fraud, but it can buy you a place on the list of the gods. Netizens. The other side, in a dark abandoned sewer, a cat and a snake were moving forward one after the other.
Damn it, Jun Yixian, if it weren't for you, why would I have to endure this humiliation?
Zhou Tian became more and more angry as he thought about it. Because of Jun Yixian, it almost starved to death in the alcohol and became a snake soaked in fake wine. This life and death vengeance will be repaid tenfold when it recovers. There is also the blood vengeance of having its second brother killed by a toothpick. When it evolves into a giant python, it will definitely take revenge. As he was walking, Zhou Tian felt like he bumped into something furry. When he looked up, he saw the big black cat sheriff looking down at him with scrutiny.
Zhou Tian suddenly felt a chill on his back.
It's over. The big black cat's copper bell-like eyes flashed with a fierce light. It glared at Zhou Tian fiercely and said coldly, next time you walk, be more careful and remember to look at the road.
I understand. Zhou Tian nodded frantically to show that he understood. Seeing that the little white snake named Zhou Tian was sincere in admitting his mistake, the big black cat's expression eased slightly, and he nodded with satisfaction, still reminding him in his serious tone, Zhou Tian, once you enter this door, you will be a member of our 10,000 Monsters Alliance. No matter who you were before, from today on, you are considered a member of the demon race, and you must fight for our demon race. Revenge on humans.
Zhou Tian nodded solemnly, indicating that he understood. Of course, Zhou Tian didn't really consider himself a member of the demon clan, but he heard that there were many high-level demon beasts among them. It can allow him to quickly improve his strength and complete his transformation. After giving the instructions, the big black cat opened the simple rag and walked in with Zhou Tian in a swagger.
Lauda, you're back.
As soon as I entered the door, several stray kittens rushed over and surrounded the big black cat, sniffing it. The big black dog at the side glanced at the big black cat sheriff, and accidentally saw Zhou Tian, and suddenly his IQ dropped. Heisey, I asked you to go out and find the monster, why did you bring back a spicy strip?
Ha ha ha.
Lauda, sheriff, I'm bringing you some supplements. Look, Lauda, this spicy strip is white and tender. Although it is a little thin, you can tell at a glance that it is very chewy.
Eat it, and maybe Lauda, you can evolve a little bit.
Black-hearted dog, shut up and take care of your dog. This is my good friend who I just rescued from the human den. Although his strength is limited, he can definitely become a powerful general for us to attack humans. The big black cat sheriff didn't know why, so he got excited and gave a lot of praise to the scum. Zhou Tian, come on, you're so brave. But with your small body, I'm afraid you can't even beat a mouse. Ha ha, a huge bull laughed. You stupid toad, what do you mean?
Who are you calling a loser?
The Rat King stood up angrily. The Rat King has only one ear, which was shot off by a human child with a toy gun when it was still a mouse. Because of this incident, the Rat King hated humans very much and was determined to start a rat tide to destroy humans.
Alright, stop arguing. We are all allies, let's not ruin the relationship over such a small matter.
A huge cockroach king stood up. Everyone, now that spiritual energy has revived, everyone has a certain degree of wisdom. I don't need to say how terrible humans are. If you really want to overthrow human hegemony, then unite and don't fight among yourselves. The cockroach king expressed his opinion. Humph. The dog-headed king snorted coldly. Today, I will give the cockroach king a favor and not eat this little spicy stick. Heisey, you'd better take good care of your spicy noodles. Don't wake up every morning and find them turned into a pile of shit. Ha 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 ha. The mob laughed. Zhou Tian stared angrily at the big black dog on the high seat in the distance. If he had hands, his fingers would have been stuck into the flesh, making him furious. Unfortunately, Zhou Tian is a snake and has no limbs.
Even his fifth limb was crippled by Jun Yixian's men a few days ago.
Chapter 209 Grandmaster 3 Poles in the Sun. A week after Zhou Tian's death, an old man and a young girl slowly walked into Chaga City. The old man had a dignified face and was intimidating without even getting angry. He was dressed in a green robe, walked steadily, and exuded an awe-inspiring aura. The girl following beside him was pretty and charming, with lively eyes sparkling like stars. She was wearing a pink dress that danced in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Yixian, are you sure this posture can speed up your practice? Gu Qinghan turned his head and looked at Jun Yixian with a blushing face. Qinghan, this is the dual cultivation method I learned from my immortal pupils. It's very powerful. Jun Yixian explained to Gu Qinghan seriously. Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixian behind him with disbelief. Although Jun Yixian didn't seem to be lying, Gu Qinghan still didn't believe it. Dual cultivation method, this guy is probably deceiving me. Seeing that Gu Qinghan didn't believe him, Jun Yixian continued to talk nonsense seriously. Qinghan, you have also seen the effect of dual cultivation in the past few days. If you don't believe me, don't you believe in your own body? After hearing this, Gu Qinghan was completely certain that Jun Yixian was lying to her. Gu Qinghan glared at Jun Yixian with dissatisfaction in her beautiful eyes, and hummed softly, well. All right. Forget it, my boyfriend wants to play, so I'll just pamper him for once. It was noon when the old man in light robe was taken to Uncle Fu's house by his men. Grandpa, where is Mr. Jun? The little girl asked excitedly with satisfaction. It is rumored that Jun Yixian of the Jun family has an appearance like an immortal, is humble and polite, and is a top-notch handsome man. Every girl has her love in her heart. Situ Inger insisted on coming to Chaga with her grandfather Situ Wujin just to meet Jun Yixian, hoping for a romantic encounter.
Master Jian, the young master is not at home right now. Please wait a moment. I will send someone to find the young master.
Uncle Fu explained respectfully. Situ Wujin, a great master of martial arts, was well known in the ancient martial arts world and was known as the Sword Lord. He had a very good relationship with the Jun family. Situ Wujin nodded slightly to show his understanding, without any dissatisfaction on his face.
It's okay. Young people are always curious about new things.
I came here this time just to give you some advice on martial arts.
Don't worry.
After saying that, Situ Wujin slowly stroked the few strands of gray beard on his chin, his eyes calm and gentle. A grandmaster is not only about strength but also about mentality. Sword Lord Situ Wujin has practiced martial arts for more than 70 years and has long since abandoned worldly distractions. If he had not owed the Jun family a favor in his early years, Situ Wujin would not have come all the way to Chaga to instruct a junior. The revival of spiritual energy not only benefits animals, but also humans, what awakened ones, people with special abilities, magicians, immortal cultivators. In recent days, many new humans with special abilities have emerged all over the world. Countries have uniformly named them evolvers and have begun testing and researching various abilities, attempting to utilize this power through scientific and technological means. The more powerful ancient warriors will naturally feel the changes in the world earlier than these people and try them first. In the past few days, the ancient martial arts world has also ushered in exciting and huge changes. Warriors from all over the world have made breakthroughs and entered a higher realm. Situ Wujing, who was already at the level of a grandmaster, directly entered the divine realm and became one of the strongest men in the first echelon of Deshan. These are things that Dasang has not yet made public. Oh, Situ Jianjun and his granddaughter? Jun Yixian was a little surprised.
Yes, master, Butler Fu said that the master invited us here. Ah Fu explained seriously. Okay, I got it. I'll be there in a minute. Jun Yixian waved his hand and didn't take Sword Lord Situ Wujin seriously. Yes, master. Ah Hu answered loudly. Jun Yixian knew Sword Lord Situ Wujin, but he had never been to Chaga in his previous life. Jun Yixian understands that the halo of lowering intelligence can lower everyone's IQ to an unimaginable level in order to highlight the protagonist. With this halo, humans, whether they are ordinary people or top dignitaries, will only curse this and that, and then wait for the protagonist to show off. Everyone will just shout 666 like a background board, like a robot. The only one who can produce research results is either the heroine, or her father, grandfather, mother, etc. Then when they encounter difficulties, the hero will unintentionally take action to resolve them, and then a bunch of people will fawn on them and become the protagonist's helpers. Jun Yixian is very clear about this routine. Now that there is no influence of the luck aura, the Jun family directly invites Situ Wujing, the Grandmaster of Swordsmanship, who has actually entered the divine realm. Point one of the ceilings of individual human combat power directly appeared. Whether in terms of experience or combat power, it was an existence that Zhou Tian could not afford to offend. As for Situ Inger, in the original development, she had a close relationship with Zhou Tian, and even secretly gave Zhou Tian the ancestral sword inheritance. Although the Situ family's sword-fighting heritage is very ordinary, Zhou Tian can't resist their liking for being handsome. Let me ask you, flying with a sword, all the swords returning to their origin, cutting mountains and rivers with a sword, opening the sky with a sword, which man would not like or be moved by this? In the original trajectory, Zhou Tian took these things and showed off everywhere, having a lot of fun. What's wrong? Yixian, is this Situ Jianjun very powerful? Gu Qinghan asked doubtfully. Ji Qinghan had heard a little about warriors from her father, but there were very few real warriors and Gu Qinghan had never seen one. As for those half-baked martial artists, they are severely punished every day. If they show their heads, they will be killed in the second. After 3 hits with police batons, they will not be able to say a word. Naturally, they dare not do anything wrong. Ji Qinghan has been a good kid since he was young, and all his friends are good kids from ordinary families, so naturally he has never met these idle people. Nothing special, just at the divine realm level, AT1 level figure in the ancient martial arts world, not very strong. Jun Yixian commented calmly. For a cultivator at the peak of the foundation building stage, a mere divine realm means he is naturally a rookie. According to the combat power system of the future world, Situ Wujing is currently only at the D grade, 1-star level. Of course, people can make progress. If Situ Wujing hadn't died, he would have had a chance to fight for S level. However, by that time, Jun Yixian's combat power had reached the world's ceiling. A T1 level expert in the ancient martial arts world, isn't that strong enough? Gu Qinghan widened his eyes and looked at Jun Yixian in front of him in astonishment, with disbelief written all over her beautiful face. Jun Yixian smiled slightly, shook his head gently, and said, Qinghan, your current strength is almost at the quasi-grandmaster level. As long as you are given some more time, after your physique is fully awakened, within a month, you will be able to easily surpass him. Hearing this, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then showed a silly and cute look, staring straight at Jun Yixian. Is it true? There was a light of doubt and expectation in her clear eyes. Jun Yixian raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a slightly cunning smirk, and whispered, if you practice dual cultivation with me, do you think the improvement speed will be slow? After that, his deep and charming eyes locked tightly with Gu Qinghan's gaze, as if he wanted to see through her completely. For a moment, Gu Qinghan's pretty face turned slightly red and her heart was pounding. There is some truth to this. Let's go meet this sword master. Jun Yixian took Gu Qinghan's hand. Ji Qinghan nodded slightly without saying anything. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals. Chapter 210 Zhou Tian in action. Damn beast, you actually asked me to patrol. Zhou Tian complained loudly with an angry face. Since the loss of his second brother, Zhou Tian's temperament has changed drastically. His temper is as bad as a powder keg that can explode at any time. What is the 10,000 Demons Alliance? What a bunch of rabble. I'll let you be so arrogant for a few more days. Sooner or later, I will let you know how to write the word regret. A heart-pounding light flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes. Although Zhou Tian turned into a snake, he still considered himself a human being. He had a natural aversion to those beasts which were originally low-level creatures. If it weren't for the huge disparity in strength now,
this so-called 10,000 Demons Alliance would have long become Zhou Tian's food.
System, check your personal panel.
Host panel: a name, Zhou Tian. Gender, male, barely considered, age, 1 month, actually 22 years old, level, F. Evolution bar, 1/10. Talented magical power, none, I still need 9 evolution points. I have to work harder. Zhou Tian sighed in his heart. Swipe. Suddenly, Zhou Tian heard some noise coming from the bushes not far ahead. Zhou Tian immediately became alert and slowly crawled towards the group of water plants that made the noise. Tianhu Park, where Zhou Tian is now, is a tourist attraction in Chaga City. However, there is no one in Tianhu Park now and it is very quiet. Zhou Tian's purpose of coming here is to search for other mutated animals in Tianhu Park, invite them to join the 10,000 Monsters Alliance, and by the way, find the second base camp of the 10,000 Monsters Alliance. Zhou Tian agreed verbally, but his real purpose of coming here was to devour blood and strengthen himself. Zhou Tian climbed forward carefully, and his snake's mouth and tongue began to capture the faint smell information remaining around. After confirming that there were no large animals, Zhou Tian slowly walked through the grass and dived into the water. Following the scent traces remaining on the water plants, Zhou Tian soon found a small hole.
Do you want to go in?
Zhou Tian looked at the narrow hole in front of him hesitantly. Because the smell was interfered with by the water, Zhou Tian was unable to obtain specific information about the cave. He did not know what kind of creature lived inside, whether its attack power was strong or weak, and whether it could win.
I have no teeth now.
If I encounter a larger eel or snake, I will probably get into trouble.
I'd better not take the risk to go in.
Zhou Tian thought about it and finally gave up the idea of venturing into the cave. The toothless little snake had no means of attack at all. Even if it was an ordinary toad, Zhou Tian could only drool all over it without even breaking its skin. Fortunately, this is a park and there are many fish fry and small fish in the lake, so Zhou Tian has no shortage of targets to devour for the time being. Not if you can't beat creatures of the same size, can't you just eat a few small fish fry to fill your mouth? After considering for a long time, Zhou Tian temporarily decided to give up this mysterious little hole and dive into the water instead. Ding! The host successfully swallowed an ordinary small fish fry and obtained 0.01 evolution point. Ding! The host successfully swallowed an ordinary small fish fry and obtained 0.01 evolution point. Ding! The host successfully swallowed an ordinary small fish fry and obtained 0.01 evolution point. Zhou Tian kept chasing the group of small fish fry he had just discovered. 1, 2, 3. Zhou Tian hunted with fiery eyes. With an infinite swallowing evolution system, Zhou Tian only needs to swallow the prey into his body to obtain corresponding evolution points, which is very convenient. Ding! The host's evolution points have reached December 10th. Does the host choose to evolve? The cold mechanical voice of the infinite devouring evolution system sounded. Hearing the evolution prompt, Zhou Tian was ecstatic. Evolve.
Must evolve.
After many days, it finally came to the wonderful moment of evolution. Ding! The host evolved successfully. Host's current level, FG in blood, 43/43 power, 1 distance to next evolution, 0/30 evolution is successful. Awesome. Zhou Tian excitedly opened his snake's mouth subconsciously. With a gulp, a large amount of lake water, like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly poured into Zhou Tian's trachea.
Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Tian was choked by this sudden carelessness. Zhou Tian twisted his body desperately and floated to the surface.
It took him a long time to recover. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly. It was his first time being a snake and he was not quite used to it. In his joy, he forgot to hold his trachea and was choked by the lake water. Zhou Tian swore that he would never make such a low-level mistake again. After a short rest, Zhou Tian continued to harm the small fish fry everywhere.
The reason was that Zhou Tian still had no teeth apart from the fish fry. Zhou Tian couldn't think of anything he could defeat. Earthworms?
That thing is too disgusting. Zhou Tian felt sick and couldn't eat it. After comparison, Zhou Tian continued to focus on the small fry and small fish. At the same time, Junishan and Gu Qinghan also returned to Villa number 3 of Luoxing Mansion, a villa that Junishan bought randomly in Chaga. Seeing Junishan, the maid waiting at the door bowed slightly and said softly, "Master, Uncle Fu and Lord Jianjun are waiting for you in the living room on the 2nd floor." Junishan nodded gently. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and responded, "Well, I understand." After saying that, Junishan and Gu Qinghan went to the 2nd floor. When they arrived on the 2nd floor, they saw 2 people sitting face to face on a luxurious sofa.
Uncle Fu was reading a book,
While Situ Wujin was resting with his eyes closed, sensing someone coming, Situ Wujin looked at Junishin and Gu Qinghan with sharp eyes. Seeing Junishin, Sword Lord Situ Wujin couldn't help but be shocked. He couldn't see through him. The little girl beside Junishin is not simple either. She is actually a half-step master. A half-step master in her early 20s is one of the best martial arts geniuses in the entire Shang Empire. At Situ Wujin's age back then, he had barely achieved the realm of transformation, and that was just an ordinary realm that was not up to par. Ha ha ha. Every country has its own talented people, and each of them leads the trend for hundreds of years. Situ Wujin laughed. He was genuinely happy to see such an outstanding junior. Grandpa, what do you mean by Jiang Shan and talented people? Situ Inger walked into the room from the balcony, not knowing what was going on. When she saw Junishin, the girl's eyes were filled with surprise and her heart rate quickened. Within 3 seconds, Situ Inger's gaze inadvertently fell on the young woman next to Junishin. This woman has a pretty face and outstanding temperament, even better than herself. When Situ Inger saw that Junishin had a girlfriend, her heart instantly fell. After a brief moment of disappointment, Situ Inger quickly adjusted her mood, walked towards Junishin with a smile, and introduced herself gracefully. Mr. Jun, hello, my name is Situ Inger, you can just call me Inger. Hello? Junishin nodded. Then Junishin introduced to everyone, Miss Situ, this is my girlfriend, Gu Qinghan. Hello, Sister Gu. Situ Inger greeted politely. Hearing this, Gu Qinghan raised a friendly smile and said softly to Situ Inger, hello, Sister Situ. At this time, Uncle Fu stood up and said, young master, this is Senior Situ, a martial arts master specially invited by the old patriarch. You must learn more from him in the future. After that, Uncle Fu turned to Situ Wujin and said respectfully, Senior Situ, I'll ask you to take the trouble to teach my young master from now on. Situ Wujin shook his head and said with a smile, young Master Jun has great luck and boundless fortune. I am not as good as you. Senior Situ, this. Uncle Fu looked at Situ Wujin in bewilderment. You were just talking nicely, but now you regret it. Situ Wujin sighed and said, it's not that I don't want to teach Master Jun, but Master Jun's cultivation is so great that I am not qualified. What? Hearing this, Uncle Fu's eyes widened. His young master's cultivation level surpassed that of a grandmaster? How could he not know? Uncle Fu, don't worry about cultivation. I have my own cultivation method. Jun Yixian explained casually. Okay. Uncle Fu nodded in confusion. His young master is stronger than the grandmaster. No, he has to slow down. Then I thought about how to tell my master. Chapter 211. Damn, how can I play without it? It's almost done. Zhou Tian said silently in his heart. After working hard for 2.5 hours, Zhou Tian successfully entered the F realm. His body swelled to the thickness of 2 fingers, his teeth grew back, and he gained an additional skill, biting. It's time to explore that cave. Zhou Tian made up his mind silently, based on his years of experience in watching short videos, that hole should be the cave of an eel or a snake, but Zhou Tian has never heard of eels being raised in Tianhu Park, so the eel can be ruled out. Excluding eels, the hole most likely contains a snake. Of course, we do not rule out the possibility that it could be something else, but it is not a big problem. The hole is only a little bigger than 2 fingers. Even if the things inside have mutated, they won't be that strong. It's just a small hole. What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Tianyu came to the entrance of the cave he found at the beginning, and without hesitation, he went in. Soon, Zhou Tian found 2 loaches, which were very fat and much larger than the fish fry. When he saw that it was a loach, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes, but this did not affect Zhou Tian's speech. Without any hesitation, Zhou Tian opened his bloody mouth and ended the battle in 3 seconds at lightning speed. Ding, the host successfully swallowed 1 ordinary loach and obtained 1 evolution point. Ding, the host successfully devoured 1 common loach king and obtained 1.5 evolution points. Just 2 loaches, not even enough to fill my teeth. Zhou Tian complained unsatisfiedly. Then he planned to turn around and leave, but the cave was too narrow and Zhou Tian couldn't turn around at all. Zhou Tian gave a helpless smile in his heart and wanted to retreat out of this small cave. As a result, the next second, Zhou Tian felt a huge pain in the back half of his body, and Zhou Tian was stuck. Zhou Tian. Retreat. Zhou Tian struggled hard, but the card was too tight and he couldn't get free at all. This is unscientific. Zhou Tian was confused. It measured the size of the hole and found it was slightly larger than its body, which would not affect its entry and exit at all. Moreover, it was made of mud, so as long as it wanted to leave, the mud would not be able to hold back its majestic body. But the fact is, Zhou Tian miscalculated and was really stuck in this hole. Damn. Outside the cave, Junishin stood on the water with a sneer on his face. In his hand, he held a small syringe filled with oxalic acid. Zhou Tian being stuck was of course Junishin's work. When Zhou Tian was still catching fish, Junishin quietly came to Zhou Tian's vicinity and monitored everything about Zhou Tian through the ever-present sky eye. Seeing Zhou Tian digging a hole, Junishin, who had been closely watching its every move, suddenly lit up his eyes and immediately took action. 3 seconds after Zhou Tian entered the cave, Junishin, who was well prepared, took out 2 extremely hard stones that flashed with cold light from his arms without hesitation and threw them towards the cave entrance at lightning speed. The 2 stones flew into the cave accurately like 2 bolts of lightning, and just caught Zhou Tian's body, leaving him in a dilemma and trapped in the narrow cave, unable to move. Zhou Tian, I hope you can enjoy this great gift I carefully prepared for you. Junishin looked at Zhou Tian, who was trapped by him, and couldn't help feeling proud in his heart. Junishin picked up the oxalic acid syringe that he had prepared in advance, and with his other gloved hand, he lifted up Zhou Tian's exposed tail. Zhou Tian suddenly felt his tail being tightly grasped by a big hand. The sudden touch made Zhou Tian's heart tighten suddenly, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Before Zhou Tian could react, the next second, a sharp and strong pain came from the snake's belly without warning. It was as if someone had taken an extremely sharp needle and stabbed it into his stomach. Zhou Tian couldn't bear the pain and let out a shrill snake cry. The next second, a more intense, burning pain surged from the abdomen like a tide and quickly spread throughout the body. Zhou Tian's tail was wagging in pain and his eyes were full of tears. It hurts. It hurts so much. It is said that snakes are cold-blooded animals, but they can actually feel severe pain from their bodies. Even if a super beast comes, they will scream in pain. Who is it? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Zhou Tian screamed in frustration. The pain in his body made Zhou Tian's snake body twitch continuously, but his body was stuck too tightly and he was completely unable to move. The tail lost its grip and Zhou Tian instantly realized that someone was messing with it, but it just didn't know who the 6th one who attacked it was. Ah! Damn it, who is it? Who is it? I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Zhou Tian howled hysterically and helplessly in his heart. There was no response. Junishin didn't say a word and just watched Zhou Tian struggle frantically. Ding! The host sneak attacks Zhou Tian, the son of luck, causing Zhou Tian to be seriously injured and tortured. Zhou Tian is extremely angry but can only bark helplessly. Zhou Tian's luck value is reduced by 10000, and the host gains a villain value of 10,000. Ding! The host sneak attacks Zhou Tian, the son of luck. Zhou Tian can only bark helplessly, and he can't even figure out who the enemy is. Zhou Tian's mentality explodes, and he is furious. Zhou Tian's luck value is reduced by 2,000, and the host gains a villain value of 20,000. Ah! Zhou Tian saw stars in pain. No, I have to escape. Zhou Tian began to think of retreating. There is a mysterious enemy outside that it doesn't know about, and its body is stuck by something unknown. For now, it can only rush forward, and it must escape forward. Bite! 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 Zhou Tian's eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. He used his newly acquired talent skills frantically. As spiritual energy was injected into the sharp teeth, Zhou Tian's snakehead instantly grew 3 times larger, and the snakehead chewed the mud around it frantically. With no place to put it, Zhou Tian had to swallow the dirt and mud into his stomach in big gulps. Soon, a small space of neither too big nor too small was dug around the Zhou Tian snakehead, making the Zhou Tian snakehead feel more comfortable. Bite! 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 Zhou Tian was still madly activating his innate skills, swallowing big gulps of mud into the snake's belly. I don't know if it was intentional or just luck, but after eating a lot of soil, Zhou Tian felt that the pain in his abdomen was much lessened. However, Zhou Tian, who had fallen into madness, did not stop and continued to swallow the mud tirelessly. 10 seconds later, Zhou Tian dug out a relatively spacious space, exerted his strength, and at the cost of losing a lot of snake scales, he got into the mud hole with a whoosh. Under the strong squeezing pressure, the small amount of oxalic acid remaining in the snake's belly was accidentally squeezed out of the abdominal cavity, which greatly reduced the subsequent pain of the Zhou Tian cycle. Drop. Under the pressure of the host Lao Lu's behavior, the son of luck Zhou Tian ate mud with tears in his eyes. Zhou Tian's spirit collapsed and tears flowed down his face. Zhou Tian's luck value decreased by 3000, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding, under pressure, the son of luck Zhou Tian exchanged his injuries for life. His already seriously injured body was hit hard again. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 2000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Seeing that Zhou Tian escaped as expected, Zhu Nixuan did not continue to take action to prevent Zhou Tian from getting any great opportunity. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals.
Chapter 212 The Lucky Child's Good Luck. Ding, the son of luck Zhou Tian fell into a coma due to serious injuries and fell into crisis.
Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 20000, and the host gained the villain value of 20,000.
Coma. Zhu Nixuan knew this all too well.
The protagonist was seriously injured and unconscious, and then someone rescued him. In the end, he managed to recover successfully with full health. Zhu Nixuan naturally would not sit idly by and watch something that would benefit Zhou Tian happen. Zhu Nixuan activated his spiritual energy, which turned into a hoe. In no time, he dug out Zhou Tian. Although the tail of Zhou Tian was a section smaller, the impact was not significant. Looking at Zhou Tian, who was in a coma in front of him, Zhu Nixuan's immortal eyes were shining with immortal light.
Good luck with pregnancy. A highly acclaimed super magical power of pregnancy that Zhu Nixuan comprehended from the staring pupils of the pregnant fairy. It can help people get pregnant in a short period of time, and is a very practical auxiliary magical power. This magical power can not only help the person being cast gain luck and love and good pregnancy, but it can also instantly strike at the soul, making it the best way to have a child. If he used this trick to make money, within a few days, Zhu Nixuan would be able to successfully obtain the honorary title of fertility-giving immortal and enjoy the incense. Zhou Tian is the lucky one who was the first to try something new in this world, and he lives up to his identity as the son of luck. Zhou Tian, I hope you like this opportunity. Zhu Nixuan laughed. Afterwards, Zhu Nixuan casually threw Zhou Tian onto the small island in the center of Tianhu Lake. When the work is done, I will leave, hiding my body and name. After helping Zhou Tian arrange his funeral, Zhu Nixuan chose to leave in style. I don't know how long it took, but Zhou Tian felt a burning pain in the snake's butt. The pain spread quickly throughout his body like an electric current, and Zhou Tian suddenly woke up from his stupor. Zhou Tian suddenly opened his eyes, but the scene he saw made his expression instantly become extremely gloomy. I saw a rat snake, whose body was more than twice as thick as its own, tightly wrapping around it in an extremely domineering manner. The rat snake was like a strong rope that tightly wrapped around Zhou Tian, making him unable to move. Ah!
Zhou Tian was so furious that he let out an angry roar. Zhou Tian's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. He stared at the arrogant rat snake in front of him, his heart full of resentment and humiliation. Zhou Tian wanted to escape, but he couldn't, and could only shed tears of humiliation. With the intervention of the host, the lucky child Zhou Tian encountered his own peach blossom luck, but Zhou Tian did not like it, and instead left behind a stream of humiliation. Zhou Tian's luck value plummeted by 20,000, and the host gained a villain value of 200,000. Ding, with the intervention of the host, the son of luck Zhou Tian encountered a domineering rat snake and was forced to linger with it. His mentality exploded and his spirit collapsed. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped by 30,000, and the host gained a villain value of 300,000. Ding, the son of luck Zhou Tian encountered a hellish setback, his mentality collapsed, and he was in a trance. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 2,000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Ding, the son of luck Zhou Tian was forced to be entangled by the rat snake, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, and he felt that life was worse than death, and he had no desire to live. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 300, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Ding, the body of the son of luck Zhou Tian is out of control. Zhou Tian feels terrified. Zhou Tian's luck value is reduced by 1,500, and the host gains a villain value of 15,000. The system's automatic broadcasts began to sound one after another in Zhu Nixuan's mind. Zhu Nixuan stopped his body movements and asked calmly, "System, can you turn off the villain value announcement sound? It's late at night and I can't sleep." Beep, the system announcement sound has been automatically turned off. As soon as the words fell, the automatic system broadcast sound set by Qin Zhou also disappeared. The battle was still going on. Gu Qinghan felt that Zhu Nixuan had stopped practicing, and thought that Zhu Nixuan wanted to change to another practice technique, so he considerately and skillfully switched to another practice move. The Zhou Tian snake was numb, but it was seriously injured and could not resist at all. It could only passively tangle with the overbearing rat snake in humiliation. A night of silence. That night, some were happy and some were sad, and Jun Yixin's villain value reached 1027-6510. The next morning, the first thing Jun Yixin did when he woke up was to check his villain value.
System, check my villain value.
Drop, host villain value, 1027-4310. Check the remaining luck value of the week. Drop, the remaining luck value of the Son of Luck Zhou Tian, 126-2569. System, tell me, how much did you take? When Jun Yixin saw the number, he realized that the system had taken damn, host, this is all the villain value, there is data for this, please do not doubt the professionalism of the system.
Hearing this, Jun Yixin laughed, an angry laugh. Professional?
Professionally pitting the host is more like it. He spent a total of 1 million luck points. A simple calculation will tell you that the villain value is too little. He said he was not greedy, and you thought Jun Yixin didn't know how to count. However, the system refused to admit it, and Jun Yixin had no choice. He was the one who asked the system to shut down.
How could he know if there were fewer shortcomings? System, restart the system broadcast.
Jun Yixin didn't argue with the system in the end. After all, people are under the system and have to bow their heads. If they irritate the system and it comes to unbind them, then wouldn't he be finished? Ding, the system broadcast function has a villain value of 10,000.
Host, do you confirm to turn it on?
Jun Yixin's face darkened, but he could only grit his teeth and swallow. Open. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 10,000, and the host successfully activates the system broadcast function. Jun Yixin, when people are speechless, they are really speechless. As time went by, Jun Yixin lost another amount of villain points, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. In anger, Jun Yixin came to the 10,000 Demons Alliance where Zhou Tian was before. Without any nonsense, Jun Yixin controlled the water flow and poured it towards the place where Zhou Tian had been before. Ding, the host will have one of the future opportunities to eliminate the Son of Luck Zhou Tian,
which will indirectly affect Zhou Tian's development.
Zhou Tian's luck value will be reduced by 10,000, and the host will gain a villain value of 100,000. Jun Yixin felt a little better after hearing about the 1 million villain points that had arrived in his account.
With over 10 million villain points, it's time to improve my cultivation.
Jun Yixin thought silently in his heart, it just so happens that I don't have time to develop these days, so I won't cause any trouble. Having made up his mind, Zhou Tian soon arrived at the foot of the Jiaxing Mountain, far away from Chaoge. Because of the revival of spiritual energy, the animals and plants in the mountains have mutated to varying degrees. Compared to cities, fights in the mountains are more numerous and frequent. Along the way, the number of monsters that jumped out to attack Jun Yixin far exceeded 100. But they were all some half-baked fake monsters.
Jun Yixin slapped them one by one and soon arrived at the top of Jiaxing Mountain, overlooking Chaoge.
It felt like he was looking down on all the other mountains. The scenery was quite nice. The buildings on the top of the mountain were relatively well preserved. Jun Yixin spent 10 minutes to completely clear out the monster beast that had taken over the house. Chapter 213-33 Thunder Tribulations System, Exchange for the Peak Cultivation of the Golden Core Stage. Ding, deduct the host's villain value of 90,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the golden elixir. You will get it after the subsequent cultivation Thunder Tribulation ends. The moment the villain's value was deducted, the Jiaxing Mountain was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and the clouds of disaster pressed down on the mountain, with bursts of lightning. Here it comes. Jun Yixin looked solemnly at the white thunder that was about to strike. Overcome tribulation. This is one of the most common events in the world of cultivating immortals.
Many cultivators die at this stage.
It is quite dangerous. As a time traveler, Jun Yixin was very familiar with the name of Thunder Tribulation, but he was still a little nervous when facing it for the first time.
Being struck by lightning should be fine.
Jun Yixin comforted himself. Host, don't worry.
Others overcome the tribulation first and then break through.
Host, break through first and then overcome the Thunder Tribulation.
It's not difficult. System, can you give me the subsequent cultivation points in advance? I'm panicking.
Damn, host, doing this will be considered a provocation to the heavens and will intensify the Thunder Tribulation.
Do you need it?
Chen Zhou explained seriously. Of course, this was just a fabrication made up by Chen Zhou in order to bind Junishan. Chen Zhou had already informed the heaven of this world, and the thunder tribulation was just a formality, so its intensity was actually just average. Okay. Jun Yishan nodded helplessly. Since it was a matter of heaven's will, Jun Yishan had no doubts. After all, this world was a world where spiritual energy was reviving, and the existence of heaven's will was reasonable. Jun Yishan knew that he would be beaten if he challenged the heavenly Tao. He was just a novice in cultivating immortals, so there was no need to make things more difficult for himself.
Come on. Jun Yishan thought silently in his heart. Boom.
A bolt of thunder struck, and Jun Yishan was knocked directly into the ground. His clothes were torn, his skin was charred, and he looked extremely miserable.
Ahem.
Jun Yishan staggered out of the dirt. Ordinary clothes are brittle, not solid at all. Clothing. Before Jun Yishan finished his complaints, the next thunderbolt struck him, and he was struck into the ground again. In another space, Chen Zhou was playing chess and drinking tea with a young man.
Brother Tiandao, there's no need to be so cruel.
Chen Zhou said casually without any guild brother system. There are many termites in the world nowadays.
I will not feel at ease if you do not strengthen this kid within the rules.
The young Tiandao explained with a serious face.
That's true. In addition to Zhou Tian, there are other bugs that need to be dealt with. This kid is not strong enough. Chen Zhou nodded and agreed with Tiandao's opinion. Brother system, rest assured. I will definitely return you a healthy and powerful toolman. Tiandao solemnly guaranteed. Then I would like to thank you, Brother Tiandao.
Chen Zhou smiled and thanked as he was speaking. A black chess piece fell from the sky, and Jun Yishan on the Jiaxing mountain was struck by another bolt of lightning. As Tiandao made his move, Chen Zhou also followed suit and made his black chess piece. The two of them took turns to make their moves, not caring at all about the life or death of Jun Yishan, who was undergoing the tribulation. Anyway, Jun Yishan won't die, so it doesn't matter. If he is accidentally killed by Jun Yishan, then let Jun Yishan spend some villain points to revive him. It won't be a big problem. At the same time, the comment section was also very lively. Let me say this, oh my god, a rare treasure has appeared in Chaoga. Don't lie to me, I'm blown away. Why did the
opportunity come to Chaoga? Woo woo.
Crying JPG. I watched the MV during the holidays and thought, I haven't even awakened my talent yet, and a rare treasure has appeared. Yizizabizizit watching the MV on holiday and thinking, brother, don't think about it. If nothing unexpected happens, this must be an opportunity for one of the protagonists. We are just NPCs, just shout 666.9 turn flying guillotine, woohoo. It hurts. Another beautiful heroine has been seduced by a super talented hero, Lady Ghost Fairy. Stop, what protagonist? Since ancient times, natural treasures have been owned by the strong. This fairy will go over and take a look to see what treasure it is. 9 turn blood droplet at Ghost Fairy. You'd better not go, otherwise something bad will happen. Serious JPG, Lord Ghost Fairy it, don't worry, I'm not alone, I'm with a reinforced group. I love a fish. What?
How much did you say? A reinforcement group? Shocked JPG, just trimming my hair, ha ha ha.
It's my life. With this kind of treatment, even if there are 10 protagonists, they can only give a Han Tianzuan style answer. Gloating JPG, Hall of Fame book fan. I originally wanted to go over and take a look, but now that nothing happens, I'm just going home. It's such a hustle and bustle, whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going anyway. Never give gifts. Interesting, I must go and see this. Rub my hands JPG. At Jiaxing Mountain, Jun Yishan was lying in a pit. There was not a single piece of intact skin on his body and all his hair was struck off. But the thunder tribulation continued.
System, why hasn't this thunder tribulation ended yet? Isn't 9 the extreme number and 12 the perfection?
There are already 32 thunders. Jun Yishan asked weakly, half dead. Hearing Jun Yishan's complaints about being late, Chen Zhou was also stunned. It seemed that they were so engrossed in playing chess that Jun Yishan forgot. Damn, host, there is one more thunder tribulation, a total of 33, representing the 33 heavens.
This is the 33 minor tribulations, you know.
After fooling the host, Chen Zhou looked at Tiandao, who was holding the chess piece awkwardly.
Brother Tiandao, strike me once more.
From now on, set the number of thunder tribulations for this kid to a unique 33.
Okay. Tiandao made an okay gesture. After they finished discussing one thing after another, the last thunderbolt struck down symbolically.
This thunderbolt had no attack power, but was very gentle and warm. In a moment, all of Jun Yixian's injuries were healed, and his body hair grew back. Jun Yixian turned back into his handsome self, and was even more handsome and stronger than before. Because it was a mistake made by heaven, all of Jun Yixian's subsequent cultivation improvements were paid for by heaven. Through Chen Zhou's hands, Jun Yixian's cultivation level continued to rise, and he soon reached the peak of the Golden Core Realm. At the same time, the blessing of heaven descended, and Jun Yixian felt that his body, soul, and consciousness had been specially sublimated, forming a perfect golden elixir. With the blessing of heaven, Jun Yixian also obtained 3 magical powers and some guidance from heaven. In short, there are many benefits. Ding, the host has successfully advanced to the peak of the Golden Core. Will the host choose to continue to break through? No. No, not for now. I need to rest for a while. Jun Yixian immediately refused. Jun Yixian was scared of being struck by 33 thunders. First, he did not provoke the heaven. Second, he was not the protagonist. And third, he did not practice any magic or evil skills. He was just a little bit more talented, but the heaven gave him the most powerful thunder tribulation package that no one had ever heard of. It's outrageous. After answering the system, Jun Yixian began to adapt to the physique of the peak Jindan level. With the guidance of Tian Dao and that supreme practical gift package, Jun Yixian quickly took control of his own strength. Jun Yixian is now invincible in the world. Even the world's most powerful nuclear bomb cannot hit him. As for whether the temperature at the center of a nuclear bomb can kill him, Jun Yixian is not sure. After all, no one has tried it and there is no data case. A Jindan cultivator cannot withstand the continuous high temperature of tens of millions of degrees, but if it only lasts for a moment, there will probably be no problem. In short, it can be summed up in one sentence: Jun Yixian is very strong now. After adapting to the power, Jun Yixian discovered with his keen sense that there were armed helicopters approaching in the sky, and thousands of them were also rushing over on the ground. Jun Yixian smiled faintly, teleported away. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals. Chapter 214. Everything was fine when I came, but when I got back, my home was gone. Hateful. Die. Die. Bite. 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 Zhou Tian's eyes turned bloodshot as he madly used his innate skill, bite, on the sleeping domineering rat snake. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered in the past half day, Zhou Tian fought with all his might and became ruthless. It didn't even notice the broadcast sound of the infinite devouring evolution system. It was unknown how long it took before Zhou Tian, who had fallen into madness, slowly regained his sanity. What followed was a long silence. Silence is golden, and it was also Zhou Tian's mood. Waya. Zhou Tian couldn't help but burst into tears. He turned into a snake, was bullied by stray cats and dogs, was forced to betray his own race, was sent out to do odd jobs, was attacked by criminals, was seriously injured, and was forcibly taken away by a rat snake. With all the hardships piling up, Zhou Tian completely collapsed. Even when looking at the shredded rat snake in front of him, Zhou Tian lost his appetite. Revenge. I must take revenge. No matter who you are, I, Zhou Tian, swear here that I will find you no matter where you are, even if I go to heaven or into the earth, or dig 3 feet deep. Zhou Tian roared helplessly. Based on Zhou Tian's more than 20 years of experience as a human, Zhou Tian judged that the guy who attacked it at that time was a human, a powerful human, but Chaga was the capital of the Shang Empire. It was extremely prosperous, with a permanent population of more than 80 million. Including the floating population, the population exceeded 100 million. Trying to find the person who carried out the sneak attack among more than 100 million people is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if there is only one genius among 10,000, Chaga can find 10,000 of them. Moreover, Chaga concentrates countless talented elites of the Shang dynasty, so the probability of a genius appearing is even higher. It is harder than climbing to the sky to find the sixth one among so many talented people. Zhou Tian was not unaware of the difficulties involved, but he was holding his breath because of the revenge for the broken tail and the subsequent encounters. If there was no system, he would have just endured it. If you bind yourself to the system but still act like a coward, then you have bound yourself to it in vain. If I don't take revenge, I, Zhou Tian, will not be a human being. Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with cruelty. Zhou Tian dragged his tired snake body and staggered towards the base camp of the 10,000 Demons Alliance. Zhou Tian's first step in revenge is to form the 10,000 Demons Alliance. Everything that happened today was caused by the 10,000 Demons Alliance asking it to go to Tianhu Park to find allies. If it hadn't been forced by those bastards in the 10,000 Demons Alliance, it wouldn't have been ambushed, and it wouldn't have encountered that lewd snake. Since we can't find the bastard human that attacked it, why not just look for the leader of the 10,000 Demons Alliance, destroy the alliance of 10,000 monsters, and use the blood of 10,000 monsters to start its invincible journey. It wants the heaven, the earth, and all living things between them to submit to it and become bloody food in its mouth. After a long and arduous night of crawling, Zhou Tian finally reached the entrance to the dark and abandoned sewer with many extensions. Seeing the messy appearance of the entrance, Zhou Tian was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Zhou Tian stood there in a daze. The entrance was a mess, with plastic bottles, foam fragments, dog feces, cat feces, rat feces, etc. everywhere. As if there had been a flood. Zhou Tian knew very well that it had not rained today and the abandoned sewer drainage system in this area had not been used for many years. Where does the water come from? This question deeply troubled Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian did not hesitate too much. After pondering for a moment, he resolutely crawled into the sewer and climbed towards the location of the 10,000 Demons Alliance's base camp. In his memory, you have to see it with your own eyes to know what really happened. The spiritual energy has only been revived for more than a week, and Zhou Tian doesn't believe that this half-baked 10,000 Demons Alliance will be discovered by humans. If humans discovered the alliance of 10,000 demons, they would dig deep into the ground and raise the entire area to the ground. The fact that the sewers are still there means that this was not done by humans. If it is neither man-made nor a natural disaster, then it can only be a civil unrest. What kind of monster has such strength? Zhou Tian hesitated again. Can I handle this power to destroy an alliance of so many monsters without alerting humans? Zhou Tian asked himself, and not surprisingly, Zhou Tian couldn't defeat an opponent of this level, and couldn't even defeat a powerful enemy of this level. Retreat. In the end, Zhou Tian chose a strategic retreat. Instead of verbally stabbing his enemy, Zhou Tian decisively assessed the situation and chose to save his life. Zhou Tian suddenly felt a faint sadness in his heart. Everything was fine when he came, but when he returned, his home was gone. But things in this world are unpredictable, and everything changes. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian recalled the painful memory with the rat snake. Zhou Tian felt extremely painful, his faith completely collapsed, and his mind became twisted. Zhou Tian's luck value decreased by 2,000, and the host gained a villain value of 20,000. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian found that the entrance of the 10,000 Monsters Alliance was in a mess. Zhou Tian was frightened and chose to flee. He lost the courage to move forward. Zhou Tian's luck value was reduced by 30,000, and the host gained a villain value of 30,000. Drop, the son of luck. Zhou Tian lost one of the most important opportunities in the early stage, and his development speed was seriously delayed, which in turn affected the subsequent opportunities. Zhou Tian's luck value plummeted by 10,000, and the host gained a villain value of 100,000. 3 abrupt system broadcast sounds woke Jun Yishan up from his sleep, but he did not dare to complain. He had already experienced the price of turning off the system broadcast. His villain value was hacked, and when he turned on the system broadcast function, he was taken advantage of. People are under the system and have no choice but to bow their heads. It's so helpless. Jun Yishan glanced at the sleeping Gu Qinghan and said, "System, check Gu Qinghan's dashboard." Gu Qinghan panel name, Gu Qinghan gender, female age, 21 constitution, 9 heavens mysterious ice holy body, not fully awakened, favorability, 35, naturally cold-hearted, not much worse, realm, 9th level of Qi training, equivalent to the peak of transformation realm, power, Jun family identity, Jun Yishan's girlfriend, the only heir of the Jun family height, 173 cm charm. 9.3, after practicing, I am more charming, skill, not practiced yet magical power, none chest circumference, hips, waistline, fold. Has the favorability not increased yet? Jun Yishan murmured. Jun Yishan shook his head. After so many days in in-depth communication every day, this woman's favorability towards him was still at 35. She was really good at acting according to the situation. Fortunately, Jun Yishan never thought about improving Gu Qinghan's favorability, otherwise no matter how much money he spent, it would all be wasted. Jun Yishan doesn't force anything in terms of relationships. Everyone has their own aspirations. As long as she is obedient and sensible during the time they are together, that's enough. It was the same with Jun Yishan's previous girlfriends. They parted ways amicably. Jun Yishan shook his head, covered Gu Qinghan with the quilt, took out his phone, and checked what happened at Jiaxing Mountain last night. In the bed, Gu Qinghan's eyebrows moved slightly. She actually woke up when Jun Yishan woke up. but she was very tired after practicing dual cultivation until very late last night, so she just pretended not to wake up. Yu Qinghan had a good impression of Jun Yixin, but Jun Yixin's family was in too high a position, so she was naturally afraid of Jun Yixin. She wanted to be with Jun Yixin, but she was worried that the Jun family would not agree. She was struggling inside, feeling clear-headed yet confused.
Oh. Let's just take it one step at a time.
Gu Qinghan sighed in his heart after Gu Qinghan let go of her unfounded worries. Her favorability towards Jun Yixin instantly increased from 35 to 50, reaching a firm love relationship.
Chapter 215. I'm dying of laughter, there's nothing. Shocked. After the lightning strike on Jiaxing Mountain.
It must be the first hot search title, so Jun Yixin clicked the search button without hesitation.
According to an informed source, the lightning strike on Jiaxing Mountain did not reveal anything strange.
Please open the relevant report below. The video screen instantly switched to a sunny and cheerful boy with a fairly handsome appearance.
Hi. My name is Wang Lin, a junior at Chaobi University.
My online name is Give Rewards for Watching Plays. I'm very. The video screen cut to people instantly, but Jun Yixin was still able to sensitively see the staff members when the camera turned.
This student was very excited just now. Let's interview other witnesses first.
The host explained with a professional smile. The scene changed, and a sweet-looking girl appeared in the camera.
Hello, I heard that you are one of the witnesses of the 33 lightning strikes on Jiaxing Mountain. Can you tell us about your lightning strike?
The girl nodded and began to talk about the lightning incident at Jiaxing Mountain in a gentle voice. Seeing this, Jun Yixin paused and opened the interesting comments section. I am a scumbag. I have reported that this video is false propaganda and the information is untrue. Angry JPG ×3, Ghost Shadow replied to me more than 30 times. I am a scumbag. The host said at the beginning that he didn't find anything strange. Who else can you blame but me?
Spreading Hands JPG, the tenant may not work and reply to me that he is a scumbag. No way. No way.
There is no way someone can't read. It suddenly rained when I was there. The name suits you, I can tell. 9-turn flying guillotine. I told you not to go.
Look, you went too late and didn't even see the protagonist. 9-turn flying guillotine.
I'm dying of laughter. There's nothing. It's nothing. The ghost fairy sister replied to the 9-turn blood droplet. Never give gifts to reply to the 9-turn blood droplet. Yo. Buddy, you still install it. Aren't you afraid that the upstairs will bring people to give you warmth? The 9-turn flying guillotine replied to never give gifts. Brother, calm down. I am in the Jun family. I am not afraid of these people who are willing to sell their heads. Seeing this, Jun Yixin suddenly became interested and also added a reply. Even nicknames are being snatched at. Oh, you were at Jun's house.
I happen to be a member of Jun's family too.
Tell me who you are so I can see if I know you. After replying, Jun Yixin continued to scroll down. What are you looking at? A very charming and pure voice came. Jun Yixin looked up and saw Gu Qinghan crawling over to look at her curiously, with a sweet smile on his face, and it looked very natural. No more restraints than before.
Look at the hotspots of Jiaxing Mountain yesterday.
Jun Yixin said with a smile. Jun Yixin noticed the whole process, from Gu Qinghan pretending to sleep, to getting up and being in a daze, to secretly crawling over to peek, and to trying to scare him. Jun Yixin didn't point it out and deliberately cooperated with Gu Qinghan. Seeing that he did not scare Jun Yixin, Gu Qinghan's face showed a hint of disappointment. Jun Yixin smiled faintly, then took Gu Qinghan into his arms and began to play with that softness.
Hey, what are you doing?
Gu Qinghan glared at Jun Yixin with a smile in his eyes. Jun Yixin kissed Gu Qinghan's head and said in a low voice, let's watch it together.
Yeah.
Gu Qinghan nodded obediently. On the other side, Zhou Tian just escaped from the dark sewer. Zhou Tian looked at the messy entrance of the base camp with a guilty conscience, and muttered to himself, I wanted to take revenge myself, but I didn't expect you guys to be so weak.
You really deserve it. The 10,000 Demons Alliance has been destroyed.
I am no match for the old man who attacked me for the time being.
Now it's you, Jun Yixin.
Zhou Tian silently selected his target in his mind. Jun Yixin, this bastard not only caused it to lose its second brother, but also took away its beloved goddess Gu Qinghan. This is unforgivable. Zhou Tian felt very uncomfortable when he thought about the goddess. He had been thinking about being humiliated by a playboy like Jun Yixin. Qinghan, wait for me, I will come to save you and help you escape from the evil hands of that evil villain.
Zhou Tian secretly swore in his heart. Little did he know that Gu Qinghan didn't take Zhou Tian seriously at all.
In Gu Qinghan's mind, Zhou Tian was just a poor student in the class with financial difficulties. When Gu Qinghan lent money to Zhou Tian, it was because he saw that Zhou Tian was in low spirits and looked like a starving ghost in those days. Thinking that they were classmates, he lent Zhou Tian a few hundred yuan. Gu Qinghan didn't want Zhou Tian to return the money, but later Zhou Tian really didn't return it and even pretended not to know her. Because of this incident, Gu Qinghan had a very bad impression of Zhou Tian. Originally, Zhou Tian's family was just in poor financial condition, but later on it got better, and he gained a bad impression of someone who borrowed money and didn't pay it back. If Gu Qinghan knew that Zhou Tian had been targeting her since then, she would probably regret borrowing the money from him. With a new goal, Zhou Tian quickly left the 10,000 Monsters Alliance and began to lie dormant and develop in preparation for killing Jun Yixian. In the guest room number 3 of Luoxing Mansion, Situ Yinger's slender jade-like fingers flew quickly on the mobile phone, as if she was replying to something. Take a closer look at the nickname. It's 9-turn flying guillotine. The 9 revolution blood droplet is really in the Jun family, in Jun Yixiando Mansion, so her comment was indeed not a lie. However, Jun Yixian still doesn't know who the 9-turn blood droplet is. After all, Jun Yixian doesn't have voyeurism and naturally won't pry into other people's privacy. Of course, Jun Yixian will not let go of anyone who uses the name of the Jun family to bully others. Jun Yixian has already arranged Ah Fu to investigate this matter. As a senior novel lover, Jun Yixian is very clear about the ways in which the villain offends the protagonist. For many reasons, I ran up to him and taunted him. The subordinates come into direct conflict with the protagonist, and then confront the protagonist. He got together with the protagonist's ex-girlfriend, cheated on the protagonist, and created a feud with him. The protagonist will not bow his head when conquering the world, and will not be a dog for the protagonist. There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. The family has a feud with the protagonist's family, such as arresting the protagonist's mother or destroying the protagonist's family. Meddle in other people's business and support others who have offended the protagonist without thinking. The family has the treasures that the protagonist needs, but does not give them to the protagonist. The protagonist fails to steal and is hunted down, thus forming a feud with the protagonist. Others use their power to bully the protagonist, and then become enemies with him for various reasons. There are many reasons like this. Jun Yixian carried out reforms on the family very early, including but not limited to managing all family members well, not blindly supporting others. Family members must not do evil, investigating previous feuds thoroughly and eradicating them with thundering means, and not meddling in other people's business. After Jun Yixian's reforms, the younger generations of the family are very low-key and peaceful, and they do not take the initiative to cause trouble. Of course, the Jun family is not afraid of trouble. When something happens, of course they call the police and then follow the procedures. Now that he has discovered that someone still dares to take advantage of the Jun family's power and bully others, Jun Yixian will naturally deal with it seriously to serve as a warning to others. You are using the Jun family as a gun. Do you really think the Jun family is good-tempered? When Situ Yinger saw the comment, even the nickname is snatched away, she replied with 4 big words, Situ Yinger. After that, Situ Yinger continued to watch her short videos, completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Jun Yixian was busy practicing with Gu Qinghan, so he didn't see the reply for the time being. P.S. Please urge me to update more and express my love for me. Omega equals. Chapter 216, Initial Strength and Reform, Situ Yinger. Junie looked at the investigation results sent by his subordinates with a puzzled expression. The halo of lowering intelligence is gone, but some people's IQ is not that good to begin with, so it is normal for them to be a little willful, taking advantage of the power of others. Someone else might just let it go, but Jun Yixian would never allow that. For more than 10 years, he has strictly ordered the Jun family to be strict with themselves. Now, someone who is not a member of the Jun family is using the power of the Jun family to show off. If this matter is not dealt with seriously, how can he convince the family members in the future? Jun Yixian calmly handed over the matter of Situ Yinger to the Jun family's legal department, asking them to deal with it seriously. Anyone who disagreed could come to him. After dealing with Situ Yinger, Jun Yixian took a look at Zhou Tian's location. Zhou Tian was in the forest surrounding Jiaxing Mountain. It seemed that he was accumulating strength. After checking Zhou Tian's strength, Jun Yixian found that Zhou Tian's realm was stuck at F. He did not choose to attack Zhou Tian for the time being. Calculating the time, Jun Yixian soared into the sky and headed for the Jun family's land. At the peak of the Golden Core stage, one has a certain understanding of the power of space, and flying is naturally just one of the basic abilities. Soon, Jun Yixian appeared at the main entrance of Jun's manor.
At this moment, Jun Yishian's cell phone rang. Jun Yishian took a look and saw that it was indeed Lao Deng calling. If the phone was connected, and a familiar strong voice came. "Stinky boy, I heard that you have mutated. Come back quickly and let me see what you are now." "Junyu, how can you talk like that? Whose son are you talking about?"
Junyu was not handsome for 3 seconds before his phone was taken away by Jun Yishian's mother. "Son, don't listen to your father's nonsense. No matter how you change or what you become, you are still our son."
Jun Yishian's mother Xia Xinyue quickly comforted him. Hearing this, Jun Yishian's face suddenly darkened. These words made him look like a monster. "Can't you just do something good? You little brat, did you hear what your mother said? Come back if you're fine. Don't wander around outside all the time. It's dangerous." Junyu warned sternly. "I know, father, I'm back."
Jun Yishian smiled helplessly. Junyu and Xia Xinyue are Jun Yishian's parents in this life, and the family gets along quite well in private. Junyu is the patriarch of the Jun family. He is usually very busy with work and seldom has time to accompany Jun Yishian. In addition, he has been exposed to how to deal with family affairs since he was a child and does not know how to express himself very well. So he found a unique way to learn some words from the internet to amuse Jun Yishian. Over time, he became like this on the phone. He lacks the dignity of a family head at all. Of course, this only applies to private interactions among the family. If there are outsiders around, Junyu will become a stern and serious head of the family father.
"What? You're back?" Junyu shouted in surprise. "Why are you making so much noise? Don't scare my son." "He's my son too, I'm just scared. What's the matter, one-on-one?" Junyu said confidently. "You are so good, Junyu. I haven't taken care of you for a few days. You are itching again, right?" Xia Xinyue glared at Junyu with a bad face. "Oh. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? If I wasn't too busy with work, how could I lose to you?"
Junyu looked at Xia Xinyue with dissatisfaction, but his voice became lower and lower.
"Oh."
Xia Xinyue rolled her eyes at Junyu, not taking Junyu's overestimation of her own abilities seriously at all. She knew Junyu's fighting ability very well. Basically, she was slightly better every time and won more than she lost. Hearing his parents arguing, Jun Yishian simply hung up the phone, refusing to become a part of the play between these two old men. "Young patriarch, you're back," the Jun family guard greeted. The guards are fully covered in armor, but it is not the armor of the feudal dynasty. Instead, it is a new type of combat armor developed with nanotechnology.
"It looks pretty cool." Jun Yishian smiled and nodded. "Come back and see if I looked handsome when I landed just now." Young clan leader, you're joking. Your landing action doesn't have any special effects. To be honest, it's quite ordinary." The guard answered seriously. "Jun Yishian, you kid, open the door." Jun Yishian's smile disappeared instantly. The guard bared his teeth, then happily ran over to open the door for Jun Yishian with several other teammates. With the revival of spiritual energy, the Jun family had already imposed complete martial law and built several defenses around the entire mountain. The animals in the manor were completely cleared out, and the surrounding mountains were also cleaned dozens of times. After the guards opened the main gate, Jun Yishian teleported into the Jun family manor. Jun Yishian continued to teleport, completely ignoring the people doing their jobs in the manor. "Did you see the young master just now?" a patrol officer asked. Another patrol officer shook his head and said, "I don't know. I seem to have seen it, but I also seem not to have seen it. It's the same as if you didn't say anything." The patrol officer was speechless. However, the matter was quickly reported by both of them. Extraordinary times require extraordinary treatment. Even if only one person is dizzy, they must report it to their superiors. Jun Yishian kept teleporting back and forth in the Jun family manor, checking the security of the Jun family. Why not use spiritual sense? Because this is his home, Jun Yishian will not use spiritual sense to look around. 3 minutes later, after checking the family's defense system, Jun Yishian came to the villa where his parents lived. The two were still arguing and did not notice Jun Yishian's arrival at all. Jun Yishian just ate the melon quietly without being disturbed. I don't know how long it took, but since there was nothing to argue about between the two of them, I saw Jun Yishian sitting on the sofa eating melon seeds. The melon seeds have been peeled by the people below, so they don't make any noise. "Father, mother, you guys continue, don't worry about me." Jun Yishian looked at the two elders with a look of joy. When Junyu heard this, he became even angrier.
He was so angry that he unbuckled his belt and rushed towards Junishan with a dagger hidden in his smile. I saw the popular Education of Love by Seven Wolves on the internet before, but I never had the chance. Now this brat comes to my doorstep, perfect. Hey, Junyu, please hold back a little. Xia Xingyue gave a symbolic advice. If Junishan hadn't seen the irrepressible smile in her eyes, he might have believed it. Good, what a well-educated and well-mannered young lady, yet so sinister. Junishan is a great monk at the peak of the Golden Core realm. His speed and reaction are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Although the living room of several hundred square meters is not large, it is enough for Junishan to move flexibly. Ha ha ha. Lao Deng, you haven't eaten yet, so slow. Junishan dodged while mocking. Stop right there, you bastard. You told me to stand and I stood. Do you think I was stupid, Lulu? Junishan started to mock unscrupulously. Junyu was so angry that she ran around. Junishan hid with a clear conscience, and Xia Xingyue sat aside with a smile on her face. The farce lasted for a total of 1 hour, until Junyu admitted defeat and promised not to hit Junishan. Junyu was a master of the realm of enlightenment, but he never expected that one day he would be so tired that he couldn't run. It was really outrageous. By the way, son, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Xia Xingyue asked with concern. Mother, it's nothing. I just awakened a talent, and then I naturally cultivated to this level. Junishan quickly explained to his mother Xia Xingyue. What kind of talent is so powerful? After hearing the awakening talent, Junyu was immediately revived with full health. This is roughly what happened. Junishan began to explain in detail. Although Junishan concealed many things, he explained most things to his parents truthfully, including his talent of having immortal eyes. His current cultivation has reached the peak of golden elixir, and he is invincible in the world. It sounds outrageous, but with the revival of spiritual energy, everything is unknown, and Junyu and Xia Xingyue have no doubts. The two elders were very happy with their son's talents and abilities. They didn't have to worry about the issue of the heir to the Jun family. Moreover, the most amazing thing about this ability is that it can increase other people's chances of getting pregnant. This ability is a rare super help for the aristocratic family circle, and even the whole world. With this ability, combined with what Junishan said about cultivating immortals, the Jun family will naturally be invincible as long as they operate according to the rules. Think about it, 80 to 90% of the powerful humans in the future will come from the Jun family, and other powerful people have received favors from the Jun family. As long as the Jun family does not fight internally, it can always maintain its transcendent position. Okay, son, I will hold a clan meeting tomorrow. It's time for the Jun family to adapt to the times and reform. Junyu made the decision in a deep voice, while the representatives of the branches and side branches and the elders of the other 5 main branches had not left yet. Junyu quickly ordered people to notify the time of the clan meeting. Chapter 217. What? You said I was pregnant. Ding, the host successfully devoured the wild quasi-mutated vole and obtained 3 evolution points. Ding, the host successfully devoured the wild mutant mouse and obtained 78 evolution points. Ding, the host successfully devoured the wild mutant bird and obtained 250 evolution points. Ding, the host successfully devoured the wild mutant dung beetle and obtained 38 evolution points. Ding, the host successfully devoured the wild mutant lizard and obtained 69 evolution points. Zhou Tian was frantically searching for small mutated creatures in the mountains and forests. His evolution points were rising at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he soon reached the pinnacle of evolution. System, I choose to evolve. Ding, the host's evolution failed, and the evolution points lost 250. I hope the host will keep trying. What? Evolution failed. Zhou Tian widened his eyes in disbelief. Evolution can still fail? What a crappy system. Damn, there is always a chance of failure in evolution. Host, think about whether you have worked hard and whether your body condition has been adjusted to the best during evolution. Not. The infinite devouring evolution system was explained to Zhou Tian for the first time. System, it turns out you are not a human machine. Zhou Tian was immediately delighted. If the system is just a simple auxiliary human computer code, then it really has no solution. If the system is intelligent, then the operating space will be much larger. Without saying too much, you can ask many questions and bargain with the system, which has many benefits. Damn, the host had better put away your unrealistic ideas. The infinite devouring evolution system seemed to have anticipated what Zhou Tian was thinking and blocked any possibility of Zhou Tian's speculation in advance. When Zhou Tian heard the system warning, he was frightened and felt pain in his stomach. Hiss. Zhou Tian turned pale with pain. Damn it, how come this injury hasn't healed in 3 days? Zhou Tian was in so much pain that he saw stars, but Zhou Tian couldn't find the murderer and could only curse him. He was completely helpless in doing anything about the mysterious Lao Lu. How miserable. Well, whatever, let's deal with that villain Zhu Nixian first. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly and continued his repetitive hunting operation. Half a day later, Zhou Tian attempted an evolutionary breakthrough for the second time, but the breakthrough failed and he lost 736 evolutionary points. 1 day later, Zhou Tian made his third evolutionary breakthrough, but failed again, and lost 1,314 evolutionary points again. 2 days later, Zhou Tian's fourth evolutionary breakthrough failed again, and he lost 2,500 evolutionary points. 3 days later, Zhou Tian chose evolutionary breakthrough for the fifth time, but the breakthrough still failed, and he lost 4,444 evolutionary points. After so many failures, Zhou Tian discovered that the loss of evolution points would increase after each failed evolutionary breakthrough, and sometimes the evolution points would even disappear inexplicably. After discovering this problem, Zhou Tian first suspected the system, believing that the system was secretly stealing the evolution points he had worked so hard to earn. System, why do I keep failing to advance to E level? Did you steal it? Zhou Tian asked angrily. Ding, there is a problem with the host's body, it has nothing to do with the system. The infinite devouring evolution system immediately spoke out the words it had prepared long ago. According to the original idea of infinite devouring evolution, every time Zhou Tian devours, he will take part of the commission openly. In each major realm, Zhou Tian will fail twice, and will succeed the third time. But a few days ago, the infinite devouring evolution system discovered that there was something wrong with Zhou Tian's body. 9 little lives were bred in Zhou Tian's body, and these 9 little guys had been absorbing Zhou Tian's energy, adhering to the principle of being flexible and adapting to local conditions. The infinite devouring evolution system came up with a good idea, that is, scapegoat, use those 9 eggs as scapegoats and put all the blame for the loss of evolution points on those 9 eggs. What? Is there something wrong with my body? Zhou Tian asked in confusion. Damn, yes, host, because of those little things in your body, the host state has not been adjusted to the best, and those little things have been absorbing the host's evolutionary energy. Little thing? What is this? System, explain it clearly. Zhou Tian was anxious when he heard that something was stealing his evolution points. Ding, these little things have a close relationship with the host, and the system cannot interfere. System, please tell me something. I'm so anxious. Zhou Tian was so anxious that he was spinning around. Ding, to put it simply, the host successfully gave birth to a new life. What? Zhou Tian was stunned when he heard this. What? You said I'm pregnant. Zhou Tian asked desperately. Ding, host, the spiritual energy is revived, all spirits are changing, nothing is impossible. At this moment, Zhou Tian's sky collapsed. I turned into a female snake? Zhou Tian felt very upset. It was fine at first, but somehow it changed drastically. Spiritual energy is revived, and everything is changing. It should be normal to encounter such a thing. Zhou Tianxi murmured, as if to comfort himself, thinking about what happened with the rat snake a few days ago. Zhou Tian had to believe this horrible fact: spiritual energy revives and all things evolve. No one has ever experienced this process. Even animals can quickly evolve into intelligent creatures. Wax is not impossible. Zhou Tian sat on the ground in a daze, his eyes dull, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ding, the son of luck Zhou Tian has failed to evolve and break through many times, and his mentality is impatient. Zhou Tian's luck value is reduced by 10000, and the host gains a villain value of 10,000. Drop, the son of luck Zhou Tian discovered the truth about his body, his spirit collapsed, he doubted his life, his mentality was broken, Zhou Tian's world collapsed, Zhou Tian's luck value dropped by 20,000, and the host gained a villain value of 200,000. Weekly luck value, 80,2569. Suddenly, Zhu Nixian received 2 reminders and gained another 2.01 million villain points, feeling very happy. Chaga University, hey, isn't this our powerful Madame Gu?
What's the win today that makes Madame Gu come to school in person to teach?
As soon as he entered the classroom, a familiar and pleasant voice rang in Gu Qinghan's ears. Gu Qinghan turned around and sure enough, the little girl Lu Shi was looking at her with a smile in her eyes.
Okay, Lu Shi, how dare you tease me? Gu Qinghan raised his jade hand and slapped Lu Shi on the butt. Lu Shi dodged confidently, and with a pop, she failed to dodge. The classmates heard the noise and moved, and found that it was Gu Qinghan and Lu Shi who were fighting, so they started watching with great interest. Cold Goddess Via's playful lowly, so interesting. Woo woo. Qinghan, you bullied me and hit me so hard that my skin is swollen.
Lu Shi cried miserably. Gu Qinghan crossed his arms and said, Don't give me that.
I didn't use any harsh force. If you want to commit fraud, then get out of here and get your injuries checked. Let everyone judge for themselves.
Hearing this, everyone in the class perked up, their eyes emitting ultra-high-definition pixels beyond 24K, and they looked at the two beauties, one tall and one short, standing at the door with anticipation.
Qinghan, you've gone too far. And you, keep your dog eyes closed, or I'll poke you to death.
As she spoke, Lu Shi clenched her powerless white fists. Everyone wisely turned away their fiery gazes and watched secretly. As class was approaching, the two stopped playing around and quickly moved to an empty corner in the back row.
Hey, Qinghan, you're so fast, is it because Junie Xin is not here these 2 days?
Lu Shi asked in a low voice. Gu Qinghan nodded and explained, he returned to the family a week ago. He said he was going to oversee the family's reforms.
He is very busy. Ah.
Lu Shi opened her cherry lips and reminded weakly, Qinghan, you just trust him so much.
Aren't you afraid that he'll go out and find other women? Or meet his ex-girlfriend, fiancé, or something like that?
Gu Qinghan shook his head and smiled, whatever he wants to do is his business.
I can't control it now.
Suddenly, Gu Qinghan changed the subject. If you are attracted by his beauty, you can go and try.
I don't mind.
Hearing this, Lu Shi was so scared that she shook her head and assured with a firm look in her eyes, Qinghan, I am not the kind of person who would steal someone's love.
I will never cheat on you. Gu Qinghan smiled slightly, so you are so righteous, I can't tell.
That's right. After all, I am a lady from a noble family.
How could I possibly cheat on my friend? Lu Shi's eyes were firm, without any ambiguity.
Lu Shi, please tell me what you think about the issue of spiritual energy revival, the professor on the podium shouted sternly.
Me. Lu Shi stood up hesitantly, pointing her finger at herself blankly. Don't try to get away with it.
You have to stand in my class if you can't tell me.
By the way, the next class is also mine.
The professor looked at Lu Shi sternly. Chapter 218 Monster Crisis erupts in the third month of the revival of spiritual energy. Monster sieges broke out in various parts of the world. Countless villages and small towns were destroyed, and some international cities and even small countries in poor locations are facing huge crises. Cherry Blossom Country Ibakayalu.
Idiots, all of you are idiots. You can't even beat a group of beasts. You are useless. The ministers below trembled and lowered their heads. How come my great Sakura country is filled with idiots like you? What about the Eagle country and their fleet stationed in Sakura? Your Majesty Tianhuang, the warriors of the Eagle nation have surrendered. Nanny. Surrender? Sakura country Tianhuang's distorted ugly face was full of disbelief. Surrender to the Kraken? What a niche word, is this something a human can do? Yes, Your Majesty, that is indeed the case.
An old man with a beard explained seriously.
Baga. They are all idiots. The great Eagle nation is indeed unreliable. Pass the order down, all the warriors of the great Sakura nation should draw their samurai swords, and the monsters will die.
A bunch of high-ranking officials immediately agreed to the request. Immediately afterwards, the Sakura country issued a declaration to the world, saying that it would rather die with honor than live in disgrace, and that it would live and die with the 4 Sakura Islands. No major country takes the funny remarks made by the Sakura country seriously. The Great Eagle Nation released a video of its mechanical army and proudly declared that its technology is invincible. The Great Eagle Nation will use its artificial intelligence army to wipe out all monsters. This move gave many small countries their last hope, and they all turned to the Great Eagle country for help and expressed their highest respect for it. The Kimchi country even directly shouted "Big Eagle Daddy" in the hope of getting military assistance from the Big Eagle country. The British Empire quietly launched several nuclear bombs, but the tsunami it caused almost wiped them out, and in the end they had to evacuate the British Empire Island. The Great Shang Empire was not greatly impacted, and there was no aura of reduced intelligence. Those big men had foresight and made advance overall planning and deployment, and the defense lines and high-tech weapons were also in place, so the damage caused by monsters was not as serious as that caused to other countries. Of course, the Jun family also contributed to this. Deshang could certainly also build an artificial intelligence army like the Eagle country, but Deshang was worried that spiritual energy might cause uncontrollable mutations in artificial intelligence, so it did not build an artificial intelligence army. The monster problem is already troublesome enough now. If we accidentally create a race of mechanical life forms, wouldn't it be purely our own fault? With this possibility in mind, Dashan has so far been using simple programmed mechanical weapons such as drones and mechanical dogs. With the help of saturation firepower strikes, the situation is currently under control. The only problem now is the mutated animals in the city, which are difficult to clean up and prevent. However, 2 months ago, the Great Shang Empire lifted the gun ban, and the martial arts system was also announced one after another. In today's Deshang, both personal force and external power are developing in a balanced manner. Chaoga, the capital of the Shang Empire. What's going on? Why are there so many monsters in Chaoga? A young warrior looked at the monsters wreaking havoc with an unpleasant expression. I've been asked. Hurry up and kill the monster. It's not convenient to use heavy weapons in the city. Another warrior shouted, and then quickly faced a black dog monster. Woof 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 woof. Kids, kill all these humans and avenge our past humiliation. Woof woof. Go. Goo. Peck these demons to death and take back the sky that belongs to us. Quack, quack, quack. Brothers, kill. Meow 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 meow. The top of the monsters, proud of the world, with me, the Cat Emperor, the heaven is mine. Gigi. If the sky wants to kill me, I will poke a hole in the sky. If the earth wants to kill me, I will trample the earth. If humans want to destroy me, I will trample the human race to death. An ugly monkey stepped on the broken will-o'-the-wisp fire, holding an iron stick that he had picked up from somewhere, and stood among the monsters, pretending to be cool. Looking at this scene, Zhou Tian lowered his head in embarrassment, unable to bear it at all. While these idiots are attracting fire, I must hurry to rescue Qinghan. Zhou Tian secretly planned these monsters were organized by another headquarters of the 10,000 Monsters Alliance. In order to plan this attack, the entire 10,000 Monsters Alliance carefully planned for 2.5 months. 2 months ago, no one would have thought that any high-ranking member of the 10,000 Demons Alliance who had invaded Chaoga City would be happy to capture Zhou Tian, who called himself Wulong. At that time, Zhou Tian's strength could not be underestimated. As soon as he joined the 10,000 Demons Alliance, he became an important core member. When participating in the discussion on how to deal a heavy blow to humans, Wulong, Zhou Tian, stood up and provided a good idea, that is, through the flood discharge system of Chaoga City and the tunnel dug by Zhou Tian himself, he could secretly cross Jinsong and transport the troops of the 10,000 Demons Alliance into the city, and then launch a surprise attack to catch humans off guard. As soon as this plan came out, Wulong, Zhou Tian, was recognized by all the monsters and became the wise man of the Monster Alliance. Wulong, Zhou Tian, did not refuse, and naturally became the chief military advisor of the 10,000 Monsters Alliance, and was deeply trusted by all the monsters. Qinghan, wait for me, I will come to save you from the Sea of Fire and kill Junishin, the hypocrite, for you. Zhou Tian swore angrily. Originally he was living a good life, with Goddess Gu Qinghan personally feeding him and a real environment. But all of this was destroyed by the hypocrite Junishin. If it weren't for Junishin, how could its second brother be crippled? How could it inexplicably turn into a female snake, and finally have its innocence taken away by a beast, and it even laid 10 eggs? All of this was caused by Junishin. It was all caused by Junishin. In order to save the goddess and for revenge, Zhou Tian chose to collude with the lowly beasts and give them advice, in order to cause chaos so as to kill Junishin and rescue the white moonlight goddess in his heart. Qinghan, don't worry. No matter what that bastard Junishin did to you, I will never despise you. Zhou Tian encouraged himself in his heart. It had already found out where Jun Yixian's residence was, Luoxing Mansion, the most mysterious upper-class villa area in Chaoga. It was inhabited by only the powerful and wealthy. Any movement of their feet could crush it in its previous life, but what does it matter? Now that spiritual energy has revived and the world has changed, he is no longer the poor student Zhou Tian. He has strength and potential. It doesn't care about just some mortal bodies. If these people are sensible and don't meddle in other people's affairs, it can show mercy and let them go. If these people don't know what's good for them and want to die, then it can't be blamed. Looking at Zhou Tian hiding everywhere in the sky light screen, Jun Yixian did not take action immediately. The city of Chaoga is in chaos now, but it is still under control. There are many monsters, but their combat power is not as strong as that of warriors, and thermal weapons are also very effective. If they weren't worried about accidentally injuring the citizens, these unpresentable monsters wouldn't be able to hold out for more than a few minutes. There are millions of half-baked low-level monsters, so there is no pressure at all. The monsters are evolving, and so are humans. We all have one head and one life. What is there to be afraid of? Jun Yixian wanted to see what Zhou Tian would do when facing Gu Qinghan's pursuit, and see how much Zhou Tian could endure. Following monsters to attack human cities is something that no normal person would tolerate, not to mention that Zhou Tian is not a human being now. Even if Zhou Tian is a human being, the moment he betrays humanity, he will be dead. Chapter 219 Qinghan, I am Xiaobai, I am Xiaobai. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Shi leaned against the wall panting and breathed in fresh air in big gulps. Her fair face was flushed at the moment, and her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. At this moment, a chuckle came from not far away. Hey, little rookie, you're so tired after just killing a few monsters? Lu Shi raised her head and found that Gu Qinghan was looking at her playfully, his eyes full of mockery. Hearing this, Lu Shi was unhappy. She glared at Gu Qinghan and said angrily, "Who are you calling a rookie? I have already killed 10 monsters, okay? It's just a short break now, why is it not okay?" Lu Shi said as she straightened her body, trying to make herself look more imposing. Also, I am not small at all. Gu Qinghan was unmoved. She shook her head gently and continued to tease, "Tisk tsk, 10? You have the nerve to say that. Some people are just noobs and refuse to admit it. Ha ha. Humph. You damn Qinghan, I'm not going to pay attention to you." Lu Shi turned her head away angrily. If she had known this earlier, she would not have teamed up with this woman Gu Qinghan. Not only did this woman stand aside and watch the show, she also mocked her from time to time. It was too much. Seeing that Lu Shi was angry, Gu Qinghan stopped teasing her. Under the gaze of several Lu family bodyguards, thousands of ice cones condensed in Gu Qinghan's hands. "Little rookie, watch carefully and learn carefully. I will only teach you once. Watch carefully and see what a real attack is." Fuck. A Lu family bodyguard was so scared that he cursed. Lu Shi widened her cute big eyes and looked at Gu Qinghan in disbelief, looking at the dense and clear icicles surrounding her. 1, 2, 3, there were so many that Lu Shi couldn't even count them at once. Go! Gu Qinghan groaned coldly. Thousands of ice cones condensed from water vapor swept like a Gatling gun, instantly rushing towards the group of mindlessly rushing monsters. Waves of screams came one after another, and thousands of low-level monsters instantly lost the ability to move. This. Lu Shi opened her cherry lips in shock. The bodyguard who was protecting the two women was so shocked that he was speechless. The expressions of the warriors around them were quite interesting. Okay, we practice martial arts while you secretly cultivate immortality, right? No wonder Miss Gu didn't bring bodyguards. It turns out she doesn't need them at all. One of the Lu family bodyguards said after the fact. With this strength, we need to protect Miss Gu. It's almost enough for Miss Gu to protect us. Look at our young lady, Lu Shi looked at her bodyguard with an unfriendly look. Our lady, it is also the concentrated essence of being heroic, powerful, murderous, hot-tempered, shameless, and rude. You're fired. Lu Shi's pretty face was gloomy and angry. I'm not your bodyguard, why did you fire me? Jun Yixian walked out from behind the bodyguard who had just said the wrong thing. Jun Yixian. Lu Shi cried out in surprise. Yixian, you're back. Gu Qinghan happily threw himself into Jun Yixian's arms. Seeing this scene, Lu Shi's face was filled with pain. As soon as he shows up, he starts showing off and killing dogs.
Yixian, didn't you say you had important family matters to deal with in the next 2 days? Why did you come back suddenly?
Gu Qinghan looked into Jun Yixian's eyes with a smile, trying to get the answer from her. Jun Yixian rubbed Gu Qinghan's hair lovingly. He sensed that Chaoga was under attack, so he came back to see my Qinghan. Gu Qinghan felt even happier when she heard Jun Yixian personally say that she was worried about her.
Ah! Jun Yixian, let go of your dirty hands. Zhou Tian rushed out in a rage.
Protect Master Jun, the Lu family bodyguard shouted. They all instantly entered combat mode, and the submachine gun bullets in their hands instantly swept towards the huge white snake with bloodshot eyes.
Dang dang dang.
The bullets hit Zhou Tian's sparkling white snake scales, making a crisp sound. The bullet couldn't hurt the white snake at all.
Not good. The bodyguard looked grim. Even bullets can't hurt it. This is a D-level monster. Jun Yixian, let Qinghan go.
Zhou Tian stared at Jun Yixian angrily. If it hadn't been worried about hurting the goddess, it would have killed this well-dressed hypocrite in front of it long ago. When everyone heard the snake speaking human language, they were all in disbelief. The snake actually spoke. I was definitely not dreaming.
Pa!
A loud and crisp slapping sounded. A college student felt the slight pain in his hand and said to himself, it turns out I'm not dreaming.
Fuck, why the hell did you hit me?
The beaten college student covered his burning face and glared at his rebellious son with anger. The college student who beat the man smiled awkwardly. Godfather.
I'm afraid of pain.
The beaten college student was angry. For the sake of the title of adoptive father, he reluctantly chose to forgive his eldest son, Qinghan, this. Lu Shi looked at Gu Qinghan, Jun Yixian, and the white python with a strange look in her eyes.
Is this snake the second male lead who licks the dog?
Lu Shi had a strange idea in her mind.
Who are you?
Gu Qinghan looked at Zhou Tian warily, and the icy power of his jade hand condensed because Xiaobai Zhou Tian had changed so much. Gu Qinghan didn't recognize him at all.
Qinghan, I'm Xiaobai, I'm Xiaobai. Zhou Tian excitedly said one of his true identities. Xiaobai, are you the snake that the snake dealer tricked me into buying?
Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixian with displeasure. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tian thought that Gu Qinghan had discovered Jun Yixian's evil plot and wanted to seek justice for himself.
Yixian, didn't you ask someone to deal with it? What's going on?
Gu Qinghan looked at Jun Yixian suspiciously. Gu Qinghan thought that Jun Yixian used her snake for biochemical experiments, but did not destroy it completely, and produce this thing. The snake is a small matter, but she hopes Jun Yixian will take it seriously and not leave any hidden dangers. Qinghan, I told Ah Fu and the others to handle it properly. After they finished their research, they wanted to soak it in industrial alcohol for a while and then make a specimen. But then it disappeared for some reason. Jun Yixian explained seriously. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly and said seriously, let's talk about this later.
Let's deal with this snake first. It can speak human language, is quite intelligent, and has a grudge.
This snake must not be allowed to live. The power of ice in Gu Qinghan's hand condensed, and a 3-meter-long spear suddenly appeared in Gu Qinghan's hand. The spear was crystal clear and radiated a chill, as if it was carved from thousands of years of ice. Gu Qinghan's figure was as fast as lightning. In a moment, a whistling sounded, and the spear swept out with unparalleled momentum. The gun tip flashed with cold light and slashed across Zhou Tian's body with lightning speed. In an instant, the hard scales on Zhou Tian's body shattered like paper, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere.
Ah!
Accompanied by an extremely shrill scream, Zhou Tian flew backwards a long distance and fell heavily to the ground. Its eyes widened, its face full of disbelief, and it couldn't understand why its indestructible defense could be broken so easily. Gu Qinghan did not give Zhou Tian time to react. Several ice needles that were barely noticeable to the naked eye shot out instantly and shot into Zhou Tian's wound. The power of ice spread and Zhou Tian only felt his body stiffen. Before Zhou Tian could react, Gu Qinghan's next round of attack had already arrived. Zhou Tian's snake head was hit hard, and he was in so much pain that he put on a mask of pain. Gu Qinghan was not careless. He fired a volley of ice cones all over his body and used long-range attacks to overwhelm Zhou Tian. Gu Qinghan gripped the ice spear tightly in his hand, leaning his body slightly backward, as if ready to launch his final killing move.
Stop, wait, stop fighting, I'm Zhou Tian. I'm Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian shouted hurriedly. In fact, Zhou Tian wanted to scream when he was knocked away, but Gu Qinghan's movements were too fast, and his smooth little combos continued.
causing Zhou Tian so much pain that he couldn't even scream.
Zhou Tian.
Gu Qinghan looked at the big white snake in front of him in shock. Lu Shi also had an expression of shock and confusion. Jun Yixian on the side also pretended to be shocked.
Zhou Tian, what is this?
The bodyguards watching the show looked at each other in bewilderment. I have absolutely no idea what this guy is saying, but judging from the reactions of Miss Eldest and Miss Gu, they seem to know this guy named Zhou Tian.
Chapter 220. Since you said you were Zhou Tian, why did you betray humanity?
Yes, I am Zhou Tian, the Zhou Tian who was hit and killed by a car more than 3 months ago.
Zhou Tian emphasized again with an anxious look on his face.
Xinghan, you must believe me, I definitely did not lie to you. When I was in trouble 1.5 years ago, you were kind enough to lend me 800 yuan to help me through the difficult times. Zhou Tian stared at Gu Qinghan with his snake eyes wide open, his eyes full of expectation and earnestness. Facing Zhou Tian's excited expression, Gu Qinghan simply glanced at him coldly and warned him coldly, "We are not familiar with each other, don't call me Qinghan, call me by my full name."
Gu Qinghan's voice was icy cold, as if it could make people fall into an ice cellar in an instant.
"Qinghan, I know you're still angry with me for not paying you back, but there's nothing I can do about it.
I'll definitely find a way to pay you back in the future." Zhou Tian swore in a dignified manner. What? You borrowed money and didn't pay it back?
Lu Shi looked at the white snake Zhou Tian lying on the ground in shock. Zhou Tian smiled bitterly and explained quickly, "Goddess Lu, it's not that I don't want to pay it back, but I'm really in trouble and can't take it out at the moment. When I become rich in the future, I will definitely pay it back."
Developed?
Your developed means attacking humans with monsters and destroying human cities. Jun Yixian stood up and accused. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around was instantly awakened, and they all stared at Zhou Tian with fierce eyes, as if they wanted to eat him alive.
Ha! 800 yuan, I thought it was 8,000 or 80,000, it's just 800.
Even if I save 2 yuan a day, I can save more than 700 yuan a year.
In 1.5 years, I can pay it back anyway. In my opinion, this beast is a scumbag. He didn't intend to pay it back from the beginning. He doesn't even want to pay back his classmates 800 yuan. You can see how low this bastard's moral limit is. This scumbag even takes rape for granted, and you still expect it to pay you back?
Even animals know how to repay a favor, but this scum wants to destroy the city. He is truly a beast, worse than pigs and dogs.
If it were me, this bastard would be dead.
He's really wasting air when he's alive, wasting land when he's dead, and wasting medical resources when he's half dead. He's a real parasite. If I were him, I'd just find a piece of tofu and kill myself to avoid polluting everyone's eyes. This kind of beast, worse than pigs and dogs, should not be allowed to live in this world.
Yes, this man betrayed his compatriots and had evil ambitions.
He should be executed by slow slicing to avenge those who died at the hands of the monsters.
Kill him! Kill him!
The bodyguards and the people around him stared at Zhou Tian angrily, wishing they could eat his flesh, drink his blood, and grind his bones into ashes. Seeing these vicious eyes, Zhou Tian was also frightened, and he hurriedly explained, "I didn't kill anyone, I have never killed anyone, I am innocent."
Qinghan, believe me. I really haven't killed anyone. Zhou Tian looked at Gu Qinghan sincerely with his snake face, hoping that Gu Qinghan would clear his name. Ha! Jun Yixian sneered and questioned, "Zhou Tian, you keep saying that you have never killed anyone, then how do you explain your presence here? You know, this is the heavily guarded Chaoga. With the monster's walnut-sized brains, even if they awaken their intelligence, how can they think of a way to lead so many monsters to sneak into Chaoga? Since you said you were Zhou Tian, then why did you betray humanity? Why did you lead the monsters to cause chaos? You didn't come earlier or later, but at this time. You said you have nothing to do with those beasts. Do you believe it yourself? Do you believe it?" Jun Yixian's voice was not loud, but it carried a powerful spiritual power that struck everyone's heart directly. "Jun Yixian, stop slandering me. I have never betrayed humans.
The monsters came in through the sewers and subway tunnels. I entered the city at this time because I happened to discover the plan of those beasts. I mixed in with them and came in to pass on information to Qinghan to protect Qinghan's safety. As for why I came in at this time, it's because Chaoga is heavily guarded.
I have no way to get in, so I can only follow those monsters. If I don't tell people I know, how can others believe me when I'm like this? Zhou Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, as if it were true. If the halo of lowering intelligence was still there, everyone might believe it, but now the halo of lowering intelligence has long been removed. No matter how wonderful Zhou Tian's words are, people will not believe it easily. First of all, there is the issue of Zhou Tian's strength. Judging from Zhou Tian's size and his ability to withstand bullets just now, his status among the monsters must be very high. At the very least, he must be a high-level one. The other thing is to pass on information. The monsters are running around everywhere, so what uses this information? There is also the matter of Zhou Tian's sneak attack on Jun Xiao. Everyone saw it clearly. Zhou Tian said that he came to tip off someone and to attack someone's boyfriend. This doesn't make sense no matter how you think about it. Anyone who believes such a lie with so many loopholes is a fool. What's the point of talking about passing on information? I'm afraid he wants to take advantage of the chaos to murder Jun Xiao and kidnap Gu Qinghan. Enough, Zhou Tian. Gu Qinghan looked at Zhou Tian with disgust. Putting aside other things, Gu Qinghan felt extremely disgusted by the fact that Zhou Tian took over Xiao Bai's body. If Jun Yishan hadn't taken Zhou Tian away by accident, she didn't know what she would have encountered. A beast who was peeping at her, saying he wanted to protect her. Did he really think she was a fool? Jun Yishan stepped forward righteously and said, Zhou Tian, with your strength, your status among the monsters is not that low. Do you think it is possible that you don't know the monsters' plans? Humph. Jun Yishan, Zhou Tian, don't bother to explain to you, believe it or not. Zhou Tian looked at Jun Yishan nonchalantly. All it wants is Gu Qinghan's trust. It doesn't care whether others believe it or not. Yishan, take action and give justice to the citizens of Chaoga. Gu Qinghan reminded coldly. Hearing Gu Qinghan's cold words, Zhou Tian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his luck value dropped rapidly. Ding, the son of luck. Zhou Tian was defeated in public by the host's girlfriend Gu Qinghan. He ran away with his head in his hands, completely unable to fight back. He was forced to confess his true identity, and his identity was exposed. His luck value dropped sharply by 20,000, and the host gained a villain value of 200,000. Ding, the truth about Zhou Tian, the son of luck, betraying the human race was exposed, and he lost all the trust of the human race. Everyone wanted to kill him, and he became a rat crossing the street. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped sharply by 10,000, and the host gained a villain value of 100,000. Ding, when Zhou Tian, the son of luck, heard the goddess' cold words, his inner fantasy world was completely shattered, and he had a mental breakdown. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped by 30,000, and the host gained a villain value of 300,000. Weekly luck value, 30,2569. Okay. Jun Yishan agreed without further ado. Zhou Tian's luck value has not yet dropped to the perfect killing line, but Jun Yishan doesn't care, huh? Jun Yishan, I was just beaten up by that bitch Gu Qinghan because I was careless and didn't dodge. Just you? You are a rich and well-fed young man, do you think you can kill me? Zhou Tian quickly adjusted his mentality. All the good things it had done for Gu Qinghan were completely gone the moment Gu Qinghan betrayed it. Now it is a brand new Zhou Tian, the demon ancestor Zhou Tian, the future king of this world. Jun Yishan smiled softly. How can you know if you don't try? Isn't that right, Qinghan? Gu Qinghan nodded, a smirk flashing in his eyes. A great cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. Apart from her, only the Jun family knew about this level of cultivation. Zhou Tian is still being so arrogant. It will be fun soon, hee. Chapter 221 System, Add Points. Jun Yishan, I hope your bones will be as hard as your mouth by then. Zhou Tian looked at Jun Yishan nonchalantly, not taking Jun Yishan seriously at all. In Zhou Tian's opinion, Jun Yishan is just a clown whose family background is better than his and who relies on his family background to bully others. If Gu Qinghan couldn't defeat the owner of the system, how could he not defeat a rich young man whose body was hollowed out by alcohol and sex? There is no point in talking too much, the real thing will be revealed. Jun Yishan smiled elegantly. Ha, come on. Zhou Tian laughed wildly. The sound was deafening. Immediately afterwards, the white snake Zhou Tian's body suddenly increased by more than 3 times like a balloon. The scales all over the body began to change. The originally white and silver scales suddenly turned blood red, emitting a heart-pounding aura. There is a small and exquisite horn on the top of the snake's head.
The horn is not big, but extremely sharp, flashing with cold light, giving people an extremely hideous and terrifying feeling.
This.
Lu Shi's cherry lips widened in shock. The bodyguards behind him also had solemn expressions on their faces, their hands tightly gripping their weapons, ready to risk their lives at any time to give the young lady a chance to escape. Some surrounding warriors and troops also rushed to where Jun Yixin and his companions were.
TSK, Zhou Tian, is this all you can do? Jun Yixin looked at Zhou Tian with disdain. Jun Yixin, are you afraid?
If you are, kneel down and surrender.
If I am happy, I can even give you an intact corpse. After performing the Kangnang madness, Zhou Tian the whole snake became much more confident. Oh my god, what is this? Is it a monster? A warrior trembled as he looked at the ferocious blood snake with turtle aura in the sky. Ha ha ha, it's Wulong. Lord Wulong has taken action. We won, a husky barked excitedly. So this is the true strength of Lord Wulong. He is tall and domineering. With Lord Wulong here, he is steady and powerful. Damn humans, they have bullied us for thousands of years. Now it's time for us to have some fun. Lord Wulong, kill those humans. Master Wulong, come on. Master Wulong, you must win.
Suddenly, chaotic cheers broke out among the group of monsters. Because of the language barrier, no one could understand what these beasts were shouting. Master Sword Lord, can young Master Jun win? A warrior asked in a low voice. Situ Wujin looked at Jun Yixin, who was at the front of the crowd, with complicated eyes, looking at the guy who sent his granddaughter in.
Don't worry, Master Jun is better than me.
Situ Wujin sighed. He hoped Jun Yixin would win because Jun Yixin was a human being. He sighed because Jun Yixin ignored the friendship between the two families and sent his granddaughter Situ Yingren for a free meal. Publicly, Situ Wujin did not blame Jun Yixin, because Jun Yixin treated the Jun family the same way. Privately, Situ Wujin was of course partial to his own granddaughter. Hearing Situ's endless sighs, the young warrior next to him had despair in his eyes. Even Lord Swordmaster was not sure, so it seemed there was no hope. Jun Yixin chuckled and no longer concealed his cultivation level. In an instant, the spiritual pressure of the peak Jindan realm covered the entire place. All the monsters were forced to crawl on the ground, the Zhoutian snake was forced to press its face to the ground, and many warriors' old faces turned red. The only person on the field who was not affected was Gu Qinghan, who often fought with Jun Yixin. Boss, you're targeting the wrong person, an old martial arts master shouted with a red face. Jun Yixin's mind moved, and he instantly released the suppression on the human side. The human warriors and armed personnel were also not idle. The moment the pressure disappeared, these people, who were already stronger than low-level monsters, immediately launched an attack on the monsters. In just a dozen seconds, hundreds of thousands of half-baked monsters were killed on the spot.
Ah! Zhou Tian yelled with red eyes. Why? Why is Jun Yixin so strong? Why can't it break free even with all its strength? Bang!
Jun Yixin kicked Zhou Tian's hideous and terrifying snake head hard, and the two short and weak decorative horns on its head broke directly, and cold blood flowed out.
Zhou Tian, aren't you very arrogant? Why are you silent? Is it not okay to speak?
Jun Yixin's mocking voice was heard by Zhou Tian, and Zhou Tian was so angry that he used all his strength, even the strength to lay an egg, but he still couldn't move at all. Ding, the son of luck Zhou Tian was suppressed by the host in an instant.
Zhou Tian was extremely humiliated and his heart was broken.
Zhou Tian's luck value dropped sharply by 10,000, and the host gained a villain value of 100,000.
Drop, the son of luck Zhou Tian was killed instantly in front of the two camps of humans and monsters, and was humiliated. Zhou Tian was frustrated and could not resist at all.
Zhou Tian's luck value dropped by 8,000, and the host gained a villain value of 80,000.
Ding, the son of luck Zhou Tian was seriously injured.
The horns on his head were crushed by the host, the snake head was welded to the soil, all the teeth in his mouth were shattered, the skull was cracked, and the brain, which was not big to begin with, suffered a heavy blow. Zhou Tian's luck value dropped sharply by 12,2569, and the host gained a villain value of 122,5690. Ding, the luck value of the son of luck Zhou Tian has been completely cleared, meeting the conditions for a super perfect kill. Please kill him as soon as possible. Host villain value, 2390,000.
After hearing the system broadcast, Jun Yixin no longer hesitated and kicked again. Zhou Tian's snake's body twitched reflexively, but it was not dead yet. Such a strong vitality. Jun Yixian was also shocked. His luck value had clearly been reduced to 0 and his brain had been stepped on to pieces, but he didn't die. How outrageous! Ding, the son of Luck Zhou Tian is seriously injured and dying, and has lost control of the snake body. Please ask the host to make up for it and completely solve the hidden danger. System, you are here, I am dying, hurry and save me, if I die we will all be finished. Zhou Tian's consciousness kept yelling it can no longer feel anything in its body, including pain. It feels like being dead. System, please say something. We all prosper and suffer together. If I die, you will not be well either. Think of a solution quickly, system. System. Zhou Tian yelled in a hurry. It still has a system, it hasn't lost yet, it still has a chance. Noisy. The infinite devouring evolution system snorted coldly. System, great, you're here, help me, I want to kill Jun Yixian, upgrade me, I will give you anything as long as you upgrade me. Zhou Tian shouted incoherently as Zhou Tian is now blinded by hatred. You're willing to give me everything? The infinite devouring evolution system sneered. Yes, system, as long as you lend me evolution points, I will agree to anything you ask. Zhou Tian agreed without asking for the price. Give me your body. System, that's great. System, you must help me kill that bastard. Zhou Tian shouted excitedly. With Zhou Tian's voluntary consent, the infinite devouring evolution system instantly refined Zhou Tian's body and successfully gained perfect control of the body. Infinite devouring evolution system, coming, boom. With a loud bang, Jun Yixian, who was planning to crush Zhou Tian to ashes, was instantly shaken away. The white snake instantly turned into a dragon, with an extremely huge body. Ha. I'm finally in. Everyone, this world belongs to me. Bailong uttered some incomprehensible words. It seemed like a declaration to all the creatures in this world, and also a notice to those heretics who had not yet entered this. Everyone in the city was so shocked that they were speechless, looking at Bailong's eyes that were bigger than a truck. Everyone fell into despair. System, add points. Jun Yixian, who was left with only a few strips of cloth in the ruins, shouted angrily. Chapter 222. Now that you are here, let's bury you all here. Ding, the host's villain value is cleared. Congratulations to the host for reaching the peak of the Return to Void stage. The host is given an additional undead aura. In an instant, a surge of aura emerged from Jun Yixian's body. Return to the peak of the void. Jun Yixian's cultivation base instantly climbed to the peak of Return to Void. The entire northern hemisphere was instantly covered with calamity clouds, and it was pitch dark where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Oh. Someone still doesn't keep their promise. The infinite devouring evolution system chuckled. Zhou Tian. No, you are not Zhou Tian. No matter who you are, this world is our world. I will not let you destroy it. Jun Yixian shouted righteously. Boom. Thunder roared in the sky under the illumination of lightning. People saw a lonely figure with only his underpants left. Opposite him was a giant white dragon with eyes bigger than a truck. The dragon's body was like a mountain, stretching for dozens of miles. Seeing such a horrific scene and facing an invincible enemy, everyone felt extremely desperate. Why did such a monster appear? God wants to kill me. God wants to kill me. We won't win. We won't win. Wow, why does this kind of monster exist in this world? Wow. I'm not even 18 yet, I still have a lot of delicious food to eat. I don't have a boyfriend, and I don't want to die yet, master. You have no obligation to face an enemy you can't defeat. Uncle Fu cried out in tears. I can't win. I don't understand. Jun Yixian replied in a pretentious and domineering manner. Yes, we can't give up hope. We still have Jun Xiao. We haven't lost yet. That's right. Fighting may not necessarily win you, but not fighting will definitely lead to a loss. Come on, Master Jun. Oh. Win. Junior, if it was the guy behind you who came, I might be a little more afraid, but you are just an ant. The infinite devouring evolution system shouted arrogantly. Jun Yixian smiled calmly. I can't beat you,
but I don't know if you can withstand this thunder tribulation and the way of heaven.
Aha, heaven. Heaven can't even take care of itself, how can it destroy me?
That's just wishful thinking. The infinite devouring evolution system laughed.
There is no point in talking anymore. Heaven is helping me.
Jun Yixuan shouted, "Rush towards the white dragon as fast as possible."
Come on, Jun Yixuan. We must win.
The people below clenched their fists and looked towards the clouds with resolute eyes. Brother Tiandao, that guy is mocking you. Chen Zhou teased without much interest. The young Tiandao waved his hand. He's just a clown, not worth mentioning. Just after he finished speaking, Tiandao changed the subject and asked, I wonder how the system brother is preparing. Chen Zhou gave an okay gesture and said calmly, that's enough, let's close the net, good. Beyond the wall, damn it, this time the infinite devouring evolution system guy actually got ahead. A wild system said angrily. Another wild system shook its head. No way, because that guy has special abilities and grows fast. This kid's swallowing ability is too buggy. He relies entirely on swallowing to grow. He doesn't need any operation at all. The infinite technology system sighed. The person he was bound to was an artificial intelligence engineer from the Eagle Country. He had just gained the trust of the Eagle Country's top leaders and was planning to take advantage of the artificial intelligence riot to descend upon the country. As a result, the infinite devouring evolution system succeeded in descending.
I'm willing to accept the defeat.
Brothers, hurry up and make efforts. We will work together inside and outside to take over this world as soon as possible. The infinite devouring evolution system merged with the thoughts outside the world.
Okay, let's work together and hold Tiandao back.
You should hurry up. Don't worry, I will definitely abide by the agreement and will not deceive you. The thought left by the infinite devouring evolution system quickly assured. At this moment, the clone suddenly received a message from the original body, and then asked, by the way, are any of you bound to a guy named Jun Yixuan? The wild systems looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to admit it.
No. All systems said no, not good.
Suddenly, a system realized that something was wrong. Other systems also reacted immediately and realized that they were being tricked. Just as many systems were about to run away, a sudden voice came from all around, since you are here, bury them all here. The sound seemed to come from hell, overwhelming all system processors. Great God has no companion.
Chen Zhou didn't waste any time talking to these wild systems.
He directly differentiated out countless huge claws, and instantly suppressed all the systems present with precision and accuracy, refined in an instant, within the boundary wall. Boom. A thunderclap like a bolt from the blue struck Jun Yixuan and the infinite devouring evolution system.
Ah!
An excited scream instantly rang out from the infinite devouring evolution system. Jun Yixuan was fine because he had an immortal aura around him.
Assholes!
They are all assholes, all of them. The infinite devouring evolution system screamed in anger. Those guys were really up to something again, failing to deliver at the critical moment and deliberately messing with him.
Hey, don't you care about the way of heaven? What happened? How did you get chopped into charcoal? Jun Yixuan's face was full of mockery. Boy, you. Boom.
The next powerful thunder tribulation reward for the extraterritorial demons. The thunder passed through Jun Yixuan and headed straight for the infinite devouring evolution system covered with mosaics. Boom boom boom. Not until the 33 thunders had struck did the calamity clouds in the sky quickly condense and compress into a terrifying giant hand. The giant hand stretched out a finger and gave a middle finger in the direction of the infinite devouring evolution system.
Middle finger? There really is such a thing as heaven.
Jun Yixuan exclaimed in amazement. With the protection of the immortal halo, this thunder tribulation posed no pressure to Jun Yixuan at all.
It could even be said to be the easiest one. Heaven. Tao.
The infinite devouring evolution system stared at the sky.
Invaders, die.
The world was startled by a heavenly voice. Then, the huge middle finger fell.
Damn, it's really the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger.
Jun Yixuan retreated hundreds of miles with a strange look on his face. Run, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The crowd quickly scattered and ran away. Some were naked, some were naked, some were naked, and some even didn't wipe their butts. When the giant finger fell, the terrifying energy shockwave did not erupt, the space did not collapse, and even the flowers and plants in the center of the attack were not injured. The huge white dragon stood there quietly, without any wind or waves, and turned into tiny dots of starlight, disappearing without a trace.
Is it over? A human holding up his pants asked blankly.
It should be over, an old man replied uncertainly. Great, cheered the crowd. Good.
Ding, the son of Luck Jotion is completely dead, the main task is completed, the task is settled. MVP of the game, Destiny Villains System Gold Medal Confrontation, Heaven's Path Pendant Assistance, Jun Yixin. System, what do you mean?
Jun Yixin felt insulted. Although he didn't play a role in the end, his superficial performance was still worth watching. With this victory, who is he looking down on? Ding, the main task is completed, the system will be untied soon.
System, wait a minute. Jun Yixin shouted hurriedly. Host, what else do you want? You should give me my kill gift pack.
Juni rubbed his hands. The host failed to kill the son of Luck himself, and is not satisfied with the reward for killing him. Jun Yixin was speechless. Ding, due to the host's outstanding performance, the system will give the host a Supreme Cultivation gift pack for free.
Supreme Immortal Cultivation gift pack, what a great feeling.
Jun Yixin instantly became excited when he heard there was a reward.
System, hurry up, give me a golden legend.
Drop, congratulations to the host for obtaining qualifications for entering the Wanjia chat group, Super Heaven Level Kung Fu, the Green Emperor's Longevity Secret, Heavenly Sword Technique, Eternal Sword Technique, Heaven Level Dual Cultivation Technique, Taishan Yin Yang Record Quasi-Immortal Weapon, Tai Divine and Demonic Sword, Basic Encyclopedia of Immortal Cultivation ×1.
System unbinding 100%. Jun Yixin? Fuck, Shenzhou, you're such a jerk.
Jun Yixin was so angry that his face turned red. Chapter 223, Extra Chapter of the Spiritual Resurrection Volume, brief follow-up explanation of the Jun Yixin volume. After the incident was over, Jun Yixin teleported back home in a rage. Although Shenzhou had been playing tricks on him for the past few months, Jun Yixin chose not to bother with Shenzhou for the sake of this big friendship package in the end. After using the cleaning technique to clean the dust off his body, Jun Yixin immediately opened the chat screen. Deep in his mind, there were a lot of polite words in the group welcoming him.
Jun Yixin took a look at the nicknames of the group members. Since Jun Yixin had just read the 4th volume before traveling through time, he only knew 5 people: Wang Haonan, Zhao Zilong, Chu Sishuang, Li Feiyu, and He Chuanxiu, plus Chu Zishuang's super academic system. The person behind only shows a nickname, and Jun Yixin doesn't know his real name. Jun Yixin didn't recognize Emperor Chu Loli and Daoyu. Please state at all. Even the nickname is snatched. Jun Yixin. Hello everyone. My name is Jun Yixin, a person from outside the world? Emperor Chu Loli, Chu Yanxiu, a time traveler, a rare guest. Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue. Li Feiyu, what kind of time traveler? He is clearly a demon from outer space. A person crying. He Chuanxiu, brother Li, have you been tricked by a time traveler? Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue. Li Feiyu, don't mention it.
A few days ago, I met a stupid time traveler, dressed in rags, riding a ghost fire, and came to propose to my granddaughter. He also called me Lao Dang and asked me if his ghost fire was handsome. I disagreed and shouted at me, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't despise the young and poor. I slapped him in the face and scattered his ashes, making him the greatest dead. Even the nickname is snatched. Jun Yixin, then how did you find out that he is a time traveler? Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, of course he told me voluntarily. I am telling you that this guy is really a tough guy. I hit him with 3 iron rods but he didn't say a word. It was only after I hit him with the 4th rod that he said he wanted to tell me a secret. Then, after some questioning, I learned that he was not from this world, and I left him. Crying alone. He Chuanxiu, you are still so cruel. Wiping sweat. JPG, Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue. Li Feiyu, that's right. I, Li Feiyu, have always been cautious in my life. If that guy hadn't come to me to pick a fight, I would have ignored him. Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue. Li Feiyu, I am a mythical strong man, the ruler of the universe. How can I bear that? I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times. Zhao Zilong, you have a lot of experience, unlike me, who can only sit in the spaceship and play games all day, which is boring. West Heaven War Emperor, Wang Haonan, brother Zhao, aren't you with Sister Chu? How can you be bored?
Smart JPG, I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times. Zhao Zilong, you think I am you, and I only know those things every day. Rolling eyes JPG, War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan, smiles awkwardly JPG, Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Chu Ci Widow, at Li Zhenjuan, Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue. What happened next? What happened to your niece's granddaughter? Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, there is no sequel, because I made up this story, haha, Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Chu Ci Widow, even the nickname is snatched, Junixin, a person cries, He Chuanqiu, I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, Zhao Zilong okay, let's play it. Emperor Chu Loli, Chu Yanqi 6. The Destiny Villain System, Group Master. Link entrance, the Destiny Villain System, Group Master. I found an interesting virtual game world. You can come to it when you sleep using this link. Do you want to come? War Emperor of the West, Wang Haonan, come, I will definitely come. Emperor Chu Loli, Chu Yanqi, I'll check the time and come when I have free time. Li Feiyu, the Lord of Rescue, Li Feiyu, come on, Loli, it's a good time for us to get together. Crying alone, He Chuanqiu, yes, Loli, it's good for you to come and see us. We will never delay your mission. Emperor Chu Loli, Chu Yanqi, okay, I'll make the arrangements. I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, Zhao Zilong, come. Starry Sky Ice Emperor, Chu Ci Widow, I'm coming too. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Ao Yuan, count me in. Even the nickname is snatched, Jun Ishian, since everyone is going, I will come too, brother Zhao, I am looking forward to meeting you, Smirk JPG, I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, Zhao Zilong? Even the nickname is snatched, Jun Ishian, it's nothing, I just want to meet you, let's talk about it after we meet. I went in and out of Changbanpo 7 times, Zhao Zilong, okay. Extra follow-up, after the Destiny Villain System left, Jun Ishian returned to Luoxing Mansion and acted badly, saying to the public that he was seriously injured in the Chaga dragon slaying that day and needed to rest. Jiyu Qinghan stayed in Luoxing Mansion all day long on the pretext of taking care of Jun Ishian, disappearing from public sight, but this also indirectly revealed the severity of Jun Ishian's injuries. Jun Ishian's prestige and reputation in Dashang and even the whole world reached its peak. Some lucky monks found rare treasures, but they were reluctant to use them themselves, so they personally sent them to Chaoga to help Jun Ishian heal his injuries. Jun Ishian also accepted everyone who came to him. After all, Gu Qinghan practiced hard day and night and really needed some supplements. It is worth mentioning that on the day of the Chaoga dragon slaying, the Sakura kingdom was completely destroyed when the sea monster broke into the Tianhuang palace. When the countries turned around, they found that Tianhuang of the Sakura country had been pulled into the soil by the sea monster. As for the destruction of the Sakura country, all the other countries could only shake their heads and say that the Sakura country was unlucky and encountered the birth of a demon dragon. The calamity clouds covered the entire northern hemisphere and it was pitch dark. The other countries were unable to locate the country even though they wanted to provide support. After Jun Ishian pretended to be seriously injured, Gu Qinghan followed Jun Ishian and retired to Luoxing Mansion. Because Gu Qinghan was extremely talented and had a high IQ, Jun Ishian also announced to the public that Gu Qinghan was his wife. After learning the news, countless noble families were furious, but there was nothing they could do because Gu Qinghan was Jun Ishian's official girlfriend before the revival of spiritual energy. The two of them had been through hardships together, so it was reasonable for them to get married. Although everyone was jealous, they were also relieved. Jiyu Qinghan's family background is just inferior to that of the aristocratic families, but his talent, appearance, strength, etc. are unmatched among the younger generation except Jun Ishian. In addition, he has a good personality, so the Jun family also likes him very much. After hearing the news, Gu's father and mother were also very happy for their daughter. If the spiritual energy had not been revived, they might have been afraid that their daughter would be bullied because of her family background. After the spiritual energy was revived, these worries disappeared. 3 years after the revival of spiritual energy, the older generation of martial arts geniuses in the Great Shang Empire all entered the S level, which is the Jindan stage of the immortal cultivation system. There were some problems with artificial intelligence in the Eagle Kingdom, but they were not serious. Artificial intelligence was set up on its own and it had little impact on the Great Shang Empire. Jun Ishian secretly went to Dashong Kingdom and completed a secret deal with the Artificial Intelligence Corps. In the 5th year of the spiritual energy revival, Lu Shi was coaxed and tricked by Gu Qinghan and kidnapped back home. Only 3 people know what happened afterwards. Spiritual energy is reviving, and crises are lurking everywhere.
Although the human race is making rapid progress, it cannot avoid the fact that the population is declining sharply. In order to solve this problem, countries have adjusted some regulations. Jun Yishan also announced his special talent, the Immortal Eyes, to the public. Then, with the power of the Immortal Eyes, many talented newcomers successfully gave birth to offspring. Jun Yishan was therefore given the honorific title of fertility-giving immortal, and the reputation of the Jun family reached another height, becoming the world's recognized #1 immortal cultivation family. Many big guys, after improving their cultivation, found it difficult to give birth to offspring, so they had no choice but to bring a large amount of resources to ask Jun Yishan for help. Even some peerless monsters with powerful bloodlines came to Jun Yishan for help. In order to leave behind descendants of their bloodlines, these monsters even promised never to invade Deshang and to guard one side for Deshang. After many rounds of negotiations, the human side also agreed to this request, and the Cultivation Alliance was established to jointly restrain the strong on both sides. In the 66th year of the spiritual energy revival, Jun Yishan and Gu Qinghan also had a child of their own. This child was not assisted by Jun Yishan's magical powers, but was the result of his and Gu Qinghan's years of hard work. Volume 7, End. Chapter 220. For the ceiling characters are all villains in the anchor space. Chen Zhou, who had just submitted the task settlement, saw an interesting task at a glance. Mission: Primordial, Awakening God level talent at the beginning, grade, Light Goldmane mission, luck value, 700,000 difficulty, easy mission target, Yifan mission plot introduction. This world is an online game world. The game is called Honghuang, Infinite Mythology. A generation of Liver Emperor was killed by someone and reborn back to the beginning of the first test of the game. Spend all your savings to buy the first batch of gaming helmets, become one of the first test players, awaken your God level talent, take advantage of your past life memories, snowball, and finally counterattack to become the master of the galaxy. Online game world, this mission is interesting. Chen Zhou murmured. Without hesitation, Chen Zhou immediately clicked to accept the task. Confirm. As Chen Zhou successfully confirmed the call, a prompt popped up on the taskbar screen. Task accepted successfully. The mission was accepted successfully, and Chen Zhou calmly opened the dimension transmission channel. The mission world has been locked successfully. The plane anchor point has been cast successfully. A familiar space vortex appeared, and Chen Zhou walked in without hesitation. The world spun around, and Chen Zhou successfully arrived at the world of Honghuang, awakening God-level talents at the beginning. Because this mission was special and the mission prayer party was the core of the online game world and there was no host, Chen Zhou directly entered the game world. Honghuang, Infinite Mythology is a cross-era virtual 100% realistic online game. On the surface, it claims to be the second world jointly created by the countries on Earth. In fact, it is a two-dimensional shelter world created by the Galactic Interstellar Alliance using the heart of the galaxy to reflect the legends of the ancient gods on Earth. The purpose is to deal with the cleaning crisis caused by radiation 10 years later. After inspecting the entire game world, Chen Zhou instantly moved to the Zhixiao Palace above the 33rd heaven, and then sent a game entry link to the 10,000 Worlds chat group. Within a few minutes, Jun Yishan was the first to appear in Zhixiao Palace. Seeing the huge purple ball of light floating in the air, Jun Yishan was startled. Oh my god, ghastly. Chen Zhou, what ghastly, what are you talking about? Jun Yishan heard a strange voice in his ear. Jun Yishan turned around and found Ao Yuan looking at him in confusion. Jun Yishan laughed dryly and quickly changed the subject to explain. Nothing, it's just that there's a character in a game in my world that is somewhat similar to the system. Hearing this, Chen Zhou was speechless. Ao Yuan nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood, and stopped dwelling on this topic. At this moment, a hearty laugh was heard. Wow, I didn't expect someone to get here before us. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was Zhao Zilong. Beside Zhao Zilong, a stunningly beautiful lady named Chu Xi Widow stood quietly. Her delicate facial features seemed to be carefully carved by a master sculptor. Her skin was as white as snow, and her long dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy descending to earth. When she first met Jun Yishan and Ao Yuan, Chu Sishuang smiled and greeted the man and the dragon. Jun Yishan, Ao Yuan, hello. Hello, Sister Chu. Jun Yishan responded with a smile, his smile bathed in the spring breeze, showing his gentlemanly demeanor to the fullest. Ao Yuan at the side also showed a sincere and happy smile, and said politely, hello, Miss Chu. After finally getting together, the four of them quickly started chatting and telling each other interesting things in their respective worlds. After a few minutes, another person slowly appeared. It was the middle-aged He Chuanxiu. Compared with the previous few, He Chuanxiu's appearance seems a little more vicissitudes of life, but it still cannot conceal his mature and steady temperament.
He can be said to be a standard middle-aged handsome man. Soon after, Wang Haonan, Li Feiyu and Chu Yanqi also arrived at the scene one after another. All the hosts finally gathered together for the first time. When Li Feiyu saw Chu Yanqi, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted in surprise, "Lolita?" Chu Yanqi raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and said in dissatisfaction, "Why? Do you think I'm short?" Chu Yanqi is also very beautiful, and with her tall, elegant and refined temperament, she can be said to be the best among all the heroines. "Ha, that's not the case, it's just that your nickname has the word lowly in it, so I thought you really were a lowly." Li Feiyu explained awkwardly. Chu Yanqi smiled helplessly but did not refute. After all, the nickname could not be changed, and it was normal for Li Feiyu to make a mistake in his first impression. She was not that petty. The system's sixth brother gave it to her. What can she do about it? Now that everyone is here, let's start choosing the main identity, commonly known as Big Account. System, I'm ready. Whoever is the protagonist, I'll go and cut him down right now. Li Feiyu was excited and eager to try to. I will tell you the information about the Son of Luck later. Now I will help you arrange your roles. System, what identities can we choose to play? Wang Haonan asked excitedly. This is the first time in Wang Haonan's life that he has played a 100% realistic holographic game, and he is extremely excited. Shinzhou nodded, and the selectable identities and game background information were displayed in front of everyone in the form of a light screen. Game name, Honghuang, Infinite Myths, current version map. Primordial Continent. The main forces in the current version, Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin. The main storyline of the current version, Longhun. Tribulation. Currently available identities, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Tongtian Jiaozhu, Dao Tianzuan, Bodhi Patriarch, Niwa, Fuxi, Zhuani Taoist, Jain Taoist, Zhulong, Zulong, Yuanfeng, Shikolin, Haotian, Hongyun, Zeus, God. The 8 people looked at the countless troublesome characters and found it difficult to make a decision for a moment, especially Ao Yuan, Wang Haonan, Zhao Zilong, and others. They didn't know much about this and had no idea which one these people would choose. System, isn't there an option for Grandmaster Hongjun? Jun Yixian asked boldly. As a novel lover from Earth, Jun Yixian is extremely familiar with Honghuang. There are many powerful characters in it, but the strongest one is only Hongjun. Hongjuan is me. Okay then. Jun Yixian's face froze. Then I choose Niwa. Chu Yanqi made the second choice as a fast travel missioner. Chu Yanqi knows more than Jun Yixian. Although this world is just a derivative game world of the magical modification of the prehistoric world, there are only a few main key characters. Since Lolita chose Niwa, then I will choose Fuxi. Li Feiyu recorded that he chose the character Fuxi. Chu Yanqi looked at Li Feiyu strangely, but didn't say anything. Niwa and Fuxi were taken away, so Zhao Zilong and Chu Ci Widow had to choose other characters. After looking for a long time, Zhao Zilong finally chose Haotian and Chu Ci Widow chose Ho Tuesday. Jun Yixian shook his head and chose a relatively suitable identity. In that case, I will be the master of Tongtian. Then I'll be Yuanshi Tianzuan. He Chuanqiu thought about it and thought of a role that was on par with Jun Yixian. Then I'll choose Zulong. Ao Yuan thought about it and finally decided on the final main character. I think the 3 pure ones are still missing one, so I will act as your eldest senior brother, the Lord of Morality. Wang Haonan also casually chose the main identity. With this, the identities of the 8 masters have been confirmed. Wang Haonan is the Lord of Morality, He Chuanqiu is Yuanshi Tianzuan, Jun Yixian is Master of Tongtian, Zhao Zilong is Haotian, Chu Ci Widow is Ho Tu, Chu Yanqi is Niwa, Li Feiyu is Fuxi, Ao Yuan is Zulong. After confirming the main identity, Big One, Chen Zhou set the cultivation levels of several people to the current version. Chapter 225. Rebirth. And winning the first test qualification in a rental house in Lingjiang City, a young man suddenly woke up. Am I not dead? Yi Fan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar small room in confusion. This seemed to be the house he rented after graduation. Is it a dream or am I reborn? Yi Fan asked himself uncertainly. After being stunned for 3 seconds, Yi Fan decisively took out his mobile phone, and the date showed, November 27, 2024. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then quickly opened Dolu and searched for things related to Honghuang, Infinite Mythology. As expected, today is the first test promotion of Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, and major live broadcast rooms are selling the game helmets of Honghuang, Infinite Mythology. This time, Yi Fan confirmed that he was
Truly reborn back to the first test promotion of Primordial Chaos, Infinite Mythology. Although it is called the first test, it is actually no different from other game public tests. Honghuan, Infinite Mythology was announced to the outside world by all countries on Earth and released by all game companies around the world, which can be said to be a huge event. Honghuan, Infinite Mythology breaks all previous game traditions and has a 100% realistic experience, which is exactly the same as the reality and is known as the Second World of Mankind. In addition, all countries jointly declared that the spiritual stones in Honghuan, Infinite Mythology can be withdrawn into currencies of various countries according to the corresponding exchange rate, and can even be directly used as a global common currency. As soon as this incident happened, the whole world was in an uproar, and everyone was full of fighting spirit. Countless workers hoped to change their fate and become rich through Honghuan, Wuxian mythology. In his previous life, Yifan didn't take it seriously at first, and only bought the game during its official public beta 3 months later. As the saying goes, if you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind all the way. Because he entered the game late, Yifan was far behind others. In addition, the game strategy was of little use. Yifan struggled in the game for 250 years and was still an ordinary player. In the end, he teamed up with passersby to go to the dungeon and was killed by Lao Lu until his death. Yifan didn't know who the old man who killed him was. Of course, don't think too highly of Honghuan, Infinite Mythology. Honghuan, Infinite Mythology, on the surface it claims to be the second world jointly created by the countries on Earth, but in fact it is a two-dimensional shelter world created by the Galactic Interstellar Alliance using the heart of the galaxy to reflect the legends of the ancient gods on Earth. The purpose is to deal with the cleaning crisis caused by radiation 10 years later. That means there is only a 10-year chance to be resurrected. When the cleaning crisis comes 10 years later, players will have only two choices: spend the rest of your life in the game, destroyed along with the two-dimensionalization of the universe. Yifan is a reborn person, and he has a clearer view on future major events in the entire game. Looking at the ever-increasing sales figures of gaming helmets in the live broadcast, Yifan decisively used all his savings and narrowly grabbed the last gaming helmet qualification in DXIA. In the live broadcast room, the female anchor wore a professional sweet smile and expressed her gratitude to fans for the sale of gaming helmets. Yifan didn't listen to any nonsense and directly exited the live broadcast room. It was a close call. Fortunately, I got it in the end. Yifan's face flushed with excitement. Yifan made up his mind with his eyes: if I live again, I must change my fate and not let tragedy happen again. At the same time, in Honghuan, Infinite Mythology, the Tool people were successively teleported to their respective dojo. In the Tashita Palace, Wang Haonan looked left and right, carefully studying the furnace in the alchemy room. How do I use this Bagua furnace? The system doesn't even provide an instruction manual. Looking at the mysterious and ancient Bagua furnace in front of him, Wang Haonan felt embarrassed. Just when Wang Haonan was in a dilemma, suddenly, a childish voice came from the Bagua furnace: "Master, what nonsense are you talking about? How come you don't know how to make pills?" Hearing this sudden sound, Wang Haonan subconsciously shuddered and almost jumped up in fright. Fortunately, Wang Haonan reacted in time and realized that the person who spoke was not someone else, but the spirit of the Bagua furnace. As long as there is a spirit in the weapon, things will be easier in the future. He doesn't know how to make pills, but the spirit of the weapon does. Thinking of this, Wang Haonan calmed himself down, pretended to be nonchalant, stretched out his hand to stroke his long white beard, and said with a smile, "Little gossip, I'm just testing you." "Oh, so that's how it is." The Bagua furnace spirit simply looked at the familiar old man in front of him. Although the name Little Gossip sounds strange, it is the first time that the owner calls it that, and it is very happy. "Yeah, you stay at home, I'll go out for a walk," Wang Haonan explained and then walked out of the palace. The Tashita Palace is now very deserted. Apart from Taishan Laojun, Dao Tianzuan, Wang Haonan, there is only a green ox. Wang Haonan couldn't sit still and planned to find other people to play with. In the Quinhua Palace, Nuhua Chu Yanqi was lying lazily on the big Simmons bed she brought with her, and a little pig-like creature was feeding her fruits. "Host, let's go out for a walk. It's so boring here," Xiao Qi begged like a spoiled child. "I don't want to. I'm exhausted from doing tasks every day. I want to rest. I'm just going to be a stay-at-home girl this time." Shu Yanqi refused shamelessly. "Ah, host." Xiao Qi looked at Chu Yanqi lying on the bed with a bitter look. "Who told you not to come out when you were choosing your identity?
Now you want to play, figure it out yourself.
Xu Yanqi looked at Xiao Qi with a gloating look.
Host, you can't do this. We are good friends.
Xiao Qi's expression instantly fell. She finally got the chance to play a game, but the host wouldn't let her, which made her sad. Seeing Xiao Qi's pitiful appearance, Xu Yanqi softened her heart and said, I won't go out, but you can go out and play using my identity.
Great.
Xiao Qi happily flew around the Hua Palace. Xu Yanqi held her forehead helplessly and said, Pay attention to the time, we still have a mission over there.
Got it, host. I will pay attention to the time.
Xiao Qi agreed seriously.
Okay, then go and play.
Xu Yanqi waved her hand, indicating that Xiao Qi was allowed to go out and play. Xiao Qi quickly took out a puppet prop and molded a beautiful figure with a human head and a snake body according to Xu Yanqi's current appearance, and then pulled it in. In a corner of the prehistoric continent, Zhao Zilong and Chu Sishuang held hands and walked side by side between heaven and earth, admiring this rare beautiful scenery. He Chuanxia was excitedly studying the cultivation methods of this world. Trying to gain some insights. Ao Yuan is busy dealing with a series of affairs of the Dragon Clan and making overall arrangements for the Longhan catastrophe. Junishin finally ran to Zhao Zilong's dojo, but he was gone. He was looking for Zhao Zilong all over the world. Li Feiyu also walked out of the dojo and began to travel around this magical world. In Zhixiao Palace, 9 familiar figures gathered together. If you look at a few of the major tools, you can recognize their identities. These people are exactly the NPCs they play.
Master Tiandao, please make the arrangements. We will definitely cooperate with you.
Yuan Hongjun, NPC in the game, took the lead and saluted respectfully. Looking at the big purple ball of light sitting on the main seat, the 9 NPCs were filled with fear. It was clear how terrifying it was that it could bring so many of them to Zhixiao Palace without anyone noticing. The core NPC characters speculated that the person in front of them must be the legendary Tiandao. Qinzhou nodded and said indifferently, I don't need you to do anything. Just focus on your cultivation and don't appear in the world with those people.
I accept the order. The NPCs saluted respectfully back off.
Chen Zhou waved his hand and teleported several people back, as a surprise for some guys. Chapter 226. The first test begins. The Chosen One arrives. In the ancient times, there was no counting of years. On the day of the first test, a majestic voice rang out in the ancient times. Today, the Chosen One will descend upon the world. You all need not panic. The game screen flashed by, and novice villages appeared all over the prehistoric continent. As soon as the first test footage came out, all the major broadcasting studios on Earth, fuck, my game is so rigorous, but I still have to hold a welcome ceremony for the players.
Ha ha ha. The Chosen One, this term sounds nice and impressive.
Wow, why didn't I get the first test qualification? Uncomfortable JPG, fuck, is this the surprise of the first test? Awesome, worship JPG, I heard that this game is a 100% realistic world.
I'm excited just thinking about it.
I, a lowly rat, couldn't even get any of these guys.
I'm jealous.
Please tell me your race now. Yifan looked at the long list of options in front of him. Dragon Clan, long lifespan, ruling the 4 seas, born with great strength and magical powers. Phoenix Clan, the Lord of Birds, with a long lifespan, living in the undying volcano, good at the law of fire, and has a chance to awaken a special talent. Nirvana. Qilin Clan, the King of Beasts, born with auspiciousness, occupying Buzhou Immortal Mountain, possessing powerful defense and strength. The innate human race, the earliest human beings born in the prehistoric continent. They are few in number, weak in strength, and live in remote corners of the prehistoric continent. The Azuras, they are few in number, and their racial power is currently weak. They live in the Azura world and are discriminated against by all races. The ancient wolf tribe, small in number, weak in racial strength, trying to survive in the cracks of the ancient continent. Elves, there are not many of them, but they are extremely beautiful. Their racial power is low. They are currently hiding deep in the elf forest. The Azure sheep tribe, they are of average size, living on the green grassland. They are the main food of the ancient wolf tribe. After taking a casual glance at the race selection interface, Yifan decisively chose the innate human race. As a reborn person, Yifan is clear about the advantages and disadvantages of these races and knows how complicated the options are. Take the Dragon Clan for example. It sounds very good, but if you choose it, congratulations, you will start as a lowly dragon, not even a sub-dragon. Your cultivation talent is not as good as that of the NPC, and your treatment and status are not as good as those of the NPC. All the early tasks are to do miscellaneous work, wait for the 3 tribes to fight each other. Congratulations, you will be wiped out, and there is a high probability that you will die once. The same is true for the Phoenix clan and the Chelan clan, both have similar pitfalls. Of course, choosing the human race is not without great danger. After the Longhan catastrophe version ends and the Lich catastrophe version is updated, the human race will be captured to refine the Tua sword, and if they cannot escape, they may be wiped out several times. However, as long as they pass this level, the human race's advantage will begin to become apparent. It is still early, and if you practice well, it will be easy to avoid the disaster of the Tua sword. With a flash of golden light, Yifan appeared in a remote tribal novice village. A piercing scream came. The chosen ones changed their heads, and a female player covered her grass skirt with her red face. Oh my god, why just a grass skirt? A male player was instantly furious. The rest of the people looked at themselves and thought, well, they were all the same. The male players all wore a grass skirt, while the female players had an extra bra skirt. Yifan shook his head. He had known about this kind of thing from the beginning. The planner was a bad person. This matter had also been complained by countless players in his previous life. The official game statement said that the test server version is at an earlier timeline, so it is normal that the clothes are simple, and players are required to participate in the development and construction of civilization. This planner is really inhuman. Not only did they not give us equipment at the beginning, they didn't even give us decent clothes. They treat us like primitive people. An anchor said indignantly on behalf of everyone. The game Honghuang Infinite Mythology has a live broadcast function. As long as you register a live broadcast account in the world and bind your real name, you can broadcast live in real time. However, due to the time difference between the world of Honghuang Infinite Mythology and reality, the real-time live broadcast content is played at 10 times the speed on Earth, and the audience needs to adjust the speed themselves. This is indeed inconvenient, but there is no other way. The unprocessed live broadcast is just like that. If you just want to watch interesting content, you have to wait for someone to edit it. Yifan shook his head with a wry smile, then walked straight out of the birthplace square. When he stepped out of the square, Yifan immediately felt a lot of eyes on him. Yifan looked carefully and saw a group of locals wearing similar clothes looking him up and down curiously. At this moment, a clear and tender voice came from the crowd. Hey! Who is this person? Have any of you seen him? The person who spoke was a local Aboriginal child. He blinked his big eyes and asked the people around him with an innocent look on his face. Hearing this, another slightly older child nearby quickly said, "You are stupid, he is the chosen one. I heard that he was specially sent by God to help our good people. Good man, I can beat 10 of these thin dogs by myself." The child said loudly without restraint. "Hello, you can't be rude to guests," an old man with a strong aura scolded sternly. After educating the naughty child, the village chief turned to look at Yifan and apologized kindly. "I'm sorry, distinguished guest, the children in the village are ignorant, I hope you don't mind." Yifan saw the words village chief above the old man's head, and then he saw 3 yes. "It's okay, children can talk without restraint, it won't cause any trouble." Yifan said with a neither humble nor arrogant smile. "Dear chosen one, I have no problem teaching you. This gift is my apology. Please accept it." As he spoke, the old man took out a stone knife. Small stone knife, a common weapon, made of stone, very sharp, able to cut through ordinary animal skins easily. Ha ha! Village chief is too polite. I am Yifan, and this is my first time here. I hope I can trouble you more in the future. Yifan accepted the gift from the village chief with a smile. "Oh? Young master, ye can actually guess my identity." The village chief looked at Yifan in surprise. Yifan shrugged and smiled. "Village chief, although you look old, you have strong blood and powerful cultivation. Who else in the village has such an aura besides you?" The village chief nodded and had a good impression of this young chosen one named Yifan. Although Yifan's fighting power is not as good as that of a chicken, he is the chosen one sent by God after all. I believe that his talent for cultivation will probably not be bad at make friends with these people, and when the tribal war comes, they will have more fighting power. At this moment, the other chosen ones also walked out from the light curtain. Seeing that one of the chosen ones had actually taken the initiative to talk to the NPC, the others also walked over. At the same time, the 8 toolmen simultaneously obtained the location of the novice village where Yifan, the son of luck, was located. "Oh wow, it's alive." A smile flashed in Fushi Li Feiyu's eyes. "After years of exhausting my villain value, I finally got a chance.
How can I not be happy? Let's go, wife. Let's go see this guy named Yifan.
Upon learning of Yifan's arrival, Haotian Zhaozilong was also very excited. Hotu Chusi nodded and said with an excited smile, Son of Fortune, it's a good opportunity to see the special features of the Son of Fortune.
Son of Destiny. Zhaozilong, I will let you go for now. Tontian sect master Jun Yixian gave up looking for Zhaozilong, turned around, and immediately rushed to Yifan's location, the Son of Destiny? Zulong Al Yuan sighed in his heart, but he was not in a hurry to go. Yifan, another person with the surname Yi, there are so many protagonists. Yuancher Tianzu and He Chuanxiu shook his head and also embarked on the road of dealing with Yifan. Oh, the son of luck, that I must show my support. The Supreme Lord Wang Haonan laughed and quickly flew towards Yifan's position. During this period of time, Xu Yanqi happened to return to the mission world to complete the mission and did not take any action. Chapter 227 Special Hidden Title Family. I am now playing 2. Although this novice is a little bit inferior, the villagers are very nice and arranged a mud room for us. The female game anchor, Sister Guixian, excitedly introduced the live broadcast room. Host, stop talking nonsense and go out and see what the outside of the village looks like. Yes, host, I heard that this game has a high degree of freedom. Let's go out more. Just walking and it's gone, right? Evil Smile Eating Melon JPG. Seeing the fans' comments, Sister Guixian had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to the fans' request. Okay, I'll go out and take a look. After interacting with fans, Sister Guixian walked out of the village with the camera. The live broadcast function of Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, is very convenient. It can be operated by mind and has an automatic camera switching function, which will not affect the player's operation in Honghuang, Infinite Mythology. Hey, Sanmi, do you think that woman is a fool? She actually talked to the air. The indigenous child Sanmi shook his head and said, I don't know. The chosen one is not from our world. Maybe this is God's arrangement. Oh, never mind, we should go chop wood. It's not that there is no firewood at night. Another older child suddenly thought. Yes, I almost forgot. If I don't chop enough firewood, my father will beat me at night. After saying that, the native child Taizhu came running over. Seeing that there was nothing fun to do, the elderly people, women and children around also dispersed. Yifan watched all this calmly, with no ripples in his heart. As a reborn person, Yifan knew a lot about primitive world, infinite mythology. Players in this world are called the chosen ones, but at the beginning they are the weakest group in the prehistoric continent. How can I describe their combat effectiveness? They can't even beat the chickens raised by the indigenous NPCs in the novice village. Going out to explore now would be tantamount to committing suicide. Although there is no loss of any items if you die now, it will be a waste of time. Instead of wasting time messing around, it is better to complete hidden novice tasks, gain experience, and develop secretly. Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, as a 100% realistic game, it has a very high degree of freedom, and you can get corresponding rewards by promoting the development of civilization. There are 2 rewards for completing the Civilization Promotion Mission. One is a contribution reward specially awarded to players by the NPC because they think the things invented by the players are useful to them. The other is the mission reward of the game system, such as experience, gold coins, supplies, hidden props, etc. The amount of the reward is positively correlated with the impact of the player's invention on the game. If the player can develop thermal weapons or psychic weapons in the early stage, he will be extremely rich. Of course, everything has its pros and cons. If the things invented by the players are too threatening, strong people from other races will come to attack the real players. Yifan remembered that in his previous life, there was a player named True Love Invincible who made a bomb in the game. Because he was too ostentatious, he was destroyed by a monster. With the lessons learned from the past, Yifan did not choose to do anything too powerful. Ding server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Ghost Fairy Sister for achieving a special achievement. The first kill of the witness. If player Ghost Fairy Sister gained 250 experience points, 250 gold coins, 1 ordinary fruit knife, and a special title, War Correspondent. We hereby announce that we hope that all players will continue to work hard and actively explore new ways to play. Notice times 3 is suddenly, 3 world broadcasts sounded. World channel a player. What's going on? There's a reward for being the first to die? Player wait a minute, VV, I don't know about me, I just died too, but I don't have any rewards. Player super protection, maybe you were a second too late. Players don't save me if I'm a wimp, there's a reward for being killed, I'm angry.
Players learn to say no. Oh my god, this planner is really bad, I really didn't expect this reward. Player Superclass schedule download. I can only say that I was careless and didn't dare to go out. Yi Fan was also stunned when he heard the world announcement. Strange, I clearly remember that there was no such reward in my previous life. Could it be that this person happened to encounter some hidden triggering conditions? Almost all the missions in the world of Primordial Desolation, Infinite Mythology are hidden, and the triggering conditions are varied. Some of the prerequisites are very harsh. If it's pure luck, it's not impossible. Yi Fan smiled helplessly and thought, maybe it's a chain reaction caused by my rebirth. Yi Fan shook his head and continued to polish the bone needle. At the resurrection point number 007 in the novice village, the ghost fairy sister solidified again in a daze. Ding, you encountered an ordinary fly, you were hit to death, your level is 0, you cannot go down, your backpack does not have any items, no items are lost. Thinking of the cold system voice a few minutes ago, Sister Ghost Fairy slowly came back to her senses. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. The anchor was killed by a fly. Laughing hard JPG, 6. Too cool. This game planner is a genius. I never expected that he would be killed by a fly. This is really primitive. Covering face and smiling bitterly JPG, wow, why do you want to give rewards to the anchor? I'm jealous. Being hit to death by a fly, this way of dying would make anyone confused. Laughable or cry JPG, Sister Guesian didn't look at the live broadcast room, but directly checked the title of War Correspondent. War Correspondent, a special hidden title that reduces the wearer's presence in the crowd, increases training by 30%, defense by 50%, attack by 10%, and exempts from death demotion penalty. War Correspondent, no, he was mocking me. Ghost Fairy Sister sulked angrily. War Correspondent, listen to this title and see if it sounds good, ha. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of War Correspondent and becoming the first recipient of the game's special reward. I can't stop laughing, what a damn War Correspondent, full of sarcasm, ha ha ha. Laughing wildly JPG, don't be angry, anchor. Think positively about everything. This bonus is still good. Yes, yes, yes. Sister, I'm not cut out for fighting. It's good enough for me to just take a good look at the world story. Anchor, from now on, the war scene depends on you. Looking at the fans' smiling faces, Sister Guesian really couldn't laugh. Although the title of War Correspondent is a good bonus, it feels a bit weird in the game. After a brief silence, Sister Ghost Fairy called up her attribute panel a nickname, Ghost Fairy Sister Gender, Female Age, 23 Level, 2, 100/200, Realm, Initial Stage of Physical Training Occupation, Non-Spiritual Roots. Not reaching the awakening conditions, Level 10 Awakening, Health, 200/200 Cultivation, 50 Power, 10 Main Cultivation. Method, none secondary training method, none magical powers, none power, none special title, War Correspondent, already worn, magical weapon, none armor, none, only at level 10 can one awaken one's spiritual roots? Ghost Fairy Sister sighed helplessly, and now I am only at level 2, there is still a long way to go. Chapter 228. The correct way to play the game. 3 minutes later, a slight space fluctuation was heard, and 6 familiar figures appeared one after another above Yi Fan, the son of luck. Like ghosts, seeing 5 people who were faster than him, Junishin was a little surprised. Wow, guys, you're so fast, I thought I would be the first one to arrive. Zhao Zilong smiled faintly and said, it's so hard to come across a team building activity, how can I not come early? Ha, that's true. Jun Yishan laughed and agreed with Zhao Zilong's statement. By the way, how should we arrange the attack against Yi Fan this time? Should we attack one by one in a certain order, or should we all launch an attack together? He Chuanqiu looked at everyone with a sharp gaze and raised this crucial question. Li Feiyu expressed his opinion seriously. In my opinion, we don't have to stick to the order, since this is a team-building activity. We should arrange it flexibly according to Yi Fan's growth situation, so as to avoid being restricted and unable to give full play to his abilities. After hearing this, Wang Haonan, who was standing by, couldn't help but nod his head repeatedly to show his agreement. After thinking for a moment, Jun Yishan also nodded in agreement. Yes, that's true. Team-building activities are meant to be fun, and it is most important that everyone can speak freely and show their abilities. Zilong and I have no objection either.
Chu Ci Widow said with a smile after everyone expressed their opinions. Li Feiyu nodded and decisively decided, okay. Then this matter is decided. In the novice village below, Yifan shuddered for some reason, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. Yifan scratched his head in confusion. What's going on? The weather isn't cold at all. That's strange. Forget it, let's make the bone needle first and complete the hidden civilization promotion task first. Yifan shook his head and continued to polish the bone needle in his hand. As long as you work hard, you can grind bones into needles. Yifan muttered the slogan while grinding the deer bones in his hand. Family, it's too dangerous outside. Let's not run around for now. I'll show you what other players are doing, okay? Sister Ghost Fairy announced to the live broadcast room. Ha, the anchor is scared. Host, I still want to see the scenery outside. You should go out more often. Simple JPG, anchor, don't listen to him, he just wants to see you lose a level, he's mean. Sister Guixian looked at the suggestions from fans in the live broadcast room, but did not accept the cheating suggestions from those who went out. Are you kidding? She is now a level 2 player. If she goes out, she will really lose levels and gold coins. In order to protect the 250 gold coins in her pocket and the hard-earned experience, Sister Ghost Fairy would never run around. Family, look, there's a player grinding over there, let's go see what he's doing. After saying that, Sister Ghost Fairy walked towards Yifan. Seeing the strange player in front of her, Sister Ghost Fairy skillfully opened the other party's attribute panel. A nickname, Immortal Emperor. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, 0/50. Realm, none. Occupation, none. Spiritual roots, not reaching the awakening conditions. Level 10 awakening, Chi and blood, 50/50. Cultivation, 0 power, 1 main cultivation method, none. Secondary training method, none. Magical powers, none. Power, none. Special title, none. Magical weapon, none. Armor, none. Oh my god, level 0, so cruel. This game is so unfriendly, how can I play it at level 0? Fortunately, our Ghost Fairy sister was lucky and got a hidden reward by accident. Seeing this barrage, Sister Guixian's mouth twitched, and the happiness on her face disappeared. What does good luck mean? Whoever is lucky will die if he leaves the village. Ha ha. Sister Ghost Fairy smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. Let's go see what the Immortal Emperor is doing first. Sister Ghost Fairy walked up to Yifan and asked politely, Big brother, have you received any hidden mission? Why are you grinding bones here? Yifan looked up and said indifferently, No, I'm exploring the game. After saying that, Yifan lowered his head and continued to polish the bones carefully. Actually, Yifan had noticed this female player a long time ago, but there was no such person as Ghost Fairy's sister among the top players in the future. So Yifan had no intention of paying attention to her. Yifan knew the truth about primitive world, infinite mythology, and also understood the cruelty of the future world. If you want to survive in Honghuang, infinite mythology, you must upgrade quickly and have enough power. Honghuang, infinite myth. There are a total of 100 levels for players in the mortal world, corresponding to the 10 major realms of cultivation, namely, body refining, chi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, infant embryo, spirit transformation, return to the void, fusion, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. Every 10 levels form a great realm, and at level 101 becomes an immortal and enters the realm of immortality. Currently Yifan's level is 0, and he is still very far away from becoming an immortal. If one wants to quickly become an immortal, one must take advantage of the 10 years before the world is destroyed, which is the 100 years of player time in the world of Honghuang, infinite mythology. During this 100 years of player time, one must quickly increase one's level and become an immortal against all odds. After 100 years of player time, the world of Honghuang, infinite mythology will make everyone homogenized, and upgrading will become extremely difficult. Talent, opportunity, understanding, and Taoism will all be insufficient. In his previous life, Yifan didn't know all this, and he struggled for decades before he finally entered the nascent soul stage. Then he was homogenized by Honghuang, infinite mythology, and his cultivation made no progress for the next 150 years. Finally, when he was exploring the secret realm, the next copy, he was ambushed by Lao Lu and died on the spot. Sorry to bother you. Ghost Fairy apologized politely, then turned the camera and walked towards other players. There are not many players in the novice village number 007, Stone Village, about 20 or so.
and they are very scattered. Some players are talking to the old man in Shire Village, trying to get tasks, some are getting along with the little boy, trying to trigger the plot, some are already helping the villagers, trying to improve their favorability first, and some players are coming out of the resurrection point. Sister Ghost Fairy walked and stopped, greeting and chatting with each player, while also paying attention to their every move and absorbing their experience. 10 days later, player time, all the players in Shire Village had made considerable improvements by following Yifan's steps, without the influence of the halo that reduces intelligence. Sister Ghost Fairy became the first chosen player in Shire Village to reach level 9 in full experience because of her cleverness.
Damn it! This woman is really good at picking peaches.
Yifan was extremely depressed. 9 days ago, after working all day, Yifan finally made an ancient needle, and then handed it to the village chief, successfully obtaining 2 rewards. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the village chief's room, he was bumped into by the Ghost Fairy's sister who was wandering around. Then all the players learned that they could get rewards for inventing items that were useful to the village. Then, the players of Stone Village showed their talents and created tools from real life. Sister Ghost Fairy even made matches under the guidance of the omnipotent fans and became the hero of Stone Village. The only pity is that no matter how hard the players try, no one can trigger the time notification again, as if the prehistoric continent already had these things. No one is surprised by this.
There are immortals in the game world.
They must have things that mortals don't have, but they just don't pass them on to mortals. Take clothes for example. The best clothes worn by the NPC in Shirtsuan are just animal skins, but the gods and demons in the game promotions are dressed quite gorgeously, and the palaces are also very magnificent, not to mention those mythical figures. Even the more powerful tribes have much more advanced living technology than the backward tribes. It is so difficult to trigger the first time reward. Chapter 229 Clash of Clans. Village Chief, something bad has happened. Suddenly, a thin man in an animal skin skirt ran back to the village, shouting. The players looked up in confusion. Speedy, speak slowly, what happened? The village chief asked solemnly.
Village chief. The people next door, Nyo Village and Wang Village, are attacking us. Sprinter breathlessly announced the news.
What? The village chief was shocked. Wang Village and Nyo Village are the other 2 villages that form a 3-way alliance with Shire Village. The 3 villages have been helping each other and jointly resisting the invasion of monsters, but now, the other 2 villages have joined forces. This is totally illogical and unscientific. Face away, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Nyo Village and Wang Village really ignored the 3-village alliance agreement and really attacked us. The village chief's face was solemn, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and he asked again in a low and serious voice. Scud looked at the village chief anxiously and seriously. Really, village chief, this is absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that the warriors from Wang and Nyo villages were coming towards our village aggressively. They were all holding weapons and looked like they were coming with bad intentions. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly exploded, and everyone began to whisper and talk. Village chief, what should we do?
The men in the village haven't come back from hunting yet. A strong woman asked solemnly.
Yes. Village chief, all the men in our village have gone out hunting.
There are not many warriors in the village now. Please think of a solution.
Village chief, let's retreat.
As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood.
A slightly younger boy said timidly.
Sure, Ergu, you coward. You want to surrender before the fight even starts. Are you still a man?
A sturdy young NPC shouted angrily. Is this a village fight?
Why?
The player Mauman 9527 whispered in confusion.
I don't know. It should be due to the plot.
Based on years of gaming experience, this is probably the trigger of a large-scale team mission.
The player Nuamisaba guessed with a very knowledgeable look. Really? That's great. I've been stuck at level 6 for a few days. If there's a large-scale team mission, then we can level up.
The player I don't eat beef was excited. The other players were also very excited, except for Yifan, who was not sociable in the corner, who had a hint of bitterness in his eyes. As a reborn person, Yifan knew clearly that this clash of clans was obviously aimed at the players in Shire Village, because the players invented all kinds of gadgets. The life in Shire Village has undergone significant changes, and even the combat effectiveness, productivity and sanitary conditions have been greatly improved. There was no chosen one descending on Neo village and Wang village, so they naturally felt a sense of crisis when they saw Shur village developing rapidly with the help of the chosen one. Attacking Shur village and killing the chosen one is only a matter of time. At the beginning, Yi Fan did not tell other players about obtaining the hidden civilization development promotion task because he did not want to trigger tribal conflicts in advance. Unfortunately, when Yi Fan left the village chief's house, he was deliberately bumped into by the ghost fairy sister who was wandering around, and the news that one could get task rewards by promoting the development of the village spread. It seems that my rebirth has caused a butterfly effect. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Well, what is coming will come. A mere native cannot stop me. It's a good opportunity to test my fighting ability in this life. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with confidence. Yi Fan skillfully opened his property panel. A nickname: Immortal Emperor. Gender: male. Age: 26. Level: 12, 312/2000. Realm: early stage of Qi refining. Career: path not yet selected. Spiritual roots: innate chaos. Spiritual root. Special talent: Eye of God. Qi in blood: 2000/2000. Cultivation: 12, 35/61. 100,000 plus, combat power, 83, 4399, 800,000 plus, main cultivation method, none secondary training method, none magical powers, none power, none special title, none magical weapon. None armor, none weapons, ordinary spear, ordinary attack, ordinary stone knife, ding. A large-scale mission has been triggered. Mission: defend Stone Village. Difficulty: Hell. Mission successful. The collective level of players is increased by 6 levels, and they obtain the low-grade magic weapon Black Iron Sword, ordinary protective gear Rattan Armor, and the low-grade yellow level skill Qi Drawing Art. The mission reward is increased by 10% within 3 days. Mission failed. Novice Village number 007 is destroyed. The resurrection point is refreshed. The collective level of players is reduced by 5 levels. The mission reward is reduced by 30% within 1 month, and the resurrection time is extended by 10 minutes. Woohoo, take off! Player Maomin9527 was so excited that he danced with joy. His joy was beyond words. Great! This mission reward can actually increase my level by 6 levels at once. That's awesome! Ha ha ha, from now on, I am a true immortal cultivator. Suddenly, the whole scene became lively and the players were all excited and laughing. One of the players couldn't hold back his enthusiasm and ran to the village chief first, volunteering, "Don't worry, village chief, we will do our best to protect our village." "Yes, village chief, please arrange for us to join the village protection team. We are all willing to work hard for the village." Player I Don't Eat Beef echoed. Looking at the passionate eyes of the chosen ones, the village chief was deeply moved, but faced with a group of weaklings that couldn't even beat the 8 treasures chicken, the village chief really didn't know what use these people would be. "Then I would like to thank you all on behalf of the villagers." The village chief thanked politely. "Village chief, we are all from the same village, and it is our duty to contribute to the village." The player I Don't Eat Beef said loudly and righteously. "Ha ha! Then I'll trouble you, the chosen ones, to serve as a mobile support team." The village elder made a symbolic arrangement with great foresight. At this moment, a powerful voice came: "Shur 2, hand over the chosen one, or we will destroy Shur village." The chosen ones, players? Come and fight us? The players were confused. They haven't even left the village, and these NPCs come to attack them. Are they crazy? Village chief, this. A village woman looked at the village chief. The chosen players suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and couldn't help cursing in their hearts. What a bastard planner! To strengthen them in the novice village is crazy. The village chief looked at the old, weak, women and children behind him with a complicated look, then looked at the many players in front of him, and finally looked at the village chiefs of the other 2 villages with a firm gaze. "You two are making such a fuss, aren't you just doing it for the chosen one?" "Ha ha, Shur 2, we don't want to negotiate peace either. As long as you, the chosen one, hand over 2/3, and divide it equally among the 3 villages, we will withdraw our troops." "How do you say that?" Wang village chief Wang Ba laughed and stated the conditions. "Are you kidding? The 3 villages have been friendly for generations. If they really kill each other for a few chosen ones, wouldn't they be idiots? Being the chosen one is important, but the most important thing is survival. Even if they win the fight with Shurtsuan, they will be retaliated by the Shurtsuan warriors, which will not be worth the loss. Instead of killing each other, it would be better to divide the chosen ones equally, and the 3 villages can develop together." Isn't that wonderful?
Sure too, Wang Ba is right.
As long as you hand over 2/3 of the chosen ones, we will withdraw our troops immediately and we will still be allies in the future. Nyo village chief Nyoto followed and advised. After hearing what the two village chiefs said, village chief Sure fell into deep thought.
Chapter 230. They are the chosen ones, the indispensable partners of Shurtsuan, and they have to pay more. Everyone present looked at Sure too, the chief of Sure village, waiting for the decision of this highly respected chief. Whether to fight or compromise depends entirely on the decision of the village chief of Sure village. Yifan looked at all this with a strange expression, totally unable to understand why this NPC would do this.
Sure too, have you thought it through? Do you really want to go to war for a few chosen ones? Village chief Wang Ba urged impatiently. Yes, sure too, for the sake of a few chosen ones, you disregard the lives of your people. Is it worth it? Nyoto village chief also echoed the advice. I think what village chief Nyo and village chief Wang said is right. Although the chosen ones are sent by God, they are not from our village. I am not willing to sacrifice my life for them. The woman from Ishur village spoke her true feelings without hesitation. Our 3 villages have been intermarrying for generations, so we should take care of each other and share weal and woe. Nyo village and Wang village just want some of the chosen ones to help them develop, and this is not an excessive request at all. But the chosen ones have helped us so much, and now you are repaying us with hatred. Are you still human? A young woman shouted in dissatisfaction. Shawa, it's your business if you like a chosen one. If you disagree, go and fight off Wang village and Nyo village yourself. I won't sacrifice my life for some outsiders. Another villager from Sure village said directly, I support Brother Chen. Wang village and Nyo village just want the chosen ones' help and development. We won't do anything to them. The chosen ones just moved to a new place to live, not dead. I agree. Although the chosen ones have brought some fun to our lives, we have also given them the best food and rewards in return. We don't owe them anything. The villagers had different opinions, but most of them supported a peaceful solution. Sure too, what do you think? Hand over the hostages or fight? Village chief Wang Ba urged again impatiently. Sure too, that's enough. We are all neighbors living together under the same blue sky and land. Our demands are not high. There is no need to make the relationship so awkward because of a few outsiders. The Nyoto village chief also seemed impatient after hearing the villagers' speeches and the words of the 2 village heads. Village head Sure sighed helplessly, alas. Seeing that the head of Sure village had compromised, the heads of Nyo village, Nyoto, and Wang village, Wangba, couldn't help but feel relieved. To be honest, they don't want to fight to the death with Shurtsuan, but the chosen one is too special. If they are not contained in advance, they will not be Shurtsuan's opponent in the future. The village chief raised his head with an air of authority and said in a deep voice, Turtle, Ox head, it is not impossible for me to hand over some of the chosen ones, but what? Wang Ba looked at the stone impatiently and Nyoto stopped the bad-tempered Wang Ba and promised solemnly, Sure too, as long as you hand over the chosen one, we can give you some compensation. Village chief Sure too nodded, looked at the chosen ones with a stern face, and said in a deep voice, they are the chosen ones, indispensable partners of Sure village, so they have to pay more. What the hell? Add money. Upon hearing this, all the players were shocked. No, man, we are players, the chosen ones. If God wants to give us more money, we should give us more money. What a crappy planner, he's deliberately trying to mess with the players, right? Grass. Brothers, don't stop me, I can't stand it anymore. The player I'm a pretty boy rolled up his sleeves angrily. All the players stepped back together. Brother, we didn't pull you down, come on, we're rooting for you, come on. Ahem. Looking at my teammate who was backstabbed, I coughed twice awkwardly and made an excuse. Well, the weather is a bit hot, and my hands are sweating. The players smiled knowingly. Sure too, tell me what you want. Wang Ba asked in a rough voice. Village chief Stone shook his head and smiled, not much, 1 deer leg per person. Upon hearing the request, the village chief Wang Ba yelled angrily, why don't you go and rob? If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to give it. I'm not forcing you to give it to me. Village chief Sure too smiled and said, why does he care? Sure too, isn't this a bit too expensive? The village chief Nyoto also felt that it was unreasonable. It's almost winter now.
Those chosen ones have eaten a lot of our stored food. If you want to take it away, you will have to bear the cost of our food consumption.
Village Chief Stone said slowly. Besides, there are a total of 21 chosen ones, divided equally among the 3 villages, so there are only 7 in each village.
7 deer legs are less than 2 adult deer.
If you think it's difficult to hunt, you can just give us a complete adult deer.
An adult deer shouldn't be a big deal for you guys.
After saying that, Village Chief Shirtu looked at the 2 village chiefs, waiting for their replies. The 2 village chiefs looked at each other and solemnly agreed, okay.
An adult deer, although a little difficult in this season, is not impossible. It's not a bad deal to exchange an adult deer for 7 chosen ones, ding.
The large team mission Defend the Village is completed, kills, 0 loss, 0 mission assessment, perfectly resolved the conflicts among the 3 villages, found a unique way, and saved the village in a roundabout way, but no one killed the enemy, and it was a gain without effort. Comprehensive task rating, B. Comprehensive mission rewards, all players' levels are increased by 6 levels. All players receive the low-grade magic weapon Black Iron Sword, all players receive ordinary protective gear.
Rattan Armor, all players receive the low-grade yellow-level skill Chi Ju, and the mission rewards are increased by 10% within 2.5 days. Ding, your level has increased by 6 levels, you have obtained the low-grade magic weapon Black Iron Sword, you have obtained the ordinary protective gear Rattan Armor, you have obtained the yellow-level low-grade skill Chi Induction Technique, and your task rewards in the next 2.5 days will increase by 10% to times 21 system voice. Reminders sounded one after another, and the 21 players of Sure Village upgraded collectively, but the players were not very happy. Haha, this planner is also talented, selling players in the novice village. Host, why don't you smile? Don't you like it?
Hehe JPG, it's a mission against all odds. I thought there would be a real battle, but it turned out to be a huge one.
Bitter smile JPG, I never expected to complete this mission, it's incredible. Laughing and crying JPG, it's like a knife poking my asshole. It opened my eyes.
JPG, player, how can I be happy with this pathetic upgrade?
Red Temperature JPG, looking at the delayed comments from netizens in the live broadcast room, Sister Ghost Fairy, who was protecting the players, felt mixed emotions. This task is quite speechless, but I can't defeat the NPC for now, so I'll have to bear with it.
Ha ha ha.
Brother Shirtu, if that's the case, then let's pick people.
To be fair, let's take turns, each picking one, until the list is full.
Brother Shirtu, go first, how about that?
The Nyoto village chief suggested with a smile. Okay, since you 2 brothers have given me face, I'll go first.
Village chief Shida's face was beaming, and he was in a good mood, with so many chosen ones who only eat and don't hunt, and who come up with some new things to exchange for things from time to time. To be honest, Shirtsuan really can't stand it anymore, and he's almost spent all his savings. Village chief Shirtu was genuinely happy that someone was sharing the pressure. We also got 2 adult deer, how wonderful, ding.
A fit person with intact vital signs is detected, needing the system binding.
Conditions, system binding 100%.
The Destiny War correspondence system has been successfully bound.
Host, Meng Shuang, oh my god. System?
Ghost Fairy Sister was confused. Ding, the Destiny Battlefield Reporter system is here to protect the host.
Chapter 231. A real man is born between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and inferior to others for long? System, what functions do you have?
Ghost Fairy asked with shining eyes. As a veteran game anchor, Sister Guisian is also very familiar with the system. The well-known Golden Finger in the novel is one of the most unreasonable plugins. With the system, even a pig can soar to the sky under the cultivation of the system. It can be said that there are many benefits. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter a stronger system, especially the evil villain system. Ding, the main function of this system is to broadcast various major events live and bring fun to the audience. The host can obtain corresponding rewards by broadcasting various major events and news.
So that's how it is. I understand.
Ghost Fairy nodded thoughtfully. Ding, activate the new task, broadcast the player Immortal Emperor's crooked mouth's rage.
Chenzhou immediately issued new tasks according to local conditions. The 6 toolmen all came to hide around Yifan, and Chenzhou naturally did not fall behind. Upon hearing the system task, Ghost Fairy's sister quickly turned the camera to the Immortal Emperor Yifan, ready to watch the show with anticipation. At this moment,
The three village chiefs who had negotiated the terms walked towards the players with the burly and strong natives of the ancient times in an unfriendly manner.
What are you doing? Don't come over here. A female player trembled with fear.
Village chief, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be such a beast in human form. A male player looked at the village chief angrily.
A beast in human form? Ha ha ha. Didn't you want to work hard for the village chief? Now I'm just asking you to move to another place, so why are you going to regret it?
The village chief of Shur Village looked at the players with a kind face.
We are the chosen ones. If you mess with us, you will regret it.
The player I don't eat beef glared at the village chief. 20 level. Now players can already see the levels of the Shur Village chiefs. According to the realm classification, the three village chiefs are all cultivators who have just entered the foundation building stage. Since the cultivation system has not been perfected and popularized, these indigenous NPCs can only exert the most primitive physical strength of cultivators.
However, they are not physical cultivators.
In addition, due to their old age and physical weakness, their combat power is about the level of foundation building goalkeepers. If they are given some more time, they will definitely let these NPCs know why the flowers are so red.
Regret? I, Wang Ba, will never regret. With your level, even if I give you 10 years, you can never be my opponent. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ba laughed wantonly. Ha 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 ha. The indigenous NPC behind him also laughed out loud. They are the strongest warriors in the village and have undergone the most rigorous training, but even so, they are no match for the top warriors at the three village heads level. How can I compare with these pretty boys and women with thin arms and legs? Young man, don't think that you can surpass us just because you have eaten some spiritual flesh and got some luck. We have lived in this world for decades and have seen all kinds of storms. These ideas of yours are just what we left over, young man. I advise you to learn from your mistakes and work hard for us. In another 358 years, maybe we will accept you and make you one of us. The head of Nyo village said calmly. 358 years? Suddenly, a plain and arrogant voice sounded. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a handsome young man walking out with a crooked mouth and a wicked smile that he thought was very handsome. Oh? Yi Fan. Sure too, the village chief, looked at this young man he was most optimistic about with some surprise, and said with a smile, Why, Yi Fan, do you want to ask me for mercy? Beg for mercy, do you deserve it? Yi Fan looked at the three village chiefs in front of him expressionlessly. 2 level 21, 1 level 22, and it all collapsed. Boy, you are very brave. The village chief flexed his big hands as big as a spatula. A real man is born between heaven and earth. How can he be depressed and inferior to others for a long time? Yi Fan shouted confidently, Yes, well said, this is the confidence that players should have. Confident, a level 17 moron, fighting a group of level 20 NPCs, you're looking for death, right? I think these two are just pretending to be cool in front of these NPCs because they can be resurrected. There are really people who are so stubborn that they are not afraid of death. Alas, this person is so reckless. It looks like there will be something interesting to watch. It's a pity for the anchor sister, she was tricked by this pretentious kid. JPG, idiot, if you wanna die, don't drag us with you, we are not familiar with each other. A young player cursed, that's right, it's just a place to grow, it won't make you lose any flesh, what's the big deal, you're sick. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You are in such a bad state and you still want to defeat the NPC. You must be crazy. Watching the delayed barrage of comments in the live broadcast room and listening to the ridicule from the surrounding players, Sister Guisian always felt something was weird, very much like the plot in the novel where the protagonist pretends to be a pig before eating the tiger. This guy must have read too many novels. Ghost Fairy Sister covered her face helplessly. In a flash, the Ghost Fairy Sister brought everyone in front of her, waiting for the opportunity to act. Ha ha, real man. I think you're more like a straw bag. With your skinny arms and legs, I don't think you can even beat my 8 treasures chicken. An indigenous NPC mocked loudly. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the NPCs also laughed wildly, not taking Yi Fan seriously at all. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after we fight.
Yifan replied with a firm look in his eyes. Why Yifan was too disdainful to explain to these ants. Facts speak louder than words. Boy, you are not afraid of biting your tongue when you brag. I will give you 3 moves. If you can beat me, I will give you the surname Wang. The village chief Wang Ba shouted arrogantly. Sword! Yifan let out a low cry, and a 3-foot black sword appeared in his hand. This was the reward for the mission just now, and Yifan took it out from his personal backpack. Personal backpack, I really miss it. Yifan sighed in his heart. Personal backpack, Yifan hasn't used it for more than 100 years. Family members, get ready, the fight is about to begin. Sister Ghost Fairy whispered to the live broadcast room. Host, you can come on too. You are 2 levels higher than that loser, so don't be afraid. Yes, host, you will definitely win if you go up. Host, why don't you dare to fight with that NPC? Evil smile. JPG, seeing the fans making a fuss, Sister Guasian frowned slightly and smiled awkwardly. The anchor is a girl, she's not good at killing. We should just eat the melon quietly. Ha ha, the host is so cute when he looks so timid. It's so cute, but it's going to die of cuteness soon. Bah! You guys only know how to bully Meng Meng, you fake fans. Creating something out of thin air? Seeing Yifan conjure up a sharp sword out of thin air, the village chief Wang Ba's eyes showed a strange look. Boy, what's your trick? The village chief looked at Yifan solemnly, with some excitement in his eyes. The chosen one is indeed extraordinary, and even possesses those immortal methods that only large tribes have. Good. That's great. If I can capture this boy, I, Wang Ba, will also be an immortal. Wang Ba's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. The village chief Stone and Nyoto behind him also took a step forward together. Turtle, let's share the immortal methods and attack together. Okay. Village chief Wang Ba agreed to their proposal without hesitation. There was a flash of noise in Yifan's eyes. Cut. Chapter 232, Beating the Big Man to Death with Random Punches. What? The 3 village chiefs' faces turned pale, their eyes full of disbelief and horror. Magic. It was actually a magic. This kid actually knew the legendary magic. How is this possible? You know, magic is a magical skill mastered only by the immortals in large tribes, and this Yifan, who looks young, actually has the skills of an immortal. That he is truly worthy of being the chosen one, and is truly blessed by nature. If they could get this kind of means from this guy, they would be able to lead the tribe to prosper, and even attacking medium-sized tribes would not be impossible. It's too late to realize it now. Yifan's mouth corners slightly raised, outlining a slightly sarcastic arc, as if he really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Bang. The 3 village chiefs were no ordinary people either. They reacted quickly and dodged Yifan's attack. Although they successfully avoided the attack, the faces of the 3 men were extremely gloomy. They stared at Yifan intently, thinking about their countermeasures in their hearts. Obviously, facing Yifan, who possessed magic, they dared not despise him anymore. Bring the spear, the village chief shouted. A warrior behind him quickly threw the spear in his hand to his village chief. The village chiefs Shirtu and Nyoto were not willing to be left behind, and they all showed their weapons. Boy, even if you can control magic, but we, the 3 heroes of the Heisei era, have joined forces. Even if you are a great wizard, you can never leave the Heisei Valley. Village chief Ishimura's eyes widened with anger, and he roared in a voice as loud as a bell. Humph. If the village leaders join forces, even a peak-level second-level monster will die with hatred. This kid is dead. The Minotaur, the first warrior of Nyo village, had a confident smile on his face. That's great, we can practice magic in the future. A young man shouted excitedly, waving his fist. With magic, we can definitely get out of this valley and compete with those powerful villages around us to fight for our own glory. Another middle-aged man said with a gleam of desire in his eyes. I've heard that the world outside is huge, but I didn't expect that I, Wang Taizhu, would have the opportunity to go out in this lifetime. Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh came from the crowd. Take that, old man. Yifan shouted angrily, jumped high, gathered his strength, and slashed, all in one go. The bastard village chief was standing in the middle and couldn't dodge in time, so his head was chopped off by the sword energy in an instant. Village chief, the soldier from Wangtsuan shouted, cut.
Yifan seized the opportunity, turned around and swung his sword again like flowing water. After more than 250 years of climbing in Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, Yifan has extensive combat experience, and being good at adapting to changing circumstances is just a basic operation. The village chief of Shurtsuan opened his mouth, but saw himself waving at himself. Village chief. The villagers of Shur village were heartbroken. Go ahead, everyone, the head of Nyo village shouted hurriedly. Protect the village chief. Revenge for the village chief. Kill this beast. Kill these ungrateful beasts. The surrounding villagers instantly turned red with bloodshot eyes, and rushed towards Yifan fearlessly. Ding. A large-scale mission has been triggered. Mission: defend the resurrection point and build a new home. Difficulty: hard. Mission successful. The collective level of players increased by 3 levels, and they obtained the middle-grade magic weapon Qingfeng Sword, the low-grade defensive magic weapon Shantai Huangjia, and 5,000 gold coins. Mission failed. Novice village number 007 is destroyed. The player resurrection point is refreshed. The collective level of players is reduced by 4 levels, and the resurrection time is extended by 30 minutes. As the reminder of the large-scale team task sounded, all the villagers around the player instantly turned red. Looking at the ferocious villagers, the players also took out their iron swords and joined the team battle caused by Yifan. Players every day and feeling died. The player's anti-fan died tragically. Player Eat More died. In just 3 minutes, several low-level players returned to the resurrection point and stared blankly. Warm tips: if the landmark building at the resurrection point is destroyed, this mission will fail. What? After hearing the system prompt, the players who were planning to hide in the resurrection point put on their vine armor, rushed out of the resurrection cave fearlessly, and continued to join the battle. Sister Ghost Fairy dodged left and right, using the special bonus of the title of War Correspondent to reduce her presence in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to move and protecting the players around her. With the special bonus of War Correspondent, the villagers of the 3 villages and the players tacitly ignored the existence of the ghost fairy sister Meng Shuang, and fought to the death around the resurrection cave. No, Anchor, you are really a war correspondent. Unbelievable JPG, you are such a jerk, your teammates are almost dead. Covering face JPG, this is a real war correspondent, I can't criticize him. Painful JPG, family, don't worry, let's wait for the right moment so that we can grab the head later. Sister Ghost Fairy said symbolically to comfort them. Then he began to collect the scattered unwanted rattan armors on the ground. Damn it! Yifan's face turned pale-faced with the siege of dozens of well-trained NPCs. Yifan inevitably felt a little overwhelmed. Crack! Yifan cut off a spear thrown at him. No, this is not a solution. We can't stay here anymore. Yifan thought to himself, the natives of the 3 villages are all red names. Even if he wins this battle and successfully keeps the novice village, his future development will be affected. Alas! At this moment, we have no choice but to avoid the sharp edge and leave here. Yifan smiled bitterly. Good opportunity. Shursan, the first warrior of Shur village who had just returned, immediately picked up the spear in his hand. Seeing the spear, Wang Hanan, who was hiding in the dark, pointed his finger casually, and an invisible force wrapped around the spear, hiding its aura and increasing its speed. Shoo! Right in the heart of the chrysanthemum. Ah! Yifan jumped up screaming when everyone heard the sound and looked. They saw that the health of the immortal emperor dropped by half in an instant, and a spear appeared on his buttocks, and he was continuing to lose blood. Immortal Emperor's Blood, health bar 3000/7000. Immortal Emperor's Blood, health bar 2900/7000. Immortal Emperor's Blood, health bar 2800/7100-100-100. Blood gas continues to decrease, very disabled. Seeing this scene, all the players felt an inexplicable chill in their anus and their bodies tensed up. In a place where no one could see, Shinjo grabbed a handful of luck energy in his hand and refined it in an instant. Yifan's total luck value decreased by 10,000. Asshole! I want you to die. His Yifan was interrupted by the intense pain before he could finish his words, because Yifan spoke too loudly just now. He accidentally pulled the wound. Yifan was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. It was not until now that he remembered that he had forgotten to down-regulate his pain response. 100% pain response, damn. Brothers and sisters, this bastard is seriously injured, kill him. Kill this heartless bastard. I'm going to avenge the village chief.
The remaining villager NPCs were bloodthirsty and looked like they were determined to kill Yifan. Crack, 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 boom boom boom. The sound of weapons breaking and the dull sound of rattan armor being hit complemented each other, like a symphony from an ancient battlefield, impacting the hearts of players and viewers in the live broadcast room. Some timid viewers were frightened to tears, and many were so scared that they didn't dare to watch the live broadcast at all of the Ghost. Fairy Sister was so scared that her lips turned pale and her legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. This game is so real. Ding, you died, your level dropped by 1, your gold coins decreased by 500, and your equipment black iron sword dropped. With a flash of golden light, Yifan appeared at the resurrection point. Yifan died once. Yifan's face was terribly gloomy. Being ambushed by NPCs and beaten to death by a group of ants was a great humiliation for Yifan. Surround that cave, and the chosen one can be resurrected. A mysterious voice suddenly rang out among the villagers. Don't destroy the cave, they will be trapped to death. The mysterious voice sounded again. Oh no! Run! The players immediately scattered in all directions. The resurrection point can only be exited but not entered, and even players are no exception. Ghost Fairy's sister Meng Shuang hurriedly ran to a big tree far away from the village and hid safely, then decisively logged off. Chapter 233, 007 Novice Village Counterattack Plan Huff. Meng Shuang gasped heavily. Meng, are you okay? The cute little beauty beside her walked up to comfort her worriedly. Meng Shuang shook her head. It's okay. I was just a little frightened. Let me calm down. The scenes from primitive times, infinite myths just now were too terrifying for a young lady like Meng Shuang who lived a life of luxury. I told you to stop playing but you didn't listen. Now you're scared, right? Meng Shuang's best friend Yuishi laughed without any worries. Meng Shuang glared at Yuishi fiercely with her beautiful eyes. You are the only one who talks too much. Yuishi didn't care and asked seriously, Shuang, what should we do next? It seems that your novice village is surrounded by NPCs. Meng Shuang shook her head. I don't know. Let's take a rest first. I think someone will add me soon. The other players would definitely not be able to tolerate the novice village resurrection point being surrounded by the novice village NPCs but not attacked, but how to counterattack the NPC requires players to discuss together and formulate a counterattack plan. The game has not yet opened the teleportation support system, and it is simply unrealistic to rely on help from other players. Giving up the 007 novice village is also costly, and players cannot swallow this. How could you tolerate getting the news that I was beaten like a grandson by the natives in the novice village? Ding. The host broadcast the big event player's sorrow, allowing countless viewers to see the reality and difficulty of the game Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, inspiring some viewers to fight. The host gained 10,000 game experience, 3,000 gold coins, and obtained the lower grade Xian level magical power, Concealment. When Meng Shuang heard that the task reward had arrived, she was delighted. With these 10,000 experience points, she would be able to break through the foundation establishment stage when she entered the game and become a 21st level foundation establishment cultivator. On the other side, in the small and dark rental house, Yifan slowly opened his eyes with a gloomy face. Damn natives, they actually caused me to drop a level, this is unforgivable. Yifan barked angrily, and the barking of dogs echoed throughout the room. The more Yifan thought about it, the angrier he became. In a rage, he picked up the water cup that had been on the bedside table for 3 years and threw it hard to the ground. Bang! With a crisp sound, the cup broke into pieces instantly, and the fragments scattered all over the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The simple door made a deafening noise. This was accompanied by the angry roar of the neighbor. Smash what's in there and get out of here. It's a dog barking so early in the morning. Believe it or not, I will tear down your broken house. Hearing the neighbor's insults, Yifan's mind instantly became clear and his emotions calmed down. Why Yifan looked at the banging door and didn't answer. You damn gorilla, wait. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Yifan swore in his heart. Now he has no money and no strength, so he endures it. Seeing that Yifan did not respond, the neighbor cursed a few more times before leaving angrily. Why Yifan sat at the head of the bed with an expressionless face, and began to recall the details of the game Honghuang, Infinite Mythology. In his previous life, the natives of Honghuang, Infinite Mythology have the ability to think for themselves, and will freely change their behaviors depending on the choices made by
The players.ye fan clearly remembered that a similar NPC riot in the novice village also happened at the beginning of his previous life. The reason was that some players wanted to try some unspeakable actions on the NPCs. As a result, the NPCs rioted, and all the players in the novice village were slaughtered by the indigenous NPCs. Even the resurrection point was demolished. The players who were beaten to death ran to question the game officials, and the officials directly threw out the reason why the incident happened. Then the players who led the pace were taken away by officials from various countries for talk. After that incident, all the players became much more honest and did not dare to offend the natives at will. This is Yifan's most profound memory, and Yifan only remembers this one case. Yifan was very surprised at Shurtsuan's rebellion. According to Yifan's original inference, the head of Shur village saw the potential of the chosen players. Driven by interests, Shur village should choose to stand on the side of the players, using the huge advantage of the players' ability to resurrect to fight 1 against 2 and repel the invasion of the 2 villages. Then after a short rest, he led the players to attack and captured Wang village and Nyo village in a lightning speed. As a result, the chief of Shur village actually chose to cooperate with Wang village and Nyo village to sell players. This series of actions caught Yifan off guard. In addition, Yifan was careless and did not dodge, so he was successfully ambushed by the natives of Shur village who were driven back. He was instantly crippled and then killed by the native NPC. Whenever he thought of this incident, Yifan became so angry that he wished he could skin and suck the skin off Lao Lu who had attacked him. Yifan, a reborn person and a future nascent soul cultivator, was actually exploded in public by an unknown Ant native. It was simply a great shame and humiliation. Alas! Yifan sighed. For now, let's first find a way to deal with the natives blocking the resurrection point. Yifan's mind lit up, and he thought of a great plan. Oh, right, that female anchor. I can ask that female anchor called something Ghost Sister to gather the players of Novice Village number 007, organize the players to counterattack those natives, and take back the Novice Village. After thinking of a solution, Yifan immediately took action. By searching with keywords, Yifan quickly found the live broadcast account of Ghost Fairy Sister Meng Shuang. After some simple private message exchanges and verification of game nicknames, Yifan successfully joined the temporary group chat Novice Village Counterattack Camp. It was the same young man again. Hello everyone, I am the Immortal Emperor, you can just call me the Immortal Emperor. Eating melons and not being afraid of trouble, Administrator O. It turns out to be Brother Changmao, my apologies. Seeing this, Yifan's face turned dark in an instant, and his forehead was full of black lines. A bit of good luck slipped away. Ghost Fairy Sister Group Leader, stop arguing, let's first discuss how to counterattack the NPCs and retake the Novice Village. Meng Shuang quickly came out to take sides. After sending this message, Meng Shuang glared fiercely at Yuishi, who was watching the fun and making trouble, and said, Yuishi, behave yourself, or I'll kick you out. Wow! I don't love you anymore, Meng. Yuishi immediately started crying. At this moment, several more messages appeared in the group. Seeing that there was fun to watch, Yuishi's expression changed instantly, and she looked at the chat group with shining eyes. I don't eat beef, we will definitely counterattack, but we must plan how to fight first, otherwise it will be too chaotic. Nuamisaba, indeed, we all fought on our own before, without any coordination. The circus escapes again, Bald Chang. There is also the problem of intelligence. We have no idea about the NPC's deployment outside. If we act recklessly, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Immortal Emperor, I lost my weapon. Can anyone lend me one? I'll take care of it. Balala Black Magic Fairy, brother, please use mine. My level is low and I can't use the sword even if I have it. The little girl gets excited. Well, I don't know how to fight either. Can you give me the weapons and equipment? I won't fight. Saying that may not be enough, guys, I am also a girl and I don't know how to fight. I will give you my weapons, but I will not participate in this action. Several girls immediately expressed their thoughts. They don't want to fight with NPCs. How old are you during the holidays? Well, I don't dare to go out either. Can I equip you? The crowd was silent. After a while, Meng Shuang broke the silence. Ghost Fairy Sister, I think this is a good idea. Girls are not good at attacking, and they can't help much if they go out. Instead of losing their armor and weapons in vain, it's better to leave these things to the most suitable person. Immortal Emperor, that's fine. Girls are really not good at fighting.
Yifan also agreed with what the ghost fairy sister said, just like Sister Guisian said, instead of letting these cannon fodders go out and drop their equipment, it is better to give all the equipment to him and let him be the C. I don't eat beef, this is also fine. The male players organize a suicide squad and take turns attacking. If the equipment is lost, they can use the logistics personnel. New Amisaba, by the way, remember to transfer the gold coins to non-combatants before attacking to avoid losing the gold coins when dying. Player No Amisaba also added a suggestion. Ghost Fairy Sister, okay, let's do this for now. We'll make the specific attack plan after we enter the game. Before I quit the game, I was on a tree outside the village, so I could gather some information for everyone. The online time will be unified to 2000 hours tonight. What do you think? I don't eat beef, I have no problem with that. Glutinous rice cake, I can do anything. How old are you for the holiday? Agreed. Balala Black Magic Fairy, see you at 8 o'clock in the evening. The little girl gets excited, okay? Bald Chang from the circus, got it. Immortal Emperor, alright. We will meet at 8 p.m. Chapter 234 Explosive Attack Method, Earth Time, 20:00. The players in Novice Village number 007 appeared one after another at the resurrection point of Novice Village number 007 in Honghuan, Infinite Mythology, Immortal Emperor. Everyone, now that we are all here, let's assign some tasks. I don't eat beef, brother Immortal Emperor, you are the highest level among us, so you will be in charge of the task allocation. Yifan nodded, since brother I don't eat beef trusts me, then I will arrange it. The players nodded in agreement without any objection. Yifan was delighted and began to divide the teams according to the player levels and arrange the order of passing. Outside the resurrection point, dozens of natives from the novice village took turns guarding this special inaccessible cave. Dad, it's been 5 days. Those bad guys in there must have starved to death, asked a 10-year-old NPC. The strong native NPC next to the child gently touched the child's head and said, My dear son, if you are hungry, go back and eat. The child NP touched his hungry stomach and looked at the light screen in the distance. Dad, I'll go back to eat first. After dinner, I'll come back and watch with you. Okay, let's make a pinky promise. The child NPC raised his little finger. Make a pinky promise. For 100 years, no change. The child's father smiled and made a pinky promise with the child NPC. After making the promise, the child NPC smiled and waved goodbye to his father. Dad, I'm going home now. Run slowly, don't fall, the NPC guarding the natives warned with concern. Got it, Dad. Alas, Fugyear, you shouldn't bring children here. Another native guard sighed. I don't want to either, but what happened 5 days ago? Alas. The native Wang Fugyear also sighed. To be honest, they didn't want to fight to the death with these chosen ones, but the chosen ones were aggressive. If they were not wiped out, the village chief's fate would be theirs. Forget it, let's just leave it to fate. Another native leaning against the tree also shook his head helplessly. Wow, so touching. Move to Tears JPG, it turns out that NPCs also have feelings. They are all living people. Touching JPG, I didn't expect to see such a heartwarming scene. I was moved to tears. Damn, I can't control my eyes anymore. Tears JPG, Anchor, can you help them? They won't be resurrected. Tears Streaming JPG, this time I will fight the NPC, all players should commit suicide. Tears Streaming JPG, seeing this scene, Meng Shuang's determination to counterattack the novice village was shaken. The NPCs in Honghuan, Infinite Mythology have feelings, thoughts, and even their own lives. System, what should I do? Meng Shuang asked the system in a dilemma. Ding, host, Honghuan, Infinite Mythology is currently a pseudo-real world, with the potential to evolve into a real world. It is a shelter world created by the Milky Way Interstellar Alliance. Shelter world? Meng Shuang grasped the key word. Ding, yes, this world is a shelter world created by the Milky Way Interstellar Alliance to deal with the dimensionality reduction of the universe 10 years later. If the host wants to survive in it in the future, he must work hard to become stronger. Live. Meng Shuang opened her jade teeth and kept muttering a sentence. Meng Shuang opened her own attribute panel. A nickname, Ghost Fairy Sister. Gender, female. Age, 23. Level, 21, 1666/10,000. Realm, initial stage of foundation building. Occupation, War Correspondent. Spiritual root, Judgment God. Thunder. Spiritual root, Special mutation. Spiritual root, containing the power of heaven's judgment. Talent, Judgment, power from another world. Fate, Beyond the Rules. Health, 10,000/10,000, 100,000. Cultivation, 97, 63, 98, 900, 000 plus. Combat power, 888, 88, 88, 8 million plus. Main training method, Qi inducing technique, lower yellow level. Secondary training method, none. Magical power, concealment, lower level of Shen level. Power, none. Special title, War Correspondent. Already worn, magical weapon, black iron sword armor. Vine armor, Immortal Emperor, Ghost Fairy Sister. What are the arrangements for the NPCs outside the resurrection point? Suddenly, a greeting came from the temporary game team group chat. Ghost Fairy Sister Meng Shuang reacted, looked at the deployment outside the resurrection, and replied, "There are a lot of them. I didn't dare to get too close. I saw about 70 people, divided into 3 teams, with people guarding the front, left and right sides. By the way, they have some strange objects on display. I don't know what they are called, but they don't look like weapons. Immortal Emperor, okay, I get it. You hide well and wait for an opportunity outside to join forces with us. Ghost Fairy Sister, fellow Immortal Emperor, I am not good at killing, but I will try my best. Meng Shuang responded casually. Seeing the reply from Sister Ghost Fairy, Yi Fan was restrained for 3 seconds, and then he typed helplessly, "Then you protect yourself." Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Female players are indeed female players. Even if they are anchors, they are useless when they encounter a fighting scene. It depends on him to take back the novice village. After the communication, Yi Fan looked firmly at the team of players who were ready behind him, and ordered loudly, "Team 1, follow me to charge head-on. Team 2, deal with the enemies on the right. Team 3, guard against the enemies on the left. And the support team, be ready to replenish at any time. Don't worry, I will definitely beat those damn NPCs on the left." The captain of the second team, "I don't eat beef," replied loudly, "Don't worry, leave the left side to me." Team 3's captain Nua Misaba assured confidently. Yi Fan nodded and ordered in a deep voice, "Attack." Upon hearing the order, the 3 teams followed Yi Fan and rushed out of the resurrection point like curtain in an instant. Enemy attack. Quick, prepare for battle, the native on guard outside the resurrection cave shouted. As soon as the natives who were waiting for the opportunity stood up, the players rushed to their faces, "Attack, attack, attack." It was Yi Fan's first time commanding a player and he was filled with excitement. "Eat shit." Shi Taidan, the great pitcher of Shitsuan, shouted. A ball of extremely smelly human feces was thrown out. Pa. It hit Yi Fan's mouth directly. Gurgle. Yi Fan swallowed subconsciously. Yi Fan's whole body turned red with anger. He was a great Yuanian cultivator who had been struggling in the prehistoric continent for more than 250 years, but he was actually insulted by an ant native. Unforgivable. Throwers, get ready, load 1 round, and fire. Seeing that the attack was effective, Shi Taidan immediately ordered the 3 village throwers behind him to attack. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the help of the dung scoop invented by the players, balls of feces of different colors flew out together and fell into the fighting crowd like flowers scattered from heaven. Hateful. Fuck. Ugh. Stupid planning. I will fight you till death. The players were careless for a moment and did not dodge, and were hit by the explosive attacks of the 3 village warriors, and all of them were red. "Brothers, block your sense of smell and taste," another player shouted. "Do I need you to tell me?" A talkative player couldn't help but say, but before he could finish his words, he was blocked by a foreign object. Fortunately the anchor was cautious, otherwise he would have really become a fighter. Handling his face and smiling bitterly. JPG, fuck you, there is no game where people throw shit. Crying JPG, explosion. It's so explosive. This game planner is such a talent. JPG, I can only say, 6. The battle is still going on, all the players are red-eyed and killing like crazy. Today's players, in order not to care about their levels, work very hard and act ruthlessly. If for no other reason than to kill these unsportsmanlike NPCs, Sister Ghost Fairy hid in the distance, shivering, not daring to get involved at all, let alone go in to pick up unwanted equipment. Wang Hanan and Li Feiyu, who were hiding in the dark, smiled as if their evil plan had succeeded. The luck of Yi Fan, the son of Luck was declining rapidly, while Chen Zhou made a fortune.
There's a little mouse hiding over there. Wang Haonan pointed at Meng Shuang, who was shivering and vomiting.
Forget it. She is not a child of luck, there is no need. Li Feiyu shook his head. The two smiled at each other, and their clones slowly disappeared between heaven and earth. The Longhan catastrophe is coming. Let Yifan adjust himself well to prepare for the next tribulation. As the saying goes, if God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer in his heart and work hard in his body. As Yifan is the protagonist, it is reasonable for him to be polished a little. Meng Shuang held onto the tree and retched non-stop. She didn't seem to have expected that she was almost screwed just now. The battle continued. This novice village counterattack lasted for 9 days, and ended with the players' victory and the remnants of the 3 villages fleeing in defeat. Chapter 235 Major Version Update Longhan Catastrophe, Primordial Desolation, Infinite Mythology. 10 months later, 1 month has passed in Earth time. Tips: the ratio of game time to Earth time is 10 to 1.
The second test is finally here. I'm finally in, ha.
The player I am mitochondrial shouted excitedly. This is the great desolate continent.
It is indeed real.
A top student observed the soil sample in his hand. Hongwon, Infinite Myth. 1 month after the server was launched, Earth time, tens of millions of players have finally stabilized their positions in the novice villages and started to expand slowly. The most famous of these was the world-shocking battle of the 007 novice village Nirvana. Players in the novice village fought each other day and night for 9 days, and the players ultimately won a tragic victory. Although the players in novice village number 0071 won, they couldn't be happy at all. Looking at the title of fighter lying quietly in the backpack, the players of number 007 novice village felt more uncomfortable than eating shit. Struggler, a special achievement title, obtained by completing a large-scale special event of facing dung and fighting with all your strength for 9 consecutive days. It cannot be traded and will not drop. Increase the carrier's conspicuity in the crowd, increase damage by 5%, damage reduction by 7%, critical hit rate by 10%, and reduce sanity by 60%. Additional active skill, Rage. Rage, sanity reduced by 90%, overall attributes increased by 30%, attack increased by 50%, critical hit rate increased by 20%, critical hit effect increased by 10%. The bonus of the Struggler title is good, but players don't like it very much, and even dislike it. My family, ha.
This is our new novice village now.
We gave it a new name, Tianfu. Now there are many new partners in the second test, and I hope that more partners will come here to join us during the first test of the game. Ghost Fairy sister Meng Shuang introduced to the live broadcast room with a smile. After several months of construction, the novice village number 007 now has a brand new look. The players' residences have also been turned into sturdy wooden houses, and several walls have been erected around the settlement to serve as Tianfu's defensive fortifications. After the player camp Tianfu was renovated, the resurrection point also changed its appearance, from the original abrupt cave to an ancient wooden palace. Compared with the broken resurrection points in other novice villages,
it is truly grand and majestic. Of course, since there are no NPCs in Tianfu, food and other
aspects need to be self-sufficient, and the trading market has also been built vividly by the players. In order to manage the normal operation of Tianfu, the players of Tianfu Camp rebuilt a management system under the suggestion of Sister Ghost Fairy. Sister Ghost Fairy also successfully climbed to the position of the master of the mansion through her money ability. Other players were also rewarded according to their merits. Player I Don't Eat Beef became the leader of the Tianfu Camp Guard, responsible for the camp's defense. Player Nuamisaba became the leader of the security team, responsible for the internal security of Tianfu Camp. Player Balala Black Magic Fairy became the head of the Tianfu Camp Logistics Department, responsible for arranging and managing the public resources of Tianfu Camp. Immortal Emperor Yi Fan was unwilling to participate in management, so he was awarded the honorary title of a 5-star general and concurrently served as the honorary deputy palace lord. Yi Fan said no, but finally accepted the 2 identities with peace of mind and became a free thug in Tianfu Camp. Anchor, no.
Lord, may I ask if the benefits of Tianfu Camp are always there?
A fan in the live broadcast room asked directly. Yes, as long as you join our Tianfu, you can get a bow and arrow, 3 months of free cabin living experience, and a financial subsidy of 2 gold coins. Sister Guixian quickly introduced the benefits of Tianfu Camp to the audience in the live broadcast room. Host, I understand.
I will definitely come to Tianfu Camp after the public beta test. Anchor, you know who I am, I have to pay more. Confident JPG, That's all the benefits for now.
There are still 2 months until the public beta, and the time in the game is almost 20 months.
If we develop well, we can consider giving more benefits to our friends.
Of course, if an unforeseen event occurs, the benefits for new users may be cancelled.
Sister Guosian smiled and explained in detail to the live broadcast room. The anchor is so honest and adorable. I love this kind of anchor, I love it. I declare that from now on I will be a die-hard fan of the anchor.
Ding, a new task is generated, the Longhan catastrophe is approaching, and the prehistoric continent is about to fall into chaos.
Host, please broadcast the current situation of the lower-level creatures in the prehistoric continent to the audience.
Mission, when the nest is overturned, all the eggs will remain intact. Mission reward, 20,000, 200,000, experience points, 30,000, 30,000, low-grade spirit stones, earth-level top-grade technique, Daluo Chen Huanju, profound-level bottom-grade auxiliary technique, breath containment technique, low-grade spirit weapon, Fei Yin Fan.
At the same time as the mission was released, the official versions of the various planets in the real universe simultaneously updated the notice, Hongwon, Infinite Mythology has entered the era of a major version and will be updated without stopping the machine or the server. The update time is 3 days. The update content: the first catastrophe of Longhan breaks out, the dragon, phoenix and unicorn tribes fight each other, and all the spirits of the prehistoric world are involved. Version update?
Meng Shuang murmured in confusion. Yes, host, the Great Era version of Hongwon, Infinite Mythology is updated, and chaos is about to begin.
Doesn't that mean my novice village will be destroyed?
Meng Shuang couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. After running the business for several months, all my efforts were in vain due to a version update. At the same time, in the Dragon Clan's base camp, Zulong Ao Yuan sat in a high position and said solemnly, "Begin the war.
Accept the order from Zulong. Accept the order from Zulong."
The dragons shouted. Hundreds of breaths later, the entire Dragon Clan army launched an attack, joining forces with the Phoenix Clan to launch a lightning general attack on the Qilin Clan.
Ao Yuan, do you really not want our help?
Nuwa Chu Yenshi asked. Ao Yuan shook his head solemnly. Miss Chu, this battle is of great importance.
There are also the Luoho demons in the dark.
If you join the battle in advance, something unexpected may happen.
Chu Yenshi nodded her head and said softly, "If that's the case, I'll go make other arrangements."
After saying that, Chu Yenshi turned and left. Since Brother Ao Yuan has made arrangements, then I will not stay.
Fushi Li Feiyu also said goodbye and left. Seeing this, the other people also said goodbye to Ao Yuan one by one and left the Dragon Clan. On the other side, Yifan sat on a huge bluestone, cross-legged in meditation. Yifan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled, calculating the time. It's almost time for the Dragon Han First Tribulation to break out.
This time, I must seize the opportunity and seize the chance of great power. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Yifan's eyes. The Longhan catastrophe had far-reaching impacts, countless lives died, and it was extremely dangerous, but great opportunities could also be found everywhere. At the beginning of the prehistoric times, Daluo was everywhere and Jinxie and vegetables were as common as dogs. Although it was dangerous, there were also opportunities everywhere. This crisis is a disaster for other players, but it is a great opportunity for him. The 3-day Great Era version update time, Earth Star time, if used properly, it is not impossible to defy the will of heaven and become an immortal. If I can take this opportunity to become an immortal, I will have a chance to fight for the position of the human emperor in the future. Yifan thought to himself. Hongwon, Infinite Mythology. Not only the people on Earth are involved, but all civilizations in the Milky Way are involved. If you want to surpass those geniuses of super civilizations, you must take risks.
Chapter 236. The bad luck has just begun. Black Magic Fairy, can I eat this fish? The second test player, I am a fish, excitedly carried a fish to Balala. Black Magic Fairy. This fish was caught by the player, I am a fish, who spent a whole morning fishing. Seeing the big fish on the shoulder of I love a fish, Balala the Black Magic Fairy walked forward and was about to check it out. Boom!
A huge explosion sounded. The entire Heisei Valley River was razed to the ground. Ding! You were smacked into nothingness by the great and powerful Nuwa. Your level was reduced by 1 level, you lost 250 gold coins, and your weapon, bow and arrow, was lost.
Ding!
You were smacked into nothingness by the great and powerful Nuwa. Your level was reduced by 1 level, you lost 2,000 gold coins, and your armor was lost.
Ding! You were smacked into nothingness by the mighty Nuwa.
Your level was reduced by 1 level, you lost 10 gold coins, and your fishing rod was lost.
Ding! You were smacked into nothingness by the mighty Nuwa. Your level cannot be lowered, your gold coins cannot be lost, and your straw sandals are lost. Ding!
You were smacked into nothingness by the great and powerful Nuwa. Your level was reduced by 1 level. You have no room for loss of gold coins, and your protective gear, the black iron yellow armor, was lost.
Ding!
The Tianfu camp where you are is destroyed, the resurrection point is destroyed, the level of all players is reduced by 2 levels, and the gold coin loss is 3%. The resurrection point has been refreshed.
The game system announcement sounded Player World Channel. Player, I like reading. What happened? The team was wiped out? Player Nuwa. Are you kidding me?
Player, I don't eat beef. I'm really impressed.
Player Big Yellow Chicken walks slowly. What's going on with you guys? Did you meet the Nuwa boss?
Player Ghost Fairy Sister, I didn't see it.
Suddenly, bang, everything disappeared. Player, I'm so annoyed.
I just entered the game and was targeted by the future ceiling of the game. Player like maybe, I am dying of laughter, such an unexpected disaster.
Player car driving a van, you guys are, how should I put it, unlucky. Player everyone look at the beauty, what do the fighters say? Should we team up to kill Nuwa?
Sly Smile JPG, Player Balala Black Magic Fairy, cut your sister Nuwa, believe it or not, I will come and chop you up.
Player everyone look at the beauty, Lililu, come and chop me if you can, Lililu. Player Balala Black Magic Fairy, okay. Everyone look at the beauty, if you have the guts, tell me your real name and see if I'm real. Angry JPG, Player everyone look at the beauty, no, sister, do you think I'm stupid? You even gave me your real name, are you treating me like a fool?
Golden Light condensed, and the Ghost Fairy Sister Meng Shuang was resurrected again at the newly refreshed resurrection point. Because of the death penalty immunity protection of the special hidden title War Correspondent, Meng Shuang's level was still 26, and nothing was missing from her backpack.
My family, I'm dead. It was Nuwa who did it.
Meng Shuang angrily explained to the audience in the live broadcast room.
I'm dying of laughter.
I've already met the future top character before leaving the novice village.
How unlucky I am. Hearty laughter JPG, anchor, Tianfu camp has gone bankrupt.
Covering face and crying and laughing JPG, our anchor has been through so much trouble. He was previously sold as a slave by the natives of the novice village, and now he was killed by Nuwa.
Host, you have such bad luck. I won't come. I'm afraid of bad luck. Crying and laughing JPG, anchor, why don't you start a new business? I really don't want to have this bad luck.
I couldn't help laughing JPG. Not far from Meng Shuang, an ordinary man with a skinny figure stood there as punishment with a gloomy face. He clenched his fists and his eyes were full of murderous intent. This person is Yi Fan, one of the poor guys who was killed by Nuwa Chuyenshi.
Nuwa.
Yi Fan clenched his fists in anger. The character of Nuwa is one of the future saints of Honghuang, infinite mythology, the real ceiling of the world, and the real supreme power. Just wait, I, Yi Fan, will not be a human being if I don't avenge myself. Yi Fan swore secretly in his heart. Alert!
Alert! A large number of monsters have appeared outside the resurrection point.
Please, the chosen ones, clear them out as soon as possible.
A large number of monsters have appeared outside the resurrection point.
Please, the chosen ones, clear them out as soon as possible. The sudden warning from the game system interrupted Yi Fan's oath of incompetence.
Good opportunity, where is this refresh?
The player I don't eat beef complained helplessly.
Brother, I don't eat beef, don't worry about it for now. The most urgent thing now is to clear the monsters outside.
The player I love to eat coriander shouted, damn it, I'm so angry, I'm just using the monsters I killed outside to vent my anger. A second test player shouted, brothers, kill. Another battle crazy second test player shouted. Under the instigation of the Pro War players, all the male players and some female players came out in full force, determined to kill all the monsters outside the resurrection point. Family,
let's go out and kill the monsters now. The timid viewers should be prepared.
Those who don't dare to watch should not force themselves.
Meng Shuang symbolically reminded, "Host, I'm ready. No need to say more, my sword is thirsty for a long time. Don't be scared, anchor. Go in and beat them. Go."
The audience in the live broadcast room gave verbal support one after another. The number of viewers in the upper right corner inevitably dropped a small amount.
Kill. Kill these monsters. Kill monsters. Gain experience. Start a harem. Go.
The player rushed out of the resurrection point yelling, and the next second, all the players were stunned. Shilin, Phoenix, and Dragon, sky and ground, there is fighting everywhere. Seeing this scene, Ghost Fairy's sister Meng Shuang subconsciously activated her concealment, and at the same time took a step back, gathering all the players in front of her.
Damn it! A fight between 3 tribes. Brother, is it too late for me to regret now? Gurgle.
Yifan swallowed nervously of the battle between the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn. How did it get here, damn?
Ants, how dare you look at the sky, die.
A fire phoenix with data messages all reading, hummed. All the players and the newly refreshed 007 resurrection point were all shattered into nothingness, except for Meng Shuang. The levels of all players were reduced by 3 levels, and the resurrection points began to refresh again.
Damn it!
Yifan clenched his fists. He hasn't even smelled the powerful man's fart yet, but his level has dropped by 6 levels. In anger, Yifan got angry again and gave Qinzhou 20,000, 200,000 luck points.
Family members, it's a grand scene, it's a life-saving sacrifice.
Ghost Fairy's sister was also speechless. He was just killed by Nuwa, and then inexplicably came to the main battlefield of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, and was then killed by an unknown phoenix. Fortunately, her title of war correspondent exempted her from the death penalty, otherwise she would have really cried. Level 6. How many level SAXS can a player have? This is just the beginning of the era of version updates. If we stay a few more days, we will go back to the time before liberation.
Fuck, I'm not going to play for the next 2 days. I'm going to log off and come back in 3 days.
A first test player said angrily that he finally reached level 12, but within a few minutes, his level dropped by half.
What the hell is this? I quit too, fuck. My fellow Taoists, see you in 3 days. Everyone, I'm backing off, do as you please.
In a few seconds, all the players quit. In the vast resurrection point, there were only 2 people left in a moment. One was the Ghost Fairy sister Meng Shuang, who would never drop a level, and the other was Yifan, who wanted to seek wealth and fame by taking risks. The resurrection point suddenly became quiet. Looking at the Ghost Fairy sister, who was still at level 26, Yifan became even angrier.
Chapter 237 Encounter with the Orc Tribe. Aren't you going out?
Yifan cast a puzzled look at Sister Ghost Fairy. Sister Guixian is a live streamer, and she won't be downgraded. Given the current situation, it's most suitable for her to go out and do live broadcasts. Facing Yifan's question, Sister Ghost Fairy smiled politely and said softly, "Wait a minute, it won't be too late to go out after you make sure the resurrection point is safe." Yifan nodded, agreeing with Sister Ghost Fairy's point of view, and said nothing more. Hongwon, Infinite Mythology. If the resurrection point is destroyed, all players belonging to that resurrection point will be demoted, even if they are offline. This is the anti-passive game mechanism of Hongwon, Infinite Mythology, to prevent players from getting stuck in bugs. However, Sister Ghost Fairy's death penalty immunity broke Yifan's cognition. Even though Yifan was a reborn person, he was quite envious of the bug level effect of this special hidden title, but unfortunately, titles cannot be traded and will not drop. No matter how much Yifan desires it, he can do nothing about other people's titles. 3 minutes later, the resurrection point was peaceful and no danger warning was issued. Yifan took a deep breath and walked outside with a determined look. Seeing that Yifan had not returned for 20 minutes, the Ghost Fairy sister Meng Shuang walked towards the light curtain cautiously. Okay, family, according to my judgment, there will probably be no danger outside.
Let's go out and check it out now.
Sister Ghost Fairy explained to the live broadcast room with great enthusiasm. Anchor, don't raise flags all the time, it's easy to get into trouble. Crying and laughing with your hands covering your face. JPG, host, don't listen to the nonsense above. Go out and take a look, otherwise the king of fighters, referring to Yifan, will really go far away.
Come on JPG, Meng, don't hesitate.
Hesitation will lead to failure.
Come on, Ali Gay. Hee, I'm a real talent, very strong.
Ghost Fairy sister clenched her pink fists confidently. Then, under the gazes of countless expectant eyes in the live broadcast room, Sister Ghost Fairy stepped out without hesitation and stepped into the light curtain. The next second, two sharp gun tips flashing with cold light pointed at the Ghost Fairy sister's neck, which was as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, like poisonous snakes. The smile on Sister Ghost Fairy's beautiful face suddenly stopped as Sister Ghost Fairy had no time to react and could only quickly raise her hands to show that she had no intention of resisting. Then, a rough voice was heard. Wow! It's actually a woman. Look at her delicate skin and tender flesh. She must taste very good. Ha 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 ha. The upright orcs around also laughed wildly. Sister Ghost Fairy's face was as pale as snow, and she kept thinking about how to deal with it. Damn it, Orc Tribe, the anchor is over, let's start the feast. Doghead saved my life. The host in front of the light screen, hee. The host behind the light screen, no, hee. The immortal emperor is such a jerk. He didn't say a word when he encountered danger, and even made our anchor a prisoner. Woo woo woo, fuck, the anchor won't be fucked. JPG cracked directly, it's over, this time it's really on the table. JPG cracked directly, take him away. The orc hunting captain waved his hand, and several orc warriors walked towards the Ghost Fairy sister with a sly grin. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. A big pit appeared where Sister Ghost Fairy was standing, and the resurrection point behind her instantly collapsed. Ding! The resurrection point of Tianfu, to which you belong, was destroyed by the self-explosion of the player Ghost Fairy sister. The level of all players was reduced by 2 levels, and the gold coin loss was 5%. Hearing the punishment notification from the game system, Yifan slowly raised his heavy head and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Hey, kid, you're still very strong. Even after your stomach is cut open, you still have spirit. A small orc leader came over with a radiant look on his face. Yifan's eyes were bloodshot, and his scarlet eyes were fixed on the hideous and strange-looking orc in front of him. The rage in Yifan's heart was burning wildly. If looks could kill, the little orc leader would have died thousands of times by now. Boy, you dare to glare at me. The orc walked up to Yifan unhappily and stretched out his hand, black hand. Take out. Yifan was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Yifan stared at the hateful orc who was so sincere to him with murderous eyes. Seeing Yifan looking like he wanted to kill him but couldn't, the orc leader dug even harder from the heart and lungs. This moment is fully materialized between heaven and earth. Little tornado, that's enough. Don't kill the ingredients, otherwise they won't be fresh enough tonight. A rough and majestic voice came. Little Tornado turned around and saw that the person coming was his chief uncle. After hearing his uncle's instruction, Little Tornado immediately stopped playing the game in his hand and said, "Got it, uncle." The orc chief nodded in satisfaction, and then warned, "Little Tornado, keep a close eye on this human and don't let him die." "Yes, uncle." The orc native Little Tornado agreed seriously. "Yes." The orc chief nodded, then changed direction and continued to patrol the territory. Yifan was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. 10 minutes ago, Yifan saw that the resurrection point was not destroyed and did not issue any danger warning. Yifan judged that the danger level outside the resurrection point was not high, so he just walked out. Sure enough, as soon as he came out of the resurrection point light curtain, Yifan saw a few sneaky orcs. At a glance, their levels were all around level 20. To Yifan, who was level 16, these orcs were completely experienced monsters. Without hesitation, Yifan took the lead and beat the orcs without any resistance, but within a few seconds, Yifan, who was fighting vigorously, suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, and then fell down. When he woke up again, Yifan found himself tied to a cross wooden stake. He felt severe pain in his abdomen and was awakened by the pain. Then, the little orc saw Yifan looking up, and came over to him and spoke his heart out to him. On the other side, golden light condensed, and Ghost Fairy's sister reappeared at the resurrection point. Family, is the host's reaction fast? Is it exciting enough? Sister Guixian's eyes were full of excitement. 666. Broadcaster, you have figured out how to exempt yourself from death penalty when you encounter someone who self-explodes. JPG, ha ha ha. As expected of a host, he didn't even leave any corpses for the enemy. I'm laughing so hard. JPG, anchor, I admire you without even leaning on the wall. Thumbs up. JPG, Tianfu camp player, why did you blow up the resurrection point? Smile. JPG, host, it's fun. Hee JPG, anchor, can you please tell me in advance next time?
I was worried about you, but you actually made me cry. Angry JPG, by the way, does anyone still remember the Immortal Emperor? Remember what he did? He didn't self-destruct even though he couldn't win. Isn't this just eating without suffering? Cool JPG, who cares about that guy, host? Let's keep going out. I don't believe our luck will be so bad this time. Ha ha. Let's take a break first and wait and see if the Immortal Emperor is okay? Ghost Fairy Sister laughed, the host is so kind, I love you. I love you. I agree. Atmospheric JPG, Sister Ghost Fairy smiled kindly. She was waiting for the Immortal Emperor not because of any kindness, but because she wanted to rub salt into the Immortal Emperor's heart. Take revenge for your teammate's betrayal. She actually fed her enemy with her own body and betrayed her. This is unforgivable. Chapter 238 Yi Fan's fancy death. Half an hour later, Yi Fan still hadn't resurrected. Sister Ghost Fairy felt bored, so she chose to temporarily quit the game and go home to rest. 3 hours later, game time, Yi Fan appeared at the resurrection point with a gloomy face. Damn orcs. When I grow up, I will make sure there will be no orcs in the world. Yi Fan shouted angrily. After nearly 7 hours of torture, Yi Fan felt so painful that he wanted to cry but had no tears. The experience was like crying out to the heavens and the earth for help, but no one answered. An old six who attacked me, you'd better not let me know who you are, otherwise, I will make you pay the price. Yi Fan barked helplessly. Wife, this guy is so shameless that he wants you to pay the price. Zhao Zilong had a funny expression on his face. Chu Siswang raised a faint arc at the corner of her mouth and smiled. That depends on whether he can survive. Chu Zishuang's tone was light, but the confidence and dominance it contained were self-evident. Wife, what's next? Zhao Zilong's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to the plan, we should show our hospitality as hosts. Chu Ci Widow smiled. The stone that knocked Yi Fan unconscious was thrown intentionally by Chu Siswang. With the game permissions granted by the Destiny Villain system, the 7 of them and 1 dragon have the authority to enter and exit the resurrection point at will, and can also modify the refresh location of the resurrection point in the novice village. The previous refresh locations of the resurrection points in Tianfu camp were all done by Zhao Zilong and Chu Siswang. Yi Fan touched the back of his head. Strange, why do I feel uneasy? Yi Fan carefully patrolled the interior space of the resurrection point with caution. It was empty and there was nothing suspicious at all. The Ghost Fairy Sister, who would never lose a level, was nowhere to be seen, and Yi Fan was the only one left in the entire resurrection point, which was very quiet. Yi Fan shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. Never mind, maybe it's the sequelae brought by the orcs. The resurrection point is fine, let's continue with the plan. Yi Fan secretly reminded himself. Hongwon, infinite mythology. The time available for resurrection is only 10 years, Earth time, which is only 100 years in game time. If you cannot use this 100 years of game time to change your fate, the subsequent training will be extremely difficult. I don't have much time left. Yi Fan smiled bitterly, then walked towards the resurrection point like curtain. Boom. Ding. You stepped on a second-level spiritual plant potato mine. You were killed. Your level was reduced by 1 level. Your weapon, the cowbone, was lost. You lost 250 gold coins. Following the announcement from the game system, Yi Fan returned to the center of the resurrection point with a gloomy face. Yi Fan died again, and his level successfully dropped to level 11. Yi Fan skillfully opened his attribute panel. A nickname, Immortal Emperor. Gender, male. Age, 26. Level, 12, 444/2000. Realm, early stage of Chi refining career. Path not yet selected. Spiritual roots, innate chaos. Spiritual roots. Special talent, Eye of God. Chi and blood, 2000/2000. Cultivation, 1235/61, 100,000 plus. Combat power, 85/43/99, 800,000 plus. Main cultivation method, Supreme Dragon Transformation Technique, Heavenly Grade, Top Grade. Secondary cultivation method, Earth Circle, Earth Rank. Middle Grade, Magical Power, Fiery Fire. Upper Grade Yellow, Inch of Light. Lower Grade Black, 9-layer sword. Middle Grade Black, Secret Techniques, Soul Transformation Secret Technique. Upper Xian level, Turtle Breathing Technique. Lower Xian level, Power, None. Special title, King of Fighters. Magical weapons, Ancient
Wooden shield, middle grade magic weapon, ancient wooden sword, middle grade magic weapon, cloud robe, low grade spiritual weapon, armor, ancient wood armor, top grade magical weapon, blood wolf leather, middle grade magical weapon, blood wolf underwear, low grade magical weapon, weapons, ordinary spear, ordinary attack, ordinary stone knife, ordinary bone, ordinary bow and arrow. Looking at the ugly attribute panel, Yi Fan's face was terribly gloomy. He had finally reached level 22 before the Longhan catastrophe, but after a series of accidents, he returned directly to level 12. Level 10. If I can get part of the body or blood of a powerful monster, it will all be worth it. Yi Fan comforted himself silently. After saying that, Yi Fan regrouped and stepped forward to face the light curtain with a serious expression. The next second, boom. Ding. You stepped on the second level spiritual plant blasting grass, you were blown to death. Your level was reduced by 1 level, you lost 250 gold coins, and your weapon stone knife was lost. As the game system broadcast sounded, Yi Fan once again appeared in the center of the resurrection point. Damn, why is it like this again? Yi Fan barked helplessly. I don't believe it. There are potato mines and explosive grass all over the door. Yi Fan was so angry that he yelled 3 times, there is no such thing as a third time. Yi Fan regrouped once again and walked carefully towards the resurrection point. With the experience of being killed in the explosion twice before, Yi Fan learned his lesson this time. He went out first, carefully checked the ground conditions, and made sure there was no danger. Only then did Yi Fan carefully step out of the light curtain. It is indeed a spiritual plant valley. No wonder there are potato mines and explosive grass. That's it. Yi Fan nodded with a smile. With all the natural resources and treasures in this valley, upgrading is easy. I have to collect it quickly while those guys are away. Yi Fan was delighted. Why Yi Fan did it right away. He rolled up his sleeves, walked to a strange white flower, picked it and put it into his mouth. Ding. You were bitten by a level 2 spirit insect, a yellow needle bee. You were stung to death. Your level was reduced by 1 level. You lost 250 gold coins. Your magic weapon, the ancient wood sword, was dropped. Yi Fan was so angry that he could not help but bark. Bumblebee, how could there be a bumblebee in this place? I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Yi Fan was so angry that his face turned red. Of course, this giant yellow hornet was transferred here by Zhao Zilong using the power of space. At the moment Yi Fan ate the white spirit flower. Come again. Yi Fan roared, and then walked out of the resurrection point cautiously. Ding. You stepped on a second-level poisonous insect, you were poisoned to death, your level was reduced by 1 level, you lost 500 gold coins, and your magic weapon, the ancient wooden gun, fell. Yi Fan was resurrected again, but this time he was speechless without much words. Yi Fan walked out of the resurrection point again. This time, Yi Fan took out a wooden stick and carefully checked every place. Fearing that he would accidentally die due to carelessness, along the way, Yi Fan carefully put the useful elixirs into his backpack. However, with the experience of the bumblebee, Yi Fan did not dare to take them orally. Roar! A manic shout came. Yi Fan's heart paused, and the next second, a fat white pig pressed on Yi Fan. Not good. Yi Fan's body trembled. Lustful dream crazy pig. Yi Fan resisted frantically and fought hard. But unfortunately this lustful dream crazy pig was a 3rd-level monster, equivalent to a human gene den cultivator. Because it was a monster, the lustful dream crazy pig's body was much stronger than that of a human at the same level. Why Yi Fan's limbs were crushed, leaving behind 2 lines of bitter tears of humiliation. Ding. You encountered the 3rd-level monster lustful dream crazy pig, you were killed, your level was reduced by 1 level, you lost 250 gold coins, and your protective gear wolf blood underwear was lost. Ding. The 3rd-level monster lustful dream crazy pig is unsatisfied with its desires, and in anger it crashes into the resurrection point you belong to. The level of all players at the resurrection point of Tianfu Camp is reduced by 2 levels, and the gold coins are lost by 10%. Yi Fan was lying on the ground, his eyes were empty, and he seemed to have not recovered from the exciting battle just now. Chapter 239 Temple? Zulong, Yuan Feng, you really want to kill us all? Shi Qilin stared at the aggressive Zulong and Yuan Feng in front of him with a gloomy expression, secretly thinking about how to deal with it in his heart. Yuan Feng slightly raised her head. Her beautiful and cold face was expressionless at the moment. She just looked back at Shirchilin with cold eyes and said slowly, Shirchilin, you don't have to try to sow discord between us.
We are here today to see you off.
Zulong Aoyuan shouted in a deep voice, Shirchilin, don't waste your time. We can solve the matter between my clan and the Phoenix clan ourselves afterwards, and now, please go ahead. After saying that, Zulong exuded an extremely powerful aura, sweeping towards Shirchilin like a surging sea wave. Zulong took action, and Yuanfeng did not lag behind. The three powerful men fought each other in an instant. At the edge of the three tribes' battlefield, a cold and stern young man watched all this calmly.
Zulong, Yuanfeng, Shikolin.
The cold and stern young man was neither sad nor happy, his expression was indifferent. This person. No, this god and devil is the famous demon ancestor Luowu. In order to refine the four swords of Juxian map, and other killing treasures, Luowu secretly added fuel to the flames and intensified the conflicts among the three tribes. Chinzhou just glanced at it casually and didn't pay any more attention. In the Queen Nuwa palace, Nuwa was practicing chess with Chu Yanxi. No matter how violent the battle outside was, it could not affect the two of them at all.
Don't you want to go out for a walk with those people?
Nuwa looked at the woman in front of her with interest and asked softly. Chu Yanxi shook her head gently. Compared to going outside, I think this chess game is more interesting. As she spoke, Chu Yanxi gracefully stretched out her jade hand, and a black piece gently fell onto the chessboard. In an instant, the entire chessboard seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force, and the originally calm situation instantly became turbulent and dark. The black piece was like a bright star in the dark night, shining with a mysterious light. The chess pieces around it seemed to be attracted by something and began to move. The black army turned into a huge black dragon, putting the white kingdom in danger. Nuwa nodded slightly, and a white light flew out from her hand.
The white chess situation was instantly revitalized.
The white national guardian general slashed out with a sword, repelling the aggressive black dragon. At the same time, a large number of players on Earth went to the official website of Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, to protest. Because of the update of the Great Era version, countless first and second test players were caught off guard and their levels plummeted. The most important thing is that even if the player quits the game, as long as the resurrection point he belongs to is accidentally affected and destroyed, the player will also be punished. Some people who are unlucky will have their levels and backpacks reset to 0, and they will be relegated to the primitive age. Of course, not all players are so unlucky. Some players are lucky enough to pick up a piece of extremely heavy strange scale when they go out. They sell it in the game mall and get tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones, becoming rich overnight and the envy of others. Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, the official of Earthstar, also gave a response, play it if you want or not. Seeing the indifferent attitude of the official of Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, many players chose to quit the game in anger, but more players still continue to play the game, hoping that they can become the lucky ones in Honghuang, Infinite Mythology. All of a sudden, those players who were worried about being demoted went online and entered Honghuang, Infinite Mythology, hoping to take off in one go. The brave ones will die of overreading, and the timid ones will die of starvation. This moment has become a true portrayal of the players. Hey, family, I'm back again. Let's try our luck this time and see if we can pick up some powerful fragments and become rich overnight. Ghost Fairy Sister showed off to the audience in the live broadcast room with high morale. Just brag, anchor.
With your unlucky physique, it's a luxury to survive.
Gloating JPG, every time I show my head, I will poop upside down if you can pick up the treasure.
Upstairs, I've taken a screenshot. If you can't do it, I'll sue you for fraud.
No, buddy, are you serious?
Pooping upside down, don't be afraid, kid. Evil Smile JPG, this is the first time I've seen someone pooping upside down. Come on, anchor, satisfy everyone.
Host, I will burn incense to the Buddha now and ask him to bless you.
Brother, get ready for a handstand poop. I'll give you a big rocket when the time comes.
Meng Shuang also joked, wanting to watch the FUN.AT. This moment, Yifan's figure appeared at the resurrection point again. Level display, level 4. Seeing Yifan, who was covered in dust, Meng Shuang walked over playfully and said gloatingly, Immortal Emperor, are you okay? Hearing this, Yifan raised his head angrily, and a stunningly beautiful face came into his sight. Ghost Fairy Sister, level 26. Seeing the person coming, Yifan's heart skipped a beat with anger, but he still said stubbornly, it's okay.
Are you really alright?
Yifan looked at Sister Ghost Fairy expressionlessly and said nothing, but anyone with eyes could tell that Yifan was angry. With the assist from Meng Shuang, Chen Zhou gained another 200,000 luck points. Counting the previous luck points, Chen Zhou gained a total of 300,000, 3 million luck points from Yifan. Of course, Meng Shuang doesn't know this. Ding, side quest generated. As a qualified war correspondent, you need to find fun for yourself. A side quest, follow the player's undead fairy queen and see what he is doing. Mission reward, 10,000, 100,000. Experience, Earth level superior divine power, great heavenly creation palm, 5th grade elixir, glazed phoenix mysterious pill. Hearing about the new task, Meng Shuang immediately became excited. 100,000 experience points, and advancing to the golden elixir level, how wonderful! After walking out of the light curtain, Yifan carefully observed his surroundings, fearing that some strange monsters would suddenly appear.
Ahmedba, fellow donors, since you are here, why don't you come in and sit down? A golden Buddhist voice came. Yifan looked up and the clouds and mist in the mountains dissipated.
Yifan then discovered that there was an ancient temple standing on the top of the mountain. The hermit NPC, could it be the Taoist temple of Zhuodi Taoist and Jieyin Taoist? Yifan was immediately delighted. Zhuodi and Jieyin, the two future saints of the West, if they could obtain even a little benefit from these two great powers, wouldn't it be easy for them to upgrade? If he could become a disciple of these two, wouldn't he be able to walk all over the world in the future? If you were lucky, it is not impossible to become a great protector of Buddhism. Thinking of this, Yifan clasped his fists towards the top of the mountain, then walked up the stone steps with a pious attitude. When the other players saw what Yifan did, they also followed suit and saluted, then followed Yifan closely. Meng Shuang looked at the remote and strange stone steps, searched for a while, and followed them in. Chapter 240 The World in Your Palm. Not long after, Yifan was the first to arrive at the door of the mysterious temple. The door of the temple was half open, as if waiting for his arrival. Yifan hesitated for a moment, but soon made up his mind. Without further hesitation, he resolutely stepped over the threshold and entered this mysterious temple. In an instant, the sky spun and the surrounding scene changed suddenly. The originally bright sunlight turned blood red at this moment, like a burning flame hanging in the air. The sky became gloomy and gray, as if covered by a thick layer of haze. The earth lost its vitality, and the dry land was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The surrounding flowers, plants, and trees had long since withered and died, leaving only the broken branches and leaves trembling in the wind, lifeless. Yifan stood in astonishment in the middle of the deserted street, hearing bursts of low and terrifying roars from time to time. Yifan looked around, trying to figure out where he was. Strange, where is this place? Yifan looked around vigilantly. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Yifan fell to the ground instantly. He was dead, but not dead. There was no resurrection to the resurrection point, and no level reduction prompt. Yifan instantly realized that this was an illusion. Brother, you can't do this. He died instantly, and Yifan didn't feel anything at all. Jun Yixian shook his head in disapproval. He Chuanqiu smiled awkwardly. Don't blame me, brother. It was my fault just now. I didn't control the strength well. Next time, I promise I won't make any mistakes. He Chuanqiu promised seriously. Oh. You wish. It's my turn now, don't even think about cutting in line. Jun Yixian snatched the plot script and began to set the plot. The painting style changes. Yifan appeared in the city, and just when Yifan was confused, a large group of ferocious overseas mercenaries surrounded him. Are you Yifan? The leader of the mercenaries asked disdainfully. Yifan was confused, but he still nodded calmly. Yes. Pa! A big slap hit Yifan on the face instantly. Brothers, fight! The mercenary leader shouted angrily. Pa! Another big slap landed heavily on Yifan's face. Your name is Yifan, right? Pa! You're the one who's always causing trouble, right? Pa! You are the king of soldiers, right? Pa! One after another, big fists fell down with the soldiers' roars. Yifan wanted to fight back, but his limbs were held down, and his cultivation disappeared without a trace, so he could not move at all. You've been idle all day, and you didn't even dare to do anything when your daughter was locked up in a doghouse. Ugh, you coward! Another mercenary leader spat at Yifan. Hearing this, pighead Yifan was even more confused. What daughter? What doghouse? He doesn't know anything at all. Come here, build a big doghouse for our soldier king. Before Yifan could figure it out, the leading mercenary started the next step. Yes. Several younger brothers responded, and built a big doghouse next to the small doghouse. The action was so fast that even Yifan was speechless. After the doghouse was built, pig-headed Yifan was thrown in by these people. The whole process took 3 hours in total, and Yifan was beaten for 2.5 hours. Because these people attacked so accurately, quickly and ruthlessly, Yifan could not utter a word. Brother Jun, this plot is good.
It's my turn now.
He Chuanqiu excitedly took the plot script and began to write about Yifan's tragic life. The painting style suddenly changes. This time, Yifan appeared in a bright room, surrounded by all kinds of people in white. Yifan was tied up like a knot and unable to move.
Bring the knife.
The attending physician stretched out his hand the next second. A sharp laser scalpel appeared in his hand. The attending physician picked up the laser scalpel and operated it smoothly. He raised the knife and it came down.
Snap, human chicken disintegration. The attending physician wiped his sweat and said with a smile, "Well, Mr. Yi, your surgery to remove useless tissue was successful. You don't have to worry about an unhappy life anymore. By the way, the total fee is 250. Mr. Yi, do you want to pay by scanning the QR code or in cash?"
Yifan grimaced in pain, his eyes filled with tears because he was in so much pain.
"I'm so happy that I can't speak. You can give it to me later. Xiao Lu, go collect some interest."
The attending physician said to himself.
"Yes, director."
Dr. Lu walked up to Yifan and kindly rubbed the medicine on Yifan's waist. Then, click, Dr. Lu obtained a perfect kidney. Yifan was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Yifan's eyes were filled with tears because he was in so much pain. On the other side, Meng Shuang appeared in an ancient battlefield. Because Meng Shuang and others were not the targets of Jun Yixian and He Chuanqiu, the tests for these people are relatively normal, just some ordinary individual copies, and you can get rewards by passing them. It's not difficult. Meng Shuang looked at the two armies fighting in front of her, and could not think of a solution for a moment, so she could only continue to observe.
It's my turn again.
Jun Yixian excitedly took the plot script and began to design a new plot copy for Yifan. This time, Yifan's plot is a world where women are dominant. Yifan is the son of the Prime Minister. Because his appearance is not feminine enough and is different from others, Yifan is summoned into the palace by the emperor and named concubine Yi. This time the plot was very slow, and Yifan successfully experienced a wave of harem life, but Yifan was a member of someone else's harem. After day of palace fighting, Yifan fought hard and ended up being sent to the cold palace. A few days later, the court where Yifan was located was conquered by a neighboring country, and Yifan was used as a trophy to reward the three armies. Day after day, Yifan finally died in a daze. The plot script once again fell into the hands of He Chuanqiu. Inspired by Jun Yixian's script, He Chuanqiu designed another explosive plot for Yifan. This time, Yifan is a maggot, swimming in a black septic tank, fighting wits and courage with his own kind, competing for food, and finally dying numbly. After an unknown number of world plots, Yifan gradually became numb, his eyes became dull, and he numbly went with the flow. After an explosion of death, Yifan's body appeared in the temple.
"Immortal Emperor, is your copy so difficult? Why did you come out only now?"
The player Dominate the Universe stepped forward and asked in a familiar manner. Why Yifan stood there in a daze, without answering, as if he had been played. Seeing that the Immortal Emperor ignored him, Player Master of the Universe left in frustration. When the last person passed the level, the door of the hall in front of the player opened, and two kind-looking old men walked out. Amitba, several chosen ones, congratulations on passing the world in the palm.
This is the opportunity you deserve. The Taoist, played by Jun Yixian, waved his sleeves, and various rewards appeared in front of the players. "Thank you, senior." All the players thanked in unison. Amitba, meeting is fate.
"We have known each other for a while, and I will give you something." Junti Taoist, played by He Chuanqiu, waved his sleeves. Some bottles and jars appeared in front of the players, with fairy light flowing on them. It was obvious that they were not ordinary items.
"Thank you, senior."
The players thanked him again. Only Yifan stood there in a daze, with a complicated expression, as if he had suffered some injustice.
"Amitba, this donor, appearance is determined by the heart.
This world in the palm varies from person to person.
Don't worry about it."
The guide Taoist, played by Jun Yixian, explained to everyone with a kind look. "I see that you and I have a predestined relationship, so I will give you this bottle of nectar.
The Taoist, played by Juni Xian, smiled and took out a delicate little bottle. Amid the envy of the players, the Taoist priest Jiayin, played by Juni Xian, gave Yifan the bottle containing the water from Zimu Lake. Looking at the exquisite bottle with fairy light flowing in it, the numb Yishuo felt much better.
Thank you, senior. Yifan thanked him humbly. Why Yifan felt extremely bitter in his heart. Appearances were determined by the heart, and he had no choice. Perhaps the trial just now was caused by his previous experiences.